Now that the Challenger stage is over, let's see how it went. G2 and Vitality showed exceptional play.
Hunter, good for it. Deals with the threat, only Siren, and he runs on into that Orc Scope. Feeling good about that one.
The well-placed flash forces the tease away.
Basuta again with impact. Vitality can count on him. 9 so far in this series, but he's made a round out of this one.
Others had to fight for each step taken forward.
A little flustered now. It felt like it was in their hands. And oh, Patsy. 2, make it 3. The triple to end it all. It's only Glaive. This is it. Spirit have done it. Patsy again with the multi-kill, and Spirit the 2-0.
Kinder throws that frag,
Oh!
and it is on the money.
God damn.
Norby's position up close could be enough to kill Kicker, but
Oh, no, Norby switched.
And Kicker is right there to punish, right there to break their hearts on Mirage.
And others had to go home. But not without a fight.
Oh, it's a double. He's not done yet.
Varley looking to be that next player to push into lobby. Look at this pack from IHC, dude. One spray and they could all die. He gets 2 and the last.
Oh my god.
These are the real contenders that proved they should be legends.
Gone in from window. Hades has the tall box, but his intuition as he turns it into mid and turns it into the 1v1, looking for the clutch. But where has Hades gone? He's got it!
Fallen alone, was able to win a 1v2 on the CT side in a similar spot, but this time he's got to deny a defuse, not make one. In with the first. Fallen with the clutch, and he delivers again.
The next tale of this epic unfolds as now it is time for the legends to rise at the PGL Antwerp Major. 8 fresh faces added into the mix to join our remaining challengers here as the competition is only going to be getting hotter. My name is Freya Spears. Joining me up on this desk to open up the legend stage here in Antwerp, I've got Maniac, I've got Maui. Gentlemen, so much incredible Counter-Strike going on in the challenger stage. I cannot wait to unfold the legend stage today.
There's a lot of electricity in the air. If you're walking around the hotel, I think it was clear on everyone's faces that the real deal is starting. You could see teams just taking their time, and I feel the same pressure in me. I knew when I opened my eyes this morning, something's happening.
It's ramping up really nicely. The teams that have made it through feel like they deserve to be here in so many different ways. And I feel like the energy that you're talking about, that vibe that's just all over Antwerp. You see people just out and about, and then you know that there's this one reason that we're all here.
Yeah, no, it's going to be absolutely incredible. Just touching upon some of those teams that did make it from the challenger stage. We had some, names that we expected to make it through, the likes of G2, Vitality as well. But some, I guess, underdogs coming through. BNE managing to make it to Legends. That's a huge one.
BNE is probably the best Cinderella story that made it. For me, though, I'm shocked that Imperial did.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have some 2-time major champions on that roster, but nobody thought that team was going to make it this far. I don't even think everybody predicted them to get through the North America RMR.
Look, if you ever have any doubt that we are playing very particular sets of games of Counter-Strike, just look back on that Forza versus Imperial game. If you ever doubt that there is some emotional management involved in these games, you could see Forza, a great team, but completely dissolving at the pressure. And these men. I mean, double win the major, of course, FNX, Fallen, and the likes. They knew what they were doing. They knew how they had to play.
And now it's just going to be even more of a test coming into that Legend stage. We can see some of the 8 names that are going to be joining the cards, joining the games today. And obviously we have some huge favourites coming into things. Navi, defending champions of the last major. FaZe as well, looking hot to trot. Anybody that you're particularly looking out for, and maybe you would brand as a favourite? Because I feel like this major is kind of the most open one that we've had in a while in terms of some of those big names.
Would definitely agree with that, Freya. I really think that FaZe have the biggest target on their backs in terms of the fact that, yeah, people think that they should be the favorites, but it's not like it's a guarantee. It's not like Navi at the last major, who are probably 80% favorites. For me, I'd give FaZe maybe 30% at this one.
And I was trying to understand this because I share your feeling. Somehow, FaZe this year, they have a 100% success rate. Like every event they attended, they either won it, that's probably in Katowice, or they qualified. Anywhere they went, they succeeded, right? But somehow they don't have this capital of fear that other teams have had in the past. The Navis of Stockholm, the Australis of yesteryear, the Liquid of the Grand Slam run as well. People don't feel that for FaZe. So are we being blindsided? Are we blind to the truth of FaZe being favorite because they are? Or haven't they earned that moniker of fear quite yet?
Well, we can take a look at the schedule to see exactly what is on the cards coming into the first day of the Legend stage of the PGL Antwerp Major. The A stream matches that have been going on simultaneously to those B stream matches as well. And then we're going for a whole nother round, ladies and gentlemen. We've got more best of ones coming on later today. Any highlight matches that are standing out for you so far, maybe?
It's
kind of everything.
But yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm just looking at the A stream and I'm thinking, what game would I miss? And the answer is none.
Yeah.
I would miss absolutely none of these games. The fact that we have Navi versus G2, of course, grand final per se right there, and the ENCE fighting against FaZe. We have just everything. Like these matchups are all absolutely great.
It's crazy how stacked that A stream is, but my pick for the B stream, I gotta go Cloud9 Outsiders. Katowice rematch from last year, although it was online, I really think that those two teams, people are probably sleeping on them right now because all the heavy hitters, a lot of them are on the A stream, but definitely check that one out. It's a good game to see on the B stream.
Yeah, of course, and we can take a little bit of a deeper dive into some of these matches as well. I'm going to start off with Imperial versus Big. Maui, I'm not going to throw you under the bus, but Big.
Oh, you can do it. You can do it.
You're known to be a bit of a lover
He's
of
earned it.
Germans, yes.
I do love Germans, and I do love Germany, and I do love Big. I really do think that Big are a team that are fighting right here for a playoff spot. I think they're one of the fringe contenders to get there, but Imperial, that's a team that almost has no business being here compared to Big's road prior to this. Big were so exceptional in the RMR, Imperial just squeaking in.
I know, and it's going to be great to see GovB as well, coming in back with Big and what he provides to the team. To Tapson as well, their relation is obviously something that instrumental in Counter-Strike. For the Big clan and the Big dreams, I still wonder if Crimbo is going to show up the way he did at the RMR. I think he changed the whole narrative. He changed the story by having this performance, and are we expecting a little bit too much from him? Because if he doesn't deliver, then there is going to be a lackluster amount of frags coming on.
Yeah, it was that huge clutch factor coming out of him as well. And I feel like, obviously, people didn't really know what to expect from him. The fact that they came first in that RMR as well, taking down FaZe no less.
It was incredible. And speaking of the clutch factor, as soon as Crimbo played that game, I caught him as he was leaving the playing area, and he just whispered to me, "I'm the clutch minister." I was like, all right. He's self-titling at this
now
point.
It's Crimbo.
After one event. After one event.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man.
But he believes in himself, and that's exactly what I want to see, because sometimes, there's a little bit of a headache going from tier 2, arguably tier 3, up to tier 1, but I think he's done fantastic thus far.
Speaking of kind of underrated factors, I do want to talk about Spirit taking on Furia, because coming into the Challenger stage, I feel like Spirit were kind of slept on, as a fair to say. I don't think we saw many people kind of putting them in their pick'ems, maybe touting them to be going through so convincingly.
Yeah, you're correct. I think, first of all, we didn't really know what to expect from the new players of that lineup, if I can label them as such. Siren, the Patsy's of the world, that kind of surprised us. Patsy with the secondary AWP doing fantastic job. People had probably forgotten about how good Dexter is as a player. I still think he's a brilliant player. He's one of the highest rated player we had during the Challenger stage. But you're right, they warmed up through the event to finally have that W against Astralis. And it also begs the question, what's the advantage of having already played in these rooms, these PCs, these tables? They've been there, they know how it is. For Furia, they have to kind of catch up with that. So there is a potential upset right now.
They're much more warmed up, but I still think that they're miles behind some of the favorites at this one.
I believe in Furia.
Yeah, I think Furia are definitely going to be going into that one feeling confident. I will say, though, I think it's actually underrated the fact that Chopper, as an in-game leader, has done this before, that he's succeeded with Vega Squadron in the past. And I really think that actually giving them such an identity, even though at some points he was kind of on the fringe, he was actually maybe out of that Spirit lineup entirely, but then he's back, and I really think that they probably appreciate having him here under such a high-pressure moment.
I'm really excited to see Cloud9 taken to the stage as well. Of course, as you were saying, kind of a rematch of that Katowice final. And I mean, if you've been asleep for a couple of years, not North American anymore. A completely different squad now.
Yeah, things have changed for the Cloud9 roster. Obviously, the ex-Gambit boys. I think it's a very key moment in their history and their careers because their performance here at the major is going to, I guess, decide whether or not we change our expectations for them. Have we seen the maximum out of these boys? Is that where they stand? Is the semi-final the final hurdle for them that they won't overcome? Or can they actually push the boundaries? The Shiro, the Axis of the world with great performances. That would be the moment for them to make a statement. We've been waiting for it. We gave them time. But I think time is running out for them to have that performance that we're expecting.
I think this is their time, Maniac. I really think that for Cloud9, this is a major for them to win. I'm actually seeing them ramp up very well, and the fact that there's no more confusion about them playing under different banners, under the player's name, all of that. Now that they are under Cloud9, they can just focus on the game. They don't have to worry about it too much external stuff, and that gives teams such a buff sometimes.
But that'll take something we haven't seen yet.
It does.
The superstars. We need the superstars to have superstar-like performance at the major. We haven't seen that quite yet.
It's true. At the major, we haven't, but I think that actually an event like a V4, even though it's a small one like that, it matters. Those kind of wins matter. It just takes one victory like that, and it can change the mentality of a team completely.
Something I definitely don't think anybody was expecting to see was Bad News Eagles making it through to the Legend stage. They're going to be taking on Copenhagen Flames in that first matchup of the day. And an interesting kind of narrative when we're looking back at the Stockholm major as well, because Copenhagen Flames, they kind of were the Cinderella story of that major, now going up against the Cinderella story of New. What are you making of this one, Maniac?
I think it's a very tricky situation for Copenhagen Flames. It's probably one of the worst draws that you can get to get warmed up into your Legend stage. You come in here, as you say, with different expectations. You aren't a Cinderella anymore. You're a team that's here to prove your status, to walk the line and back your aim. And you go up against Bad News Eagles, who literally have nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. The fact that they made it to Legends is huge. You talk to them in the hotel, they say how they're just enjoying the moment, enjoying life. They're going to give everything they have. So if there ever was a moment to pick an upset, like that's my upset of the round one, I'm going to be honest. I think Flames are going to be taken by surprise and by storm of how little to lose there is for Bad News Eagle.
I think the thing with Bad News Eagles is everybody kept underestimating them. Almost people just clearly didn't prep for the strategies that they had. And BNE don't have a deep playbook at all. They don't have a deep map pool either. I think Copenhagen Flames, they're going to give them the respect that they have earned at this point. And I still have Copenhagen Flames. Copenhagen Flames.
You cannot even say it. You cannot even believe it.
I was chatting to BNE after the Challenger stage concluded. They were down in the bar with all of us, having a really good time. And they were saying they're feeling incredibly confident coming into the stage. Also, they kind of had to be pinching themselves. They didn't believe that they actually made it to that Legend stage as well. But they were talking about some of the experience they've had against Copenhagen Flames. And they were saying, you know, practice has been going very well. Some officials as well. They were winning dominantly. So I don't know. Does that sway your opinion?
I think Copenhagen Flames have kind of stated before that when they're not at LAN events, they somehow just can't get into the same mindset. And so I think that if BNE have some kind of inkling of feeling of how CPH Flames has been playing lately, then I don't actually take that. I take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I really think that BNE might be overestimating their own abilities right now, whereas Copenhagen Flames, they were a round away from making it to the playoffs of the last major.
I know, that could be. I think at the end of the day for BNE, it's a very good matchup to kick things off, right? When you have the FaZes, the Navis, the Cloud9s of the world, and you end up against Copenhagen Flames, might be the best way to kick off your career here.
Speaking of Navi, they're going to be taking on G2 in the first matchup here at the Legend stage. I cannot wait for this one, particularly Navi, defending champions of that last major. G2 looking really hot to trot coming into things. Sure, there were a few little waves, a few tumultuous times in that Challenger stage, but they make it through 3-0. And I'm really interested to get your takes on what you're kind of expecting from this one.
G2 right now feel like they've done exactly what they planned to do when they made the roster changes between last major and this one. The upgrade from Momanek to Monesi, it's spectacular.
Yes.
It's obvious that they now have 3 huge heavy hitters. And I really think that Alexi B, he's gotten under some flack lately for some of his calling. But when you look at their T-side round win percentage, it's exceptional.
I mean, if we just touch on players, I agree with you. I think they have what they need. You have Nico that had a beautiful 134 rating during the challenges, 158 impact, absolutely ridiculous. Hunter is doing a beautiful job at being that secondary force, secondary carry as well. Monacy was great. The only question that I have, and this is what's going to be tested today, or rather when they get to the best of 3, is the map pool. That is my one issue with G2, and we know how a deep map pool is needed to lift the trophy at a major. There are a few maps, the orange maps, as we say, the puggy maps, great on it. The Mirage, the Infernos of the world, the Dust 2, but what about the rest? Is there a way to punish G2 with very tactical map? I think there is, and this has to be the last step for them.
And then coming in for the side of Navi as well, looking at some of those individuals, of course, we didn't see them play in that Challenger stage because they qualified through the RMR, but looking back at that RMR, of course, Simple, no surprise to see him as the best rated player in that RMR, but what kind of other takes do you have of the players, the other members rather, at the previous RMR?
I have worry for 2 players personally, Electronic and Bit.
Yeah.
These are the 2 players that I'm going to have to keep my eyes on, and I think the Navi fans around the world will also do. If you look at Electronic over 2022, I think he's far from what he has delivered in the past, and we have taken him for granted for so long. Like, his input for Navi has been a normalcy for a very long time. He was in the shadow of Simple. He was always in the top 6, 7 best players in the world. That Electronic hasn't shown up yet in 2022. I know we're at the major. I know we label him a big game guy.
Yeah.
Will he show up now? Because I think if he doesn't, there is a problem here. There is a disbalance.
There is, and I think that on top of that, Bit hasn't been playing as well either. I think we were all waiting to see when this rookie would finally cool off, and we've hit that point. He's not playing nearly as well as he was in his just opening year, and I think when we take both of those riflers, it's almost like they need to both step up if they want to have a chance to win this major, and let alone the fact it's just so conditional right now for Navi. They need to have both, and the thing is that I don't even see if one right now is where they need to be.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we cannot be oblivious to the world and the situation in the world. We won't be, and we shall be careful with that. But I feel like we've stepped back to the point where we know Simple will deliver. That's great. And then who else is going to be there? Who else is going to help him make the difference? Simple was always the greatest. Always, always and forever. But he waited, and he needed to have people by his side to have the domination run they had in 2021. That was Electronic forever, and that was Bit in the last 6 months of 21. If these players aren't up to par to what we expect, then Navi suddenly bleeds and they start being vulnerable.
Our third match up on the A stream is going to be FaZe taking on ENCE. And an interesting discussion that we've kind of already touched on a little bit about FaZe. Maybe we should be putting them as potential favourites coming into this, considering, you know, their LAN run in 2022 thus far. But why are you kind of only putting them as that sort of 30% favourite mark that you said, Maui?
The thing with FaZe has been that despite the Katowice win, it was, for one, with JKS. And I think that once Brain started getting back into the lineup, I think they just look worse. I don't think they actually look as good as they did at Katowice. Despite the fact that they won Pro League, I actually didn't find that a lot of their wins were as dominant or
being so
felt as legitimate. But I think that they're obviously still, it's just that the field is so strong for it. If I really want to put it to anything, it's not necessarily that FaZe is playing badly. I still think they're the best team in the world today. But I think that the other competition has risen up.
I agree. I just think that, honestly, looking at the 16 teams we have, FaZe has the strongest 4-man core. I really struggle to see any other team that I would put ahead. If your worst, quote-unquote, rifles are going to be Twist and Rain, I think it's a huge, huge stepping stone for FaZe. We're come to that point where now you know Robs is going to deliver. Brokey is turning into an MVP candidate slowly. But Rain and Twist are almost always there. They're like a very safe ground to rely on if you're Kerrigan. So if one of you star is not actually showing up, I have great faith that someone else on the roster will.
There's really no reason to believe that everybody's going to fall off for FaZe. They have too many weapons at this point, and the main thing is that, yes, Rops is going to deliver, but the fact that Brokey has ascended in 2022 to become one of the best oppers in the world when he was a fringe number 20 pick on HLTV's ranking last year, that's where FaZe is so scary, because that opping presence, it was lacking sometimes when Brokey was just an average or decent opper by world standards, but now that he's one of the best in the world, it does feel like they have everything they need.
Yeah, that exponential rise has really been incredible to watch, and I think it's a really apt point coming into this particular matchup to kind of be comparing preparing the AWPers, because that's the biggest hole I think we can see in the side of ENCE, unfortunately, is Hades. No shade to him, to be totally honest, but it's the fact that they're going to be coming up and dueling in this particular matchup. Hades is going to have a tough time.
It's not about throwing shades.
No.
It's not about it. It's about finding and defining liabilities for both teams. And in a world where the AWP is so instrumental in Counter-Strike nowadays, when you have Hades that has a 0.92 rating during the Challenger, a 0.84 impact rating, that to me spells trouble. I am afraid for Hades. I'm afraid for ENCE, because I know there's quality all across the roster. We're going to touch on Spinks, a little bit later. He is beautiful. But what do you do when your AWP is showing signs of weakness at that moment? That scares me a little bit.
The thing between Hades and Brokey is that they both are passive oppers, kind of compared to some of the other guys that are ready to go for every single opening pick. But the thing is that Brokey's mastered it at this point. He's been doing it for years, and Hades, he's still kind of getting used to this tier 1 space where when you are pushed back all the way, you need to hit every shot or you're going to get blocked off by a smoke, a flash, any of that. Brokey knows how to play around that sort of utility perfectly at this point. Hades, I still have a lot to desire for how he moves around opponent's utility.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, if Hades were to hit his stride, if Hades shows up big time during the Legend stage, first of all, props to him, but I feel like it changes the whole story of ENCE. It puts them on a whole different level if you have that AWP that is able to go toe-to-toe, but I haven't seen it quite yet.
I want to continue the open conversation as we move on into our second matchup of the A stream, NIP taking on Vitality. The first time we're going to be seeing NIP here at the Antwerp Major, and it's an interesting discussion because we've seen Asetag picking up the AWP, which has been I don't know, not the best result so far. Obviously a selfless role, kind of just going, yep, I'll pick up the big green now that we don't know where the device is going to be coming back into the mix. But yeah, still a tough conversation to have.
Asetag is the weakest opper in the Legend stage, just hands down. There's no one that's actually been playing as badly as he has with this weapon, and he is the guy that has filled this role before. He did it with Cloud9 in the past, but it was to mixed results, and we saw the result of that roster on top of it. NIP have so many weapons beyond him in terms of Hampus, Brolin, even Rez is popping off in this year, but this is going to leave a gaping hole for NIP. Asetag needs to play so much better than he has in recent times in the past, and look at that opening attempt rate, 13%. That's abysmal. You need to get your op involved a lot more than that.
He had 0.77 impact rating with this lineup yet when Brolin joined. So it was very clear that he took a massive step back. Granted, he did what he had to do for the structure to work, and I understand that. But as a player, he hasn't been risen up to occasion. He hasn't been delivering what he needs to. And what a stupid comparison to do it with Zywoo. How stupid is that? Right?
It's unfair.
I mean, the man that we have obviously put under the microscope in 2022, Zywoo has had one of his slowest beginning of the year, and I called him out on that, and I will keep doing it. But he showed up during the Challenger stage, and he's a man, he's a player that we know from that point on, if he hits the moment, if he hits his full potential, Asetag is not even going to see the sun. I think see any moment.
That's the most impressive thing about Vitality coming into this. I feel like maybe we were... I don't want to say we were being too critical of Vitality because they just totally blew everybody's expectations out of the water with the consistency that they were coming in. I think Masuta was somebody we were putting under the spotlight and saying he needs to step up more. And I feel like, you know, he did so in that Challenger stage.
It's fair to say, just as fair as it was to put him under the spotlight before the beginning of the Challenger stage, I still think that his position is extremely in danger. And I don't think we should forget about it because of the Challenger stage that he had. I hope he takes this, keeps it really close to his heart, and carries it over to the Legend stage. I am doubtful that Masuta is going to be able to put the same kind of performance he had, but if he does, then he's plugging a hole for Vitality instantly, because he was a liability. Looking ahead in the future, he's in danger, and he still has a lot to prove.
Yeah, definitely. Masuta is a player that right now, if this roster doesn't go well, he's the guy that's on the
He's the next one.
Yeah, so everybody else, they're so tenured, and of course then you have Zywoo, who's never going to get replaced on this roster, but Masuta, when he's in form, it looks like he makes every perfect rotation, always with perfect timings. His shots are incredibly clean. You can't complain about his mechanics one bit, but the bad Masuta, on the other hand, that we've seen in the past, sometimes just out of position, sometimes just has a nade out when he shouldn't. Sometimes he just doesn't know how to interact with his teammate on a bomb site. Those kind of moments are when Masuta still shows that he is, in some ways, a rookie. But he has been improving, as we saw in the Challenger stage, and if he's able to maintain that form, then Vitality immediately become a top 4 contender.
Yeah, that's a deep roster. I mean, we can also quickly mention Magisk. Surprised myself, surprised probably everyone in the Challenger stage. We have a tendency to forget that he used to be a Math Fargo, used to be a major MVP as well. Obviously, he took a massive step back when he became an IGL. In Vitality, probably took a while to figure out his rhythm on an individual standpoint, but the way he played on Mirage in the challenger stage with Vitality gives me a lot of hopes, because it's a player that can take over, that have a lot of impact as well, and I hadn't seen that in a long, long time.
Well, let's shift our attention to focus on our first matchup here on the A stream. It's going to be Heroic taking on Team Liquid. The first time we see Heroic here at the Major. A flawless run throughout the RMR, so maybe a bit of a TLDR, any kind of key takeaways for you from that series, Maui?
Yeah, I think the fact is that the RMR was incredibly kind to Heroic. They showed that they are ready to compete, and once again, I mean, Cadian, he's coming into this saying he wants to do better than they did the last Major. He wants to make it to the finals. That's the expectation that they are setting for themselves, and in all honesty, it's hard to find too many reasons they wouldn't do it other than the nerves and inexperience of the team.
Yes, they have provided now enough evidence for me to call them a good LAN team, that's for sure. I mean, we know how powerful they can be during the group stage. I expect them to shine in the conditions that we're in right now, but this is not where the story of Heroic gets written. The story of Heroic gets written in the playoffs, whether or not they falter through the pressure, whether or not the players actually show up when they need to. They have the quality. They have the roster, and they even have a superstar in the making right now. What we have been asking from Heroic for so long, Stone is actually delivering what we were hoping to see. He is one of the best players in the world in 2022. There is no discussion about it.
Stone is reaching the ceiling that we wanted him to reach for so many years when he was coming up on this Heroic lineup. He is one of the most versatile players in the world, and because of that versatility, he's just a master of so many different situations. He's maybe, I mean, arguably, the best operator on the team. When he pulls out the secondary, it's insane how much impact he has with that weapon. So I'm looking at Stone to do well, but there needs to be somebody else that in big moments can shine. And the big drawback when you look at Heroic's lineup, to me, is frequently Cadian. In a lot of LAN games, doesn't end up actually performing all that well. Closeout games, he has a terrible record for just falling off the face of the earth, which is something that's expected from a lot of IGLs, but you can't be the IGL and the operator when you need to deliver in a big moment.
I agree. I think there's another player as well that we need to discuss. It's TeSeS. TeSeS, I think, needs to be debated just a little bit. When Heroic had their rise through the online periods of Counter-Strike, I think TeSeS was a beast. You look at his numbers, very, very legitimate. We went back to LAN. He had a drop-off. We hear the players right now getting warmed up. That's He had a drop-off. But I kept an eye on his LAN ratings, actually. And the last two have been much, much better. We have a 1.10 during Pro League, 121 during the RMR. So that right here could be a difference maker. If you somehow find TeSeS in this group, which we haven't seen in a long, long time, I truly feel like Heroic gets to the next level.
Are you still putting Heroic under that context, Maui? You kind of mentioned it earlier, the fact that we have to give them a little bit of room still coming onto LAN, or do you feel like we've seen enough of them, they should be kind of accustomed to these conditions?
At this point, you would want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but when we even look at the specific matchup, the last time they were on LAN, ESL Pro League, they fell out right away in the playoffs at the hands of this Liquid. So there's still something that you would like to see in terms of how can they find consistency on LAN in big moments, because that wasn't even a big moment when they lost to Liquid, and it was an important one at that.
No, I know, I agree with you. I think now the Counter-Strike world is extremely cruel, and we are very impatient with how quickly we want people to deliver on the big stage, but that's also where we make the difference between the legends and just the good players. If you take too long to actually show up in this very context, then we're going to forget you by the wayside. That's how cruel it is in Counter-Strike, and I agree. I think this is time for Heroic to showcase that they have growth, but they have people against them right now.
Yeah, when speaking of the Team Liquid, I think that insane series versus Astralis, we've just got to talk about that to start off the conversation. I don't think many people expected Team Liquid to be taking that one, and in the fashion that it happened, so some of those rounds were just absolutely spectacular to watch.
Oh, it actually looked dominant at times for Liquid. That's what's so impressive about it. The individuals showed up on top of that, but I really do have a lot of questions still about Liquid. I really think that with this roster, there's a couple points where, emotionally speaking, are they always in a groove? From a captain perspective, is Nitro all the way back with this lineup yet? I mean, has he been caught up to the meta maniac? No. I don't know if he actually has the best strategies all the time. I don't know if he has the best instincts as an individual too.
No, I don't believe that Liquid is at the top of the mountain when it comes to strategic depth. I agree with you. I still think that Nitro is doing enough as an individual. You'd see obviously the way he stepped up massively during that game versus Astralis, but I agree with you. Lots of question marks. A topic that I have close to heart, obviously, is Shox. I think coming into this Liquid lineup had a very rough time to find his groove. And it's actually funny, we heard in a couple of interviews where he said that from now on, he's going to try to focus a little bit more on his crosshair, on his individual side, and maybe lean back on giving advices to Nitro. And I think this is key. I think that's what's needed. I think Shox finding his groove. I think Shox hitting his shots, hard tendency to say, changes everything for Liquid. Maybe a bit more focus on the small picture, a bit less big picture.
When I talked to Elige actually at Pro League, he did mention to me the fact that Shox is really good at kind of ironing out the philosophies of the team. What are we going to do in a 4v4? What are we going to do in a 3v3? But trying to do that too much live in a match means you aren't going to focus as
lose
much.
yourself.
Yeah.
And the amount of times I've seen Shox actually make what looked like in the moment the right play. He catches a player off, but then he whiffs, but then he misses the shot. That sort of stuff is unacceptable. On the flip side, though, people have been saying some good things about Shox, but actually for 1PV, Shox actually talked about how Nitro, that guy right there, his calls can be lackluster out of spawn. He can actually just kind of suggest things, and so he needs other voices in the server, and that's where people like Shox need to step up, and that's where guys like Elige do too.
And that's very much echoed in an interview on HLTV with Nitro, the fact that he was saying, you know, he really appreciates that Shox can come in and have those sort of macro moments and be making those calls as well. So it's kind of going to be interesting to see exactly how that does play out. Vertigo, anything from that?
I think if you're Liquid, you must be happy with that. You end up on Vertigo, it's a map you trust in, it's a map you have found your groove on. I think Nav and Shox, both on these individual positions on the CT side, know what they're doing. But I agree, just to touch back on that topic, I think it's about balance for Shox right now. And obviously it takes a little bit of time for him to make such a big jump in his career and figure out how he's going to evolve and how he's going to play out. You have to find that balance with Nitro, where you don't lose yourself in the big picture. You lose yourself in the macro game and you forget to get that frag that you need. This, to me, is the X factor when you have players like Elige, like Nav, who deliver.
Yeah, and I think one guy we haven't even touched on yet, OC.
Yes.
I think that's where the ceiling of Liquid truly is. If he can deliver in a series like this, because playing against a team like Heroic is so difficult. They have so many set pieces, so many strats that are just going to flash you off of every angle, smoke you off. And something I praise OC for always is the fact that he can find his shot. He can get 3, 4, 5 op shots off in a round, but it's going to be even harder against a team like Heroic with so much strategic depth.
Well, I'm so excited to be getting into our first matchup of the Legend stage here at the PGL Antwerp Major. And we're going to throw it on over to Scrawny and Launders to get us into Vertigo.
Welcome everybody, here we are, about to kick off the very first map of the Legend stage in Antwerp. And we've got Heroic, we've got Liquid, we've got Vertigo in between them, a single best of one to kick things off. You excited?
I am extremely excited. Liquid can absolutely do this. They know this map, they've beat Heroic on this map at Pro League. It's in their wheelhouse. It's a map they've got tons of reps on, and when I talk about that, talk about Shox and Nitro getting more and more comfortable. They have some bad games, they have some good games. The core of the team do well. That's not to say that Heroic can't win either, though. They are, of course, the favorites in this matchup, no matter how you want to look at it. They're coming in hot, but Liquid, they've already been here for a week, playing officials, coming back from O2 and challengers. They've got reps.
Yeah, been getting that war machine going. So Heroic are going to have to come in heavy-handed, keep it hot, start off smooth. Something that I think we know they can do, right? We're talking about a team that has just really found themselves now with a long period of time. It's the same formula. It's the same Heroic. And they gobble up matches like this. But we'll see. For now, it's Shush under a little bit of heat towards this B site. Smokes on the other end. That's like a full-blown exec, but nothing with it. Immediate rotate from Liquid. Going to try to just run up ramp. And TeSeS, well, he's going to go ahead pop Naf early. Follow-up smoke, third of the round. And that one's going to block off those rotators. So the utility here has done a very good job from Liquid in just at least getting that bomb plant. But there's so much damage being done by TeSeS, considering how much he's taking back.
Yeah, he really can't die. Oh, Nitro throws a spanner in the works. They have to go kind of find him now. They're looking. Oh, and he gets a kill.
That's actually quite big. Nitro, he's still standing, 11 health. Heroic are just going to say, screw it, leave him, move forward, get the retake going. Just end this, and they will. They unleash TeSeS again. 2 clean headshots to close it. Heroic win CT pistol.
TeSeS instilling fear with that pistol round. The fact that he was able to stay alive for so long, but the amount of damage he got off, that first shot as well on the ramp. He's someone to watch for right now. That was some inspired play out of TeSeS. So it was a labored pistol round, but it kind of felt like they were in control. They got basically everyone down to 10 or so HP right before they need to go for that defuse. And Nitro made it a little tricky, but it really wasn't a big problem for Heroic. They had the numbers, they had the health.
Yeah, a little tug of war back and forth. If Nitro's able to get that second connector player, maybe we're talking. But instead, we've got Liquid buying up immediately. It's a whole pack of Galils, a gaggle of Galils. And very light on the utility. Compared to what we had last round with like this layered smoke on B and A.
Oh, man.
To just straight up guns. That's what Liquid are looking for, duels.
Man, look at the damage Tessus actually just found quietly. OC and Nitro both down to half, and Tessus finishes Alige, who was full HP, trying to find that timing where he was just leaving.
Desk highlighted Tessus's LAN impact as of late, skyrocketing on the graph. So far, so good for him. He's dead, but he's done his job. So much damage. Bomb still being left at the back, bottom of ramp. That'll slow things down a little bit longer.
Yeah, but they're going to look around, see their teammates. Everyone's battered down, and it's going to be a bit sketchy to think about getting back into this. We're literally down to a single flash on OC, and there's no other utility behind it either. So what they need to do is try to pull off a boost, take a peek. The B guy, you know, can often get Kimes floating, can get caught behind default or on the double stack. So they really just need to find that dry duel. It just comes down to Shush, because his teammates are kind of far away.
He's just going to keep himself tucked in.
There's that boost. Oh.
Pops up, gets Nitro on the top of the stairs. Shush, dinked down to 12, but just doing a clean job here. Just a few bullets, like 4 shots out, takes 2 kills, lets the rotators come over, and just like Tessus anchoring the A site, Shush does it here on B in the follow-up round. Denies any real success from Liquid in terms of that 5 Galil buy.
Yeah, the approach was very sensible from Team Liquid with the amount of health they had, but Tessus did exactly what you're supposed to do in that situation. Kind of take a peek here and there. He could afford to. He had the health. He even got dinked down to 12, but ultimately it looked like Liquid were going to win that or lose that round anyways. So 1 gun saved into this next. Money's a little awkward now, which is something to think about, but they can turn this into a MAC-10 on the next rounds and just allow this one Galil or AK or whatever is left over to be the hero gun of the round.
That's a real beauty onto Shocks.
Yeah, the aim looks very good for Heroic right now. Yeah,
Shush putting it up there. You know, Shush is personally my favorite player on Heroic just because of how unassuming he can be.
Sure.
And yet you get him in the server, and he's just going to dominate.
Yeah, I totally know what you mean. He just flies consistently under the radar. 5 players who all have huge moments, and Shush can stand out.
He falls back from this one. Little jump across, trying to set up that single Galil. And they'll try to set it up exactly how they did last round. Shush already dealt with this duel, but now the timing's a little bit different, and it's Stown who gets caught off by it. Shush still, again, could be this solid anchor, and there's no need to commit here from Liquid. All they've done, gotten a good kill, try to turn attention back the other way, and now confirm ramp has been pushed, their flank is compromised. Maybe it's better to continue.
Yeah, they'll get shoved forward into Shush, and Shush knows that the duels are likely to come his way. But we still are above the minute mark. I mean, there's options for Liquid to keep it going slow. But again, eyes will be on Nafla. He's got the Galil. But this spot and quad is the best place to stand when you know your opponents don't have any Molotovs. It's just such a strong position to be in. And now he's got a refresh to take attention away from him, which I think ideally they would be swapped. But sometimes you can't rotate over to this quad position safely.
Alternative boost. Ooh, they heard that.
Oh, man.
They may have heard that. There was a player who dropped. It's either a read or not, but yeah. Nitro made that one single footstep. Shots come out. Suddenly it feels like there's way less life on this one, and that Galil's not able to get anything else going, so that is perfect.
Yeah.
Shush, 3 kills from the quad, as you alluded to, man, right? When you're caught that comfort, look what it can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Very
Rock
clean.
solid.
Today's games are scary from the perspective of predictions because of the teams that have come out of the challenger stage. A lot of the teams that survive the challenger stage wouldn't have survived anything in this legend stage if not for playing those games already. So there are teams that have gotten buffs, and then there are teams who have just arrived. You know, maybe it's a short travel day, but they're still getting used to the whole new setups, whereas everyone else like has played so much, and you think that's where potential for upset can come from.
You got to get your head into the competition.
Yeah, but Heroic just don't really start slow in group stages in general from what we've seen. obviously a worthy team to be in Legends.
Maybe that Cadian hype buff, you know, that gets you into the mindset real quick. 3 players trying to face down ramp, 3 players trying to look up it. Smoke fades, Util comes out, and TeSS going to be put at the helm of this one. Nitro is so dangerously close, and he also has grenades in his hand, so yeah, that'll be TeSS on the peak with 2. And Elige stops it, 9 health left in this moment, thinking maybe he can just peel back TeSS's support, but the other 2 counter-terrorists go silent and fall into the shadows. TeSS does his job.
All the unconfirmed damage early on, plus these 2 kills, the extra damage that TeSS does, almost getting 3. And what's scary is just how calm he looked right there. You know, he knew he had opponents to his left. He waited for the flash, dodged it perfectly, lined up that crosshair, and it was just no stress.
And Heroic not going to let off of their necks. Decide to push 2 players in the bottom of B, and this is what Heroic love to do, right? CT sides and gathering information. Meanwhile, Elige still waiting for that peek. Suddenly, Cadian is here, boosted inside of the site. Nice off position, and Shush silently sneaks behind for that final one. A perfect first gun round from Heroic, thanks to TeSS.
The identity is there, like you said. They're pushing just the right amounts. They're taking space back where they know they can grab it. They just saw the pack over towards A, so they went immediately after that and took B control. That is the Heroic brand in a nutshell. And having TeSS up front, weaponizing him. Again, he's the guy who's going to get all the action on the A ramp, floating around short, peeking on lower ramp where an op's not there. He's doing his job.
We got Rec 9s on the server. 1 smoke, double flash, 5 upgraded pistols, and that speed, that velocity from Nitro catching Stown off. Cadian here, under pressure, able to get that second. It is still creating an opening over construction. Cadian hears it, goes ahead, drops another, still stands in spawn, finally dies to Naf, who gets his hands on the M4 and leaves his last teammate in OC for the clutch. But OC's nowhere to be found, and now Heroic will have to start trying to carve out this idea as to where he could get off to. Seems like they've already figured this out. They're deep in their spawn, they're sitting on bomb, and TeSS extends into it with an AK upgrade, 5-0 Heroic.
All the adjustments look really solid. Everyone looks very aware. In terms of the way for Liquid to get back into this, unfortunately, it does come down to simply winning a default. You can't be dying at the bottom of A ramp. That is pretty much unacceptable, especially for your T sides. And you know, Elige should be the one who gets the most value out of the A ramp pushes when it comes to defending against it, taking space over. We've seen him try to catch TeSS, but he's never been the guy to catch TeSS off guard. TeSS has been aware. He's been too careful. The aim's too good. So you know, that's the one half of the map. Over on B, they've actually done a good job of getting 1 or 2 kills with their boosts. They can pull that off, and you know, usually the defaults, it's hard for the CTs to stop the Ts from slowly encroaching upon the ramp, turning that corner up into the headshots, and over on B, it should also be scary for Shush, who has to float between the double stack, pick quad to play every once in a while, play close wood wall. I mean, all these positions are easy to target for the Ts, but the amount of aggressive CT control that Heroic are getting away with right now is just too much for Heroic, or for Liquid. So we'll see. Here's Elige at the bottom of ramp, trying to get comfortable.
TeSS won't let that happen.
Yeah.
Middle maybe. Liquid. 2 players out. Smoke grenade deep on elevator. Nitro again. Going to try to press into this, and I like the spacing he's got.
Well, they don't know about him.
They jump spot, and Cadian instantly dies to Nitro. TeSS finds it through the smoke. So again, just pummeling with damage, but it's a man advantage established by Heroic. Naf extends around towards A site. Oh, and he turns it back to CT. Nice value out of Naf to equalize the situation. Then TeSS doubles back towards site as bomb is being planted. They've got the post plant, and TeSS just runs into coverage. Shox eats the flash, and as he falls back, he gets caught. So again, TeSS being the better of the 2, and then Shush on the flank once more.
Oh, that was the most compelling situation we had with Nafly, you know, showing a little X factor, getting those 2 kills on his lurk through mid. But Shox ate the flash. That OC through is the second one. Would have been perfect, of course. He had TeSS locked in that spot. They know they zoned him with the flash to go up to the back of jump up. That was just a little unlucky. I mean, from the bounce on the flash, you could see you wouldn't think he would be able to get hit by that, but the timing is just so slim, and that just give TeSeS a huge advantage to be the one to jump up and peek first.
TeSeS right now, he's got his hands on everything.
Yeah.
The fact that he gets that elevator spam kill as well, right? The first rotator who was there didn't take those kinds of shots, but I think it's kind of alluded to when Cadian dies and there's suddenly all this pressure, TeSeS just takes a chance. Hits the jackpot. And then Heroic still just extending this start, 6-0.
Yeah, you just kind of can't do wrong at the moment. So, I mean, we've got an up-tempo Liquid here. They've made a lot of progress. There's actually nobody on the sandbags. As close as their last round gets, this is a huge improvement to what we've seen so far, at least via the default. So,
They walk in, Shock's ready for that.
Okay.
Nice. Him and Elige. That's 2 kills. TeSeS only the single. Elige, though, barely alive, right? There's always this consistency in the damage. It's not just the kills that Heroic's individuals are getting, it's the kills and the damage. They set up their longer surviving teammates to succeed so easily.
and now Heroic are playing bad spots. You know, they at least have this Cadian bait behind Stown. There'll be a lot of pressure on their aim, but taking over short control will be very scary for the setup for Heroic, and you know Liquid's defaults are going to be thorough enough to play this safely. So Heroic have to do something crazy. Shush pushing into mid. They go for the flash retake. That's not going to work, but Shox does not win the trade versus Stown. He falls back safely, and it's suddenly 3-on-3 again.
So it comes over top. That one's pushing Cadian all the way back around ramp. It doesn't matter. Stown in with another kill. And Shush silently continuing on with these flanks. Gets his fight versus Nafly, dies for the first time. And now we've got a very low HP Liquid in a 2 versus 2. But it's not like Heroic have that much more. And Stown gets caught as Elige crosses around this, trying to get deeper behind Cadian, trying to compromise his retake attempt. If only he knew such little HP, and he gets caught playing with the butterfly. Liquid slashing their way onto the scoreboard. Yeah. Finally in with one. But another round, Mo, that has so many of these little moments that could have just turned it back to Heroic's continuation.
Yeah, and that's a symptom of the fact that they are always pushing something. So they gave themselves outs to get back into it, and I thought the key trade was going to be the fact that they didn't trade out Stown. He was, got caught. They tried to do that, crummy flash retake on the ramp. He doesn't die, but he just runs away, disengages fast enough, and then Shox has the ability to peek because they took over short control. He gets the kill there. He falls back, and something's very scary. But I'm almost glad we see Liquid win that, because they showed that as soon as they took ramp control and got into positions where they can throw all of their A-site utility, Heroic did start making bad decisions. They tried to do the double push on the ramp at a very poor timing for them. They both died on that push, and it was just a refrags. The individual level for Heroic clearly is something to behold. But at the same time, at least Liquid have solved one of their main problems, and that's taking over ramp.
A tidbit of success established from Liquid. Now it's about continuing that trend. OC, still yet to really see him have his big rounds or that op really find its impact, but he's not the only guy struggling. One kill for Shox, too. Shox is going to be put at the front of the B play. Shush finally dies last round, has yet to die inside of his bomb site, only gets caught on that flank once of like the 3 times he's played it.
And I think they should continue to keep fighting him as long as he is giving them 50-50s. These are the duels they want. If they don't win them, it doesn't mean it's the wrong thing to do. He's out in the open, he's playing with confidence, and they need to deal with that.
Oh! What's this? There was a Molotov on top of the Tetris box, and the smoke hits it.
I guess the molly, I don't know if the molly hit the right spot, just covers all of those things, and then they just went to smoke it to make it seem like there was still CT there, just to cover Shush. But it's weird, they smoke on top.
Little run boost. Oh, if only.
Oh my god, this is actually another really risky spot play that if it gets cleared, TeSeS dies. He doesn't have an advantage in this position, but it comes down to if they will clear him.
Nitro is counterpart. Both of them sneaking up. Oh, labored fight from Refresh. And now TeSeS, like, he's just in this weird position where does he give it up? Does he activate? Oh, and Cadian gets caught crossing. No, he doesn't.
No way.
Nitro. I mean, that's got to be a kill. Meanwhile, B-site under question. Stown and Shush, 2 easy kills as they hold back on quad. Again, the Molotovs not able to burn them out. 7 seconds. Naf trying to clear this second CT, or else he needs to cover it while the bomb's going down, and TeSeS is still behind them. The plant comes through nonetheless, and Liquid just need to finish off what Nitro couldn't in Cadian.
Yeah, that's fine at least. He gets that kill. Then it's not a 2-on-2. Cadian, that damage does matter. Cadian cannot go for this retake. So that was pretty funny. But okay, they make it work. Man, that was maybe the wrong idea there. The amount of pressure they took on the ramp. There's still 2 guys in B, and they misread the situation. Maybe it was kind of crazy for Heroic to still have a close rotator in the B site, but they had a good idea of what Liquid wanted to do. So what a zany
round.
What a zany round.
Okay, last time I saw TeSeS, he's hiding behind yellow tarp on A site.
Yeah.
When we come back to TeSeS,
Oh, was he? No, that was TeSeS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden he's between Liquid's players over on B stairs. Like,
Yeah.
This guy's got a wormhole or I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how he pulled that off, but unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get anything from it either.
Yeah.
So look at this. The Molotov lands on Tetris, and they have the counter.
I don't know.
Or
I think
was that meant to go
just smoking
deep?
the ramp, I
And
think.
it's an interaction.
Yeah, that was too fast. I think they were just smoking the ramp, and it just ended up being hilarious.
The meta evolves.
Maybe accidental. Ooh.
Quick one for TeSeS.
Yeah, very clean.
All right. Now that's a problem that Liquid haven't been able to solve consistently and early like this. So TeSeS suddenly, now the pendulum swings. Liquid establishing ramp control, doing it convincingly.
Oh, there's no guns here for Heroic, actually.
Just this off on Cadian.
Wow, key round 1 from Liquid in that previous. Cadian on the op, and they're going to see all the pistols. They know Cadian saved this. So there might be some trepidation with how fast they move. But this could be a good idea. This will see over top of smokes. He'll still have to have the round of his life. Let's see what Cadian can get out of this.
Feels like he might not get any chances. Just the one. See if he can time it properly. Sends another warning shot, falls down. And everybody's getting by so far. Naf going for the plant. Cadian continues to spam these shots inwards, and he's not going to find any targets, while Elige will take down another pistol player, and Heroic will give Liquid their third.
Yeah, so that's 3. They've broken the money of Heroic. They won 2, pretty crazy rounds. But I mean, in Heroic games where teams beat them, in the rounds their opponents win, they still always look crazy. And the reason is because Heroic plays so much activity on the CT side. So there will be just really quick sequences of fights that happen across the map. And I mean, Liquid know that. The last time that they beat them at Pro League, this is exactly what happened. It's just that Liquid came out ahead on most of these fights. They're aware of the ideas that Heroic were bringing. And now Liquid are actually showing us why this is a strong map for them in the pool. Why they have a chance to be able to pull this off. I think if hope was waning, it's coming back a bit. Best adjustment so far is speeding up on that ramp, taking it to TeSeS quickly. And I think they pride on the exhaustion in the first round that they won of these 3, of Heroic getting tired of trying to push down the ramp over and over again. Oh man.
Not this time.
What a find. They just caught his exact pathing, walking up the right side of the ramp.
Shush is looking a little more curious this time too. Not behind quad, but close box. And ooh, they may have seen him.
Oh my god.
Shush falls away.
Oh,
That
the
is
flash.
so good.
They got the flash to get him out.
Wait.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Gets caught on the cross. Wasn't expecting Nitro to just be that far forward. Stown's going to have to do it on his own. Gives himself a smoke to play around and a rotator to try and help out. But this is no overcommitment from Liquid. They pause for a moment. Pack mentality here from Liquid. Follow-up volley, but the rotators haven't gone too far. Cadian misses the op shot, having taken that front position away from Stown, putting it on his own shoulders, and Naf just wastes no time sprinting beyond that wall of smokes. This is a post plant, but Stown will still get a little bit of impact as he catches shocks over it. Naf desperate to just dive back and will escape. Man advantage, sure enough, for Heroic.
They have no nades. I don't even think they can. Oh, they have a 4v3, so they can throw bodies at this. OC will have some dry duels.
And with that, you'd hope for some impact. His chance to shine as he hits his shot on Stown through that green box. And two players start to push to the left. OC's gonna miss the second shot as Naf gets ever closer. It's nothing from OC. A couple of kills for the other two of Liquid, and Nitro looking to just lock in these final two frags. He got the headshot in the back on the diffuser as Cadian gives cover. One bullet for Nitro, and a fourth for Team Liquid.
Oh, it's a key frag for Nitro right there. We've seen him be the jackknife in a lot of rounds. Through the challenger stage, I mean, in that Astralis match, he both had a round that was like, oh no, I can't believe that. But then also was basically the sole reason that they won the map. Like, so many clutches, so many huge plays. I mean, Nitro's playing great CS right now overall. So attack pause will be called for Heroic, and it's another round where I think if we read the money correctly, like, Heroic can invest. They just lost and bought again. So a great cycle that Liquid have found themselves in. And overall, a very solid round. I mean, they identified where Shush played, and then they absolutely exploited the fact that B-site players don't have easy ways to fall back from the positions they peak in. They mollied this position. Shush safely walked back. They flashed to help Shush escape, and Nitro, dodging that flash, peeked out first and caught him falling out. This is basically targeted. I mean, they absolutely countered Shush in this position, and Shush made it as hard as possible, but all that matters is he died.
Huge nade damage from Nav. Just throws it through the mid window, finds Stown, almost guns him down with the MAC-10. So we've seen TeSS countered on A ramp. You're talking about Shush being kind of isolated towards B. This is Liquid.
They're hitting some metrics.
With bouts of success, they continue on looking for the fifth, looking for the tie.
Oh, they do have an investment, actually.
Yeah, TeSS is a bit of a limitation. He has no armor with this Deagle, so should be an easy victim. But he's got refresh, he's got support. Cadian inside sight, total lockdown for Heroic.
Damn, man, that would have been maybe hard to read. They see the Deagle out and they think, well, we can play this a little bit faster. There's still an off to play.
Ooh, but life. We got life on this as OC gets a second.
2 on 5.
Doubles his kills in a moment. Naf gets contact versus Shelf. They have such little HP. Liquid back in with one more left, and TeSS, he struck first today, has been countered since, and looks for a chance to walk back. Flash over. OC looks to rejoin Nav. TeSS, he wants fights, he wants clutch, but remember, he also has no Kevlar. Oh, he takes a chance and brings it back to the 1v1. OC yet to trade. 20 seconds left for OC to push forward, and that's where it ends. 3 kills for OC, a 2v5 for Liquid.
Yeah, that was enormous. That was enormous. And we've seen Naf in these moments get like kills in situations that look too dire to get out of, and he's found ways back in, and OC joins him. That was actually insane, the amount of players that were here just first off to defend the A site. They had every right to peek. They had so many outs. Any of them get a kill, and the round is over. So Liquid fight incredibly hard, and now they get that save. They know for sure that Heroic don't have any money left over.
MAC-10 gonna punch up Cadian. Naf dinked, but again, Nitro is nearby, and Nitro's individual form has been good.
Yeah, really good.
Those 2 one-taps he got back at that B site, Shush on the cross, and then the diffuser. He's been throwing himself in the front of everything, being a key piece of the pack, as Liquid will go on a 6-round streak to tie this game.
Yeah, they've been round-defining kills. Quietly, Nafly's climbed to the top of the scoreboard, but absolutely, you have to shine a light on Nitro for what he's done so far. And this is Heroics playing very well to start. I mean, mentally, this is a challenge. It's a map, you know, this is a best of 1. And a 6-0 lead versus a team where they're getting everything. They're winning deep ramp control. TeSS is hitting every shot. Their ops are looking good. And Liquid have to get crazy to be able to claw back into it. Now they're tied up. I think the confidence has absolutely changed hands at this point. And it's absolutely not because Heroic are just suddenly playing badly, right? They're just not, they haven't worked hard enough.
That's the attitude they need, man. That's the shocks that we all want to see. 1-11, I am in your backpack. That's what he said.
Did he say
That's
that?
what he just said coming into this round, yes.
Yeah.
I am in your backpack.
Yeah, normally.
There's no stress. And think about, like, genuinely, sometimes it feels like there's an attitude issue on Liquid. Sometimes it feels like the life just kind of disappears. But a guy like Shocks, he glows. He glows. Guns back in from Heroic, and once more they'll puff their chests on A ramp, trying to turn back anything from Liquid, but there's nothing there. This is looking like the B split with the two guys top mid. Stown gets aggressive, and for the most part, we've seen Heroic give that stairs control to Liquid. They've really let them set up outside of B site, finally throwing something at it, and it works. But a 3v5 should be easier than that 2v5. Bomb dropped, and this one comes to a grinding halt. Heroic, not going to let this be easy.
Yeah, that bomb in that position, I don't know if there's a way for Liquid to get this back, but we have literally seen a 2-on-5 already with OC and Nafly, so I'm going to shut my mouth.
Let's let the Counter-Strike talk. Naf starts, insta-trade. OC tries to get the Opper, but now everybody's here, and sure enough, Heroic are going to break that dry spell. 6 rounds in a row for Liquid. Heroic able to answer.
I think the best thing about the way Heroic have played so far is they've picked their spots really well in terms of when they pushed. I think they are missing something when they give up too much map control, that they don't have the protocols to scare Liquid beyond that point when they're playing more passive positions. And it does expose why they play like that in the first place. Very good aggressive CT setups have always worked for them. But that does mean that Heroic, if they feel like compelled to make these pushes happen over and over again, if that's going to make the game easier to read for Liquid. As we close out this half now, final 2 rounds, Liquid press up for very fast control early on, which again has been a great remedy to their problems.
Full refresh taking spam damage, not too bad. Oh, another chance as TSS drops by half. Shocks, same boat. Oh, Elige just playing that smoke perfectly, almost catching Cadian. The captain's wings nearly clipped. But he flies back, throws nades over. Nitro decides to get aggressive. That's the bomb confirmed here. So many players, almost everyone. Stown the last to get to the party, but he will show up soon enough. And Naf wants to plant that bomb before he gets here. TSS boosted, sees nothing on the fallback other than the shadow. A shimmer of Liquid. And you'd think that OC's value could be big, but he gets dinked, and that's going to cause him to tuck.
Stown has a molly.
Should be the end of him. Smoke grenade goes out first from Stown, and TSS just finds the headshot. Straight up gun duel. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Incendiary still thrown over towards Sandbags. Elige is going to be very close to this bomb, and he gets one through it, but there's 2 kills right back for Heroic, and great coverage from Cadian as they find the stick with an 8th to the scoreboard.
Yeah, those 4v4 retake, they come out with 3 players alive. That's really well handled. I actually love the way that Liquid approached the A-site hit. They transposed between having ramp control and getting the bomb down while making it seem like they were just fighting the whole time. Like it wasn't sit, wait, throw your nades, and then approach the site. I think they answered really well to the way Heroic were playing it, where if they don't think it's going to be some kind of retake, they'll play inside the site, and they allowed themselves to take some early duels. It ended up only being 4v4, but lots of good damage went the way of Liquid in that position, with Elige getting his spam through the smoke, this opening kill, and eventually pushing the CTs back. But again, it comes down to the retake. TSS finding the Opper at Sandbags, which is supposed to be your ace in the hole in a post-plant position on the A site. So him going down first was the one that really causes chaos, because your ramp guys no longer feel as comfortable peeking. You lose control of the jump-up position, which you don't go up if you know there's an Opper on Sandbags. So this allowed Cadian to post up there, get his kill. And now we come to the last round of a very good half. I mean, this has been fantastic from the perspective of both teams. Some pretty high-level CS, amazing shots being hit both ways.
And one to start for Cadian. Elige not going to let it intimidate him. He goes right back. But meanwhile, we've got Refresh hiding behind Sandbags. Cadian making a bunch of sound, and that's an easy pickup for Elige. TSS, 2 kills off of the side. as Stown pushes once more into the B site and ends what should be the hopes of Liquid to get that 7th round. OC upgrades to the AK, continues on as the nade chips him so slightly, and this timing could have been something. Refresh will have fire at his feet as TeS's position is reconfirmed, and OC will get one of the 2 that are here. Ooh, Naf through mid.
And he heard one.
Oh! But Shush stops it right there, and OC has to double back for bomb, so that was never going to be OC taking all of A on his own. A 2v4 attempt into the 1v2.
It's actually pretty, I mean, he's got a full kit of utility.
But
He's got a
Shush's
floating
position.
B player. Yeah, Shush is coming down the stairs.
OC not going to clear this one, and that'll be the end of him. Shush with the final on Heroic CT side. 9 rounds, and a nice little recovery after this resurgence from Liquid.
I think it's an accurate representation of how the half went overall. Heroic played better. Liquid fought super hard to get those 6 rounds back. I think, but the one value of winning those early rounds is now you can pull out ideas that you learn from the streak of the comeback to say, okay, here's an answer to that, and they cap it off with a nice 3-round streak. 9-6 CT side is solid for Heroic. I mean, they're going to be happy going into the second half. When it comes to CT, we're going to look to Shocks playing on the B site. Sometimes he's playing very, very well, very comfortably. Sometimes it's strugglesome and he has some issues. But that's pretty much what I think Heroic are going to focus on for their game plan as well. It's always a good idea to basically take the weak side and try to abuse it as much as possible. But that doesn't mean that Elige isn't going to get some love on A ramp as well. TeS's will be his nemesis, as he has been today, and try to keep that going.
It's been fun seeing the 2 of them lock horns. Curious to see what Shush can give us as well on this offense. And if there's anything that we need to see change from half to half, it's got to be Shocks' individual level, right?
Yeah. Surely
he needs to be able to put up more.
Yeah, I mean, like he said, I'm in your backpack. And that's okay because they actually still played well outside. It didn't come down to, like, who was fragging that hard. Like, you know, we saw one perceptible mistake from Nitro where he fluffed the spray, but overall, great half. I mean,
yeah.
I don't think that half came down to Shocks having his, 1 or 2 kills or whatever it is. And for the sake of the map, second half is what it's going to be all about. So let's see if he can get comfortable.
TeS's 19 kills in the first half. We've got Naf leading for Liquid 16 frags. Heroic picked up the CT side pistol. We'll see if they can take 2 of them here on Vertigo. Best of 1s to start the day. First day of the Legends stage in Antwerp. Liquid, the reverse sweep from the challengers to even get here. But like you said, they're already mid-competition. They're 1 week in. They've improved over time.
Mm-hmm.
Now time for Shocks to improve per side.
Yeah, basically, when we saw Liquid come into Challengers, if you took that Liquid and they didn't get to play Challengers, you put them into the Legends, they would get mopped. But after watching what they were able to pull off, like, you have to have some hope that they've fixed a lot of their issues, gotten better, kind of live, as we've seen it.
It was KDM himself who called that Liquid would reverse the sweep. His reward gets to play them. Silent pistol here from Heroic. Gonna walk up ramp. Double stack on the sandbags. And it's Nitro trying to set up a Elige, but 3Ts actually circumvent this, and they don't check it. Cadian dives into the coverage. Oh, Nitro a second. Beautiful. And now Naf, he's going to take the attention away.
Oh,
but Elige,
wait, what?
He must have
Oh,
eaten
they
a
mollied
flash. A molly and a flash. He runs outwards. And that is a sick recovery from Heroic. I love the fact that they killed the first guy sandbags and still decided to throw the utility to just double check. Elige isn't able to make the play he wants. OC trades quickly, gets the kill on ramp, and one more bullet will do it. Stown backs up, and with that, Stown takes the second pistol.
16 HP for Stown as he backs up into that headshot and takes out OC. And man, that is nuts. I thought for sure they're going to forget about Elige.
Like, you think?
You could see that Cadian had the molly and flash the whole time. That was fine. That probably was going to end up going towards sandbags if they were worried about it or a sandbags guide appeared. But he did appear. He got 2 kills. And Elige was tucked. Man, that whole moment. And also the flash. I mean, it wasn't just getting out of position. Elige could not see anything running out of that Molotov.
Incredibly quick. TeSS taking the energy from that 1v1 into the entry of the follow-up round. OC's Deagle will stop him in his tracks as they kind of get stuck behind boxes, and the Galil and AK are able to make that difference. Refresh continues with cover, and Elige is the fat last to fall. It's a 12th for Heroic. Excuse me, 11th.
It could be. It could very well be.
Spoiling the script.
No, yeah, it's written though. I mean, look at the money here for Team Liquid. They can maybe get a pistol or two, but not much room for a full investment. Cadian's AK can be used to try to scout if they'd like to, and Liquid unfortunately will have to probably look at a 2-to-1 ratio in rounds and think, okay, let's get comfortable. We put a 6-round streak together, but we're now far away from that.
Back 10, nice. That is money in Cadian's back pocket, and TeSS right behind him. Instant 3 kills. Was never supposed to be a threat here from Liquid. This round, nothing but a blip on the radar.
I am so hyped to see what this next round looks like. When we first get guns, see what kind of Liquid we get. And what kind of flavor Heroic will bring to their T attacks. The open site has been picked. A unique Molotov thrown over mid.
Yes, unique.
A special Molotov.
Abstract.
Abstract, yes. The Pollock of Molotovs. I feel like Shush can draw.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always the quiet guys.
Yeah.
Except for Blood.
A painter. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Ooh, now a little bit like the extra damage, but Stound's going to keep it nice and clean here from Heroic. Cadian and Co. to the 12-6 lead.
You have the same keyboard as Cadian.
Do I?
I don't know. It's white.
Naf's looking slick.
Yeah,
this is the round.
All the electricity in the room.
This is the one.
Yeah, this will. Yeah, not only will this be telling, it's defending against 13. So quickly over towards the B site, and looks like they'll transpose into boost. I mean, I don't know if they're just getting comfortable.
Excellent start for Liquid.
Well, that's a value grenade for sure.
The incendiary. Oh, right on top. The utility here is perfect from Liquid in the first gun round. Direct counter to the start of the round for Heroic. Frag for 100 damage between two players. Molotov on the boosting guys while distracted. Shox tries to come over and gets away with 1 HP. OC.
Solid clear.
Sweeps away Stound in the mid pick. Nitro catching the tail end of TeSS, so that's a red flag on the play. And his support will double back in Elige. But TeSS still gets beyond that incendiary. It's going to be sandbags as the problem for Heroic. Nitro, 2 kills. Nice and clean.
Yeah.
Finds the players trying to move forward, and that is a convincing first rifle. Break it down.
Yeah, that was awesome. Very compelling. I mean, first of all, default goes great. And like you said, the action on B site. One thing I've noticed is that, you know, a lot of times I'm talking about Shox as an anchor. He's playing alone and doesn't have a lot of support. So in this position, they did a good job of reinforcing his close spot on wood wall with someone on the back because it's hard to rotate out of there. They use their nades perfectly. He jumps up with a flash to get the kill. They throw the incendiary to make sure the trades can't come through really quickly. They get out of there. We saw some good stuff similar from Heroic in terms of the way they attacked it, but very important, I think, to instantly disrespect the space that Heroic want early, and that'll actually suck a third tack pause out of them as they look to try to maintain. The buy is even a touch stronger here for Heroic with Cadian going from the MAC-10 into the AWP. But it kind of illuminated the rest of the positions as soon as they dealt with that B attack. OC slowly crawling into his op angle inside of mid, taking out Stound, who also was just sitting there with a rifle. That was big, and loving what we're seeing out of Nitro, you know, so far on both halves.
TeSS ahead of the smokes. No overextension from Liquid so far. This TeSS versus Elige battle on the A ramp. Set to be explosive. OC, he's ahead of this Molotov. Flash is making things awkward, but up close and personal, OC topples TeSS. And instantly, Heroic are just going to cut their losses, walk back. Shush still sitting outside of B. And the CT's trying to piece together the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Shocks through top mid. Utility, that trajectory would have given Shush a great bit of info. And yet Naf is still able to get that gun back out fast enough. Shocks, he's going to go all the way around into their spawn, and with it, drop bomb. Cadian caught asleep at the wheel as a smoke sits on top of that. If Liquid can win first rifle and the next with 5 guys alive.
Yep. We can absolutely talk about it at that point.
But we've seen 2v5s already. And Refresh, if he had kept more of his health, if he was able to just get Shocks sidelined with ease,
it's just
maybe.
not enough time. Not enough time as well. So Shocks, yeah, key play. Dropping the bomb in spawn, smoking it off, just burn 18 seconds straight off the clock right there, and then, you know, falling back where they have to hunt him down, and it's a great place to save, at least for Heroic. So they'll sit comfortable in this position, but Liquids can, you know, gleefully look at another really successful rifle round where the ideas win it. The ideas win it very solid. I was thinking there's a lot of pressure on OC in this spot, and he can't fall back because they throw the Molotov behind him. But he's responsible. He's reliable, I guess I should say. Dodges the flash, wins his first duel versus TeSS, who again is supposed to be kind of the nemesis of the ramp coming into the second half, this time on the attack. There will be situations where he finds his first opening on those lurks, but this was not one of them. Liquid looking for 9, and the 2-gun saved. Well, we'll have a buy behind it, but it's actually only 1 more rifle. 2 pistols here for Heroic, a great opportunity for Liquid.
Ooh, frag is worth it. A third of Refresh gone. And follow-up utility too.
Ooh. I have a Nafly playing B, actually. It looks like SWATs might have been switched a little bit. We had Shocks playing there on the first rifle round in the close wall setup with Nafly behind him. But now it looks like he's at mid, and Nafly is playing B solo, at least for these 2 rifle rounds. It could also be a symptom of the gun. He's got the MP9. We'll see in future rounds.
Elige slotting in between the 2 of them as well. Plays on top of construction. Nitro continuing his peaks down the ramp, just looking for a little info. He's not asking for too much. But Heroic, ooh, they're gonna set short on fire. Nitro able to cut down Refresh with the Tech 9. So that is the pistols out of the hands of TeSS and Refresh. Shush, 25 health, AK-47. And they've got the utility to get Nitro out of here. They're still thinking about it, but dude, how many times are they gonna let Nitro have his way with A? Elige comes in to help out, but that is Nitro from Sandbag so consistently.
Yeah.
Surely this is the last time.
Yeah, and this is why, and this is the Nitro we know with the aim. You know, his aim is so insane sometimes, and yeah, he's pairing that with some great timings. The efficacy is huge here from Nitro. I mean, this is a ridiculous round overall. 4 frags. Damn near the ace, ran over top his next opponents. Probably would have got caught by that one, but he doesn't care about anything but the rounds.
Off the back of that 4K, top fragging for Liquid.
And that's the Nitro way. He did that with 1 mag on an A1S.
Keeping it clean, keeping it easy. Double digits for Liquid by the looks of things. Two kills for Elige on the spray. Nade actually doesn't do damage, but Nitro just finishes it off. 1, 2, 3. Easy as
22 and 15. 22 and 15.
Nitro having a field day.
Yeah. Oh, and B&E are up 1 round against Copenhagen Flames.
Oh,
I wonder what side.
Goodness.
Today's Copenhagen Flames tied up. That was a fast, right when they show the graphic. I wonder what the side is that they're on. Okay. Back to it. Could we get 2 upsets to kick off the first round? That's the question.
Ooh, nice.
Wow,
TSS,
fast
that
play.
one a little bit more electric.
They can't kill Nitro when he sees, but when he's blind, it's much easier.
Ah, poke him in the eyes then.
Well, they waited for this.
Shox is getting set on fire. Still playing with that MP9.
They heard him run down, so I'll have to do a lot with this.
And with 2 of them here, yeah, sure enough, they've got it. Shush, good job at keeping himself standing. No ego on that one. Tucked back into the corner. Let Stown do the dirty. Naf, though, still has a chance.
Yeah, the Molotov actually, of course, flawed because you can push back and still stand behind. Oh, okay.
Follow-up kill on A site when it's completely clear. That's going to be Heroic running straight through this. Liquid, not flawless, but Naf swoops into Shush. OC going to miss a very desperate chance as the fire was already down. And Heroic, they're going to win this one.
Yeah, now it's about surviving.
And that's not going to come for free. It's down. Late lurk through middle. Could even actually get Naf play. Won't, but his teammates right there to swarm. So a clearing of the board from Team Liquid as Heroic will break through.
Yeah, they'll break through, and not only do they do that, we're in the critical territory of rounds. You know, even though we've seen a couple of good plays here from Liquid, the fact that they lose both pistols in this map is catching up to them. You could even argue that Liquid are playing every bit as good as they are at this point, but it's the scoreline. They're just 3 away from actually closing this out, so they're going to have to go above and beyond. Can't let another round like that slip, and that was very convincing from Heroic.
We had breakthroughs from Team Liquid in both halves now. Each time, Heroic adapt, solve the problem.
They ISO'd Nitro on the ramp, and they ISO'd Shox pushing down the B steps. And I gotta wonder what Shox has had an MP9 like 3 or 4 rounds now. So the money has gotten a little awkward. This will be the best gun that he's had in some time.
About time we give him the upgrade. Feels like a critical turning point, round 24. Heroic's economy gets stunned, and, well, we could be looking at a 13 all game. But right now, we've got Util being exchanged down on A, and feels like TSS maybe being bigger than he is. Trying to find these ones. Nitro could push through. Shox, he's going to be under pressure. Continuing the flashes through middle, and still Shox is able to get one, but there's the double from Shush. Cracks it wide open as OC gets rocked on the fallback, and Stown, nicely done, just waits in T-spawn.
Yeah.
Slow and steady. Heroic a 14th. Unless Heroics from Naf, because while Stown does catch one in spawn, he doesn't know about Naf. And as Naf comes around this, he's going to find Cadian for absolutely free. Now, there's no smoke for the bomb, but there is a Molotov. And if he predicts green, then he's got to fight for Shush. He knows it's down still back behind him. Smoke confirms the fallback. And unfortunately, it just feels like Naf is chasing ghosts. He had the picture in his mind, but he wasn't given the openings. Heroic just shut down. They clamp that round to a finish, 14th to the scoreboard.
Yeah, they lock it up. They lock it up. That was TSS on the ramp. I think he won his duel. I don't exactly remember how that went down, but they got those flashes were unbelievable on the B side. Shox just had nothing he could do, sitting behind default, and he ended up getting at least 1 kill. But as soon as that, a T gets to the point of touching quad, there's no way to rotate in. It is so easy to stop players from coming in from heaven on the right side, and that's basically what we saw from Heroic. They leaned heavy on B. Got every opening kill. Might have been putting too much trust in just Nitro in these past couple to play ramp by himself. He's been doing great, but even great players need support, and now Liquid at least have 3 kind of ready to push down. I guess that previous round they had a couple extra players as well, but again, don't remember how those kills went.
Shox is back on that full anchor. He's got 1 smoke left on him on that B site. Minute mark, we're going to get a bit more pressure towards the ramp. Oh, but Naf is off angle in middle. It's a completely solo show between Naf and Stown. Heroic, they were grouping up for this B hit, but now they decide to go back towards A, and that is where the numbers have been from Liquid the whole time. Shush gets shocks, that's that B site opening, but remember, everything's still being played towards A.
Well, they have to get the bomb now. That's an enormous find. They wanted to take it and go back to the other site, but this will be hard to grab.
Cadian's just looking to nab it. No, Shush actually comes over. This is all they've got to play for.
They can't make it, can they? He's going to run.
15 seconds, they've just got to abort. They've got to abort. Eject, leave, and let this one go. Liquid.
Yeah, that bomb catch was huge.
The bomb catches everything.
Man,
Staying 3 players on ramp.
Yeah, Shush found the way in at that point. But 38 seconds, they were not at the point of taking over ramp entirely. So it got sketchy, and Liquid did a good job of appearing there. They weren't in the ramp. They weren't throwing grenades down the ramp. They were just ready on the crane. They were ready on short. They were ready to attack as soon as they heard anything, and that's what Heroic were not expecting. They figured at that point in the round, we've seen Liquid play passively late into the round. We can take this over really quick, turn this into a full exec, and hit the site, but that wasn't the case, so Liquid do a good job of catching them off guard. And a final timeout here will be called from Heroic.
And if that kill just comes a couple seconds sooner on the B site from Shush, then I think there's a chance that Heroic would have just followed up with it.
Bomb wouldn't be up the top of the ramp, yes.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, that one got stretched thin. And there's also a thin distance between Heroic and the finish line.
Beanie tied with Copenhagen Flames at 14-14. 2 heaters to open up the day.
We're making legends.
This one, if you just take a snapshot, it looks like Heroic are like in charge, but it's definitely not the case. Liquid absolutely still have odds to win. Look at Refresh, he only has a Tech 9.
There's an opening. That was a Liege off of short by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Ooh, Liquid playing off the back foot. And Heroic grouping up outside of the B site again, but with that opening kill, they could just give up too much. Shocks allowing a lot of space. Look at the contrast here. An entire team of Danes versus Shocks on the thinnest of pillars. They line up, and he's still alive. Inside of the smoke, they start to push past. TeSS will get that kill back. And Naf, now it's his turn. But the flashbangs, it stuns them. And they stop.
Well, it looks like they're just going to attack again a little bit later. All the CTs are here. They'll have to wait a huge amount of time. Actually, no, the CTs start to move away, and the T's running equally as fast.
They're going to put Stown to top mid, 3 players.
This is crazy. The rotations will be heard, but yeah, I mean, the CTs have just followed them over here.
Making sure that Sandbags is cleared. Nitro, passive angle. And we've seen Stown do this before, right? Late lurk in mid, just catch that rotate. No forward positioning from Liquid on the ramp. They're going to try to boost Nitro over. Sees refresh. Bomb drop, 20 seconds. 20 seconds for Heroic to just pick this back up. TeSS, his hands will be busy. Stown wrapping perfectly through elevator, and he ends it.
When did he even pull that off? He took a right turn at the ladder, went up, and man, they just didn't expect any kind of lurk to come out. I wasn't even prepared for that. And Heroic managed to make that look easy, actually. And now Copenhagen Flames have at least secured overtime, but in a very, very close game over on Ancient.
Oh, that one bottoms out Team Liquid, dude. The hopes, it feels like everybody's hopes just got crushed.
Oh, man.
If you're B&E, if you are Liquid, your opponent's on 15. And in this case here, Liquid fighting with nothing. That B to A rotate again.
That was crazy.
More time and quicker. Heroic, the way they stomped, the way they stormed over.
Yeah. I wonder, they kept that 4-on-3. They saved a lot of their grenades. And I think that it looked so much like it was going to be a B-site hit that they knew they drew out some of the CT utility as well. So they said, okay, well, it's going to be very hard for them to pull off a retake. And so why don't we test the A ramp control? No resistance on their way back into it. No money here for Team Liquid.
Nothing.
As they try to win their opening rounds of the Legends stage. What a win it would be. But they are stretched in. Oh,
they take the fight. Down. They take the initiative in Shocks with 2. At the very least, this B hit works. And that's going to be weapons dropped. Can they transport any of those over? Shox gets the upgrade to the AK. Nitro's going to put out the fire. Again, he's been good from this position, but TeSeS looks to round the site, and if they can just clear A,
5 health.
then they can win this round before the B players come back over. And when Naf does get here, he's got a Molotov. He's got a smoke. Can they save Nitro?
I don't think they can.
He's still in there, and now Naf's dead. TeSeS 3 HP. He just comes in from short, ends everything for Liquid within it. Nade destined for Nitro. TeSeS going bowling as the 3 kills are stacked high, and Shox, who has had a difficult game, needs to come out of that backpack. An ace required to keep Liquid's opening match kicking. Sees TeSeS. That one's easy. 3 kills. And now it's about the reads, because if there's one thing that Shox was meant to bring, it is clutch. And clutch, he most certainly has. Util towards the B site, but it's a fake.
Oh, and they are just going to avoid him. Make his life as hard as possible. Oh, that's annoying.
Oh, outplayed.
Yeah, he had the right position, but just enough utility to cause noise, enough walking, and they pick the open site. So it'll be a full 1v2 retake on the A site. Nobody has grenades left over.
Shox wastes no time, comes right back at it, but they still get off of sight. Cadian wrap back around, saw that. They exchange glances. Molotov thrown over. Can't go for the repeat. Shox gonna tap. He's thinking still maybe a flank. Maybe there really was somebody at B, but poor Richard Papillon clipped by Heroic, who will survive North America's test. Their challenge. So short.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it was a good map. I mean, Liquid definitely did play well, but Heroic clearly played better. It was a marginally close game, a good streak in the comeback, but 2 pistol rounds won from Heroic, perfect conversions overall, and some very healthy looking rifles. I mean, the lurks look good from Stown, the opening kills from TeSeS, op kills from Cadian. They kind of just hit on everything that Heroic need to do to win a match, and there was just no, there's nothing to point to where it was like individual level on their side was an issue. So Liquid just slightly worse overall, even though they still played well.
It's kind of what we expect, you know.
Yeah.
Everything seemed to have stabilized. Nice breakthroughs from Heroic. Good to see that Liquid have some life in them at this stage. There are other teams that maybe they'll get wins over top of. But for now, it is another tough start for day 1 of the next stage for Liquid. Heroic, congratulations. To the death.
A hot start for Heroic, and although Liquid do fight back, the Danish voices are the ones to overpower. 1-0 up for the side of Heroic. A slice of revenge from that EPL loss as well, and somebody we were putting under the microscope, TeSeS. He started off hot immediately, and that is what we wanted to see, Maui.
Didn't just start off hot in terms of the tournament, but in terms of the rounds. He was taking so many of those opening fights. Heroic constantly trying to set him up for success, and he did find it. That was really impressive from TeSeS because, I mean, we highlighted it in the pre-show. The fact that he's a guy that on LAN needs to step up, or somebody needed to step up. And if we can expect performances like that from TeSeS moving forward to join Stown, I think Heroic has what it takes to make a deep run here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are demanding a good performance from TeSeS, and that's what we have got in this game. I can say nothing but props to him. He started off hot on the CT side. You could see how instrumental he was on the pistol, and we'll talk about the pistols and the roles they've played in this game. But he's really used at that pinpoint point of attack on the CT side, and if he's in the zone and he's got these multi-kills, then he is a machine, and he hurt Liquid deeply at the beginning of the first half.
Yeah, when we're talking about Vertigo, an incredibly instrumental position to be holding force on, and it worked in its dividends in those first 6 rounds. 6-0 up for Heroic, but we do have to give some props to Liquid. They did fight back in that second half.
We did see some signs of life from Liquid. I think the first half for them, with how hot TeSeS was playing, actually didn't go too badly either. It's just that in the later moments, Heroic did flex how good they were in terms of mid-rounding. I think that's where I was most impressed by Cadian's calling in this game, because when you have a guy opening things up like TeSeS, he took 9 opening duels in this one, won 5 of them. I mean, you're already ironing out what it is that's going to start the rounds, but where Heroic is actually a world-class team is the fact that they're in a 3v3, 4v3, 3v4. They can always bring it back with some great calls.
Yes, I think Liquid fighting back in this game is mostly due to the good playbook they have on Vertigo. It's definitely a map they can play. If you're 0-6, you end up 6-6. It's a compliment to strategically what you can bring to the table. I think Liquid also benefited from a slow stone at the very beginning, a man that we put a lot of pressure on. I label him a superstar right now. He took his time to warm up into the game. He's stuck on one frag for quite a few rounds, but then that's where the quality comes from. You look at the end of the game and he's got 17 kills and he activated and he stepped up massively. So that's why I expected from him.
Yeah, I really like that you bring him into the spotlight as well, because we do expect him to be coming in looking strong. Maybe a little bit of disappointment to not see him immediately doing it, but it didn't matter in the end. He's got that mental fortitude to be really pushing it over the line, particularly what you were saying, Maniac, with the T side of things as well.
Yeah, and he did what Shox never did in that game. And unfortunately, cue the violence, because we have to address that situation. And I'm even going to go as far as saying that these numbers are a little bit deceiving. Shox found a lot of kills towards the very end.
Yes.
He stayed for extremely long, an uncomfortable amount of time at 3 or 4 kills in this entire game. And not as much as I don't want to badmouth Shox too much, you're not winning a 4v5 at this stage of the major. This is just not happening.
On the other side, you have to look at Shush. He plays a lot of the similar roles as Shox, plays the exact same spot on CT side, and this guy is one of the steadiest hands on Heroic. You can always count for him to find 1 kill, 2 kills on his bomb site, stay alive, whatever it takes. But Shox, he takes so many more risks. That's the thing with Shox, and a lot of them are individual risks. The amount of times he died at the bottom of B stairs, just getting flushed out by a common utility procedure from Heroic, that kind of stuff becomes unacceptable after a while, because yeah, you like to see him take risks, but why is the guy with the MP9 doing this forward play instead of actually trying to play around teammates who have ops, rifles? I don't want the initiative to ever be from the guy with the MP9 in these circumstances.
I think if he does, then it has to be a multi-kill. And I think that was the issue for Liquid on the CT side, is that whenever Shox was being put into jeopardy, it was 1-for-1 at best. 1-for-1 at best for an anchor is obviously not enough. It gives the advantage to the T side because it ties back to your point. Once you give that trade to Heroic, they knew how to maneuver these rounds. You just have the last clutch in mind, how they play, they dance around with the utilities, they know when they have to walk, they know when they have to run. They really master the map in that regard, and if Shox gives them a 1-for-1, then Cadian takes it.
You spoke about the importance of the pistol rounds as well. Unfortunately for Liquid, not able to net either of them. But the second one in particular, Maniac, things got a little bit crazy there.
It was a bit of a firework, yes, that second pistol round, and I think Elijah's demise here might have explained why he disappeared a little bit on us. It's going to be an A execute on the side of the Heroic. They know clearly what they have to. Nitro kicks things off beautifully. First tap, and then that second one is everything that should have been. And then Elijah gets Molotov and flashed out. Elijah was baited out by Nitro. He should have been the absolute star of that pistol round, but he got found. And then here, it's an absolute mud fight. That's what it is. It's just people on top of smokes, ends up to a 1v1 towards the very end, low HP on the side of Stone. And as I said, as we called him out, doesn't matter that Stone had a silent first half. In that pistol run, when he needs to shine and step up, he does it.
That felt a little bit lucky for Heroic. The Molly there,
I mean, that round is like...
Nitro was giving them a problem. Nitro dies. The Molly is still flying towards Elige right there.
And he's blind after that. I don't even know where the flash coming from.
Yeah, the flash was just a flash for the guy that was supposed to be sandbags, but it's almost like if Cadian actually waited 1 more second to throw that Molotov, he just wouldn't, because they would have said sandbags is clear. Either way, great pistol, showed the clutch ability of Stown right there on top of that. I think that a lot of this game, Elige felt very unlucky. I'm sure he was sighing a lot after some of the ways he died, because sometimes it was timings that he was just getting owned by, just barely swinging out, and then someone is always posted on his angle. Those kind of moments, I don't think that it's going to happen to Elige moving forward in this tournament. He is supposed to be, and he is the star of Liquid still.
Let's talk about Nitro's positioning for a minute as well, because we saw him netting up a couple of kills there, and he got more than I feel like he should have throughout that entire CT side.
I know you were a little bit upset by that. Nitro, way too many kills from that position, right?
At least 8. I think there's at least 8 kills you could count for Nitro getting kills at sandbags. Yeah, the mileage that Nitro was able to find was impressive from that position, but also we're seeing all these impact kills that he was able to find on the T side. That sort of stuff to open things up for Liquid is not something to be slept on either, but I think that the game plan for Nitro to just keep playing the same spot repeatedly is probably something they're going to have to adapt upon. They're going to have to innovate a little bit more, because I think that Heroic probably just after a while thought, surely he's not there again.
I agree with you. On a strategical standpoint, I agree with you. But that's a silver lining. If you're a Liquid fan, to see Nitro being able to put such numbers, that's not something we expect. Yeah. It's not part of the win conditions that we have for Liquid, for Nitro to have a 25 kills first match. So if he can stay the course and maintain that performance, I think Elige is going to show up eventually.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see kind of the evolution of Nitro going forward. Of course, it's one of the first lineups that we haven't seen him having to pick up the AWP on, so looking forward to seeing that. But Heroic are 1-0 up in the first stage of the Legends stage here at the PGL Antwerp Major. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we're back, it's NIP taking on Vitality.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
We're doing another 1.6 aim map challenge. We got Zaiwu and Masuta from Vitality. Now Zaiwu, you played some 1.6 before?
Never. Sometime
okay.
with Zonic, sometimes we play some fast cup together, but never before.
You like it? You feel pretty good, or?
I don't know, I just know how to shoot. I just know how to shoot.
So you're more a Source man?
Yeah, I used to play Source before.
Okay, but Masuta, you said you had played some time.
Yeah, but it was when I was 6 years old.
Okay, a long time ago, that maybe not count.
Ago.
But technically, you have more experience on this, so you should be the favoured one in this. All right, it's first to 10. Let's get this going. Let's see who's going to be able to win this out.
Let's go.
Good luck.
Good luck, Matu.
Okay, good luck.
Started off with the first one. One tap. Okay. I think now the pressure's going to be on.
Nice game.
Oh, still got him though. 1-1. Throwing an AK, and that was quick.
Yeah,
that was quick.
AK is better.
AK is better, okay.
Yeah, AK is better.
I mean, the movements are insane. Absolutely
Okay, I need
not.
to put silence. Oh, switch AK. I need AK. Okay.
Oh, Masuta, crispy.
Masuta.
Crispy.
Oh, we have something here.
I like
Maybe
it.
I should switch to 1.6.
Is he going to go for the AWP? Is that what you're going to do? He still got it.
No. It's only AK now.
Okay, only AK.
No, only AK.
You don't fancy AWP in 1.6. So 5-2. Masuta looking good. See, he's playing it down. He was saying, oh yeah, I'm not the experienced one. Okay, let's see your record.
Okay, I'm going to try as well. Let's do it, Joe. Come.
Oh!
Okay.
You did it in like a CSGO style though, with a crouch moving with it. Masuta's pulling it back into this. Oh, you're doing, okay, so Zaiwu knows the little duck jump in a bit. He's fighting out.
Nah.
Oh.
This game is too hard.
It is very hard.
Wait, another weapon. Okay.
You don't?
Why don't you have a weapon?
What a drop.
Ooh. Not a headshot, but he tapped him down eventually.
Have you played this before, Banks?
Oh yes, many times.
Oh yes.
Many times.
Wall bang.
Uh-oh. You pulled out the pistol. Oh. No bullets.
Yes.
You picked up the AK with one bullet in the One bullet. He just tapped and went, oh no. Come back into it. Nice.
Yeah, this is a comeback.
There we go. Oh!
That's called spawn kill.
Yeah, but this is a game.
Zaiwu's going to win by any means necessary, Super Shooter. He's not going to be kind to you. No, he doesn't work. You've got to walk over it.
I didn't have the choice. What do you mean?
9-7. Zaiwu, you got to do some work, boy. Took some damage.
Yeah.
Blood on that wall. The aim tap's coming through.
Oh my god, this game.
Hey! All right, Masuta is our champion. 10-7 on that. How did that feel, Zaiwu? Was that harder than you thought?
Yeah, it was a hard game.
Yeah?
This is a hard game, yeah.
What do you like about 1.6?
Like the wall is all paper.
Yep.
That's good. No, this is good game. I mean, I know why people like this game.
Good. I like you're giving it some positivity. Masuta, you feel like your age 6 practice really paid off in this one?
I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what helped you.
That's the what experience.
The spray, though, not so much of a big fan of the spray.
No, it sure looks very hard.
It is.
I think the easiest part is the tapping, but...
The tapping, yeah? Tapping feels good, the registration of bullets is nice.
it feels good.
There we go. All right, we'll come shake hands. The teammates doing their thing.
Good game.
Well played, boys. Thank you very much for taking part in it.
You're welcome.
Masuta is the champion of the Vitality 1.6 League. Next time, we'll bring Zonic down, though,
and
see how that would go.
And
Bring
Matt.
Matt.
Okay. Let's see if they can do it.
bring Matt.
We'll have to see how the next one goes.
Vitality sting the opposition in the challenger stage, but now the test of legends awaits. Their first opponents come in the form of NIP, a team for the first time that we're going to be seeing here in Antwerp, Maui. So takeaways from them of what we saw in the RMR and expectations coming into this.
For NIP right now, it's tough to look at this roster and actually love it as much as you would hope to. There's some great pieces. I've liked the move to get Brolin. That's an excellent one. Hampus is developing fantastically as a player and as a leader. But then you're left with this gaping hole in the opping picture. Esatag for what was supposed to be Device is not looking satisfactory to my expectations, or I think any of their fans either.
No, it's a fair statement. It absolutely is. I struggle to imagine them in the playoffs. I can really try hard, and I try to find narratives and angles, and obviously Rez is one that comes to mind, but I struggle to see them in the playoffs. I think they have a lot to prove with these that roster specifically, and Esatag's, the weight on his shoulders is dramatic, honestly, in his position.
Let's talk about Rez for a little bit. In terms of just him as a player, what have you thought thus far in 2022?
How can I put it lightly? You remember all these discs that we had together about Rez, and we would always do the mental gymnastic of saying, you know, all we need to see is Rez back in 2017. That's all we need to see. Well, he's actually doing it right now. He is doing better. He is currently playing his best LAN year in his career. He's got a 1.21 rating in 2022, and if you want to find anything close to that, you have to go back to 2017 when he ended up with 1.15. So he is delivering what we all thought that he could. Now the question is for how long?
The thing with Rez that I've loved about this year is that he's reinventing his playstyle. For so long, he was just this solid rifler. That's basically what you would say. His mechanics would show up on certain maps, others wasn't too fantastic, but now he's using more individual tactics. The amount of one-way smokes that he's playing around, the amount of tricks that he has, even in that highlight reel, you see him boosting on teammates' heads, getting these cheeky angles. That's the kind of stuff we needed to see from Rez for so long, and we're finally getting it. And I want to actually probably give credit to DJL and Hampus, people that are definitely helping him along on this journey to become the most complete player that we've seen yet from Rez.
What do you think is so instrumental about DJL then in terms of his impact on the team and what he's kind of delivering to the Ninjas?
The biggest problem I had with NIP in 2021 was their T-sides. They were abysmal. They looked disconnected. They looked all out of sorts. Trading was terrible for them, but now they have so much more structure. The mid-round conversions from NIP are unique, they're creative. I've seen them try different strategies in 4v3s that I don't see any other teams doing right now, and that gets me excited about NIP. And I saw that shift immediately happen as soon as they brought DJL into the lineup.
Yeah, they finally diverted from that Hampus dependency they had on the T side, because I remember some of these games we would watch, and it was basically one of two options. Is Hampus finding, timings, loopholes in the defense, or is he not? And if he's not, usually the end of the round would look extremely dry and they wouldn't have the protocols to match up with the best teams. I still believe it's a little bit map dependent. I think you can see sometimes a decrease on the quality of what they can bring to the table. Now we're in best of ones. That shouldn't be too much of a problem, but the day we get to the best of three, it could be an issue.
Yeah, I do also want to throw Brolin into the ring as well. Obviously a really exciting addition to the team too in terms of this year. What do you think of what he's been delivering so far? Do you think it's been kind of enough to increase that firepower on the side of NIP?
Brolin is the best player on this team right now, hands down. And
better than Rez.
He is. I think he's better than Rez right now. Who would you take, Maniac? Who would you take?
No, Rez. I think Rez is the best player.
You think
but I think Brolin has given us what we hope to see and probably a little bit more. I'll give you that.
Okay. Well, I think this raises the floor of NIP a lot. Just having him in right now, even though it kind of actually change the hands of the op. I actually wouldn't have mind seeing FaZe in right now for ESCE, but either way, I think that Brolin is a bona fide star. They needed more firepower on this roster. He's bringing it in spades. He took a couple spots away from Plopsky, so that made things a little bit awkward for Plopsky as well, and we see a little bit of regress from him coming out. But I think that right now, this team has so many pieces in place to make it all work, except for the opping situation.
And I feel like he's relatively low maintenance. Like, I agree, Plopsky had to take a step back on a few situations, but still, it doesn't feel like Brolin is being given all he needs and all the resources are pooled for him to deliver. If you compare what they are giving him and what he's producing, I think he's a net positive by far, and I'm happy to see him finally deliver.
I do want to talk about the AWPing situation a little bit, because I think it is incredibly important coming into this matchup versus Vitality. I know we kind of recapped it in the pre-show as well, but it is a really difficult situation for NIP to be coming into. We talk about, ESCE being a bit selfless and saying, you know what, I will take on the role for the time being, not sure the exact situation of what was happening with Device. But as you were saying, this is a gaping hole for the Ninjas.
I said it in the pre-show. I'll say it again now. ESCE is the worst opper in the Legend stage. I say that with full confidence, too. The way he plays on CT side is the most uninspired thing I have seen from any player at this event. He just sits in the same spot over and over and over again. Round 14, when they're down, he might think, okay, I'll try for a pick this time, and he'll just die. It's so depressing to watch his POV. Don't try to watch a demo of ESCE. It'll hurt you.
It's just capping NIP. That's what this is. And you can roll back to the G2 times with Amanek when they had Nico and Hunter on the roster, and they came to the conclusion that, Amanek, you're a great player, but with you on the AWP, we are not going to make it. We are not going to go through that last hurdle because we need an actual dedicated superstar AWPer. ESCE is far, far behind that. It's not even close. And I know he's in a complicated spot, but our job is to address win conditions for NIP and limits to what they have to bring to the table. And I think he's a limit with a capital L.
Another thing I don't like about ESCE opping is he doesn't actually save money for it half the time. A lot of times he'll buy down to 2,000 and it's almost like he realizes, oh wait, I'm the opper for this team.
Oh no.
I didn't save enough. I shouldn't have bought that one pistol. And that kind of stuff also tilts me off the face of the earth because he needs to have that op presence on CT side. I don't want to see him buy this random deagle and then just not have money for the first gun round with an op. That sort of stuff doesn't make any sense, and it's really hamstringing NIP and their chances here.
And then we're talking about the AWPer on the other side of the ring. You said it yourself, Maniac. You wanted to see more of ZywOo coming into this. And I feel like in the Challenger stage, he delivered.
Yeah, he did, but we have to also be honest. We have to be true to ourselves. Before the major cycle began, ZywOo was not in the conversation of one of the best players in 2022. This is as harsh as it is. I went out and tweeted for as long as he plays, he's going to be one of the 3 best players in the world, but that hasn't been the case in the beginning of 2022. Everyone in the Counter-Strike universe was expecting for ZywOo to put up a better performance. Remember, he's never lifted a major trophy. That's obviously something that's evading him. What we have seen from him at the Challenger stage is a much better Omen. And for Vitality, doesn't matter the rest of the roster, he remains the key to unlocking the whole equation. If he shows up, then sky's the limit for Vitality.
The language barrier was clearly hindering ZywOo when they first made this international roster, but I have reason to believe that every single person is getting it in English. I have reason to believe that they're all coming together now, and that players like Masuda, who are probably having a little bit more difficulty with it, ZywOo, of course, they're all starting to have recognition on the map in ways that they didn't at the beginning of this lineup. They're starting to not get caught off guard by just individual pushes from opponents. It feels like their read of the macro picture when they're playing now is so much better than when they first started.
I like that you bring up Masuda as well because, with this Danish addition to the squad, previously we were looking at Masuda to be that secondary star for Vitality. Of course, there's a lot of changes coming into this. You got the likes of Magis on our screens. You got Dupree as well, some really, really huge names. And I feel like, it did hinder Masuda not using that as just one of the reasons, but the fact that we see him coming back alive in that Challenger stage. You were saying, Maniac, we just have to see that continue coming into this stage.
We do. And when we have to commend what he did in the Challenger stage, I'll put it this way. If you are on a team with ZywOo, Apex, Magisk, and Dupree, and your team is losing, why do you think you're losing? As simple as it is, if you're in Misuda's shoulders, how hard it must be to go through these defeats, to go through these harsh performances, being surrounded by the finest that Counter-Strike has produced. I think it's a huge, huge challenge, mentally speaking, for Misuda to stay in it when he's having a bad time. But that's why I commend him for the Challenger stage.
Yeah, what he produced there was really fantastic. But the only worry I have is that it wasn't against always the strongest of opposition. Yeah. The results they had there, beating mostly teams that didn't even qualify. They beat Forza, Astralis, Complexity. I mean, that's not of the same caliber as a team like NIP. So I am still a bit worried about Masuda moving forward.
Somebody else I just wanted to bring into the mix as well, Magisk. You were really impressed with what he delivered in that Challenger stage, Major Nick.
Yes, I was, but you can see the look of surprise on my face because we haven't seen Vitality on Overpass in quite a while. At least on LAN. It's been a minute since I've seen Vitality. That is
I'm shocked.
It's not exactly the video I expected, let's be honest. I thought we would end up on a handshake for Mirage, for example.
I was thinking Nuke or Mirage, maybe.
But we go for Overpass. Listen, I'm being flabbergasted by the fact that we ended up on Overpass.
Yeah.
This actually makes me lean a little bit more towards NIP. I would still pick Vitality for this matchup. I think they're just the better team overall, but NIP's T-sides got so much better with DJL. I mean, I was talking about that earlier. The way they played before, 5-1-1-1-1-1, everybody's just spread out and try to find picks. Nowadays, they actually work together. They actually employ a little bit more of a buddy system. The trades are looking a lot cleaner. I still, though, have to worry about Esatag as an individual, but actually, when he gets to play on this map, sometimes he'll just bust out the rifle, trade with a teammate, and you don't even have to be a good operator at that point.
There's something that worries me for Vitality as well on Overpass. We talk about communications. Do they have so many automatic protocols that they don't rely too heavily on communications? I wonder if that's going to be a problem on Overpass. Some situations will be a little bit spontaneous. I hope they can get everything together.
Well, a lot of questions, and hopefully we can get some answers as we are jumping into Overpass. A bit of a surprise map to be ending up on with Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, this was definitely a spicy Swedish meatball. I mean, one recorded map from Vitality, and it's against Skad in a Pinnacle Cup like months ago, and they lost. So this is crazy. This is a little bit wild, Launders.
Yeah, it's actually so ridiculous to think about that being like NIP love to get Overpass inside of Vito, so this could be a really interesting game. I mean, I'm still confident that Vitality will look good. I mean, even with the two Danes that are on the team, Overpass has been a homestay for Astralis when they played. So watching it all fit together will be quite interesting. A lot of this could come down to ZywOo and his comfort, but
ZywOo and his comfort versus an Opper and Esatag that our two analysts just put through the washing machine, man.
Yeah.
Esatag, I think fair criticism. We saw the statistics, like 0.68 impact rating, something, or KPR.
Yes.
It's low. The numbers are low, and if ZywOo is feeling it, an op fight on Overpass versus this type, I believe what Maui said was the worst opper at the Legend stage, could be a good chance to just gobble them all up. But as a team, NIP, and with Brolin inside of Connector, that to me is going to be like the big playmaker potential.
Yeah, so the late lurk comes through, and the B site will start to get overrun. Oh, Heaven's still alive. Heaven is still alive. Everyone is very low.
Oh, they find him hiding in the water. Masuda's gun goes dry. Rez. Oh, him and Esatag.
Well.
3 kills back.
Okay.
That's a 2v4. And now it's just ZywOo left over. Easy pickup on Rez. Esatag 100 health. And ZywOo knows he's locked in. He just got to hit that headshot. Either one of them hit the head.
Oh, he took it.
Esatag. 3 frags in the pistol. Swoops in from heaven and increases those stats as soon as he can.
When you said just ZywOo, I got a little worried. What do you mean just ZywOo?
Just ZywOo.
Everyone's like, what? Because Vitality are a team who, it's hard to say exactly how good they are looking at the teams here in Legends because, yes, they're very good in a vacuum, but they are lacking a lot of big wins, and they're basically only big teams here. And everyone's like, well, why you doubt ZywOo? And it's like, that's the last person to doubt on the team. He's actually the only reason we're even talking about this roster right now. There are too many other problems around him. But man, this game is all about the fact that it's on Overpass. It's such an interesting place to go.
ZywOo lines up 2. Galil gets away from him, so Rez with the double kill instead. And the MP9 makes a bit of money here as it pushes back pistols. When we look at just Vitality for a whole, coming off of the Challenger stage, they've got 3 players who are exceeding their average in the last 3 months, and by notable amounts. Those 3 players, ZywOo, Apex, Masuda.
Yeah.
If Masuda can keep those going, if Masuda can stand up with the rest of them,
yes,
then we're talking. But for now, we're waiting. Because Vitality's pistols, the 1 kill, Dupree left on his own, and he's not even able to finish off Hampus. So 4 alive looks great for Nip.
We're talking about a 1.15 rating for Masuda coming out of Challengers, which is way above even just his all-time or just the past 6 months. So that's a solid sign for Vitality. And Apex actually just, sometimes he makes ostensibly risky decisions that cost his team like rounds or rotations and sometimes even maps because of the amount of info that he gets basically with his playstyle, but he really does have some insanely insane games where he can actually take over the server. Like he actually does achieve those levels sometimes in some of their biggest matches of all time, like notably in a enormous nuke upset that Vitality did to break the streak of Navi at the Blast Ball final. That was all Apex basically. You know, the one guy who individually is not the one you're looking for to make it happen. So if their floor comes up between those two players, then yeah, there aren't really that many issues with consistency on the rest of them. Dupree playing, actually, like you mentioned, not one of the players to play above his level necessarily in challengers, but overall, I think on this roster, he's been the second most reliable player to look at after ZywOo.
Yeah, sometimes even able to exceed ZywOo, you know, on certain maps and certain performances. But I really want this gun round to get underway because this is such a question mark, this map. And if I'm not mistaken, ZywOo's worst performance ever on LAN.
Overpass.
Exactly.
He got unlucky, though. I did unlucky or bad on him. It was very unlucky.
Oh, very unlucky. Not just normally unlucky.
No.
Extra unlucky.
It was.
Hampus 5-1 start, MP 9 kills, money, 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 money.
Yeah, so this could be a story of the floors coming up, because just spent all that time talking about Vitality. Then we look over at ENCE, who, again, stats don't lie. He needs to pull it up, and his had a good start right here, at least. So between, I think, him and Plopsky, probably the two weakest players on the T side for NIP, which is where a lot of their problems lie. And I agree with Maui, actually, that even if some of the individuals are not all there, NIP's T sides have absolutely improved. Just by watching them, they're way more compelling now. They look like they can get a lot done, but that'll be in the second half. In this first half, NIP are looking for a quota of rounds here, CT side. We'll have to see what the plans are for Vitality to risk it on a overpass pick in this best of one.
In a
really
best
cool.
of one, man.
Yeah, really.
All right, I'm down. We got lots to learn. Plenty of time to do it.
On paper, I absolutely see this team being an overpass team, so I can understand why. An elite opper. They've got two riflers that had this as a mainstay for the majority of their careers.
A very lucid in-game caller.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
For now, the ops hunt. ENCE starting to be proactive. A criticism that we have of him at times, and he gets ZywOo second right there for ENCE. Not going to be given that chance as Masuda peeks in while the ops on cycle. Magisk catches Rez's head, and we still have this threat within bathrooms, but Apex is going to try to press along. And Brolin in the smoke with Masuda right beside him. It's a clean trade from Masuda, but Brolin, that element of surprise that will nip their fourth round.
Yeah, 10 seconds, no chance to get back. Oh, wait a second, hold on. Can he actually plant the bomb?
No.
Oh my, wait.
What?
Oh, Jesus. I actually don't know.
He had time.
That was so close.
Did he not?
He might not have, I guess. I don't know.
And then
he
dies anyways.
after time.
No op, no money.
Oh my God, I need
no bomb plant.
I need a nerd out there to do the calculation from where he was. It was about 8 seconds at the top of bathrooms, the bomb directly in his path, and a front dice potential plant. I want to say he wouldn't make it, just to give him the benefit of the doubt. It comes down to 1 second. It comes down to 1 second. Everybody and their mama knows that. Ooh. Would he have made it? We don't know. We'll never know. But it's also a situation where he runs back into the last remaining CT and dies. The other consideration, of course, is that he plants and dies while he's planting or whatever it is, and instead could save the op for sure because he doesn't know where the last CT is. But I just want to know, like, what, you know.
I can 100% see why he would eject that. You know, just abort the play.
He's got the op in hand, so.
He's got an op to save. There's a high likelihood that last CT could just be sitting and waiting. He would have to plant anyways. I can see why Magisk aborts. But if he knew what we knew,
yes,
maybe he runs that chance.
Maybe he runs that chance, or maybe, well, definitely he just sits where he is with the op and doesn't die to the guy in the stairs. Money's awkward and ugly for Vitality with that $50 for Magisk.
And if the biggest question mark in this server at the moment is supposed to be ENCE, well, he's already got a 1v1 clutch against ZywOo in the pistol, and he just got an excellent 2K with that op playing proactively, getting aggressive, picking ZywOo before he even saw it coming. Pistols into the B site, everybody's dead essentially. Dupree is elsewhere, and that is just the rifles keeping it clean. So this is not going to be an easy T side from Vitality with what we've seen from NIP so far, and we haven't even had to say Brolin's name, nor Rez.
You did say Brolin already.
Oh.
You did. In stairs. Brolin's the guy in stairs. He's going to take these
I
duels.
literally, this is actually the first
you can't
person
help
I
it
talked
because
about.
it's Brolin.
Because according to Maui Snake, he's the best player on NIP at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, NIP called him the best player in Sweden before he even got there. So that would have to be the case.
5-0.
Yeah. Insane start. Let's look for some answers here for Vitality and see what they could do either differently to fix what they're doing or where it is they remedy their problem. But yeah, we are watching S-Tag play with confidence outside Banana on that previous round. Communication.
Nades over.
Oh, they only got one. Oh, interesting. They're doing new nades. Oh, that's huge.
You see Hampus looking at it like, what?
Hampus was literally waiting for nades so he, can go check the spot. And they nade where he stands to wait.
New nades. And by the looks of it, they used the barrel to like change their trajectory. So that's cool.
I actually wondered if that messed them up and then Apex ran back and fixed it. I'm not sure.
Until then, the mystery continues on, and the consistency will as well. Connector belongs to Brolin.
You talked about him.
Twice. Peek from Magisk around with the Galil, one and done versus Hampus. Finishes off with those nades got started. Still, there's a player in short, but Apex
lights him up.
Turns back, plucks Plopsky.
And I mean, that kill is the bomb getting back potentially in time. It could be the difference. They fear a lurk. It's actually Apex to say, hey, let's go back this way. A good amount of grenades here, though, man. They've got 2 incendiaries and an HE, and one of those incendiaries is on Rez. And if there is no smoke, there's 2 smokes. So they can at least smoke the plant. It's actually a chance here for Vitality.
CT's in position. S-Tag waiting for the short play that just won't come. They smoke it off instead again, indicating maybe Brolin could still be lurking from connector towards short. Apex with the bomb plant, but sent spiraling right into Rez's crosshair. S-Tag, what is this gap? Nasty. But nobody's going to walk into that. Rez, he gets killed by ZywOo, gives good cover. Then that short play, sure enough, comes through, and ZywOo wins the op duel, turns it into the clutch for Apex, denies Brolin on the short push. They were always wary of him.
Now, I can't believe he swings on S-Tag in heaven.
Yeah, ZywOo shoots straight.
That's crazy. Only ZywOo. I swear, anyone does that, and we call it a bad play. The op was right there. That's the main angle they're going to hold with the site smoked, and he just swings into it. Insane.
That's ZywOo.
Yeah, that's insane.
All 3 kills in the 2v3.
Wow. When he killed the guy in front of S-Tag, I was like, how did he die like that to the rifle bullets? And it was fucking ZywOo in the back.
He's everywhere, man.
That was such a confidence peek into heaven.
So a little bit of X factor. Actually, it's let's call it the Z factor.
Z factor, I like that.
A little bit of Z factor in the post.
The Z factor.
Z for some of you.
If you're in the UK. Sounds terrible, by the way.
Throw around on long, nothing here. A couple of times, NIP have been pretty content to underplay long A so far. That's one of the pieces that led to Vitality walking up close to the A site. Remember, Apex was able to get into site while Brolin was just hiding in bathroom smoke. Magisk, contact towards B. He's the only player here, and he's got 2 of them busy. Nade, not that bad. Rez will be... Ooh, hold on. Brolin kind of on an island here. He's got players all around him.
Yeah, this comes down to S-Tag tether. The flash for the peak. Oh, and Brolin overcommits a little bit. He was about to start slinking out, but there were plenty of T's waiting in this position. And now S-Tag looks to try to find some compensation. Another rifler will come in to support him this time from behind. This is Hampus with at least 1 flash. But now there's some pressure on Hampus himself. And S-Tag gets pushed out of his position. Somehow Apex wins that duel. That's unreal.
Clean adjustment from Apex.
Oh, the B site is open.
Completely aborted. This B site offered over. Plopsky, fire on Masuda. Ooh, could spread, but won't. And the smoke, just in case. Rez with a headshot. That one's coming in from heaven. It's Plopsky empty-handed off the graffiti peak.
Oh, they're just getting out of it? Okay, no. Yeah, they're
and
leaving.
They concede.
2v3, the 1 kill. Man, that's Apex right there.
Yep.
The rotations are convinced after he gets his first.
One of those situations where, you know, Maui Snake in the pregame was talking about how at times Essetag is an inactive opper. He'll sit and he'll hold an angle and he won't make his plays, and then just towards the end of the game maybe he tries them. We saw a proactive peek around the left side of bathrooms to kick off an early 2K, nearly 3. This round, when they're just setting up and they have their grenades and we see them being chucked over into the A site, he held an angle where 3 players are able to rotate down connector. Should he have peeked that at any point?
The problem there was actually Hampus, because Hampus has to watch for his long lurk in that situation where he's pushed up outside the bathrooms. And if they had a smoke, they would have smoked the front side bathrooms. Essetag could have the outside, and then they wouldn't swing into Essetag. But Hampus has to make sure that a rifler can't come in and shoot him in the back. So that was the misplay by Hampus, actually. If there was an op that could have aggressed through long, then Hampus wouldn't have the right to peek. And I don't remember exactly how many grenades he had to work with. But that was a position where Apex both won the rounds by getting the kill on him and also just completely disrupted Essetag in his spot where he could have found more if Hampus had just killed him, basically, or discouraged him even from peeking, not even just
held
killed
him back.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, for now,
yeah. I think the other criticism that Maui brought up that's also really pertinent is copying and pasting the same plays. Essetag going back to what works all the time, but then it ends up being very predictable. That's something that right now we're seeing 2 of the same ideas come out in these rounds, playing on the outside of bathrooms. So variety of play and opening setups for Essetag will be another point to pay attention to.
Gonna go for the quad stack. Yeah. And he's up. And he wiggles around. And he hunts.
We can already see a bunch of things where they are taking a bit more time to get things right with stuff that they clearly have learned just to play this map. Whether it's those new nades that they threw or even transitioning into that 4-man boost as quickly as possible.
How's that happen?
I don't know. Where is the X? Was it a short player?
Down goes Brolin. So 2 ESPs and an op. I think maybe the X's are stacked. Maybe that's 2 kills inside a short. Yeah, because Hampus just ran over and got. I don't know. I don't know.
They know the last rifle is here.
Yep.
And Essetag actually comes up in heaven. And Magisk will not see him.
Essetag going to give Magisk a little more wiggle room. Just a bit. Oh, and Apex.
Wow.
Yeah, hard clears that smoke.
He's playing well.
Now it needs to be all Essetag, and he gives up the angle as they all start running inwards. He just wants to leave. He wants nothing to do with this. He wants to save his op. He wants to move it forward, keep that money. As Vitality keep the rounds rolling. 3 now on this T side.
Seen some key kills out of Rez so far this match. Seen some good stuff for sure out of NIP, but now Vitality, I think, are done being completely rocked. They've got their feet firmly planted.
They'll let you have 5, but enough is enough.
Exactly. Oh man, this actually might be a hard save. They've got one inside the bathrooms.
Oh
and
yeah.
Yeah, Essetag smartly is coming back to the site, but there's actually 2 players here ready to attack
shots.
him.
Nice
Could he do
shots.
it? Yeah, he's staying alive, and he's knocking out
Nice
5.
shots.
Wow, 5, 10, 15, 20,000 off the table for Vitality in the exit.
Yeah, that's why they call him price tag.
Wow.
He just cost Vitality almost everything. Oh my God, that's so sick.
Yeah, that's actually a huge save.
You know, do that on the B site before bomb gets planted, and maybe we've got a round. But he'll hang on. Woo, this one, dude.
Yep, he's feeling it for this game. That's great. So that's a key metric. I mean, that's the thing about NIP is no elite opper. It's the same thing, you know, where you have ENCE, where Hades is really good, but when you look at some of the other oppers at this stage, when it comes to, you know, we're talking simple, Brokey, Zaiwu, like Shiro, I mean, it's just...
Searson.
This is the thing that's going to make a big difference between qualifying through to playoffs and not making it through Legends, so... They'll try the boost again. Nothing here.
Yeah, barrel's intentional.
Okay. That's cool.
Or he's just really bad at it, but I doubt that. No trade from Apex off of Rez and Plopsky. Dual peek into the monster. Poor Magisk swept away. And Vitality now going to have to fight off a man disadvantage. Boost is really being enabled by the fact that we haven't had any aggression from NIP on the A site. You know, sometimes a player in connector, but content to sit on their bomb sites so far, it seems. Here we go. 45 seconds, and Brolin starts to go gather some information.
Now it's always about this tether. Brolin's going to wait. He's going to listen to them sending up grenades. They're making a ton of noise at this point.
Flash is
Swing
good.
comes through. Oh my god. Somehow it's avoided, but S-Tag still remains. Back dice, 1 kill, crossing the 30-second mark. They're scared to scale. First smoke comes in.
Oh,
Molly in response from Hampus, and they are running through a ton of chaos.
Apex is ahead of it. S-Tag, whoa, didn't see him for a second. 15 seconds left. Bomb needs to be picked up, but S-Tag is locking in this A site. And now it's not just the save. He saves the day as he keeps Vitality at bay on long for a 6th to NIP.
He can't miss, dude. He literally can't miss right now. He's actually closing these rounds out. Default did not look amazing from Vitality, I will say. The first kill just came way too easily. And at the point at which they're making so much noise on long, they were just not in a good position to be doing so. And Brolin with the flash retake, it's perfect. I don't know how Masood is not blind. He might have been looking at the floor to line up his nades for the site, so that could have even been worse.
Nip looking to clamp down on this T side, but Vitality limits Masuda, Desert Eagle only. Galil for Apex, Galil for Magisk. But Magisk is... Oh, I was going to say catch Rez jumping up, but that one came down to the milliseconds. Rez gets the better of him. Now the only thing Vitality to have to play with is long, and right now it's kind of open. We get this rotation up from Hampus.
They're giving up the option to walk it, though. Now some noise can be made. Really reinforced A setup. Love this from NIP. Brolin playing a same position this time, but not pushing. And they've got the jump spot to make sure the opponent doesn't get flanked. And S-Tag is the guy who just only has one angle to worry about here. Takes that over. Brolin refreshes his position. This is looking as it does in the textbook. You know, really perfect stuff.
So sick, so smooth. But a little bit of life left in this one. If only they had the bomb, then it could have transitioned that much easier. Zaiwu onto the AWP. Masuda looking to press forward. Brolin is just camping on this bomb. And Masuda needs to keep it clean. Won't. Leaving Zaiwu with 13 HP in the 1v3, 20 seconds, and nothing else to offer for Vitality. A 7th for NIP with this reinforced bathrooms play that S-Tag got rolling.
I loved it. I love the setup so much. It looked so much better. It was like that last round, except this time Hampus is actually jump spotting long to make sure that his rifle or opera are safe. And Brolin has the inside of bathrooms from his divider position. You know, it's a pretty standard setup. It just worked very well. And S-Tag is just getting so much out of the outside of Banana. Vitality cannot get away back into this. Back to pistols. Will they regret taking it to overpass?
Brolin gonna hear the audio. Oh, Zaiwu gets the better of him with just the Glock. Just the Glock.
Yeah.
He said, this is the best Sweden's got?
The best of Sweden and the best of France.
C'est qui le taulier? S-Tag looking for some kind of an answer. AK in the hands of Zaiwu, and that should scare you just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little.
No one's armored up. That'll make it a bit harder. You don't see anything tragic go on in a rich round like this. Nice shot.
Fast reaction.
Yep.
Magisk He gets another one with just the pistol, and ZywOo's AK again should make you nervous. Then suddenly in connector, we've got Vitality with another pistol kill of
Jesus.
4 versus 2.
No
3
armor.
weapons picked up, no armor, and dwindling amounts of time, but a good rotation down to the B site will at least put this into the post plant you'd think. Nip just as quick as they run down. But both of these players have health. Wallbang won't stop plant. Magisk able to just sit on top of that. Dupree minimizing himself as he crawls by. And now if it's not Rez in the 1v3 clutch, then it's Vitality with the eco round win. Rez pushes in and Vitality push back.
Wow, I didn't think of that. Actually started with ZywOo out-dueling Brolin with a Glock.
Z factor.
The Z factor. No one had armor. No one, not a single piece of armor. Wow. I mean, that round could have been, I mean, that was a gimme. That could have been a snowball here for NIP. They've won already much harder rounds and look like the better team. But they got to stay on full alert. They just gave so much leverage over to Vitality. They were saving for this next round. Their economy is totally recovered now.
That one right there, folks. Round 11. It could be the rebound.
And the money is so bad here for NIP. Brolin's going from an M4 to a 5.7.
Oh. Asatag will still have the op, though. 16-4.
Out to the default once again. It doesn't feel like... Oh, okay.
Good boost.
Nice boost. Yeah, they time it so well. And Majyska's hoping to get them actually transitioning out of it. And he will find the opportunity, but he doesn't even get a single point of damage on Rez. That is not a great spray at all.
Rez throwing his name to the top of the board right there with Asatag. Critical round to recover. Who's going to step up here for Vitality? Apex blinded and swiftly dealt with thanks to the MP9 swing of Plopsky. This is what they need, a rock-solid round to answer back.
Wow.
Okay, you got a little pizzazz.
Oof.
You slipped one onto the board, but let that be the end-all and find Nip right into winning ways once more.
Dude, Vitality do not look good enough to play this map, actually. Just going to say that straight up. Like, they've been too many flat, easy opening duels. One for Nip where there's no answer. This is a round where they just have an advantage. They came off of winning with literally a Glock, no armor, and yeah, they're just flatter than a soda that's been left out now. Like I don't know. They didn't have much incentive to. If it's not weird to die to a boost like that, but even Apex just running out. He got flashed because they hurt him the whole time, you know?
You mentioned that earlier, when it's like sometimes Apex will take those risks. And this one's in a 3 versus 5, obviously. Bit different.
No, yeah, it is.
But it's
also
still same.
Nip weren't even on a full buy, you know? Nip weren't even on a full buy here.
So with that, NIP with an 8th.
Yeah, and 1 or 2 defaults where they aren't aware of where they can be heard, and they're having trouble keeping up with the pace of the map. With the size of the map and their defaults, like in terms of making time, there should be spots where they should be able to walk, but they're too late to it.
I mean, had you told me that this was a best of 3 and that NIP just got to pick Overpass, I would completely understand.
Right.
And that's kind of how the match has felt, more or less. You know, a quarter of these rounds off of a ZywOo Glock start.
Yeah, and look, on the bright side for Nip, and something to praise him about as well, is Rez has just been winning all of his honest duels with his rifle, no problem. Like, very clean, no stress engagements, stopping the short push from happening multiple times.
And additionally, it's not just Rez, not because of Brolin, but Asatag having one of the best games that we have seen in months.
Absolutely, on the other side of the map, like completely locking down A.
Vitality, there is no soft flesh to try and sink into. NIP, an armored defense. Front bath under question. Once more, the CTs just fall away.
There's a dent in the composure of Vitality, and that's a good situation to actually peel back a bit because you know that the other team is now going to waste more time clearing out things just because they're worried, where they don't even need to be. So I like to call the hold back. I think I would, in this situation, having an extra player on A would make sense if they're going to play completely passive, but that's why Hampus was just in heaven, so he's a fast rotation over. And they'll soon find that it is going to be the A site. Brolin's got his sign flash ready.
Apex, oh my god. Again, just kind of sprinting in. Sudden burst of energy, 10 seconds. They have 10 seconds to get past the flower pots with people all around them. I mean, this just falls so flat.
Oof. No shot. They had no chance right there, man. That did not look very promising. Vitality were given the entire arena. They were allowed to get to the front of bathrooms, not seeing a single point of damage. The CTs know they're going to play within the site, but that wasn't even a battle. I mean, that was simple. I mean, Brolin didn't even have to use his flash. Apex runs out first. The rest of his teammates are not organized enough to join the hit with him. It just doesn't look scary.
They gave him the entire Coliseum, let them pump up the crowd, and then NIP released the chariots. Just got run over. Ran over and left flat on the road in this next one. Just pistols.
I think it's a great idea sticking Brolin in stairs. He made a cameo here for a couple of rounds now. Earlier on in the half, though. Oh, what a duel. The awareness here. Esatag catches an arm from ZywOo. Takes him out instantly. That was the op.
Gets picked up by Apex. Perfectly timed flash. 2 entirely blind, and Brolin nabs 1, falls away. NIP just doing as they please in these kinds of rounds. Esatag nearing the 20 kill mark. Apex aim punch going to be a problem, and he walks right into this angle from Esatag, who has just pretty much dominated this A site with the op.
Yeah, no, it's really no stopping him.
And continues on.
Giving him more.
Let's go, NIP.
He's at 20 and 4 on this half.
You know, what I love about Majors is it's always the story of who exceeds expectations.
Sure.
You know? And
yeah.
who stepped up today to say Esatag was going to give us a better performance than we have seen in months.
Yeah.
Who's the guy in the class that put their hand up to support that idea?
Probably no one. I mean,
Nobody.
There was no stats to really show that that was going to be the case. There was no way to precipitate this, but NIP are going to be ecstatic about the fact that it's happening. This best of 1 win, you know, the next 0-1 matchups in Legends are going to be a nightmare for some teams. There are some scary first rounders, like was it at Navi G2? One of those teams is going to be 0-1. I mean, you don't want to have to go there for sure. It's a huge boon to your odds of getting out of this stage to just win this matchup straight up. So I'm sure NIP probably scratching their heads at the overpass pick, and Vitality, you can see they had the ideas that they workshopped to bring into the map, but the executions haven't been very clean. Their defaults are not good, just straight up. And they're not, what I thought that they were going to do is try to survive long enough to get into the 5v5 executions, but they are just dying before they get to those spots too many times, and they do not seem to have the players right now to win these 50-50s. They are getting outclassed.
Oh, Brolin. Yeah, gets tapped at by the Tech 9 of ZywOo. Maybe Esatag's here to recover things, looking for the exact same boost as the last round, but it's not coming out just yet. And it won't, because there is no AWP. ZywOo finds his hands onto that AK-47.
They're getting ready to phase the smoke on the other side of Monster. They'll see no T's here at a minute 15. And now we're looking for tempo from Vitality as they start to group up outside the bathrooms. But the rotations will start to come into play. Flash comes out. Nice. It's a light exec. After they find Brolin, it might be the right idea.
Esatag, one more time. They need one more round from him on this half. And with that frag, double frag, they don't stop plant. 80 damage against Apex, 3 versus 4 in the retake. And we'll see what's left from the utility here. We've got a smoke, an incendiary on Plopsky. ENCE just trying to set it all up with the flash. Incendiary's going to clear the actual bomb plant. Flashbang goes out. Apex looks away, turns his attention into Plopsky's attempt at the push. ZywOo will be pressured. Rez connects versus Apex. It is him and ENCE, the two heaviest hitters of NIP on this CT side. And now the Rifleman looks to continue with a tap into Dupree. He keeps the hopes alive. He jumps on top of Bomb. Magisk with just the Glock. There's only enough time. He's got it!
No!
NIP! Kick Vitality into the second half.
What the hell? I can't believe Rez wins like that. That's insane. That round was done. That was actually a wrap, dude. That last shot from Rez was so nasty. Well, he did what he had to do. He had the smoke. He didn't have time to fight anybody else. He just had to go jump on and stick it, and he does it perfectly.
And he still shows us this crisp kill right here.
This shot is nasty, man.
Just deletes Dupree, dodges death.
This is unbelievable.
R-E-Z.
R-E-Z. Yeah, that's well.
40
I like that.
kills between Rez and ENCE as we start this T side.
Yeah, and those are your A and B players, so it really makes sense why NIP have got this clean 11. They dominated Vitality. Vitality were not good enough in that first half. They'll have to show a new face here on CT side, which they absolutely could do. It'll be a lot easier. They've clearly got stuff to workshop. If they saw what was going to happen in this game on T side, they absolutely would not have picked this map. There's just too much stuff that's too rough. And some say that the only real practice is officials, so it does make sense that you got to bring it in at some point. But they did pick an ostensibly hard opponent to try to play Overpass for the first time against.
They could have caught a lot of teams off guard with this. The fact that they chose Nip, more of a question than an exclamation. Apex blinded, and as he tries to come back at it, it's NIP looking for another pistol round win, and this time it's not a clutch that's needed. It is theirs through and through. Couple Danes left in the retake. 2v5, and they pick up 2 frags to start it, but then Brolin gets the better of Magisk, and Dupree looks to concede. He is gone. And with that, Nip are 4 rounds away from victory.
Damn, I wouldn't even have minded Dupree actually attempting this. I know it's 1v3, but so much time left on the bomb. And, you know, it's just a pistol round, but you would rather take this armor into the next upgrade to get full head armor for measly cost of 300, was it 350 or 300? 350, right?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Hey, was there a bomb over there?
Yeah, that's...
What the heck?
I've never seen that before. Something new happens every game in CS, it seems. Odds greatly in the favor of NIP coming into the second half, and that's because that makes perfect sense. That's why. 22-6 on ENCE, 21-7 on Rez, and their impact has been absolutely felt. I mean, so many rifle rounds that looked insane from them. Preying on Vitality's lack of preparation here. Or maybe not lack of preparation, maybe just lack of execution, you know.
Solo armored FaMAS. It at least gets positioned into connector. And then the support falls back. Dupree, uh-oh. Ooh. If Brolin was looking over that picnic table, Dupree would be a dead man. Dupree can sense this. Gets the first one and does it cleanly. That's what's important here. But then as he opens the door, Brolin comes downwards with his teammate. And that's, man, advantage established.
Well, yeah, completely isolated. I'd have to guess how many players are left, but it's not many. One USP coming in. And the round is over. That's it. 13 here for NIP. Cruising to the finish line.
Damn.
5 rounds in a row. 2 pistols as well. But I don't think pistols made the difference in this game. I really don't.
Except for that Glock from ZywOo.
Except for that Glock round. But actually, you know,
round 11.
They even lose the next round right after that.
That was the last round they won.
Yeah, yeah.
HUD's still messed up, guys. Nobody panic.
Yes.
Okay. I say that because I'm panicking.
It's currently a 5v5. Dupree and Rez, some people say, are the same player. Rez is the far better version today.
Yeah. He's on ENCE's heels.
Happy to play this drive. Brolin takes out Magic. One on the right, and oh, that trade comes down 1v1. They're already inside a B, and the entire site gets overrun just off of this contact play, letting their riflers take their duels.
So quiet until it wasn't.
Looking at Magis floating around outside Monster, peeking to the end of Monster on the CT side, on T side, and looking for his duels. He wasn't winning them then, and now he's on CT side doing the same thing and not winning them here.
With that, it's 14 for NIP, 10 points over Vitality, 2 away from the victory, and at this point, albeit blunt, there's no reason to believe Vitality have a chance, man.
Yeah, they haven't shown us why they should. They haven't shown us why.
Blind faith, maybe.
This is going to be the most simple way NIP could win a round, and they threw it in just to see. This is like a sparring round.
Just to test the waters.
A contact play.
Yeah, they throw out a jab, and Vitality are knocked out.
And it's not necessarily that they've got the better players or even the more consistent players over any kind of large amount of sample size, but right now in Overpass, their players are not comfortable.
Nope.
That's what we see. Their players are not comfortable at all. We saw some trades that Magis could have been able to win. Zywoo is not even close to ENCE's level on this map. In fact, he's lost many duels to him, even in that first half.
Sonic's last chance to get input, but I mean,
yeah,
you see Apex's reaction.
Final timeout called.
I'm sure.
Ooh, that'll be a stinging regret to know that they could have taken it to anywhere else. They really wanted it to be Overpass.
This was by design and flawed manufacturing. No recalls. No money back guaranteed. Just a thick loss for Vitality to have to handle at the start of the Legend stage. And this is a team, of course, that's coming out of Challengers. Did it very impressively.
Yeah.
Looked great. I mean, I'm not questioning Vitality. I'm questioning Vitality's decision to try and beat NIP on Overpass. See if this CT side can give us anything more to talk about. That is the thing with this. You know, only the second official that this Vitality have recorded on the map. So it's a learning experience. With a capital L.
Yeah.
Well-timed flash, but Hampus trades immediately.
Really, really solid trade into middle, paired with the flash, of course. And now NIP will try to trail back to outside Monsters. They throw a couple of grenades before the CTs can search back this information. And Zywoo is not in a position to do this by himself in case they are long. So it could be a good timing for them. And they found their way out Monster with no one close right. Masuda's not even looking in the right direction. Jump spot comes out. And eventually the trades come down from Plopsky.
Yeah, a couple kills. And as he runs in, he'll see everything else is clear. Apex can't even get ahead of the utility, so from bad to worse. Bomb planted, frag thrown.
Bomb planted on the other side of Pillar as well. No damage for that.
Nope.
And an HE back.
Yeah, what goes around comes around.
Okay.
Plopsky continuing with his success inside the site. It's Zywoo with a chance for health. Burns to a crisp.
Jeez.
And like the hopes of Vitality in their opening map, everything's on fire.
Yeah.
11 match points.
They pretty much did the same thing. They just traded well. Plopsky, double entry out of Monster. He was another person on T side that it called into question alongside ENCE, but he's playing well. All they had to do was trade Hampus. They went literally right back for a Monster contact explode, and Vitality were just not ready at all. They're never in a position to throw their nades early. Too slow to reclaim space. Too poor of a T side. All hope is lost. France in shambles.
The Earth is dying. The aliens won't talk to us. And Brolin is right back home in Swedish CS. But him, Rez, and ENCE And now I'm curious, if you're all the other teams, if you have, before this game started, we were talking about NIP who Maui Sake and Maniac kind of chewing into ESETAG as the statistics needed to be highlighted, needed to be talked about. I was sat here gobbling it all up. I'm nodding my head along with it every step of the way. They're doing their job.
They're right. They're right. You can take one map performance. That won't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's just how this looks right now is good. But, just say the facts. He is the worst operator in the Legend stage.
And I want to see, the reactions of all the other teams now that this is what's happened on Overpass. Is it just Overpass? Is it just the opening game? But at least there's, a question raised. And right now, they're still fighting for this. I was thinking we could just talk through Vitality winning a round, but now Brolin's jumping down into the water, drop kicks Apex, and the young Swede has himself in the clutch. ZywOo's scout. Ooh, now all that's left is Brolin's gonna keep this one clean. Way too clean, way too easy.
God damn.
NIP dismantle
Brutalized.
Vitality.
Brutalized. That was a stomping. I want to call it a masterclass, but that was Vitality losing the veto, showing us why it shouldn't have been picked, why it did look weird, and NIP doing everything right. And ESETAG off to a great start in the stage will mean the world to NIP. They absolutely need him to be able to survive this, and he's playing well enough. And right now, they have Brolin, Rez, Hampus, and then ESETAG. Then they've got a real team.
Yeah, it's working. The formula is working, at least here on this map versus this team. And those are, the asterisks next to the result. But at the end of the day, a map win is a map win. Yeah. And at the end of the day, you're either 2-0, 0-2, and 1-1. And so for NIP to kind of have that extra chance for now is a great look, because there are questions around them still, and those questions will have to wait to be answered. Some more questions, I think, are how does this happen? Why does ESETAG have this pop-off? And whether or not we believe that there is a continuity to it. To answer those kinds of hard-hitting questions, we throw it back to Freya, Maniac, and Maui.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, it was a statement for Vitality to let this one through, but it came out as a whimper. I'm sure we're going to be talking about exactly why the veto did pan out this way, but man, we've got to give some props to NIP. They looked absolutely dominant, 16-4. And ESETAG, we've got to give him some props throughout this map.
I can't help but laugh. He was coming into this the worst opper. I'm not gonna beat around the bush in that. I'm not gonna even back down from that. But he is rewriting his own narrative right now. That was insanely impressive. He looked so comfortable with the AWP. The re-aggresses I thought were solid. The way he was helping out teammates was good. And when he was presented opportunities to hit some tough shots, I thought after he missed that first one against ZywOo, I thought, oh, it's gonna look bad for ESETAG. But man, he kept it up. And I think that really his scoreline, it doesn't even paint the full picture. His impact was incredible on top of it.
I had no idea he could be that good.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I didn't think he was good enough for that challenge. That's it. And he proved everybody wrong, myself included. We doubted him, and he answered the most beautiful way you could potentially do it on that first map. We have to talk about probably the moment where he saves the AWP and he's got that 4K being chased.
Yep.
I think this right here gets your blood flowing, right? This is the moment where it doesn't matter what happens in the round. On an individual standpoint, you feel like you have entered the zone. You have entered the flow state. You know exactly how your sensitivity is. You know exactly when to peak and when not to. And he took that advantage and he pushed it in Vitality's face the whole CT side.
I think it's important just to contextualize it. The fact that you're saying, it wasn't necessarily wrong painting that picture coming into things. You might have been forgiven for thinking, the HUD was wrong at some of those moments. It wasn't actually ESETAG playing. But the fact that we've seen this turnaround, that's something you were talking about, the fact that, DGL has helped them turn around certain other aspects of this. I think this is just the biggest surprise at ESETAG showing up in this fashion.
For sure. I don't really think that you can look at ESETAG prior to this and say there was any inclination that he was going to do this, but I'm sure that DJL and the rest of NIP recognize that this is a weak spot. We need to help this guy out, and probably, I would hope, ESETAG look back at the demos himself, say, how do I have the most impact? And the prep that he's brought into this Legend stage, if we can expect more of that, NIP become a force instantly.
Yeah, a little bit like the Amanek G2 situation. I think it might be map related as well. That's something that you mentioned actually in the green room when we were talking about it, the fact that he did that on Overpass in the past.
Yeah.
So maybe, just maybe, there is that channel right here where on few maps that we are yet to determine he can have that kind of impact. But you're correct when you say it changes the whole story for NIP. Because I'm left with so many questions now. Am I to expect this from ESETAG? Was that a flash in the pan? Is it going to be disappearing again? Because if he does provide that much input then yes, it changes the limits that we have set for NIP.
I also do want to give some praise to Rez coming into this one as well. You were saying, Maniac, you believe that he was the best player, is the best player currently on the side of NIP, and he definitely delivered on this round of Overpass.
Yeah, because I think he's the most mechanically gifted player that they have. Honestly, you could just see the way he takes duels. And a point that was mentioned by Maui as well in the pre-show was that he seemed to be reinventing his game a little bit and just adding a little bit of fluff here and there. But I call it fluff, but it's actually extremely important for a player to be able to stay on top of the meta, find new ways to be comfortable, because then you can create that virtuous cycle where you feel more comfortable, you feel more confident, your kind of gimmicks are working, your shenanigans are working, and then you can have that kind of impact. I think Rez is on top of the world right now, and I expected that, but I didn't expect a stack.
Even the active rotations from Rez when he's pushing through B actually to take water, flank up connector, those kinds of moments are spurred by the fact that he has developed enough of a playbook for himself that he can build confidence throughout a game. Even if his aim doesn't work for him in a single situation, he has so many ways to get involved now, and I really think that his resurgence to become what we expected or hoped for so many years is giving NIP a second lease on this roster.
Let's talk about a particular highlight moment from Rez. Maniac, I know your heart's going to break recapping this one a little bit. Round number 15. It just should not have gone the way this clutch in terms of Rez.
That is an unacceptable round if you're Vitality, honestly, because the way they approach this round, the situation they find themselves in, you will see it here. It's almost a clean as possible round onto the A side. And we're sitting watching this round thinking, well, you know what, this might be the way back in. If they have a strong fifth round, they get momentum with themselves, moving on to the second half, you can see that they have all the pieces that they need on the A side. There's the punish coming in from Apex. No way Rez should actually be able to find all the kills he will. He surprises Apex, Sawi is not able to punish him. That kill right here, that's what I'm talking about, mechanical skills. He was clearing the angle, and then just to add insult to injury, but just not being able to find him in the smoke. But this round hurts. This round really hurts, because if you are Vitality and you have been struggling for a whole half, finally you have a clean round towards the very end. 5 to 10, high five all around. We know we messed up, but that was good. And instead, the story is, oh my god, we messed up again. We gigantically messed up, and they could feel that.
The mentality breaks when you lose a round like that.
It hurts so much.
In that fashion, 1v3, 2v4, however you want to spin it, they were destined to win that round, and then Rez took it by storm.
And I think we just have to touch quickly on Vitality picking Overpass over Inferno towards the very end. I think it was an attempt for them to reassure themselves on the map pool that they have, because we know Inferno is in the wheelhouse, we know they can play it. Maybe it was an early attempt from Apex to say we can play Overpass, we want to show it right now. But we have to think about the consequences. Do they believe in their Overpass again? Do people think there is a weakness in the map pool now for Vitality? They took a gamble and it didn't pay off.
Well, we're going to be seeing exactly how it does go down as Vitality are going to be playing yet another game later on in the day, though. We're going to be getting into FaZe versus ENCE after this for their opening matchups of the Legend stage.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
didn't know this before I came to Belgium, but apparently they're quite famous for chocolate. So of course I had to go on a mission and make sure that this was actually the case because I'm very reporterliness. I don't know, am I a reporter?
You're a seeker of truth.
Thank you very much. I'm a seeker of truth. Very good. There you go. He's my manager, and if you would like to hire me to seek your truth, then give Maui a call. Now, Maui, you are known for fashion, for talking about Counter-Strike, and for a love of food, at least within the green room you are.
Wow, I didn't know I was known for fashion. I think this is a late development, but you know what? Food is something I think a lot of people have put me on a pedestal for, and you know, I can talk about food here and there.
Brilliant, because I wanted you to take part in my challenge today, which is called Is It Belgian?
Is it Belgium? Oh, wow.
Is it Belgian?
Jesus, this is gonna be tough already.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I think you're gonna be able to do swimmingly in this challenge.
Okay.
And the challenge is basically, you've got to put the blindfold on.
Sure.
Because this is gonna enhance your senses. So, I've got 6 chocolates for you to try.
Okay.
And you literally have to tell me, is it Belgian?
Oh, wow. Okay, sure, yeah, I don't know. See, this is where it's tough because I don't really know exactly what is Belgium chocolate versus what is, say, Swiss chocolate. But I'll do my best, Frankie.
You're about to learn.
I'll try my best, yeah.
So if you would like to put on the assistive sensual blindfold.
Oh, yeah. Very sensual. Oh, how's my hair? Did I mess it up?
Your hair is fabulous. You were the first person to wear this blindfold.
Oh, I'm the first. Awesome.
I've actually bought it to sleep in.
That's great. I have pink eye, but so wash it first.
Okay, the first one, I'm just gonna mix up these. Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you want me to put it into your hands, or how do you wanna do this?
I think hand is good.
Yeah, okay.
It's already a little too sensual. So.
Okay.
You know.
Here we go. Just gonna grace your palm with the chocolate.
Okay. All right.
I just scratched his hand with a little bit of praline, I think.
Okay. Oh, praline. Okay. Well, this one's got a nice rectangular texture. I mean, I think that usually indicates that it's a fine chocolate, but let's see how it is. Okay. Oh, okay. It's got a nuttiness to it. I think you might have indicated that it was praline to me, but. Okay, so this was a milk chocolate. It seemed like it was pretty solid quality, but I feel like it's lacking that little bit of Belgium depth, which I'm not even sure if I'm aware of what that is. It's more of a nebulous concept, but I'm going to assume it's not Belgium.
Ka-ching, you are absolutely right. This is not Belgian. It's actually a brand called JD Gross.
Oh.
Which makes me think it's German. Ready for number 2?
Yes, let's do it. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm feeling confident after what I was able to nail there.
Here we go. Now definitely give this one a fondle.
I'm gonna say that this is Belgium, because I know they like their beer. I gotta think they like their alcohol and chocolates too.
They like their beer, so they put rum in a chocolate. Can you imagine beer in a chocolate? That would be disgusting, and unfortunately, Maui, that is not Belgian.
Oh man, dang it. They just tried making it fancy with alcohol. Okay.
Do you want to try a dark milk or white chocolate?
You know, you gotta surprise me and I'll just guess what it is. You know, that's what we'll do.
Okay, here we go.
I don't think I even want to know these kind of things.
Here we go.
Okay.
Fair enough. Do you like this one?
I do. It's just nice. It's very
like
pleasant.
A cream.
Yeah, it's a little creamier. So I will say that it is. Oh man, I don't want to be wrong, but I think it is Belgium. I think it is Belgium.
Ding ding ding.
Yes. Okay. There
Congratulations, you're right. So you got 2 out of 3 right so far.
Yes.
We are halfway through the chocolate test.
Okay.
So I'm going to fling another one your way.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to fling it. I'm going to place it delicately.
Yes, please. We don't want to disturb the chocolate.
This one's also got an interesting top.
It's kind of like a Chinese takeaway box, but like the last fold in it. Yeah, okay, I got that. Okay, thanks. That was a good description. Okay, let's do this. It doesn't have nuts inside, it just has nut flavor.
Yeah, that's the praline, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think you've got a talent for this because you've only got 1 wrong so far and there's 2 more to go. So I'm going to give you one with, well, I'll let you tell me the shape of this one. It's got a nice little shape on top.
Okay. Oh, what? Oh, this one's like really chewy. This almost has like a nougat inside, actually. Just got like a little bit of crunch. But I'm gonna say this isn't Belgian just because there's a lot going on in this one. And I feel like they don't take those kind of shortcuts. They don't use those tricks, the Belgian people.
It's not Belgian. You are absolutely correct in this one.
Wow. Okay, this was tough. The alcohol one threw me for a loop, I would say, but I got it. After I figured out that wasn't Belgian, boom, palate has been curated.
I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
Got one more chance to impress me.
Oh, there's another.
There is one more.
This one has to have like a nut in it or something, because why would it be this big without a nut in it?
Can you guess the type of nut?
I think it's hazelnut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It looked like a hazelnut to me.
I'll say this, the chocolate quality was very good. I'm weighing two things. Belgian people don't seem to like to add too much stuff. They added a little hazelnut, but the chocolate quality was still very good. So I'm gonna say it was Belgian.
You may take off your mask.
Yes.
And I can tell you, Mary Snake,
Yeah.
you were absolutely correct. It was Belgian.
Oh my God, just one wrong?
5 out of 6 correct.
Oh my God.
Congratulations.
Wow, I'm proud of myself.
And thank you so much for joining us on Is It
Appreciate
Belgian?
it. I appreciate it. My hand has a little chocolate on
Do
it.
a little,
so
we'll do
that.
a little fist bump. Thank you so much for joining me.
There we go.
And let's do it.
Some tasty treats for Mary Snake and another one for us up on our screens. It's going to be FaZe taking on ENCE in our next Best of One series of the day. A bit of a rematch of that EPL Grand Final where ENCE are hoping to claim revenge. But it is going to be a tall task because we're not necessarily saying there's any clear favourites coming into one of the most wide open majors in recent history. But FaZe are a name that you have to be putting up there, Maui.
FaZe are the first one you would put at the top of the list. You'd probably give them the worst odds if you're a bookmaker. Don't want everybody to just jump in on the FaZe train right there. But for good reason. FaZe have been playing fantastically for the last couple of months. Ever since this lineup has assembled, it looks like they took off the training wheels very quickly and were already competing for titles out the gates. And I really think that this matchup is one that they're going to be used to. They've played ENCE a couple of times now, and I think that FaZe have a beat on how this ENCE team likes to play. They've read them out.
It's a banger matchup. It's a banger matchup because we have two teams who are peaking at the moment. ENCE are coming in hot from the beginning of 2022. Of course, we talked about FaZe and the success that they had at the beginning of the year. And there is a lot of comparisons we can draw from these two teams, right? International rosters, Danish IGLs. But what's really impressive to me is that at name value, FaZe should eat ENCE alive. If you are just looking at the players and you think about the tenure and the experience they have in Counter-Strike, there shouldn't be a debate. But this is where we have to praise ENCE, because actually with the pieces they have made an extremely competitive lineup.
Oh, they're much greater than the sum of their parts. But the thing is that the FaZe parts are just so much better.
Yeah.
That's when you go name by name and compare every single role on both of these teams, there's not a single one where you would actually give ENCE the edge. And that's where things just get very tricky. Whereas Snappy has developed such a great style and structure that seems to work so well for his players, the players are just better on FaZe.
Yeah, it's that dangerous consistency which we were prefacing in our pre-show coming into day number one. Any particular name that you do want to throw out from the side of FaZe, though, that you're maybe particularly looking forward to seeing here the first time at the major?
I want to see Rain step up. I've been a little bit critical of Rain in the last year, especially 2021, when that FaZe lineup was not clicking at all. And it seems like he's finding that form, but I think he still has to shed the narrative that maybe the lineup was actually better with JKS. I think he proved a lot of doubters wrong by the end of ESL Pro League, but he's got to keep doing it. He's got to show that he actually earned this spot and needs to keep it with FaZe.
And talking about convincing, we have to see Brokey. We have to see Brokey shine. If he's able to put the same kind of performance that we have witnessed at the beginning of 2022, he grabbed his first MVP in Katowice. That just threw FaZe into a new dimension. Because Maui mentioned it as well in the pre-show, 2021, Brokey is top 20, but even some people debate his position in that ranking. Should he really be there? Hasn't exactly been consistent or too flashy. And then he pops off in Katowice in a way no one had ever seen coming. Now, if this is the new normal for FaZe, that's a scary, scary line.
Yeah, it's incredible to see him being elevated to that level as well. And particularly, we did preface it coming into the pre-show as well. The fact that the AWP battle in this, a little bit skew if you don't mind that terminology.
Brokey is one of the best players 2022 hard stop. Hades is a guy that, for the ENCE lineup, some people have drawn into question. Some of his stylistic choices, the way he likes to play back, but then can get iced out of a round via utility. Those sort of moments, you feel a lack of impact from Hades, and you need an AWPer to impose themselves. Even when Brokey plays his passive style, he has ways to get involved in rounds, whereas Hades, I feel like he's been thrown a lot of problems in the Tier 1 space when top teams are using great strategies against him, and I don't think he's been able to solve all of them just yet.
You know, I agree with you, and I would definitely be on that train, but I was keeping my eyes on the stats from the matchup specifically between ENCE and FaZe. They've played twice during Pro League, of course, and I just come to realize Hades actually performed in both occasions. Quite brave. 1.10 rating and 1.14 rating, so it could be that stylistically speaking, he's not put into so much trouble as we are talking about, and the fact that Kerrigan wants to approach such a simple Counter-Strike at time maybe is what this man needs.
I do want to throw Spinx's name into the ring as well. Somebody that's been just absolutely hot to trot throughout the challenger stage. He was coming into the state, you know, something unlocks for him coming onto LAN. Of course, we do hear that from a lot of players, but it was just so true for Spinx. He was looking incredibly consistent throughout that first stage of the major.
When he plays from home, he's playing on 70 ping nearly all the time. So the LAN boost that he gets in terms of just playing with 5 ping, it makes the game feel completely different. But one thing I want to highlight about Spinx's gameplay is how he's so good at finding the holes in opponents' defenses. It seems like no matter what is going on and around, if something doesn't work in the initial plan for ENCE, Spinx is there to come up with his own plan B. His contingency ideas are so powerful, and anytime you make one little mistake, whether it's a smoke, trading, spacing, doesn't matter, Spinx will take advantage because this dude doesn't miss.
He's so great as a player, and I almost feel like on a personal level and probably the community, we have to update the view that we have, the hierarchy that we have for rifles in the world. Because if I had mentioned names like Electronic, Nico, Bit, you'd say, oh yeah, they're much better than Spinx. By the numbers, he's one of the best players we have on LAN in 2022.
Yes.
His evolution, his development has been crazy with ENCE. We knew he was strong, but the fact that he was able to do it time after time, now he's on LAN, he has become a safe value. You ask me, is he going to show up? I want to say yes. I have no hesitation.
Maui, I want to ask you a question specifically, just about something we were chatting about concerning ENCE before we came into the challenger stage. You were saying, you know, you wanted to see Madden unlock a new level, DH unlocking that new level as well in terms of that aggression and those opening picks. So can you kind of just give me a summary? Did they satiate your taste in that challenger stage?
I think DH actually stepped up in a couple of the games I saw. Actually, Modern did too, but I still think that Modern puts himself in a box with this lineup that he didn't when he was playing with FPX and Godsend. He had a lot more autonomy on that lineup, and I think right now he's getting used to the slightly more rigid style that Snappy is throwing in his direction, and so I really still think he can be the X factor for this team, but for this lineup, he does have an objectively worse rating than he did when he was with FPX and Godsend. In fact, it's almost a 0.08 decrease in terms of where he was then, where he is now, maybe the level of competition increase, but I think it's also very much so due to the fact that he's limiting himself in terms of his options.
And if you're calling Madden an X factor in the sense that he can pop off at a time and disappear, I think Diha is the polar opposite. Diha is the pillar. He's the one you know is going to show up. He's the one you know what he's going to bring to the table. He might not be a name that you mentioned when we name stars or carriers, but if you are Snappy, it is so invaluable to have a player, the one we have on our screen, where you know what he's going to deliver. He's giving you insurances. He's giving you security, certainties about what's going to happen on the server, and that is something that matters a lot to fans.
I do really like just the wider context of this matchup as well. You kind of alluded to it earlier, Maniac, the fact that, you know, we've got two Danish IGLs, both on the older side of the scales, if that's not too rude of me to say.
Oh, you can say that, it's fine.
But just in terms of, you know, getting those young guns around them, and I feel like FaZe, they've achieved that. They've unlocked those LAN wins that Kerrigan was saying, you know, give me 6 months, give me another 6 months. They've managed to do that. And I feel like for ENCE, it's just going to be an interesting trajectory to see if they do end up following in the footsteps of FaZe.
It would be really cool to see that. I mean, already they're both top 5 teams in the world. They're playing exceptionally well, and so to see that international rosters are starting to come together, I think we're in what I would pretty much say is the second generation of CSGO teams where you can just put together English-speaking rosters now, and people can thrive if the roles and the leading make sense.
The barrier has been pushed through. Now, I was just keeping my eyes on the veto, and there's a little bit of a surprise coming over. We were talking in the green room about what we expected from ENCE and the position they were in the map pool. They decided to remove both Overpass and Dust 2, privileging Mirage at the end. Given the chance between Dust 2 and Mirage, I thought ENCE would prefer Dust 2. I thought they would punish Kerrigan on that one, but we go to Mirage, which is, I mean, gentleman handshake, firm handshake, both teams can play it, but there might have been an opportunity here for ENCE to put FaZe in a bad position.
I'm a little bit concerned about this one for ENCE. I'm not actually sold on their A defense. I think that Deha, Modern, the way they try to connect at A, I actually think that that might be a vulnerability here. And if Kerrigan game plans the way that I would, then I can expect a lot of A hits coming out in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at the last time these two teams faced up on this particular map at the EPL Grand Final. It was the one that ENCE lost out on the most handedly. It was a 16-9 scoreline. And Rops, Twist, they were kind of the names that we were looking at coming into this. Anybody else, or are they going to be the people you're keeping an eye on for the side of FaZe?
Well, once again, I'm gonna look at the entry fraggers because I think that really, I think Kerrigan and Rain, when they're running at ENCE on a map like Mirage, like that A bomb site, I think they get a lot more mileage than they should. And it's up to ENCE to try to stop that. They need to actually find ways to stop these opening plays because a lot of Kerrigan's hits are pretty explosive. They're pretty fast. And those kind of players there from Modern, from Deha, if they can't find any way to at least shut down those opener players, then it's just going to be lights out.
I think this might be why Hades actually, fared so well in some of these matchups because of the rhythm, because of how quick the attack is coming over. Because as a sniper, if there is just a little bit of a gap in utility, that's when you strike, that's where you punish, and that's what he needs to do for his team.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out. Mirage on the cards. For the first time, we'll be seeing FaZe here in Antwerp, and to guide us through it, it's Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, thank you guys. I'm ready for this one, man. Mirage and FaZe and ENCE. And ENCE, obviously, coming in, looking to take down what has been the best team in 2022 so far. Victory in Katowice, victory at ESL Pro League, over ENCE specifically in that Grand Finals. But we've got Grand Finals games today. Just for a second, remember, opening matchups, right? These two teams, Finals of Pro League. We have G2 and Navi.
Yes.
Does that not have finals
Major.
written all over? These are just opening games. The Counter-Strike is sick.
Yes.
And Mirage could also be phenomenal between these two lineups. Without further ado, it is Game 3 on the A stream. First day of the Legends stage. Legends being made. And ENCE to the T side, I think, should have their hands full.
This is the absolute best map to have this on. I think this is going to be extraordinary to watch. I'm so hyped for this right now. Let's go. FaZe ENCE in the opening match, and man, they both can win. So that means it's going to hurt extremely badly if they lose. Okay, pop up through connector on the set move into the window, putting tons of pressure up, but Rob stays alive inside of the palace. And a clip. Hades takes out Rain and CT spawn. This opens things up. They'll overtake this space, and Deha wins over Rops. Yeah. They don't plan.
Rops is big, but Kerrigan strikes, and the CTs follow suit. They've kind of fumbled this bomb, and Broky, yeah, he's not going to give you a damn chance to breathe. Deha looking for the clutch in the 1v2. These CTs are very much in the open, and he shakes off.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Maniac's talking about. He's the guy. Stands tall. Big pressure situation, big pressure game, big delivery on the P250.
Yeah, what a pop-off. After Broky put a laser pointer on the end of his USP and just starts executing everybody, I was like, all right, it's over. Deha, did he find 4? No, that was from the stairs he got, Rops. They also had another player waiting on that tip of Apex for Rops to peek at the same time. I thought it was him. Clean, I want to say clean pistol. Good pistol. Inspiring pistol. A pistol that gets you hyped off of the clutch.
A pistol where the individuals sure look good.
Yes.
The aim's looking clean.
Yes.
Them shots crisp. Double scouts, double deagles, solo CZ. FaZe very much just playing the perimeters of the map.
Yeah. Slight overstack towards B because, again, this is where a lot of Antico rounds end up. Top con smoke is not going to be a lie this time.
Broken's got damage
forward, yeah. But single tag. Twist tries to be very patient with that deagle on the last try. Kerrigan will fall off and get damage. Oh my god, he's actually rotating, yeah.
Picks up the scout, misses that one chance, lands it on Hades. Snappy gets cut off by Rain, and the individuals of FaZe are looking good enough, but it's the old boys as Kerrigan will be toppled. Rain's coming out from window, and Spinks keeps it clean.
Oh, I forgot Spinks was alive. Yeah, whenever Spinks is alive, then there's a huge chance that they'll win.
Dude, this guy's got a land buff.
Dude, AIS is just more comfortable. He'd just be owning on land. Spinks is a very special rifler. He has shown such high peaks already in a lot of their big games. He's still actually somewhat inconsistent, so not kind of as consistent as, say, like the core of FaZe between Rob's, Twist, and Broky or anything like that. But he's doing it with a rifle, trying to take Broky out of that equivocation and just say, well, he at least goes huge when they need him. That was a good look in pre-fire right there, or pre-aim, I should say. Oh, they search this out, but Snappy still wins.
Body shots, but that's it.
Well, the bomb is actually coming down mid instead of going onto Cat. So this time they're trying to use the connector smoke maybe to provide misdirection. No, instead they'll take it up Cat smartly. Not hearing anything within the B site. And are avoiding the remaining CTs. We've seen pistol rounds play a factor into the first two series. Maybe less so in the last one because NIP just played so much better, even on the rifles. But definitely in that first game, that was a 16-11 match, and Heroic had won both pistols with conversions. It'll be meaningful for ENCE to start this well. Again, Deha 1v2 pistol round into 3 rounds straight off. And FaZe only got a touch of damage here. 1 player down who had a MAC 10.
Poor Rops sent packing by Madden.
So what was brought up about ENCE, especially in their match versus G2 and the Challenger, or not Challenger. Oh, it was the Challenger. G2 were challengers, right?
Yeah. Legends in spirit.
Legends in spirits. Provably legends now. Was that they call a ton of set plays out of spawn, and honestly, their T side got so wiry in that G2 game, trying to hit A over and over again. And ironically, all they did was make G2 better and more resilient at holding. And so I think that was a problem for ENCE, that they were a touch one-dimensional. They also tried to attempt way too many lurks, which was something that just also got more clear. FaZe will be an interesting matchup because they actually do quite a little bit of lurking on their T sides. And also have a handful of set stuff and faster plays. But there was not much love for the B site in the ENCE match. All about A. Quite quiet here in mid. Only Twist spotting it.
Kerrigan not entirely alone, but Twists won't be able to support him until they get to the windows. Flash, maybe.
Yeah.
He has left on his own.
ENCE actually have to be incredibly careful here. If they don't think that Kerrigan has pushed it all, they're running it back to A. First of all, this turns into a lurk. It might not look pretty. If they fall back too haphazardly, Kerrigan can follow them out. When I say them, I mean Deha. Now the exec is coming through.
Incendiary lands on ramp. Gonna slow that one down for a second. Spink still looking for his route out through Palace. And again, the smoke. The grenades from FaZe.
Oh, they don't molly
Stopped
triple.
it only a second. Space given to Brokey. Spinks comes out. Immediate kill into Rain. Rops, one and done. And that is ENCE exiting ramp, but Twists reclaims a little territory versus Deha. Throws an AK-47 into the window for Kerrigan. But they're going to go ahead and... Are they leaving? No,
they're between two mines. Yeah, I don't know. Twist came back. Maybe he found a bit of utility, and there's one frag here for Finn. Kerrigan looking for a second. Last player on the ramp. Bomb is planted on the inside of default. It's solid for A ramp, but he'll have to come out a little bit.
Kerrigan, does he have it?
Oh,
no.
Tries a pre-fire. I think that was his best move, but ultimately Hades wins. And the A exec was pretty compelling. I mean, Brokey hit a great shot to kick things off, but he only got one. And his teammates didn't do much else.
Nice jump down into the underpass, killed the flank. At least that wasn't a problem. 2v2 towards site. Not meant for FaZe. ENCE win first rifle. Brokey, couple clean shots. The fact that Rain got deleted off of default by Spinks immediately.
You can see ENCE kind of saving the action in middle for the eco rounds. Just so far anyway. And look to want to maybe follow kills, leaving bomb. Stage back in T-spawn.
Spinks rewarded. Nice patience. Works out exactly how he wants. And ENCE going to play it slowly towards ramp again. So far, so good. Ooh, a little barrel here, so Madden. Yeah. Sends a nade onto Kerrigan and kills him with a little bit of a wall bang. Easy does it, poor Kerrigan. Twists, the next to be toppled. Robs has got an answer. Right? We're looking for the fireworks. We're looking for the ferocity from FaZe, but they've been kind of muzzled with lesser weapons. All these rounds barring the last. So, quietly, ENCE have gone ahead and grabbed a 5th round. Did you put ENCE through to the next stage?
I didn't. I mean, they were on my short list, of course. There were just so many good teams. I think the one that I put in that maybe most people switched out for was Furia.
Okay.
So I have Furia making playoffs, but them and ENCE. And for me, again, ENCE comes down to basically their opper. The only real consideration versus other teams. And I mean, Hades is not a bad opper or anything like that, but in terms of the level of eliteness that a lot of the other offers are at this event, like even if we look at FaZe right now, by the end of this year, they're probably going to have 3 players in the top 10 in their core, which is actually unreal. So this level of talent standing out on top of the composition being perfect is really good. Now, ENCE are trending up at the right time. You know, in through challengers,
yes,
they look solid. They
Dead
can beat
on.
almost anybody. The Pro League finals in their rearview mirror. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to see, of course, that ENCE could absolutely make top 8 at this major. So they weren't completely out of consideration, but for me, it comes down to offers.
Second gun round underway, and Rop's already hanging out inside of the smokes. Just pelted by utility here, and ENCE will take top mid. Ooh, ENCE have a timing here, Madden. I believe he's been seen. Brokey concedes. Mid very much belongs to ENCE. And this B split's getting ready, but we do have a reposition here with Brokey and Twist silently switching spots, putting the AWP in the back of this site, looking to serve as the anchor for FaZe's B hold. But Brokey jumping up, gets spotted, he's scoped in. Just dies to the walkout. Twist is there for the quick recovery. Kerrigan comes in from the corner. There's still a chance here despite the man advantage being taken by ENCE. And Twists, well, he's still got Kerrigan taking players away from him. All good. Big play from Kerrigan, 2 on the M4, 1 off the USP. But when Brokey got caught sleeping on the van, that looked sketchy for a second.
There were so many players alive in the site that you could almost feel like everything's being covered. But Cat was just this wide open area that allowed them to come up. And again, I mean, ENCE, sometimes what they do is just walk in. They just walk in and turn in the corner on Cat. That's actually kind of hard to do because of all of the angles, even from connector. Brokey could rely on his 8 players to maybe spot you turn in the corner on Cat. So, but it was kind of a honeypot. There were too many more CTs there. All in comfortable positions as well. It's a little late action on mid as they try to jump down, but this is a counterplay to this, having Robson underpass, waiting for connector presence.
Oh, but he got by.
Yeah, they sneak it. And
this is not Rops, it's Snappy.
Brain see him? Yeah, he did.
Oh, but then Rops is there to trade it. Comes in from underground. Twist wins his fight towards mid, so now all that's left for ENCE is this walkout on A site.
Yeah.
Brokey looking for the contact. Spinks has already managed to get that cross. Oh, he wins that fight? That's such a narrow angle to play with the AK.
An unreal spray there, but Brokey looked like he didn't have armor, actually. Did he glass cannon? I'm not sure. Now the rotation's coming in all the way through spawn. Rops will swing it. It's a marathon for him.
Diha finds bomb plant. Coverage from the smoke. Twist spams through, nothing there. We've got this flank around from Rops, eventually coming in from Palace. Kerrigan gets softened up. Now him and Twist, both mid-30s, jump over towards Ticket. Suddenly makes things sketchy because Kerrigan is going to be in a crossfire. Spinks was watching Palace, was past tense. Kerrigan gets that other one, and Hades in the open falls.
Geez.
The 3v3 goes the way of FaZe. They win their second round.
Fortunate bit of timing there for Rops, actually. Spinks lined it up. After that, of course, he was in a tradable spot. But, wow, I can't believe Diha jumped out the CT spawn. That still actually almost helped.
Would just be a misbuy if Brokey was glass cannon, because surely they saved his op from the last round.
Okay.
everybody was over on that B site.
I'm only judging based on
The
his
aim
screen
punch,
shaking.
right? Yeah. No, it
so
seemed intense.
Not
I'm right there
exactly
with you.
sure, but yeah, you could say. Brokey was looking for the fight in Palace, but he wasn't double scoped, and Spinks got into that angle nicely. So, a couple of close situations.
Yep.
Very close. Even the fact that Robs let Snappy get into connector and he ends up killing Rain. They don't call the timing because he's watching it 80% of the time. Turns away for a second. But it's by design. ENCE will play slowly. They will take all of these little gaps, and a lot of the times they're going to try not to waste utility when they do it. That's what'll keep you on your toes here on CT side.
4 smoke grenades over top from ENCE. 5. Oh my god. Throwing everything and the kitchen sink. Getting an opening pick with it.
Wow, this is so disjointed. We've got one player walking out. Deepod's going to get caught off guard. There's nothing right behind it, which might make it feel like a fake, actually. But in reality, the bomb is the next player coming up the ramp. They're holding on to mid control and waiting for Twist to push off of Cat. They finally find it, but they don't punish him.
Kerrigan kills Snappy. That's the B lurk dealt with. Hades will be able to catch Rain pushing up. And Spinks still sitting inside mid. His team now needs him. Call to action onto A. And Twists. Oh, he could have a 1v1 towards middle while Bomb is being planted. Oh, Twists will get the better of the connector player. Madden deep inside of jungle, next to die. And this is looking like the back-to-back 3v3s for FaZe. Sure enough, every piece of their puzzle comes together, makes the bigger picture, and FaZe continue to cut back this lead.
Man, so many close situations. I mean, even the fact that Twist gets lit up inside of Cat and then wins a double dink duel into connector versus Spinks. That's a duel that Spinks will happily take, even if they run that back 10 times. This part looked a little strange. They were clearly just trying to get FaZe to make a mistake, and I think with the amount of pressure and where it was, they were looking for Twist, who is their first rotator to come off Cat, start clearing out mid, to be the one to push, but they don't take him out. So maybe there was an idea there. It looked different, that's for sure. You don't often see those smokes anymore on A-side attacks. Trying to creep. Oh, he'll join the Cat.
Yeah, I like the timing here. I like
spotted,
the rush. Twists is being covered, but not that much. Not with the smoke on the other end of it. He just gets gunned down by the MAC-10. Brokey lands a shot, but doesn't get the kill. And B-side just crumbles under pressure. That was so fast, so suddenly.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, just Madden getting spotted, turned Twist around, and he was catatonic, like sitting there at Get Right, watching the flank the whole time. Meanwhile, Snappy's like, all right, well, I'm clearing out Get Right. I'm looking for you. And he does find him. So, really cool set piece here from ENCE. They win another clean one. There's still so much money over on the side of FaZe. They could shake their head at it, but it's not too big of a deal. Would have been one to break the economy in half on ENCE. Oh, insane.
Not only does he survive the op shot, but then he kills Brokey like that.
Right.
Oh. Nasty.
Uh-oh.
Rob's caught on the jump over.
Oh, man. Look at the tempo. That was Rob's trying to get up on Cat.
Feels like ENCE are kind of...
Whoa, they let him... No, oh my god. I thought they were going to let him go after all that. He knows he was dead if he sat there in underpass.
Yeah, desperation sinks in for Robs, so...
Like, you could fall into underpass purposefully, but if you don't pair that with an upper B push, then there's no way to escort your teammate out. So just this one move of ENCE, peeking, hoping Brokey doesn't start window, and swinging mid, earns them a first kill. I like how much FaZe have taken over Palace. Consistently tried to. And now a fight will walk right up into Rain. No utility behind this. Spinks has done well in the past. Let's see who wins.
Real off angle here. Spinks seemingly cautious. Rain locked into that one. So while ENCE continue out from the A ramp, it's just going to be Palace in the back of their minds. Middle seems clear, but this deep corner spot from Twists almost was the end of Madden. Brokey sees a player jump ticket, nice flick into Snappy's head, pops him like a melon, turns it over, kills Diha, slips into connector smoke, comes back at it from stairs. Brokey is everywhere! And while he does that, Twists ends this.
How does he even end up in that spot on the inside of that jungle smoke? I don't even know.
Dude, he's ethereal. Just cruising through those smokes.
Yeah. Watching Brokey blossom in these last couple of years has been just such a sight. I mean, the explosiveness from him is just ridiculous. And I mean, there's so much chaos right here, and it feels like he's the one orchestrating it. In reality, he's just a part of it. And he can just juggle a million decisions at once, make the right one, and hit the hard shot. That's what Brokey is all about. 4 rounds up now for ENCE, as they're throwing a lifeline. Twist gets his, a little bit of damage to the bottom connector as well. That slows down the attack. And ENCE do a good job of finding the opening kill, disabling Rops, winning mid, no refrag, then come back to an A attack, doesn't work out in the end. It can happen. 4 out of 5 rounds. One here from FaZe in a row.
Looking to bottom out those banks.
Just like we saw in that previous attempt, yeah, money is low. Madden on just attack 9.
A little nervousness should start to set in for ENCE after a phenomenal start with the 5-0. It's not every day we get to see Kerrigan top the scoreboard. For now, that's where he is.
And more consistently, he is making like these once in a while games happen.
I'm sure he knows that's, you know, a part of the play.
They had that one locked.
You know, he owes it to the stars of this roster to be his very best.
Yeah. I made the argument that his individual level is actually important for this team.
Oh, but he gets hit by Diha. Oh,
well.
These headshots.
Diha's hitting.
Wow. That second one as he slides through Twists, goes for a controlled burst and finds himself 3 kills. This round is Diha's.
Damn.
This round belongs to ENCE.
Yeah, that was monster mode from Diha.
Ooh.
He kicked it into 6th gear for that. Ran over the site.
Wow, double deletion.
Beautiful openers.
Oh, poor Kerrigan. Oh, his form's been improving.
Can't say a thing.
Oh, that is nice.
Yeah.
That is nice. Props to Diha.
Controlled all the space. You couldn't even tell that ENCE were just about low right there. So still some money here from FaZe, but man, not even enough for the op on Brokey.
Actually, such a critical round. That's the round right there from Diha that could just turn this one into a snowball effect for ENCE's T side. End it as strong as it started. Five in a row. Why not?
Could be good. They'll see one.
Risky business for Madden. Tries to run away from the scout.
It's the same play.
Runs into Rops instead. Thomas for Twists. Clean as can be. Tucks into the arch. Has 2 players to support, or had. Frag grenade also landing on Twists, and yet still he fights on. Hades looking for the response. Him and Spinks in the 2 versus 4. And as a player jumps out through market, Hades continues to go forward. Spinks is giving great coverage, but how do they get back that bomb? Hades. Oh! Him and Spinks just doing everything.
God damn. What? 4 kills for Spinks on those B entries. There was a million ways that FaZe could have won right there. If they had tucked and let ENCE out, then they probably had a better chance. They decided to go for the duels, and there's even a chance for Rops to win, right? Spinks had red HP at bench as he was taking that fight. That headshot angle pays off in back-to-back rounds with different players at the helm, and ENCE on these B attacks have found so much success.
Rops, nope, not going to get past Spinks. We've seen Spinks go a little more passive. This time, just takes that little left peek. He's rewarded for it. Insta opening. And they're going to lean on the USPs. Rain given a back and a chance and a kill. Kerrigan, not so lucky. Snappy wraps it up. 9 rounds for ENCE.
9 rounds, super solid half. Some great calls here. Even more impressive on the entries than anything else. It's not like FaZe haven't anticipated all of the different styles of play that have come in these rounds, and they've answered back with like a high individual level, but overall, the calling's just good enough. The entries are spectacular. And, yeah, it looks like ENCE are the favorites, basically, based on the rounds that we're seeing right now. So this is big stuff. Now, I'm not going to write off FaZe at this point. It's not like we saw in that Vitality an NIP overpass game where it already looked like Vitality had lost at this point. FaZe are way too good at Mirage. And they also have the best T sides in the world right now, so that's coming up in the second half. But they will not be pleased with only 4. They will not be pleased or comfortable.
When these teams met in the ESL Pro League Finals, Mirage was a part of that best of 5. We had ENCE taking away 7 terrorist round wins. So a closer half than what we've got here already. Marked improvement and a chance to keep this going. I'm sure it'll feel real good if ENCE can, you know, it's not quite a grand finals, but just this best of 1, so phase down into that 0-1 pack. There's a little bit of revenge on this one.
The 0-1s are a nightmare because of these 2 teams, because of Navi, G2. You do not want to end up going down into that 0-1. And there are no guarantees for playoffs. There are no lock-ins. As much as someone might say that FaZe are a favorite to win this major, you could only argue by a small margin. This organization has never won a major. This roster has started to come up together. They have tournament wins so far this year, but they are by no means a lock-in in the same sense that Navi were in the last major, where they ended up not dropping a series and won every tournament of the year before that. It's not the same level. And in fact, Navi still exists right now, and they could potentially win a second major in a row. Too much up in the air, and if ENCE keep playing like this, we'll see them make a deep run as well.
Twists and Robs and Rain not going to let off the pedal here towards middle. Robs, very nice first one as he comes around that smoke. Twists was serving up a distraction. We had those T's scrambled for a second because Twists was spamming damage into them. Robs will be caught. Kerrigan. Ooh, guys, dude, we've already seen Spinks deliver from those windows, and I thought maybe, just maybe, he'd do it again.
He doesn't need much health to grab those frags. Window spot comes in, yeah.
He could still clutch this.
Brokey immediately runs into the site.
Jumps onto the dumpster. Twists on the window is where this one ends. Twists slow rotation, they play it patient, and Madden gives them that last frag, so it is at least one more here for FaZe, and a final round of the half.
Yeah, 6, honestly 6 would be fine. I think we'd get, I'm looking for a 30-round game here. Yeah, that's what I want, like a really close match into the second half, and I think they'd be okay with 6. You could easily say just ENCE were better, they won here.
I love how Twist just taps through that box.
Could end up being more competitive. So off the last tech pause, we had FaZe come out with really aggressive mid control, and I think that was one exploitable weakness of ENCE, is that they do so many fast tactics into mid, jumping in connector or taking over cat control, that they leave underpass completely unbabysat, and like you have to have somebody go through upper B, walk underpass to join the mid attack, and that guy has to do a lot of walking because anybody on cat can hear him running. So in the early portions of the round, every time ENCE wanted to do something fast, we saw that G2 use this against ENCE, where they'd play inside of underpass to stop any kind of connector lurks. And right now, FaZe have found some great chances and have actually executed on them well to jump in and pair that with twist on cat and some connector pressure at the same time to stop the riflers from running down.
Maybe one more quick one. At least a little bit of presence. Snappy hopes to deliver the gifts. Brokey not on his op. So the jump spot continues on.
Make noise.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. That would actually just get me to leave the site. Like, I would just literally go to the other side of that. But we got one under Bal kind of alone, actually. Very few support grenades here. They might not be able to afford the bomb to go down.
With that second and third and fourth Molotov, they burn Rain out of position. Brokey will come through the smoke, finally, as the fire kept him at bay. Left Rain on his own. Diha, oh, the late lurk should catch Twist, but what if Twist gets into the mix before that flank arrives? Madden will be cleared off site. Rops has the kill, and sure enough, Diha will get it. So Rops in the 1 versus 3, looking for the 4K to give FaZe 6. Snappy taps at him, Spinks gets damaged, but the wallbang goes both ways. And ENCE with an excellent first half.
I don't know where the nades went on that one for FaZe coming off the last round win. They were completely out by the time the exec came in, and it's not advisable to play under Balk if you at least don't have a smoke, but also you kind of don't have a connection with Brokey. If there's going to be some kind of A-site hit with full nades, like we've seen many times from ENCE, then Brokey and Rain cannot help each other at all. Like, look, right side smokes come out, which are even more common than CT smoke, and there's no way for Brokey to do anything except for walk in through the smoke and take too long to kill somebody and can't get out.
And even then didn't want to, didn't get to walk through it when he first wanted because of the other Molotov. Think about that round where he's got his op and he's just inside of those smokes. So much more space to work then.
So
compared to that.
And no support flashes for him either. So
dry.
Maybe FaZe are happy for that half to have ended. Now ENCE moving to half number 2, start off on CT. Got to be smiling ear to ear.
The upset potential this morning for the first day of Legends has been real. But we've got FaZe on a T side looking to set the pace themselves. Spinks dives into the bench. He's got a fight with Twists over top, loses his first rotate, and it's a 5v3 out of FaZe immediately on this B site.
Yeah, they got swarmed. Single smoke over on Get Right. Stop any kind of cap pressure, but the CTs were playing within smokes.
They kept it simple, they kept it clean. And while Rain will fall to Madden, Twist's right there for the trade frag. So Twist taking his spot at the top of the board here, both him and Brokey.
Hades keeps killing a guy in the back.
How's he do it?
So good at that.
Gets stuck on the door frame. He'll be hunted down like a hound. Rops with the 2K close.
Yeah, I thought they did the hunting. What do hounds hunt?
Foxes.
Foxes?
Yeah, I think.
Damn. Are foxes cats?
No.
Okay. I used to think cats were girls when I was a kid. All right. More at 6. 29 for. How does he just do that all the time?
I don't know.
Just always 20 and 9.
And I just figured, like, oh, once they get to the Legend stage, maybe it cools off.
Yeah.
But Spinks is making one hell of an argument for himself.
Absolutely.
Strong argument for ENCE. Double scout, triple deegs. Oh, Diha. Oh, good thing he's still alive. Falls back with his frag grenade. Spinks takes a little bit of a gander into the palace and falls down. Madden a little too slow on the draw with the smoke shot. Snappy deep in B.
Interesting.
No cat presence here for the counter-terrorists.
Yeah. They've been coaxed into a bad decision. And no eyes on mid, playing totally blind. But Snappy's pushed up, so he'll be the early warning system. However, if he dies, it won't be early enough.
Smokes go over. You can see that desperate move from Hades to try and put the scout in position. Twists, dies. The reload is in.
He lets him reload.
Oh, man. He had a little life left in him.
Yeah.
And Hades did get one with the scout in the meantime. Still Kerrigan able to recover, but Spinks from across town hits the deeg.
What kind of guns are we working with here? Brokey has
this round's got life.
Brokey's
trying to sit on top of the other scout. Mac 10. This is Kerrigan? How? Oh. Ah.
Yeah. Okay.
Low HP. That much we know. Low HP for what's left of ENCE and not looking like any real attempt at an exit.
Yeah, Brokey's like in a scary spot, but he actually doesn't have to move. And the CTs, well, can they get both of them? Oh, they can't. Wow. What a shot.
You take it. Doesn't come with enough time for the defuse, but you take what you can get. That's damage, baby.
That'll be Brokey. Oh, Brokey's pickup's already screwed. He put NIP 03.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's funny. He probably locked in something else, though, didn't he?
You never know, man. You can't trust the internet.
You can't trust Brokey, especially. He's too tricky at CS.
You know, I feel like the pick'em culture has become one of deceit and deception.
Yes, and malice.
I know who to blame.
And malice. Absolutely. People are not bringing their best intentions to these pick'ems.
Used to be honorable.
Yes. All right.
Quick one.
Quick to be. very quick.
Jumping out the window. Flash goes first. Rain goes beyond. Insta-kill from Spinks. Dodges the flash easily. Snappy's MP9 from bench. Good. Oh, and then another dink on the follow-up. Tons of damage being done by the SMG. So much so that Deeg sweeps away Twists. Robs wants to attack from Cat. Can they bring this back? 2 versus 4, very little health, and the bomb will hit the deck.
Yeah, that's the chance right there.
That's an 11th for ENCE and a CT side that starts early.
Yeah, very much so.
Poor Robs, man. If he had more HP, then maybe, but he's lost the element of surprise, and Hades locks in that final kill.
It was interesting pathing. I mean, they couldn't jump out of the window because they smoked it, so going out van side, I think just fed really well into ENCE's spots in the way that they were holding. And when you take out the first guy on the B attack, if you're playing off spawns, then sometimes the spacing can get very hard, and you'll end up getting glued into positions in halls, trying to fight out of the windows, which is not what you want. You really just want to get out of the door, out to van, and get control as fast as possible. Shut down right away. ENCE are staring 12 in the face. Exec coming out towards A. Nobody's here to stop it. Except Madden over in CT spawn.
Oh, yes,
wow.
Hades.
He keeps killing the guy in the back.
Bo. That one was clean. Racking up the easy frags. Madden gonna give a little space here to Rops. Able to exit at the very least, but poor Twists finds himself alone. Tech9 not meant for this one. Only that one kill from Twists. Barring that, it is ENCE's round. Easy for ENCE, they say.
All they do is flash through the jungle smoke and have one rifler peek in. Madden throws his lurk smoke into the site to take an extra peek. And with all that defense in mind, bomb cannot be planted. Well, not only are they staying 12 in the face, wow, they're staring potentially 13. Absolutely nothing here for FaZe to work with. Will the ENCE 3-0 prophecy be foretold? This was such a hard first round that I think this is where the trepidation comes in when you think about their chances, even though overall they, of course, have proven some good stuff versus some of the other teams at this stage.
Yeah, this one would send vibrations through the Legend stage. A ripple through reality. Man down for FaZe, as it should be with just these pistols. Kerrigan's going to try to sneak through the smoke. Madden's having none of that. Be gone. Hades hears the movement outside the A-ramp. His SMG should be good enough. Poor Brokey. He'll hit the dink, but that's it. Not destined for round 20. 13-7. Another buy-in from FaZe. This is going to be a long comeback for FaZe.
Yeah,
no matter what.
It's
if they don't just lose.
Of course. They could easily. There's actually no reason to not believe in ENCE right now into the second half. There's no luck about the way they've won. Look pretty solid. Just comes down to if FaZe are ready to grind. Of course, they have the ability to make this comeback occur. Got nothing else to do today. They've been here before. They've had to stage a lot of comebacks. But it is their first day in these chairs.
That's the thing, right?
We've had ENCE do an entire stage already. They've got the butt outlines inside of the chairs.
Smokes at the top of mid. Snappy not going to put his head on that shelf.
What is this smoke?
I don't know.
They re-smoked the one way. Snappy kind of lines up the top mid box nade. Maybe he thinks this just missed a window. Throws it a bit shy. Lurky and FaZe secure ladder room control.
Rain's being utilized for it.
There's somebody in window, but where are they tucked? Okay.
Straight under. Deeg gives good cover.
Rain the first casualty, Kerrigan connects.
They know another one's jungle. One spotted CT.
And should
Spinks
be
still
low.
alive.
Oh, Robs through smoke.
But will they forget about Spinks?
That's the big one, and you can't forget about Spinks. He's looking up, gets cleared. Robs comes in with the multi-kill, head on a swivel as FaZe surround that A site and squeeze.
That became 4v5, but positionally, they had a big edge. They had jungle, they had ladder room, they spotted 2 window side, they had the trade in mid, and then the warning system as Rob starts to put pepper some bullets in through that jungle smoke. And Spinks was the other out, but they kept a good inventory of who was alive and made sure to clear it. Still having a great game overall. Still managed to get a kill somehow in that spot. But FaZe secure 8 and it looks pretty solid.
Same smoke here in mid.
Yeah. One interesting way to stop any of the pressure down mid.
The nade is just on point.
Wait, is this smoke thrown from the T side or the CT side?
The one at the top that's T side smoke.
Oh, okay.
And then Rain has twice now just kind of looked over top of it. He's met by a frag. D-Hud's gonna tuck into the cover. He's got Madden to help him from jungle. Oh, and another towards Cat. D-Hud gets that headshot into Kerrigan as he dies. And he was never getting out of there alive. So for him to take one with him, props.
Look at the pressure mounting on Madden. He's on the inside of the smoke, top of connector. One in CT to support from the CT side.
Rain versus Madden up close.
Oh, there's
Good
the duel.
trade.
Oh,
Good
I don't
trade.
know if I'd rather be FaZe still. Yeah,
It's
Hades.
Rob's dead. Hades burned off of Ticket, comes back, misses his shot, but honestly, he could be dead by now if Rain wasn't blinded. And then they throw Brokey into Firebox. Another flash meant to set up Rain, but the op comes in with at least that one. And nobody else to peek from Ticket for the CT side. A very critical 2 versus 2. You've got Twists and Brokey, star-studded players for FaZe against Snappy and Spinks, the challenger, but Twists unable to get his kill, and so Brokey now falls down into the clutch, and he's drawn between 2 directions. Spinks, cookie cutter clean, ENCE 14.
Yeah, they're 14 now. They're standing. They're near the top of the mountain. They're near in the pinnacle. They have to be feeling great. Floating in those spots in the post plant, hoping for the kills to come to them, and not ready early for those plays.
And that's
it gets a bit
individual
awkward,
level.
but I was thinking that FaZe, in all of those trades, had the better trade. Like, Madden kills a Palace guy, but if you killed the guy coming out of connector, that would have been scarier. And then that trade goes down. And then Hades, he gets away with 1, but they get CT control with his refrag. Or he gets 2, actually. He gets 2.
No, the whole round, you know, there's a question until it's just the 2 versus 2. Yeah. And at that point, Twist, he could have won his duel. Brokey, he could have killed the guy CT in clutch. Missed op shot, missed AK spray, and no missed chance from ENCE with D-Hus setting them up. Madden supported for the double spray of 5 versus 3 to lock in 15. And D-Hus comes in not only with flash assists, but frags through smoke as Twist is toppled. Spinks and D-Hus lock it in. And now we're talking match points. We're talking upsets from ENCE over FaZe. The number 1 in the world could be 0-1 in Legends.
Absolutely. Looks like it's going to happen. That tactic was perfectly executed. Madden, you could see the conviction. Even though he gets mollied off of stairs in the first peak, he's running back in and catches this with the flash from D-Haw over top of, over from mid. I don't know if he threw that from spawn or not, but that's all they needed. They just knew exactly where the routing would be on this kind of set play. You could see the preparation paying off for ENCE on top of, again, some great T entry work in the first half. A lot of sound calls. D-Haw, Spinks showing us X Factor. Keeping up in a huge way, and they punish the A ramp again.
Yo.
Direct line for D-Haw with his eyes closed.
No openings. No chances. 7 match points, and they only need 1. Brokey will be tagged down to 73. That single Galil, that single ramp entry, the bomb carrier to boot. He's got Madden locked into what could be the 1v1 if D-Hus continues to be distracted by mid. Utility at the bottom of connector. Brokey's just waiting for the peak to come over. D-Hus will be turned away, burned back. Oh, but even that dink's not enough.
Oh, Jesus.
And now this one's done, dude.
Yeah.
Wrap it up. ENCE, they strike first blood. A little bit of sweet revenge. Just a delicate taste. It's not a best of 5 finals, but it's an opening message that the challengers have come to play.
Yeah, they really have. They could be in control of their fate now. I mean, with a win like this, they send FaZe down to lowers to devour somebody else. There are some big fish that might get knocked down, and even if they were the team to go down, it would have been equally as scary. So, FaZe start 0-1 here in Legends. A team that many people believe can, of course, win this major and are #1 in the world right now. But Legend stage can be as hard as some of these playoff matches for a lot of the teams here. You know, it's 8 of them that will be the ones, and one of them to win the major. And no one's fate is sealed. No one's fate is guaranteed.
Nothing is secured. There are no promises here, just promising looks for ENCE. That one, I like it. A week of warm-up, essentially, is what moves ENCE into this first fight, and they take it to FaZe. You know, no chance. You got to hit the ground running if you're coming in as Legends. And now, again, think our next match, G2 Navi, another team there that's going to be 0-1. So either G2, Navi, plus FaZe. I don't want to lose a map today. This is a horrifying position for a lot of teams, but it's what we all signed up for. We'll hand this one back to the desk so they can break it down.
That challenger state momentum continuing for the side of ENCE. They managed to take down their nemesis in FaZe, and the world #1s now 0-1 here at the major. I just want to echo the sentiments of Scrawny and Lorna there. We don't know exactly what's going to go down today, but you do not want to be in that 0-1 bracket.
No, and we talked about it. We talked about the teams that are acclimated to the conditions here, the teams that have had this warm-up, this very fought-through challenger stage. FaZe came in cold. They came in sloppy. We're going to talk about it. It's a few rounds absolutely misplayed for a team of that caliber, and we have to give it to ENCE. Any opportunity they had, they took it.
I said before this that FaZe, they're the favorites of this major, but they're by no means a shoo-in to win it all. This is a prime example of such. ENCE played a fantastic game. We wanted to see more from Madden. We wanted to see more from Hades, who we'll touch on more later as well. But really, this was such a great performance from ENCE. Those explosive plays that Snappy was coming out with towards that B site in particular, excellent stuff. This is why ENCE are a force. This is why people are scared of them, because it always feels like their game plans are incredibly well thought out.
Yeah, let's talk about that T-side to start off with. ENCE, obviously, you've already mentioned something that you thought was really dominant from them. But what about you, Maniac? What really impressed you about the kind of aggressive looks from ENCE in this one?
Well, first of all, I think Spinks delivered exactly what we were hoping for, and he's always going to be a man every single event from now on that we put the pressure on, we put the spotlight on, and he delivered big time. Now, what this replay right here also shows us, it's the mistakes that I was talking about on the side of FaZe. I feel like on a few of these rounds, FaZe actually got the favorable trade early on, but ENCE were so good at reclaiming control. Here is a good example as well. Spinks, beautiful on the multi-kill, great, clever little angle to cover the bomb plant. At times, FaZe had the way into the round, but ENCE just took it, pulled the rug from them.
This is exactly what imitates ENCE's and Spinks' performance when they played against G2. Sometimes G2 would find the opener. Sometimes it looks like they'd have a good hold, but Spinks is always there to bring the round back. That's why he is such a scary force, especially in the mid-round. He is so good at finding and punishing any little weakness that the opposing team has or throws against him. And FaZe, yeah, like that replay showed, they made a lot of little mistakes. They do these things where they trust their aim, they play sometimes off angles as opposed to tucking, they sometimes don't let the crossfires get activated, and when you're playing against some players maybe that aren't as good as you, it's fine, but when you're playing against a guy like Spinks, he'll rip your head right off.
And I think that's a first game syndrome, what we just talked about. I think if we replay this game in 3 days at a 2-2 matchup, I wouldn't see FaZe just misplay these bomb plant situations. It felt like they were in a moment, they were looking for their aim, they were looking for the comfort zone, you could say, and they weren't in it, and they got punished.
Let's take a look at one specific mistake, because I know you had a round number 12 to be bringing up to show, some of the little mistakes that FaZe were making during.
Yeah, we're going to tie back to that Spinks multi-kill and see a little bit what went wrong on the side of FaZe. It's an attempt at a B take from ENCE. We see here the defense doing a great job at punishing Madden, who was supposed to come from Catwalk. All the pieces are here together. Look at this, 3 CTs on the B side, ready to punch, 3 Ts blocked in the apps. There should be no way, but they're all peeking for some reason. Twist over his life, Kerrigan White Swings gets punished by Spinks. The trades, again, I want to really hammer that point home. The trades at the very beginning were all in FaZe's favor. They shut down Madden on the Catwalk attempt, and then they have everyone bottlenecked in that B apartment. There should be no way back into this round. But for some reason, there is a disconnect. There's disjunctions. People are peeking, people are hiding, and then you end up in a whack-a-mole game that Spinks takes by the horns. That shouldn't have happened. This round should not have been lost by FaZe.
No, and that's why FaZe just feels like the team that can always somehow lose. They somehow just can lose little BO3s, little maps here and there, because they take risks. They're not the most disciplined team. When Astrals were at the top of the world, they played nearly flawless CS that always incorporated teamwork before the individual. FaZe is a team that takes way more individual liberties. They're more volatile in that sense, but we've seen the ceilings that they can reach. I still have FaZe as a team that's going to make it through, even though that they're down 0-1. I don't want anybody to hit the panic button just yet about this lineup. They're still incredibly strong. It's just that ENCE today came out and they were ready to punish.
And you talk about a couple of those individuals before coming into the game. Karrigan, Rain, you were saying, you know what, you wanted to see more openings from them. That was something you thought potentially could be dangerous for FaZe. But the stats didn't paint that picture post-Mirage.
Combined, Karrigan, Rain, 2 for 10 in openers. That is horrible. That is giving up an opening pick almost half the rounds. That's terrible. You can't have a game plan that's centered around those two entry fraggers if they're not going to deliver in some sense. It's partially due to the strategies that Karrigan was employing, and partially due to the fact that ENCE seemed to have a really solid idea about how FaZe wanted to start those rounds too.
Yeah, and on the contrary to FaZe, when we saw ENCE shut down Rain in his attempt to create space, we had a couple of examples on the A side, for example, where he was flying on that treasure box on his own. Whenever ENCE were giving the way into the round, then they were closing it. The same mistakes weren't happening. They knew how to play off of each other. They were very cleverly closing all of the angles. They were playing the retakes together. Anytime they punished him, they closed the round, which FaZe couldn't do.
I do want to give some props to Hades from the side of ENCE.
Yes.
Who are coming into this saying, you know, does he have what it takes to stand up against, those top tier opponents? He did in this. Maybe not with the weapon that we expected, though.
Surprisingly amazing rifle work coming in from Hades. Multi-kills on top of multi-kills. I think he probably got 2 or 3 AWP kills max over the course of this series. But you know what? If you're going to plug into the game plan in the rifle, with the rifle, and then Snappy has you in that very position, why not? I'm all up for it. I'm fine with it on this very map. And the way they wanted to approach Mirage, Hades plugged it perfectly. He had the impact he needed to. We see here beautiful multi-kills. I still have questions in the back of my mind when it comes to the AWP, and there might be a limit to it, but for now, worked perfectly.
Yeah, just a couple of op kills, but I really think that at the end of the day for ENCE, this is fine for their game plan. When he's on the T side and he's rifling as well as he is, you can keep using the explosive plays that Snappy has in store for all these other teams, and it'll work out just fine. But we do want to see more from Hades moving forward in terms of his op usage.
Yeah, we need to in terms of ENCE being instrumental in coming into this Legend stage and looking hot. Of course, we will be seeing them one more time for the opening day of the Legend stage, but an absolute banger is on the cards. We're going to be seeing Navi take to the stage for the first time here in Antwerp against G2. Don't go anywhere.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Joining me on the latest episode of Is It Belgian is an actual living, breathing human Belgian. It is Shocks.
Yeah, I guess that's my title, an actual Belgian. There are not many of us at this event, so.
We've got 6 different types of chocolate. Some of them are Belgian, some of them are nasty, nasty, dirty imposters, but I don't care because I'm going to make you put them all in your mouth.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And there's a task, which ones are Belgian?
Yeah, literally,
What?
you're going to taste them. But to sort of help kind of enliven your tasting buds, we're going to make you put the blindfold on.
Yes.
Also, partly because
I sleep with this,
think
actually.
you can tell when something's Belgian, to be honest, when looking at it. Okay, so I don't know why I'm mixing up the bowls because you can't bloody see them, but I'm going to do it. All right. Okay, I'm going to give you a bowl and you can put your hand in it and take one.
Alrighty.
There you go. So give it a feel. You're really already taking this incredibly seriously. Flavors?
Now it's pretty standard. We've got some praliné, which I know there's a lot of good brands in Belgium. So I'm gonna put this in the maybe Belgium column.
You can't be maybe, you've got to be yes
I have
or
to
no.
choose now?
Yeah, you've got to choose
Can
now.
I taste one more and then give you my answer about this one?
You're asking so nicely that I feel like I can't say no. You can't say no to this lady. Okay, I'm gonna give you a very different texture.
Oh, this is actually small.
I read your mind.
I really don't think Belgians would put this small anything on the market. So. This is not Belgian. No, I think the first one is Belgian and this one isn't.
Drat! I made it too easy for you. You were absolutely correct on both fronts. Okay, so I'm gonna hand you something very different right now. So if you want to pop your hand in and
Is this
grab
like, is
one.
there a trap?
You're feeling the top, so you feel it's quite
It's a heart.
interesting. It is a heart,
It's
yes.
Valentine's chocolate.
It's a Valentine's chocolate.
Ugh.
You don't like it?
It's not something I like, so I'm gonna say it's not Belgian, but it might be. But.
Yeah, the Belgians don't like these chocolates. I don't even know why they sell them in the shops. That is clearly not Belgian.
It isn't?
No, it's not Belgian. But I don't think any of this is going to be a challenge, but I am interested to get your thoughts on this one.
This is fun.
Okay, pop your hand in and grab one.
It's a liqueur praline. I think it's gonna be Belgian, but let me try.
Okay, she's going in.
I think it's Belgian, but I'm not sure because they make liqueur pralines everywhere, but I'm gonna say it's Belgian.
Okay. It is not Belgian.
What is it?
I think it's German. At least it
Close
looks like
enough.
it is. It says like egg liqueur, so I think it's like avocado or something. I'm not really
okay.
sure, but I believe that one
Should have
is
stuck to my guns.
That was probably the hardest one. I'm gonna give you the option now. Would you like to try white or milk?
Milk.
Pop your hand in and grab one.
I'm so full, actually.
Oh, bless you. We are nearly there. This is the penultimate chocolate.
So sad to be so
I'm gonna be honest. I've lost the plot.
Is that like the big alcohol one?
It all tastes the same. I'm gonna say, this is quite good. Okay, it's Belgian.
It's Belgian. Yeah, it's totally Belgian. Yeah, that is fair enough. Are you ready for your final one?
I'm gonna have half. I'm so full.
That's fine. This is quite a big one.
Okay.
Is that the first chocolate you've sniffed?
Yeah. It's coffee. It's Belgian.
It's Belgian.
Hey, 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6.
Just
That
like
means
Maui. That's disappointing.
Just like Maui, yet another talent this woman possesses. What else is there? Any hidden talents we don't know about yet?
I'll show you at the bar.
Amazing. Right, let's go. Thanks for watching.
I don't know if any of you looked at your Counter-Strike client and just went,
oh my God, what the hell am I going to do? Because the pick'ems for the Legend stage are nigh on impossible to predict. So I thought I'd ask some professionals, and I'm going to ask one right now. In fact, his name is Refresh, and he's never actually done pick'ems before, have you?
No, I mean, this is going to be my first one, so it's going to be interesting to see. If I'm going to do good, I'm going to be happy, but if it goes bad, I mean, it's my first one, right? So I think I'm going to start with a team called Heroic. I think they're pretty good. I mean, they have been doing some good stuff lately, like really consistent.
You're going to go with Heroic for the 3-0 or just going through?
With the 3-0, of course, yeah.
Of course. Oh, I love this confidence. You are the first player to actually put their own team in 3-0. Who are you going to put in first?
First, I'm going to put FaZe. I mean, they are one of the best teams in the world, and I can't see a world where they don't go through.
Nice and simple. I think I might copy you with that one. Okay, second pick.
Obviously, Navi. Easy pick. I mean, they have been going like deep in tournaments and been the best teams or been the best team for a long time.
Okay, so that pick'em seems fairly safe. Okay, give me another two.
I think I'm gonna go with Furia. I think they have been playing good lately, and they also have like an explosive style, and I think they can like surprise people.
1v1 AWP battle. Who wins, Cajun or Art?
Kaden, of course.
Okay, next pick. We've picked 4 teams. I think we've got 4 more of your general going throughs to go.
I think I'm gonna go with Big. Actually, I think the new addition of Crimpo have like helped them a lot. Going from speaking English with Gate and now switching to German helped them a lot. And I think he's a young guy who has like proven like himself, and I think they're gonna go through.
Also, Return of the Godfather. Yes, I'm incredibly excited. Yeah. Okay, next one.
I'm gonna go with Cloud9. I think Gambit has always shown like consistency, and people have like doubted them for a while going deeper in tournaments, and I think they should be able to like make it out of the groups. They always like seem to do so. I at least believe in them. I think I'm gonna go with ENCE just because they've been playing like well lately, and I think they have a chance here to go through to the next stage.
ENCE once beat you, so you put them in. Great reason. Yeah. Okay, 2 more.
I think I'm gonna go with Spirit. It's a bit of a surprise, but I think my boy Magix and Chopper, they're gonna go through.
Are you mates with Magix and Chopper?
I mean, I'm playing them all the time on FaZe, and it's so annoying. But I mean, it's fun because we are always like having fun and like beating each other, back and forth, and calling each other campers and whatever. But it's just for fun.
Who isn't going to win anything in the Legend stage?
I mean, I'm happy that Bad News Eagles even got to this point, but I think now they're gonna deal with the big boys, and I think it's gonna be too much for them. And I have to go with Bad News Eagles going 0-3.
They are lovely boys, though. I think I might just have to put them in because they're so nice. I'm not going to lie. I'm not putting Bad News Eagles as 0-3. I think a few people have learned the hard way. Refresh, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your pick'ems. I hope you get through, and I hope you get your 3-0 pick'em right. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
The final opening series of the A-Stream Legends stage, and this one is going to be a banger. Defending champions Navi taking on a rising G2, looking hot to trot throughout the challenger stage, netting that 3-0. But this has split people quite significantly over on social media. What are you thinking? How are you weighing up these two teams coming into this one?
It is incredibly even. I think that right now we don't exactly know what sort of form Navi is in going into this event. It seems like there's been some tensions with them, both internally and externally, a lot of reasons to not believe that Navi has the best chance at this major, despite the fact that they won the last one. G2, on the other hand, Xtaz said himself, he doesn't like the progress that this team has had. He doesn't like the rhythm that they're in right now.
Yeah, it's complicated to call, honestly. On one hand, of course, you mentioned Navi, a beast that's bleeding a little bit in more ways than one. The fact that I think they're probably a bit better than what we might expect. I was just looking at the teams they have lost to throughout 2022. It's only 3 best of 3s. We're talking G2 in Katowice, FaZe in EPL, and Heroic at the RMR. This is not a long list, not an extensive list. Navi is still a very dangerous team, a very capable team, and there is the caveat that we are at the major. And despite whatever is happening, they would have the ability to just team up, be there and give their best Counter-Strike.
I think that's the thing. We hold them in such high regard, particularly what they showed throughout the latter stages of 2021. The fact that they were the first team to ever have a flawless major run as well. There's a good reason why we hold them so highly as a team, and maybe why we're a bit more critical than some past teams as well.
The thing with Navi is that they've done such a great job in 2021 that it's impossible to live up to the expectations that we set for them and they set for themselves. So right now, we're not exactly in love with them, but I still would put them as the favorites for a couple of reasons in this matchup. I think one is you can't deny the fact that Simple is still the best player in the world. Even when there was the external conflicts going on during Katowice, in terms of even now, he's still incredibly focused, still just a force and can take over games at will.
I don't even have the words to describe how I admire Simple for what he's been able to do in 2022 still. I mean, the limits and the references that he set in 2021 were out of this world, even by his own standards, and he is following through. 1.35 rating in 2022. He hasn't slowed down. He is still delivering. The question, as we had in yesteryear, is the cast around Simple. And this is where we shed some shadow. This is where we don't know what to expect. The Electronic, the bit, revelation of 2021. Are they ready to give what they gave Navi in 2021?
And let's put that under the spotlight a little bit more then. I know we touched upon it in the pre-show too, but Electronic specifically, we've always seen him as kind of Simple's right-hand man, that kind of dynamic duo coming into things. What has kind of, what more is there to be desired from Electronic? Where have you seen him potentially, falling off a little bit in terms of his showings?
It's tough to see one thing that isn't working as well for Electronic, because when you point at what he's supposed to do in the game plan of Navi, he's a space taker. He's trying to always be more aggressive on the map, trying to make some room so players like Simple can actually close them out. And it does feel like he's just lost some steam in that regard, that his read for the game isn't quite as sharp as it was in the past, that he's got the way he was juking around utility, especially when you see him fly up banana. Those moments just ring out to me, but I've been seeing him just get caught off guard more, or the nades, perhaps the meta has moved around him and he hasn't adapted to it yet. So I want to see if Electronic coming into this major is full focus, because we've put him up as this big time player over and over again, and he fails to let us down, but this could be the major that he does.
Sometimes the truth is just in the numbers, right? That's as simple as it is. Electronic has been putting up incredible numbers now for 4 years in a row. 4 years he's been in the top 6 or 7 best players in the world. Right now in 2022, 1.09, 0.68 kills per round. These are not numbers that we have been accustomed to for Electronic. He was never exactly in the spotlight, because when you are playing next to this man, and obviously this is where the eyes are going to, but he was always putting up huge numbers consistently for Navi, and he slowed down in that regard.
I think we can also echo the sentiment of, the caliber that we hold Navi into as well, onto one of the players. In bit, the fact that, he's been at one major and won it. We had a nice little chat with Fallen after Imperials when he was saying, him and FNX, literally the only 2 players. Obviously one of them won't continue that streak here at the PGL Antwerp major. But just in terms of his rookie year, was just exponential. So impressive from him. So what are you looking for him to kind of reignite coming into this major, Maui?
The thing about Bit is that in terms of decision making, it never blows you out of the water. It feels like he plays very much within what he's supposed to do, what Blade has outlined for him to do in terms of the procedures and protocols of a round, but his mechanics are unbelievably strong. The headshot percentage, best in the world. The fact that he is so quick with his time to kill, all of that makes him such a deadly force. And with the way that Navi want to play, where sometimes, unlike other teams, they will take space on 2 parts of the map simultaneously. If his mechanics aren't flawless, he doesn't have the same amount of support that some other riflers get on other teams. He has to actually succeed mechanically, or else the plan falls apart. And that has let Bit down this year, where it feels like his mechanics, they're dropping off just a smidgen.
I wonder, because I agree with you, I think his time to kill is nothing sort of crazy, right? The fact how quickly he can be on the target. it. I do wonder if the flaws and I guess the tribulations of Navi in how they go about winning rounds just mean that he finds himself in a little bit more chaotic situations, a little bit less clear-cut moments where he just has to aim. Because technically, theoretically, if everyone does their job, you have a power play advantage in the bomb plant situation. You can just micro-focus your aim on that one angle you're supposed to hold. But if something goes wrong, then this is when the lines are getting blurred a little bit, and you have to have that vista, the game sense to find a way in. That's not usually Bit's forte. You put him on a path, and he will destroy what's on his path. That's what he does.
And then over on the other side of the server, an even more recent newcomer, I guess you could be saying, m0NESY. What were your takeaways from him from the Challenger stage? Because I know there was a lot kind of weighing on him to be continually proving himself coming onto these LAN stages.
Look, I was positively surprised during the Challenger. The reason for that is that the RMR gave me more questions than answers when it comes to m0NESY. I'm trying to remain very objective because I, like anyone else watching Counter-Strike, I can be smokescreened by how impressive he is with the AWP, right? How quickly he can flick. I try to forget about that, not let myself get impressed, and think about, okay, what is the consistent input, the reliable frags he puts on board for G2? And I have to say, ever since Katowice, it's slowed down. We've seen some cracks in the armor where he sometimes misses shot he shouldn't. That has to be erased. That has to be cleaned.
It has to be, because even ENCE has, in a 1PV interview that he had, talked about the fact that m0NESY is inconsistent. He talked about the fact that he flicks too much. He says that he needs to just calm down sometimes, because we've seen this before. Sometimes he's flanking a player, has them dead to rights, and instead of just taking an easy shot, an easy tracking shot, he just goes for this hyper-fast flick. And yeah, it does blind us sometimes, because we think, wow, this guy is so fast. I want to stop hearing casters say he's so fast when he misses. It's not impressive to miss quickly. I don't care about that. I want to see him hit and be successful consistently, because that's what was so impressive about him when he jumped on the scene. The consistency that he hit those shots with. I don't care how fast they are. I just want to see them succeed and be delivering the frags that his team needs in order to just have a reliable expectation out of that kid.
And Maui, I want to pick your brains a little bit more about that ENCE interview, because a huge props to you. It was in front. You translated it yourself. Any takeaways from that? You were saying, he's not totally content with what G2 have been showing thus far.
Yeah, the thing is that ENCE has expressed some disappointments with how this roster has progressed. He says he doesn't like the rhythm that's going on right now with the team in terms of their progress. It's just kind of too up and down. And he also commented on the fact that in terms of how this team is playing tactically, he doesn't think they're ever going to be an incredibly tactical team. There's too many individuals that are seeking their own on the maps consistently. And I think that Alexi is kind of having to dance with this. The fact that he's playing with players who have star power beyond that of which he's ever controlled before. So there needs to be the right balance of autonomy versus his strategies. And also,
yes.
Shout out to this guy, Rich, that actually helped me translate it.
I like the fact that you mentioned it, the tactical approach for G2. Just have a look at the maps they play the most, right? You're talking about Inferno, Mirage, and Dust 2. These are by far the 3 maps G2 plays the most. Where is the tactical identity behind it? I do agree. You have great players, and you want to play open maps where they can strike. But I think when you bring in Alexi, you want to kind of help him deliver you that tactical depth. You want to maybe play a Vertigo, you want to play a Nuke, you want to play a map where his insight, his understanding of the game is going to prevail. Let's go back to the ENCE days. The Train, the Nuke, that's where Alexi made his mark. That's where he played this beautiful Counter-Strike. And now people are saying, oh, Alexi is a fraud. He doesn't exactly play maps where you can shine so much. And da-da-da-da, where do we end? On Mirage.
That is, I mean, that's just a typical map where it seems like both of these teams want to flex their individual powers, and Alexi doesn't get to have as much control as he maybe would have wanted. And yeah, I think Maniac, you really called it as it was. That's just kind of been one of the things hindering G2, is it feels like their map pool isn't quite as tactical or as strong in other regards as it should be at this point. The fact that they even had Nuke as the final option between Mirage, of course, Navi's a pretty frightening team on Nuke. They were one of the best in the world last year. It's actually the best in the world last year. But nowadays, you think that Alexi would have come up with some ideas. He made ENCE look like a giant killer with that roster, and now with G2, he wants to go to the Puggy map.
And I don't even mind right now. I mean, right now we're talking about best of 1 between Navi and G2. We end up on Mirage, that's fine. I think for the show, that's beautiful. We're going to deliver. We're going to be delivered a great game of Counter-Strike. But our job is as well to kind of project where G2 can go into this tournament. And this is where the map pool conversation is going to come back to haunt them. At some point, you have to be able to punish the other giants on map they wouldn't really want to play, on maps they maybe have left on the side. If this is just Inferno, Mirage, Dust 2 you come in with, there might be limitations.
I just want to circle back to the tactical element of G2 as well, because it made me think of something that Devilwalk was talking about coming into the Challenger stage, kind of questioning the T side looks from G2.
I think that right now with G2, their T-sides are actually much better than the eye test says. When you look at the stats, they actually are one of the best T-side teams in the world at all of the relevant Tier 1 tournaments. They have almost always above a 50% win rate on the harder side of the map. It's just that we sometimes see these obvious and glaring flaws. And for the expectations we have for G2 to play what should be the perfect blend of star power and tactical Counter-Strike, we expect absolute greatness, and we just haven't seen it quite yet evolve in the way that we wanted.
That's because we haven't gotten to that blend that you're talking about. And this is when the doubters of the world point their fingers at G2, because whenever individuals find their rhythm, it's all good. I think Alexi B has a good enough picture of the game. He can send his army wherever he has to, and they'll do the damage. What we haven't seen quite yet is G2 hit a brick wall and then them figuring out something outside of the box, something deep in terms of how they approach the round. That's the next step. But that has to be practiced. That has to be put forth as one of the effort. We as a team want to work on our diamond strategies. We want to work on some of these gimmicks, not just hope that Nico is going to find his timing, hope that Hunter is going to do his job in window. Yes, they will, because they're exceptional. But the day they don't, then you look a little bit outside of your comfort zone.
Well, I'm very excited to be diving into this Mirage, one of the most split matchups coming into the opening stage of the Legend stage at PGL Antwerp Major. Scrawny Lauders, who are you siding with for this one?
Who am I siding with? Man, it's a hard one to split. You think you're excited, Freya? I think I'm more excited, okay? Because this is going to be fireworks. The individual level of each of these players, I'm happy we met on Mirage. I like this conversation.
Yes.
You know, a lot of our really good, may I add, very good pre-game segments today.
Yeah, it was all right. You guys are all right.
They're phenomenal. But a lot of the times we jump into the server and, you know, we've had some disconnect. This is one of those where I'm glad that we had a bigger picture conversation about G2, their future, their run at this event, and now we're just going to lock it on Mirage and let's see what happens, man. This is gloves off, fisticuffs between Navi and G2, two of the most star-studded, individually incredible teams that you could piece together.
Individual skill on a lot of these rosters these days is so high that it's hard to say who are the top two, but of course these two are in the conversation right up there with FaZe, and I think Mirage is the best possible place for this to go. I think the point that Maniac brought up about the expanding map pool for G2 is going to be a big one. During the Challenger stage, I heard them discussing the fact that Ancient has been a problem in terms of G2 getting to win it in the vetoes and having to go up against good teams on it. Best of three is a problem that will come up, and it will expose their flaws if we get there. But they even at least got a bit better on Ancient. And as Maui pointed out, their T-sides are not nearly as bad as people want to make it seem. I feel like a part of the culture is right now is to doubt Alexi because of the situation on OG, where first of all, he had much worse players. Not like bad players, but in terms of like,
not Nico.
Millions of dollars. Yeah. You know what I mean? Let's just put it that way, okay? So right now, like they've delivered. I mean, the results have shown really like a high amount of promise. And we just saw FaZe lose to ENCE in a matchup where ENCE just looked like the better team. In a world where a lot of people, if not most people, are going to say FaZe were the favorites to win this major. So that's just to say that the competition is incredibly high. After following PGL Stockholm 2021, the amount of roster moves that went down, all in order to build a team that could stop Navi from winning every single LAN they attended. And now we're seeing some of those rosters come to fruition.
Yeah.
G2 is a direct result of Navi in that sense, losing every single final to them. Them, in fact, not even being able to win a map in any of these finals. And, well, here at the Major in the Legend stage, we're going to get to see a rematch from their win at Kato, actually, where G2 won 2-0 over Navi. Of course, that was the kind of the height of the conflict at that point when we were at Katowice. So there was, part of us that were just like, we would like to see this rematch in sounder times. Hard to say if those times are actually sounder or not, but Navi are going to have a chip on their shoulder about that loss. And oh, wow, that's an easy frag. Jax was just lighting up a smoke.
All that's left of Jax is this puff of smoke.
It's like the magic trick, except you disappear before you throw the smoke bomb down. Yeah.
Simple with the...
and now he's here.
Melon Smashers.
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, Simple's got Monacy as well. His protege.
His...
Yeah, I just Yep.
Yep. It's close. And no shot now. No shot. Nico, it's Nico. It is in fact Nico.
What happened to G2, man?
Man, they got melted down like a cheese string in the microwave.
Oh, it's been a while you haven't brought that up.
Yeah.
God, you just had to remind us. You're disgusting.
So we didn't even get to see what they want to do.
Man, we had
you
so
could
much.
see from the angle that Jax was holding that smoke that it was probably going to land in B. We know that.
This round was going to be something. Look at Electronic hiding behind this. Look at this guy.
Always thinking skinny.
Sucking the gut. I mean, Electronic's got no reason to peek.
Yeah, you know what? He should just swing though. They actually he has to die. So they're leaving him.
Oh my God.
He can't go plant. Now they're literally running away. This is genius.
10 seconds left. 7 seconds left. They're all hiding still. He's going to run into the site.
Oh, okay.
They're going to knife him.
Plant.
They're going to knife him. Oh, he gets shanked.
Oh, by everybody.
Skewered between Simple and Boomich. No
gang
bomb
knifed.
plant.
No way.
Oh, dude.
That's actually a huge
Electronic
mistake.
jumping away.
That was too funny. So they don't lose anybody. They knife him as he's planting, and no bomb gets planted. And they don't lose a single player on this round.
And we just spent, between the analyst desk and us, we spent like 20 minutes painting up why this was going to be so exciting, and then we get the flattest pistol round of the day.
I thought it was the best one, actually.
From certain perspectives.
Yeah, I guess it depends how you look at it.
The competitiveness wasn't quite there. Everything else was.
If you like Navi, you love that round. Put it that way.
Where'd that money go? It was Boomich who did it.
Put it in the savings.
Put it in the savings, huh? It's still playing with the M4A4.
I like how they all knifed him, too.
Yeah, right.
Should be like $300 per stab. Actually, that wouldn't work out. You can't kill someone slower than... Okay.
Split the pot.
$1,500 worth.
Want to see? Catapulted behind the boxes. Jax is there with him now. And what are we leaning on? The Deagle and Nico? Yeah.
Yeah, just the Deagle and Nico, huh? You have a problem with it? You don't think it's that good? You think it's overrated?
Now that it's dead, I can talk a bit more smack. But now he reminds us what's up. So who's still on the A4 nowadays? Bit and One Flotro.
One Flotro, man. He needs to stop that. He plays Cave on Ancient with an A4. And he still has 25 kill habs.
And he's still at the legend stage.
Like the same with it, yeah.
Jax picks up the Deagle, seeing if he can get some impact with it. Patience is patience. They wait, and it's a spray from Electronic to end this. 2-0 for Navi. They lose one rifle, but it's all good.
Yeah, I like the storylines coming into this matchup. We're talking about performances from Electronic at Bit needing to come up. Absolutely no questions about Simple. It's just unreal what he does, man. It's unreal, especially considering like you have every excuse in the world for the last 6 months to affect you, and it just hasn't at all. So
imagine how different your lives could be if you were as good as Simple at Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you'd be farming Warzone on stream to 50,000 people every day.
And then winning majors on your off time.
Yeah.
Well, I say majors, but it is currently singular.
In their last matchup, Hunter was the guy to watch. He was the guy who farmed Navi. In fact, in a lot of their poorer finals where they've struggled, Hunter is one of the most resilient players on G2 and doesn't nearly get enough credit for it. He is someone who stood up high for them. We've got some very quiet rounds here out of G2. Map falls silent. Close A ramp pressure. This is a feel-out phase. They want to know which Navi they're going to get. Navi perfectly comfortable in their spots. Ready to pull the pin on the peak from Electronic and Bit. And yeah, we haven't seen G2 apply any pressure, so Navi have held a lot of grenades late into this round, but those are two of the last smokes that they had as we cross the 45-second mark, and the crawl comes in into connector. And they'll start to push. Second player comes out. Jax gets the first one. Alexi Hunter get the next two. And the A site collapses like a house of cards.
Just headshots.
The bomb has to cross up, however, 30 seconds. There's no one on Cat to stop this. Enough nades for the T's to pull this off.
How's Simple gonna save the day? Will not find the bomb planter as he commits to the spam on the wrong side of box, and then Hunter gets Electronic inside of jungle immediately. So Simple, they dodged him. They dodged death itself for the most part, and Hunter is swinging for the fences. 3 kills in this one, and it was just that quick connector pop. There was
Not
a chance
quick.
from the cat hold.
Oh, but you mean, yeah, from the point of
just like
execution.
the explosion of frags.
But that build-up was that was like the first 4 episodes of a season of Breaking Bad right there. How slowly they worked on the map control just to test any type of reactions, see if Navi got scared or decomposed their setup and pushed in spots where they could punish it. Nothing like that went down, and Navi got punished in their positions. Not a fun way to lose a round. That was G2 looking like a bit of Cloud9 actually with that approach.
That's a scary thought.
And again, kind of another quiet round. Actually, mid control won so early.
Big emphasis on Jax here. Electronic will take him down from Palace. 6th kill for Electronic. And in that momentary pause of action at the A site, we get this peek into mid, but the peek will net Alexi B a frag. Molotov lands on top of him. Bit will get the kill. Simple trying to play inside smoke with the deagle. Oh, but Nico actually gets by. Perfecto will pick that up, so no problem. Perfecto with a second, in fact. m0NESY trying to turn it back. He's got Bit right there on the jungle. Simple trying to peek around, and sure enough, he ends it. Navi right back to winning ways.
Well, yeah, they pick off Jax trying to run across the balcony. He's there to clear out a ramp and also can clear out under balc. Just Rifler peeks and takes him out. The attack is slow past that point. J2 are playing in a style that not used to seeing, which is kind of interesting. But so far, Navi are chilling with that. That's one good round out of G2, very solid, into a straight-up loss with no bomb plant and now no money.
Perfecto's nade will come up short. Zilch with that one. 3 Deegs. Who's got him? Nico, Alexi, and m0NESY. m0NESY takes to the front. He's the first guy in. Him and Jax side by side. Nico there to support it.
Oh, it's the Academy League duel here coming out between m0NESY and Bit. Will he take the swing? There it is. Oh, it goes a bit above the head. Did it hit the incendiary? I don't even know.
It seemed like millimeters, baby, but Bit, oh my, he gets run down by m0NESY. Now that's an AK in his hands, and Simple's tagged to 16.
Oh,
Hunter.
What?
P250 kill. We've got a live one.
We, in fact, do. Bomb
No
can't
armor.
be planted safely, so they have to wait the molly out. It's going to cross up. m0NESY's not done farming. What the hell is this? Everyone dies. They win off the pause and pounce into the site. Stylistically, what's going on here? They're using some similar plays. Bit had no idea what was coming. m0NESY took his gun and killed everybody else with it.
I mean, that one's just nonsense. This is a calamity.
Yeah.
For the second time today, we got a team winning with unarmored pistols.
Yeah.
Vitality and now G2.
I don't know if they've tapped into something, but like seriously, their game plan looks so directed in a way that's tailored just to Navi's specific style. I'm not exactly sure. A new G2. And part of this as well is that they're winning mid very early without dropping a player. So if nothing else looks good, that's something that could work universally throughout a half in a multitude of ways. Navi will not be shy around mid in following rifle rounds. Be very common to see Bit taking over ladder room control and up to 3 riflers inside of mid fighting. Simple as well.
Bit. He'll die quick. Pistols hit a couple headshots, but nothing here. This is G2 just putting the squeeze on the A site. Ooh, Simple's gonna drop bomb though. Give him a chance and he'll take you down, but Hunter will end it. Hunter having a good game so far, 7-3, top of the board for G2.
What an interesting match.
We're all tied up, dude.
Where does this go?
Something special.
I can't feel like Navi were ready for this. This is just so like stylistically different for what we've seen. It's not like they're not used to seeing it in general from other teams. Like if they played against Cloud9, this is exactly what they understand and know. When Navi and Cloud9 play Mirage, it's the highest level Mirage you'll ever watch.
Do you think this comes down to, again, like the conversation the desk had prior to the match, where it's like, oh, it's not a tactical map, it's not Alexi B's maybe wheelhouse, but this is Alexi B's look on Mirage?
Something new. I mean, they could be trying things. They could have workshopped some different styles. This could be Xtaz coming in and attempting it. It's definitely not a wrong style. It's just different. And so far, at least a couple of rounds we've seen, they look very, very clean, even if it was a rough start. So tempo change here. As they crawl out the right side corner of an A ramp smoke, there is one Falma sitting on default, completely isolated for the meantime. They're going to clear Boomich out in a second. Jax will take him down. The routing is perfect. Everything else has been mollied out, so the whole site is compromised, and Hunter will get caught off. Bomb plant will come down early, and the CTs are just ready for any other lurks. They take too long with this bomb, then that flank is going to look even better. And Nico puts himself into an interesting spot considering they don't have a way to protect him from jungle control. Of course, he's the kind of guy you can leave in a position like this, and it'll be safe. And they also might not think you'd play here. So I don't pay attention to him. Yeah, we'll see if he takes his first contact, but he dies. He's out of the round.
Now Alexi looking to tether nicely with Monacy. That op under Palace, dead to rights. Clean as can be, but it's time. And Alexi also next to fall. Jax has been set up for the clutch. He just needs to get the guy off the bomb. And sure enough, he comes off it.
They don't have time to defuse.
They just played that retake perfectly. They get all the kills, but
they did everything too late.
That's time makes a world of difference. And G2 will win the round because of it.
They couldn't have got those kills faster. So they just started way too late, apparently. What was that? Free frag for Jax and a free round. Wait, they let him back in? Like they got the offer down under Balk, no kills. They got Nico right away as the loose piece, front facing, ready to take contact in front of connector.
Only one player watching CT, and that's when that player dies, Diffuser gets off it.
And I like the makeup of this round as well. Again, just pouncing on the fact that Navi have left them middle. They will not leave free space on the table. Now what they can potentially expect is a late aggression to try to take over mid in 20 to 30 seconds. They've gone underpass and they're still waiting with top boxes control. There's not going to be any mollies inside of window to take out Monacy. As long as window's not smoked, you can't even line that up safely. Bomber rifle set up here. Oh no, he shoots Perfecto's leg.
Team damage, not great. Perfecto's still going to go for the push. Oh, and
he
with
still
that,
wins.
He gets Jax.
Even though he got off.
Oh, props to Perfecto. Pressure on him applied by Simple. And he's still able to do his job well enough. If there was a second player in there, could have been a different story, but the one and done is all he needs. He falls back, and we've got G2 looking to reclaim from a man disadvantage. Bit and Electronic just going to hold their positions to the end of time. No, not even. Bit actually gets aggressive, makes a proactive move, finds Monacy on the doorway, and then just goes right back to where he was. Like a haunted house, the statues move when you don't watch them. And now Hunter, 15 seconds. There's 15 seconds left. And G2, they're just walking around.
But yeah.
Alexi's going to get the kill towards the B site, but I mean, the bomb has to be outside the window yesterday.
He could plant for no time, went the wrong way. Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
What is happening?
Oh no. What is this?
It's a different look, but I mean.
They're both like, they're both, they're both like so confused about how good each other are. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's like the minimal amount of resistance. One late retake for Navi. one round where G2 just run out of time. I mean,
they're scaring themselves.
I guess. I wanted to believe that G2 were actually coming into this playing pretty well. Super late frag from Bit, and then suddenly,
killing Modesty inside ladder. That just
they have no idea what's happening at all. They could
all
have
start
obviously
stacking.
Pushed off of that split. Oh, let's try to make sense of this. Surely they just need to warm up or something.
Yeah, we're
We've seen some good stuff. I mean, it's a strange one.
We're crunching the numbers.
We're tabulating.
When we get an answer, we'll let you guys know.
Simple on the AUG. Best gun in the game.
Ooh, great grenade damage. Electronic chopped down to half. And a smoke at the top of ramp. So those prying eyes of Monacy smoked out. Simple. Nice angle. Not one you see too often. Ooh, another frag this time. Yeah, what goes around comes around, and Hunter dropped to 60. Middle once more. Under wraps by G2. Hunter versus Electronic could be the pain point of this push.
Both of them naded down to 50. It's perfect.
It was set up well. Oh, and even though Electronic gets the first shot, Hunter gets the first headshot and a second kill as he's flashed into the jungle, activated. As they look for more, we've got Simple pressing onto the murder hole. Perfecto already holding the gap, but it comes down to Bit, and he needs to be the difference. Jax sees him, sweeps him away, pushes bomb into the site, and this is so comfortable for G2. Another slow round, another meticulous move, and one that hinges on Hunter.
It's always a bad sign to see people like running out of time and like beating themselves, because that's when it looks foggy. But outside of that, I think we've seen like a pretty fair few quality rifle rounds here from G2. Another sound attack. Hunter gets weaponized perfectly. I mean, first of all, comes down to aim to get his first kill. He's 10-5 now, winning that over Electronic, who also had 50 health, with the first bullet kill, even though Hunter comes down to 7 HP. And then they pair that nicely. Complementary play to use Hunter flashed out of connector with Monacy's flash to grab a second target, and they've once again ISO'd the under balcony guy like they did in the previous round. And it's just overall good. I wonder at what point are Navi not going to play it so slow in the early portions of the round and attempt to take the fight to G2, especially inside of middle. It's done all right in Cat, but just by himself. He is the guy fragging for Navi at the moment. Double up in window to take over ladder room control early. Just pistols though behind Simple's AUG.
Bit hit. Nico comfortable enough to walk out, and it's an insta-frag into Boomich. Opt to support over the shoulder. That AUG on the wrong side of connector for the moment. So with it, the hopes of Navi fade. Alexi with the late play, gonna find Electronic jumping into the window. Yeah, ooh, supposed to be easy. A little bit more labored and Simple. He's gonna escort his teammate to go grab that AK-47. 2 weapons can be moved forward into the next one. But this is G2 reaping their rewards.
I like how they've kind of been building out a way to get faster and faster. I mean, there's like metrics here that I'm just thinking, you know, G2 have the better ideas right now than Navi. They've taken mid control when it's been free constantly. They haven't overthought that part. They go for it, they grab top boxes. There have not even been late re-aggressions towards middle from Navi, so that's already a huge win for the T side. And then the connector pressure later on as well. They've performed these attacks in positions where Navi have to fight without being able to throw counter utility, which has also pressurized them. And all these things would lead me to believe that Navi want to either attack these ideas early on or try to find out with double pushes on extremities of the map what is actually open in this spot. But I don't think the CTs have advantages all posting up on certain off angles and waiting for the explosions to come their way. Especially not right now versus G2, who are definitely playing well enough to win these fights. But now they're, getting faster.
Oh, Hunter very quick into the ladder room, but Electronic, he catches the next player off. It's Alexi between the two mid-smokes. Hunter not going to be allowed to be comfortable, but the grenades don't really affect him too much, so he'll lock into this one, and we'll see what G2 do with him. He's a hook in the side of the mouth.
Absolutely. Powerful outpost. They lose a player. His rotation into B is something different. Like, that won't be easy to do, but it does affect the CT positions. As we get to, we're sitting in get right. You can't float on the opposite side of the get right pillar, which was one of the best angles towards window. So Bit will now start to walk back towards that side, and Hunter will look for the attack, but mostly just to try to scare him. However,
Bit's got it.
Yeah, Bits wins.
Jack's able to cross to the first set of windows. We've got 3 CTs inside sight. Perfecto down beneath it. As Jax tries to stomp his way through, he gets shut out. And Nico, nice jump right into the windowsill for the trade, but it's little. It's way too little, way too late. Navi, stellar hold. Really does boil down to the Bit versus Hunter fight in jungle.
Yes, he found that timing. Bit wants to both be aware of the B Halls fights that are coming his way in just a second, and also the fact that they know that someone slipped into the ladder room. And Hunter throws his kit, both because he needs to protect himself from Connector, but he also wants to let the B guys know that he's coming, because his goal is to just draw their aggro while most of the players from his team come out of the B halls. But Bit wins that duel nice and early.
Buys right back. The battle continues, and the bloodbath this time leans the way of G2.
Maui, did you see how fast that was?
And Simple, looking to get him while he runs.
No! Holy
shit! Yeah, it wasn't that fast. Modesty, blood from the sky as Alexi gets back with the headshot into Simple. What is that? Wow. Oh, Bit. He'll shut down Hunter, so we're right back to the 3v3. Jax.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's got a little life left in this one. Boomich will be pressured off ticket with the Molotov. That's going to enable the 2 players to cross, but there is still that cat angle being held.
Interesting.
They jumped over it.
2v2 handshake. They need to clear out these positions. There's no way for Alexi to plant not knowing who's on cat. And if they wait long enough, the rotations will come in. But this is all because of Perfecto's info. Now, what's crazy is that Nico might score a rotation kill because they jumped through and over Connector. Bit Boomich thinks there's no way someone could have crossed.
Nico went airborne.
Wow, that's a really great mid-round idea. Executed perfectly by G2. A read on the situation that could net them the round entirely. And it's all because they were worried about someone right here in this spot. So Perfecto doesn't even feel like...
And the trickle down from that, Perfecto's waiting for Nico to peek right side jungle. Alexi was planting in an angle Perfecto could have easily stopped.
Yeah.
But he's just more concerned with jungle. The trickle down effect here could very well cost Navi their 6th round, because without the anti-air of Simple, Nico jumps over the gap.
It's enormous. It's the whole reason Navi rotates.
And he gets no opening.
Boomich thinks he's safe.
Wow.
That's a cool mid-round. Love that. What an insane round, actually, between the Modesty opening into the Simple's flick. That is... I know Simple has unlimited flicks that look unbelievable, but that was actually one of the best. Like, he's blind, snapshot into... I mean...
What does he even see?
He saw him, got flashed.
And just feels it.
Could totally just figure out the trajectory from that alone. I mean...
What?
Yeah. That's generational talent in one flick.
That's the best in the world. Flicks fast and lands it.
Almost as good as Brokey.
Oh, yeah. Attack pause from Navi. Ooh, this T side. It's different.
It's different.
It's different,
It's
man.
kind of cool.
It is.
You know, they are trying something new, and they had a flub with the time. But that's also what
That was
Cloud,
the one
that's also
time it
what
looked
Cloud,
bad.
Yeah, it's the one time it looked bad, but that also does come with the style sometimes.
Yep.
And we've seen
Oh,
that with,
for sure.
with Cloud9. They're playing with fire when it comes to the clock coming low. But this new idea that G2 are bringing, it does seem like their players are comfortable with it, which is not something expected when all of Alexi's teams and all of G2's players, even before Alexi, have played very fast CS.
Jax looking to just chase down this A hit, but it's a double from Boomich. Underneath the palace is where Nico will end him. Electronic's gonna fall down into the sandwich, but he gets spotted, and Monasty's able to recover that.
Oh my god.
3 versus 3 back for G2, despite Boomich's opening double. Bit puts shots through smoke, nothing. Simple creeps up, no one. And the ticket player is about to swing. Perfecto, it's just open territory. Then Monasty over top of the firebox. Frag comes out from Ticket. That's going to tell him there's another player there. And Simple, he's trying to find his way, his path, his routing into this situation. Can he save Perfecto? Can he just win the round on his own?
And Perfecto's smoke totally misses. He doesn't have a way out of this situation. He's only got an MP9. They don't know that, actually, even though one shot earlier. They could think that's the one who died.
They don't have utility to force him out either.
Lots of incentive to try to wait.
Nico's going to make a swift move back towards middle. Bomb's going to remain tucked.
Yeah, they could actually overcomplicate this situation. The op is rotating in through spawn, and this will give some assistance. Ooh, chance to shoot.
In the open.
Excuse me? They're just running out. Oh, they leave one
It's setting up a
firebox.
trap. It's all about setting up Alexi. And as Alexi starts to creep out,
No,
Perfecto! Great cover. Nico in the 1v2. Time is his biggest enemy, and that is great damage as he almost gets Simple down with just the spam. Still, it's a pressure, but Nico, it's close. He's got 10 shots, and he just gets pulled apart as Simple seems to disappear in sight.
Wow. I have kind of a headache because I'm thinking they're playing this 3-on-2, but what is the value add from taking over mid? So they had time to make this move, but does Monasty need to swing on CT spawn just to secure a bait if they even have this other player coming in through connector off of that play? And how do they both end up doubling on firebox? Are they that scared? A little weird. I feel like there were better options there. I don't know. We've seen some good ideas.
And we've seen growing pains.
Yeah, we've seen growing pains for sure.
G2's
but I
second
mean,
attack.
in Simple's mind, that's free. Even if that is some kind of bait. That could have worked. Obviously, Perfecto was watching it. But that was the whole point of Simple coming into CT spawn, was so that Perfecto had a way to fight and approach that situation differently. And for about 30 seconds, Simple didn't feel like he could move. He felt like he had to stay around his area. But then he saw they were giving him space. So this game continues to be close.
As close as can be by the looks of things. If it wasn't for that crazy pistol round win at the B site from G2, it would be Navi in the lead. They were working with about the exact same as what they have right now. Can lightning strike twice? The flash is at the front. Oh, but he misses his chance at the deagle. If he gets just able to pop Bit, then everybody slips out. The closest rotates, still a bit of time away. Bit getting that one kill just kind of sends G2 reeling for a moment. But they're not even working with a flashbang. It's going to have to be dry. Jax makes footsteps sound, so Bit going to stay locked in. Ooh, okay, Jax crawls underneath it. Of course, the player on the garbage can is watching the door. And there come the kills. They are able to exit, but with no frags, it still just feels like a matter of time. Simple's cover gets into position, and it is all good.
Very slow.
Very slow indeed.
It did work for them already. Almost a similar play. Getting to the end of halls with just a couple of deagles last time. This time only one. And now round 15. Bly comes in. Any question marks? Alexi only has a Galil. Apart from that, looks pretty solid. Navi's buy, of course, a bit better. Kits on most people, although why wouldn't everyone buy a kit? Simple decides he has no money for that, and Simple gets tagged on his cross over towards the stairs. Damage is one thing, and a kill is another, and I think the lowest value target to get the 17 HP is the AWP at the beginning of the round. So it might end up having a butterfly effect. We'll see.
Nico making a bit of noise on A site. But more of the same from G2, a slower pace. What an anomaly in this head-to-head.
Yeah, it's breaking some new territory here in terms of ideas for G2. And when Navi control the tempo on T side, we'll see another very different kind of style. An exploratory Monacy finds a first target. And Hunter will get spotted trying to fall back into underpass.
Sticks around, Simple.
It's a pretty big win. But at this point, time is money. And at 30 seconds, the bomb will have to make its intentions known. This round is going to try to end B.
See ya. Bit back. And
whoa, but they're just going B off this fake. Nico wanted to get this kill. If he pull the rotation slightly, and now Jack starts to make noise, but now they've got to find the target. They'll tuck.
They do.
Jack's, whoa, fiery hot shot onto Bit. One back empty pillar. Rotation's coming in. Bomb is a little bit late. This
Perfecto
smoke
could
will
stop
help
it.
them out.
Jax goes in, gives cover, and sure enough, down to the wire.
Oh,
but
he just
Jax,
runs through.
Yeah, making a round for himself. 3 kills on this one from 5 to 8. Boomich into the clutch as G2 look to take that 1-round lead at the end of this half. Another round that comes down to the final 5 seconds. Jax does it all.
He's frying. Those were some moisturized peaks from Jax.
Slippery, smooth, suave.
As always, Jack's a movie star. Cool. I mean, definitely not what I expected from G2. Any kind of close half, I think, is fine, for both of these teams who have some reps versus each other, no Mirage versus each other. Probably spend more time studying each other's Mirages than anything else, honestly. And yeah, now that we swap over G2 CT side, of course, it can't look the same for them from what we saw in that first half. But will they bring that same kind of energy? Are they going to be more timid around mid? Are they going to play back and have a lot of off angles like we saw Navi try? Questions.
Time for answers. Navi gonna feel like they can just take the gloves off, finally play their pace.
That molly was spectacular for this setup, as we can see the one spot that they were looking in mid, but the overstack over to B is the right idea.
Alexi with the clean one tap, but then 2 kills back, and remember, Nico's still here, and they forget! Oh my. You want to talk about clean? Both of those. Just clinical executions, and Nico continues on. He loses Monacy, so it's going to have to be him or Jax, and Bit takes it back. From the back door, he comes outwards, and it looks like Navi, they just want to leave, man. They don't trust this place. They want to get the hell out of here, and Jax is going to realize that he's 2 steps behind them. Navi sprinting to A, Boomich in jungle, so that's going to cut off a killer piece of the rotation. Can Jax get this kill before he slips through, or does he take the long road? And even if he does, by the time he gets to default, he does have the kit. That's 5 extra seconds to work with. But you'd think that Boomich will just double back from jungle. Oh, Jax is in between them.
Where does he think?
They think he's cat or mid or something. But at least the utility will tell them what's up. Jax pushes into the site, contemplating options, sees the pick from Bit, and no, because that one's labored, it's able, Boomich, to attack from behind and end it for Navi. Whew, a pistol for Navi could bode well.
I'm trying to figure out where Boomich would have thought he could have been in that spot. Walking up connector in through jungle to peek murder hole or something. Anyways, Oh, here's a spot where you thought
it's just incredible.
It's amazing. It really is amazing. And they have 3 in the B sites. Alexi with 1, Nico with 2, and that's not quite enough. Bit is having a great game. 16 and 7, impact can be felt, absolutely.
Opening kill versus the force buy of G2 comes easily. Hunter gonna stay tucked. That B site wide open for the taking.
Sniff out some clues. Takes Jax out with a couple of nades around the belt as well.
Added bonus. Utility starts to trickle in around mid. Curious to see if Hunter holds his nerve, whether he waits or makes a play. For now, he sits.
Open for a lurk to come in. The A site will slowly be crushed. All spots empty. It's time to move on in.
All this has been given over now as well. Had the stack sat, then maybe, just maybe. But you know, move it into the next one. Why not? Deagle, CZ, Scout could be enough. For now, this game of chess continues.
Really is a game of chess. They're looking for clues.
It's not bad CS by any means.
It feels like a title fight a little bit with the amount of feeling out that there is. Now, the Navi T side going slow. That's not a surprise. That's not a surprise at all.
This one a little more normal.
But I do like a G2 that's willing to work harder for some of their rounds. I think that's actually something that I've personally been critical of Alexi when it comes to the calling, is that sometimes they play so fast as if they have a huge advantage in certain moments where then the rounds get thrown away, where multiple people get traded. But with the level of individual talent on the roster, I can see why you could also think about leaning more into a style that opens up way more 50-50s on T side instead of super quick rounds. But then he's already got that other half figured out. He's got lots of very good eco strats, fast half buy strats, and fast full buy strats. Now pairing that with very strong defaults that are slow crawling, yeah, he just mapped out a super solid philosophy for how to look at an entire T side.
Hunter looking for that second CZ kill, but Electronic's going to stop him at just the one. Still, there's a lot of damage being done here. Boomich is on 30. I'm assuming by way of scout. They lose a player trying to push out from ramp, and they don't just lose anybody. They lost Simple. Alexi tries to take that same place. The gun has fallen too far away for him to pick that back up, so he'll concede it and play with the Deagle. Unfortunately for Alexi, it's going to be Nico to try and help him, and that's 34 health. But Monacy's coming back with that scout and could still get here in time. Bit looking for something, and sure enough, it is Nico for basically free. Ooh, fire on the feet of Alexi B. Means he falls back into the corner of this site, and Monacy's just not being given any targets to work with, so eventually they get their headshot from Bit. 20 seconds on the clock, and the scout just looks to hold cross, but with the flashbangs, it's perfect. Connector guy smoked off, can't stop that front plant, and Monacy's going to take further damage. So a nice slow squeeze from Navi as they earn themselves a 10th round win, leading G2 by 2.
And then we'll see.
Take those, and almost gets Bit.
Some good rounds from Jax. Classy on the entries. Navi came into the match and like, why is G2 fighting our whole flow? They look just like us. No one's really like top fragging for G2, as weird as that sounds. There's no one that's actually got that many more kills. I mean, like Max is out of 11 here.
Yeah, 11 to 8.
Yeah. It has been such a team effort in that regard.
Nobody quite like Bit.
No one quite like Bit, that's true.
Which was something we had to mention.
That was true before the match started, you know?
One of the players who cool off.
Nope.
He's going to start this major ferociously.
Bit doesn't lose majors.
Oh! Almost, Boomich. Almost, my friend. And yet Nico going to struggle as well to finish off the kill, but he gets there. With fire on his feet, he continues in connector Bit.
Oh, there is no way Nico's going to expect that he didn't see this.
But he kills Simple first, so probably well worth it. 4 versus 2. Perfecto not able to catch Jax as he just slides down the ladder. It's being held by Monacy. Remember, a quarter HP for the CT Opper.
Yeah, well, you know where the bomb's at, so you can expect it to be recollected
This
soon.
is what they want. They want that Palace peak. But, oh, Monacy gives it up. That would have been the perfect chance for Perfecto to come out. Bit kills Jax underneath.
Oh,
That's going to draw the attention. Monacy, he is split between 2 separate worlds. And now down to 3 HP, so the Molotov should end him. But Perfecto catching him on the cross means the 2v4 to the 2v2. Hunter comes in for this fight. He's got Bit up close, and still they have no bomb. That's the biggest issue. Perfecto will be smoked off. And with both counter-terrorists on the other side of this, he gets confirmed, shot at, and still able to almost slip one in. He's so concerned about CT, but there's nothing there. It's here on Catwalk that Alexi B is standing, and he gets caught off by that, so G2 closed the distance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, leaving the bomb is a little weird. Sometimes you leave the bomb in vision because then the CTs react to it. Like, they'll play a little differently. But they kind of had to get that back in that spot with the amount of time left over in the CTs, both in positions that were hard to get to. That round was almost handed back to Navi, though it got a little sketchy. Monacy was probably doing too much. Jax could have had the underbow cross, and he could have had Palace, and then they were basically fine. Decided to look for it. Nade is pretty beautiful here. Square on Boomich. 35 damage. And Hunter will oftentimes be the first point of contact in these slow crawl rounds because of his activity around jungle window. Very heavy lead from the CTs on the A site. Even rifling on Monacy here, sitting on default.
Oh, Nico, he wants this fight.
Jesus, man.
Oh, Bit tucked into the corner of it.
He searched out everything else and knows they must have escorted somebody.
Oh,
you can feel that.
Gets him in the gut. Man advantage here for G2, who are basically out of nades. 3 flashes, 1 frag.
Yeah, surprised to not see any rotations here. They still got 4 on the right side of the map, and Hunter will find a frag. There still are 2 players that will not tell them that B is light. Alexi sitting solo at the moment.
Boomich could still figure this out.
Yeah, they're walking up on him. Let's see if his gun sticks out.
He saw that.
Yeah.
And now he's going to hear the market play as well. Gets the guy back on bench. Remember, Hunter 8 HP after his fight. And so that bomb's looking to just jump outwards and get itself planted. Simple. Not going to see this as Hunter just holds. We mentioned the lack of utility here for the CTs, but a couple flashes could just get that retake under wraps. Nico's going to be coming in from middle. The only guy on Catwalk. They're worried about lurks. Electronics up in the apartments waiting for some kind of a flank, but that one's not coming. First flash thrown from Monacy, gets the 2 CTs out from the door. Simple looking to lock them in. He hits the collateral, pops up, drops Nico, flicks over towards Jax, who's now just the last one alive, and while he will catch Simple's head, it is Navi with the round win.
They did such a good job of setting up Simple in this spot, especially Boomich, like securing the bomb plant, causing enough noise and distraction after getting Alexi in this close right market window position. And then the CTs didn't feel like they could even approach in this spot. Doubling up on bench was huge. Boomich gets a kill in this position as well. And then he just doesn't stop fragging. A great move by the captain to walk up into B. But that was a glaring hole in the setup after G2 had gotten those first 2 frags. Wonder why there was no other rotation. Think about that. 4 players alive and a hole in middle to get up cat. So that means there were 2 ways to attack the B site that only Alexi could watch one, and there was still no help for him with 5 players alive on the CT side. Just did a lot of math on none of it. Sounds good.
No magic on this one from G2 either, so 3-round lead. Ooh. All right, Jax. That's a Huandig and CZ into the equation.
3-round lead, huh?
Yes. Probably.
Okay. Look at this Palace flank that's coming in. Very timely. He ran just the right amount.
Oh, no.
Electronic's dead.
Oh, my God.
3-round lead?
Probably.
Oh, it couldn't get worse.
Probably.
Yeah.
Simple. Oh, no. G2.
Yeah, right.
3v5 unarmored pistols.
Yeah.
3v5 unarmored pistols. Navi did it. They dropped it twice. 2 times G2 have been able to win these kinds of situations.
He doesn't need the gun.
Oh my God.
He
But
doesn't
how?
even need it.
But how?
They all refragged. They got into great spots. Listen, there's a better team that played better CS. Okay. Hunter. Alexi. I'm going to list you off some players. Hunter,
okay.
Alexi, Nico, Jax, and Monacy.
Oh, that sounds like a pretty good team.
Full stop. That's it.
But surely nobody would have the money to make a team like that.
Yeah. Carlos just laughing. Spitting and laughing.
Money, you say?
4,200 on Boomich. 4,750 on Electronic. No buy outside that.
Ooh, that's a sketchy one. Not once, but twice. And this time, 3v5. Man, when he got the kills bottom connector, I'm like, okay, cool. You grabbed a Galil, got an AK. Yeah, all right, yeah. Yeah, little freebies. Take what you can get. That Alexi flank. That's the nail in the coffin. Perfecto. Dunked on. Ooh, G2 making this interesting.
Appreciate the bravery for Alexi to be playing in the B site almost solo all the time. They have Monacy here on Cat, but that site was right for the attack. I mean, you scared him a bit with that initial grenade. But if Navi have seen what we've seen on these past couple of rounds, they'd be more interested in it.
The pistols here for Navi, not quite that of G2. Perfecto almost. Monacy chomps him down. So simple. Blast face and blasted face as he tries to peek that bench. Splattered on the bottom of middle by this kid.
Yes. Now the youngest player at the major, now that Techno 4K has been eliminated.
Look at that little chrome dome. Right between the eyes.
Whenever I see Moses, I get that mad too.
Buy in. Let's see it. G2 with a little bit of magic. Tie this game off because of it. See if Navi can survive the test here. Smokes come over.
Yeah. Like a G2 being all over middle. See if the late lurk has anything to work here. I don't know if Bit threw any grenades. He's going quick. Tax coming in.
Oh, Nico made sound. Bit hot on his heels. Oh, and
he watches for it and still loses.
Jax able to get Perfecto from the top of Ticket. That's the bomb carrier stop, so the round slowed down for a moment. Boomich looking into the jungle, and Monacy's going to end him right then, right there.
Jesus.
Alexi's nade dunked onto Bit, and we have a 2v4. But we've got Simple in the server. Electronic trying to stay right next to him, trying to stay tethered, trying to stay close. Monacy backs up, and now suddenly the two Ts are taking different fights. Electronic There's no repeat there from Hunter, so a bomb plant made possible, and Electronic can't finish the second. Simple comes off that plant, gets his first kill, 50 health in the 1v2.
Oh, Simple V2, AK at his feet.
Puts the smoke down to give himself some room. Still has yet to plant. 25 seconds left over. Jumps up, saw Alexi, feels that he's getting close. And a no-scope from Simple makes this one look doable. But here he comes. m0NESY on the stairs. His position unknown to Simple. And he's trying to piece this together. Finally decides to commit. And m0NESY ends him.
Woo! Right through default, in between the missiles, to the side of the body, and they don't have to worry about that. Simple with a thunderous no-scope in the 1v2. The tracking has been extraordinary. Barely needs any information at all. He jumped up and saw this and read the walk perfect. I mean, he is just so terrifying.
So sick.
But m0NESY equally so here. The beautiful counter in this position. And actually, what a round. Swings the economy in favor of G2. Straight pistols for Navi.
Ooh, an easy first one as Perfecto comes out from Palace on his own.
Yeah. These are map-defining clutches at this point.
That they are. With those two crazy wins, with unarmored pistols, and now a m0NESY versus Simple 1v1. G2 well-earned lead, extended by an easy anti-eco. The economy blossoms for G2. Navi's still trying to play catch-up, but at least they've got money for the buy. Tactical pause, third time for Navi. Only one more after this. Hoping Blade can offer some input.
Yeah, off the tac pauses, Navi I feel like have such a high win percentage because of Blade getting involved with the ideas, and they absolutely need them right now. I just think so far there are so many small details that G2 are actually pulling off that are a little bit better, and Navi don't have the individuals today behind it. I mean, even that Simple 1v3 is close. He's 14 and 15. Bit is the player who is stealing the show, usually solo lurking to get entry frags, you know, and sometimes winning a duel where he's getting called out still hitting his shot. So Des talked a lot about Electronic, not his best map so far. And for G2, they don't have any top fraggers either. They just have a really even stack of kills between the 5 of them. Nico will win against Bit this time around. Boom and 3 frags.
Nice.
He gets 2. Hunter gets 1 back, and a headshot angle for Perfecto, but it's not good enough.
Can't get out, can't escape. Fantastic flash from m0NESY.
He's had a couple of key flash assists so far in this game. That's one of them. That would have been a 2v2 if Hunter had died.
Simple push back down into the clutch. G2 looking to rise to the top here. A 14th round on the line. Utility dumped ahead of Simple.
Wow, they've been shoved out of this. What a sequence there between the frags from G2, the refrags from Navi, and Hunter's final answer.
And now Simple, he's desperate for a second as the fire burns right behind him, and still somehow he finds a little more room to work with. He's got a smoke of his own, but the flashes again.
Yeah, another one from m0NESY.
The flashes again, and Hunter, yes, the impact felt
again in their
that one.
matchups versus Navi. Hunter has been the king. I would go out on a limb and say he's been the best performer from G2 in the finals. The ones they've lost anyway, which is all of them. but still, somebody who stood out by far and away the most. But again, behind every great peak, there's a great flash. And that was m0NESY twice so far in this round. Kiss on the fist for Jax. Keep the morale high as G2 are now on fire.
And 2 away. Drawing blood against Navi in the opening match, the opening round of the Legends stage. Nico kills Boomich, but Perfecto finds Hunter over towards that B site where the bomb currently is, and everybody from Navi leans. At least what's left of them. They lost their top mid player in Boomich. Does Nico want to take a chance? Oh, smoke spam. Nearly catching Alexi B off guard, but
Perfecto's like, yes, shoot back.
Yeah.
I want this.
Simple meet. Nico tries to tuck his head, but Electronics there to just jump in. Take that space, create more of it, in fact.
Oh, Monacy wishes he was in spawn for this. Now has a harder rotation across the window, but they're the ones who don't want to peek him as well.
It'll take him a little bit of time to get
No
back
way
to
he's coming into this. Yeah, he's just dead, actually. I'm
Done.
surprised he makes that rotation, considering all the connector presence we just saw. There was no way for Jax to stop this cross. He'll get a kill. However, dude, Jax has 100 HP. They're running towards his side of the map. And he has to figure out if they're going to read the HP. Alexi's down to 45. He's playing further around, starts to mock over, and Bit will catch him off guard. That's his 24th kill. No chance for Alexi now.
No, this one fizzles out. And with that, Navi put an end to G2's streak, extinguish those flames as quick as they ignite. With the 12th, a little bit of a B-lean, not only with the kill inside of apartments, but Alexi getting dinked, kind of drew that rotate over. That's why Monacy was out of position. Navi was still a little life left in them, it seems.
Yeah, Monacy's rotation was a little bit weird.
To crawl through the hole?
Considering, yeah, I think they felt like he had to take a risk, which was probably true. But with the Nico dying in window to the pack at the bottom of connector, that's like a free spot for the Tees to go to. I guess, and of course, it comes down to somebody walking up through con and going into jungle. So, wait. Whoa.
They're on ramp.
Okay.
Yeah. Enough crazy stuff has happened. For a second.
I thought he was in B-app still. I was just talking.
No, it's
I really
all good.
talked that long, huh? What the hell?
No good. All good. That'll be a sigh of relief for Navi. Now G2 take their third timeout, so each team sitting on one more as we get into the last 5 of this one.
I'm hyped. Yeah, now that we're in these final moments and the streak is ended, it's a 2-round game. I mean, look at that 8-point font on the notes with all the highlights, right? They're dead serious about winning this another tack timeout. That again, off the tacks, Navi are fierce. They just won that off attack, didn't they?
Yeah. Like you said.
Big blade. He's been anchoring this team, centering them.
Scouting the talent.
Yeah. He's a no bullshit coach. You ask him a question in real life, it better not be funny because he's not laughing, even if it is.
Here we go. Back into the action. A warning shot whizzes by Jax. Simple gets out of there real quick with the bomb. Ooh, G2, all right. Again, off of their tack pause. See if things change too much. They establish Monacy on the angle. He's holding bottom ramp, waiting for any kind of a peek in.
Yeah, he's swinging right now. Nico's opening himself up to a bunch of timings, but this is usually where he's scared for his opponents, not him. Did they miss their top con smoke?
Yeah. No, the top window and maybe top connector, because window was missed and Bit had to burn his smoke for it. Then Jax, he activates.
Oh, that's simple. Dead Perfecto, low bomb spotted, intentions understood. Nico in the right side of the window as Bit crosses by him.
They cross.
But there's a way for, oh my God.
Oh, if Nico doesn't check this.
But who could look back? But Bit's got nothing else to do. He might turn his attention around. Timing's here as he walks back out of the window over towards B, and Alexi kills the guy inside the site. Bit still has a way to win this round.
He doesn't seem to have seen that Alexi got over towards Van. At least the time's not too big of an issue just yet. But Bit, there it is. There it is. Confirmation on Alexi. Taps into him. Ends it. Creates an opening inside of the B site. Bomb comes out at 2v2.
Oh, the amount of things that are happening so far.
Dude, there were layers. This one got stringy.
The retake positions are good. There's no one up in B halls. Will they jump up there?
Nico goes and grabs a smoke. Double flashbang here for Monacy. Post-plant position's going to be Bit on get right, and Perfecto above him supporting the cat so that Bit can just keep his attention towards market. Bomb halfway gone. Kit on Monacy, none for Nico. Smoke, again, still within the equation, but Nico is dead. Insta-kill in from Perfecto, and Monacy, that timidness, it sinks in. They let this one slip, even with the fadeaway frag. It is a 13th for Navi, Bit behind enemy lines.
Oh, man.
Just jackknifes that B site open, and the game goes on.
I can't believe the timing we just saw right there. There was moments where Bit could have seen the barrel from Nico inside the window if he had turned around, just to check the smoke that he walked out of. I wouldn't have been surprised if he did. And then Nico as well, who, with the window smoke, had a timing inside a jungle. And like ships in a night, he gets by. It's impossible for him to know what exactly happened, besides the fact that there was a smoke in the window. And Bit all of a sudden was in the market. Can't put that one on Alexi. A timing needed to be called. And with that save, a full buy comes in from G2 to keep Navi at arm's length. Ostensible amount of HEs here on the CT side. And 4 towards A, and this has been their regular setup so far. Navi have a ton of presence inside of the A halls. It's kind of unclear exactly what they want to do, but it seems like Bit is going to set up for his lurk once again. 2 full kits walking away from the A site. Will m0NESY disrespect the space? Probably not. He's alone. Oh, Jax dies. They push off that flash.
With that, we now have G2 sinking back man disadvantage.
Yeah, they were ready to push on both sides, and m0NESY, he wishes he could join the action on B, but at least he could tell his 3 teammates to gear up for a fight.
But Hunter still looks to go bolster that B site. Nico at the helm of Connector, and Alexi B tasked with a massive challenge. Simple burns himself down to 60. Alexi's going to confirm it. Util starts to come out from ramp, and Alexi B looks to just tuck in here. He has no support, none whatsoever. I mean, he's just trying to hide, trying to minimize himself, and he just lets them walk in, kill everybody. There's nobody there on stairs to help. There's nobody in jungle to even draw attention away. He just hides and dies, and with it, Navi take a 14th,
Whoa.
tying this game up.
Oh man, they didn't play off the information at all. Hunter rotates out towards B after m0NESY sees deep into the halls, and they push the palace. They saw Simple with the op. They didn't see the bomb, I guess. But I honestly thought that that's a position where either Hunter can come in for m0NESY and push the B halls behind his op, take over control of it, or m0NESY can simply go deep if he really wants to and start to walk back. Oh my god, what a flick from m0NESY. Okay, and now Hunter will have to try to save.
He's got it.
Well, yeah, it seems like he'll pull it off.
With an op.
With an op as well. Yeah, they're too far to kill him. 14-14. Do they buy?
Oh, I don't know, man.
Do they buy? They have 5K on one player.
Yep.
An op. I would seriously consider it, but it is one where they don't have to fully invest and they can still see odds of winning. That was such
decision.
That was such a strange move overall at the end of it. But the one thing that worked really well here that Boomich did was just throw that one flash over towards the B site. That was enough to get them to check on the extremity on the other side of the map if anyone was there. Since m0NESY thought an op could have been flashed into that position, that was calmed.
I'm still so confused with how little Alexi tried to do.
I don't know, like he should have either played retake totally, or why weren't they all there? You know, why weren't they all there? I feel like there was not enough time for it to be the B side at that point, but yeah, that was very weird. I have no idea.
Well, here we are. What's happened has happened, and what can happen, we're about to find out. m0NESY hangs on to the op. It is the full investment here from G2, and the limitation's clear with an MP9 of FaMAS and lesser nades than their counterparts of Navi. This T side, 3 rounds in a row. After G2 were on fire with 5. 2 rounds left to play, all the money on the line here right now for the CTs. And m0NESY's gonna open up. Immediately turns his attention back towards the B apartments. Alexi's gonna just clamber on top of the van.
Yeah, they're not full committing off this.
Nope.
Bomb's starting to walk over.
They actually fade away from it.
Still got a ramp control as well for G2. What can Simple do here? There are spots where he could be set up to trade out frags, but it's actually Jax on the crack spot. Back to walking Palace. Just as we saw in round 28. Late smoke down on the ramp, and they can play within it. So I don't know about the
25.
Palace play in this situation, and Nico's going to know that this is Bit walking up into the bottom of the neck. Once again, he's been doing that.
And there's Jax with just one. Nico, he's able to get something in the middle of it all, keeps that man advantage up for G2. Oh, he saw that. Simple saw that jump. He expects it. Perfecto just plant that bomb with his 9 HP. Simple predicting the angle, but Modesty looking to bring it back from CT spawn. Now Simple knows the last 2 positions, but can he hit the shots? Oh, we know he can, but the question is, will he hit these ones?
He's not playing on default. This is a trick. 40 HP, and they are going to think he's in a certain number of positions, but this means he has to get a kill early to play back towards a bomb.
Smoke goes in. Oh, that's Alexi. That's Alexi down, and now it's another 1 versus 1.
Oh,
Simple wins it this time. 15 for Navi off of the back of their Stars clutch.
And there's that impact.
And you can lose a 1v1 versus Monacy, but when it's from 15, when it matters that little bit more, Simple delivers.
There's a position where a little bit of information goes a mile for him, and they give him this peek because the bomb is planted in such a spot they think in the back of their heads, no way he would play here. And then he hits a lightning fast shot onto Monacy, and Navi have guaranteed overtime and chewed through a Hail Mary buy from G2 where they saved an op and started out with the kills.
Ooh, one way from Monacy. Loses his vision. G2 looking to force OT off the back of a 5v4. They're making something with the little that they still have to hold on to.
They are.
Can Navi still close?
The meta of this round's interesting. You know, they really want that gun at top boxes, but they can't get to it safely. They're playing 5v4, but you better believe they don't feel like it's over just yet. However, neither do Navi, even knowing they've got a significant utility advantage, rifle advantage, you name it. Still 4v5, it's scary.
Looking to target that B site instead. Who's waiting? It's Alexi. Incendiary in hand. Hunter's up Cat, but with an MP9.
Yeah.
And that's where the economic leverage of Navi, a clear advantage. And Hunter, he's not even floating on the bricks. He could start walking back now.
It's a different kind of lurk. They see Bit leaving, and Electronic is coming late out middle.
Nico holds Cat, and with that now, everybody can turn around. Alexi just got shot in the head from Hunter. That's not going to make things easier, but still this crossfire for a moment it held. Man advantage, bomb dropped. 10 seconds for Simple to pull out another clutch, but there's simply no time. He smokes on top of the bomb, and G2 extend play to OT.
Okay, we go to overtime. There are more questions to be answered. I think we needed overtime to solve, because this game has gotten really insane in some moments.
Dude, Hunter almost killed Alexi.
I know, that was close.
Talk about nerves. Just starts shooting his own IGL straight in the face.
At least he didn't have an op.
Yeah, fair point. I'll try to paint this picture like, yeah, the Cat rotate from Hunter. That'll definitely help Alexi.
I thought this idea was kind of cool. I mean, they had a Bit who threw his kit as the underpass lurk, has been just doing that over and over again. A credit to Nico, he has been able to start winning duels there, and also takes out Electronic on Cat as a late player who hasn't been used as a lurk before. So they try to draw attention away from it, and it doesn't work out. And now we are into overtime, which is entirely fitting.
Yeah. For these two teams, let's see it. Oh, caught on the jump over, Boomich.
Another nade death for Boomich, potentially, if he's not careful.
Ooh. Next one's up. Sure enough, between the two frags, they find him.
ISOing
and then
middle.
Jax also able to cut down that Palace play. Simple, he's just going to disrespect Smoke and try to
looking
get
for
ahead.
Temple. Oh, his gun sticks out. Alexi B takes out the opper, the clutcher of the team. The man who got him here.
First OT round looks fantastic for G2. Total map control, total shutdown, no openings.
Yeah. Boomich just wanted to sit there. You know, he just wanted a place to sit down. They said no loitering. Here's all of our nades. 3 CTs, and we're going to put someone in an underpass to catch you going over to the right side in the first place. So targeted assault, and now it's Perfecto to go down, and G2 win the first round of OT, and it's a very good round. Especially following up from the last round of regulation that got them here. There are no timeouts left.
No.
And we've seen how favorable timeouts have been towards Navi in performing this comeback.
Blade's just going to have to lean back, grit his teeth, and hope that his players can figure this one out. A faster look towards the B-apps, maybe. Boomich not wanting to be on the receiving end of more grenades. Enough is enough. G2, if they're not going to have him push around, then maybe they go to him instead. Heavy mid presence from the defense. And if Nico wants to peek down into underpass, there are 2 players potentially there for the taking, but instead they bite back. Perfecto opens up. Unlike last round, it's Navi with man advantage to start, but Hunter very quickly quells that threat towards top mid. It's not Boomich to die first, but it's still Boomich locked out. Simple, nice shot. Flicks it slightly into Jax. Man advantage taken right back.
Oh, they keep
and G2 boost Hunter to hold.
They keep refreshing the spots in middle as well, and Navi continuously want to fight in here. And did a window smoke get missed? I don't know.
Wouldn't be the first one.
Yeah. Makes things a little complicated. Now there's an overemphasis from G2 inside of middle around the 40-second mark. They're probably going to start falling out of these spots, but Navi are not exactly gearing up for their sight hit, and m0NESY is now starting to get nervous about the thought of it ending A. It's a good suspicion to have. As we can see, the T's are starting to move back in this direction. Hunter got a key refrag inside of middle and is in a great spot to get another one.
Should most certainly cut that off, but it's not a kill. It's just a tidbit of damage. And now all of a sudden, they're going to go flooding up through connector. m0NESY instantly killed. Hunter will still get electronic. Bomb's going to be able to cross. There's somebody hot on his heels through connector, and that needs to be Bit to stop it, but Bit gets shaved off. We're right into the 2v2. T-side falls back, plays Palace. Simple, insight, holds on fire, and waits. We've got a frag and 2 flashes for the T's. We've got no more grenades for G2, but we have Hunter on 4 kills. And if he can pull out an ace in overtime to keep this flawless CT side going, then wouldn't that be magical? After all the ridiculous rounds that G2 can win, after pushing this to OT, is Perfecto going to be enough? They're not watching him. He cuts off Hunter. Time is of the essence. Frag goes down. Alexi sticking this nearly all the way, but Perfecto holds.
Oh.
And Navi ties 16 each.
Oh, Perfecto pulls up for the clutch in overtime. Wow, dude, man, Hunter just kept churning out frags at every single point in the round from a new position. Even when he gets shoved out of a spot after not finding a kill, he still continues on to kill the 2 suspects that he saw at the bottom of connector 20 seconds ago, but he's got no help behind that. Everybody else falls. Well, G2's antidote to Navi pressing themselves into middle control was continuously refresh spots. Jax coming into connector after Nico dies. Hunter on Cat, getting boosted up on bricks after taking his first peek at an underpass, and it actually is the right call. It was the late mid play from Navi, but it was the individuals from Navi in that one. Simple refragging m0NESY inside of CT spawn. Think about how over that round would be if you didn't hit that shot.
Couple of pieces of utility exchanged, a peek down into the ramp. That's some information gathered for G2. But in terms of control, Navi have mid. Alexi decides to swing out the second op. Simple falls past him. Good shot from Alexi B. That's Boomich out of this one. 40 seconds left for Navi to try and get that second T round win in overtime.
Yeah, quick shot and punish. Another 5v4 here for G2.
m0NESY looking primed. Sure enough, hits Bit. Now 5v3. Simple still so close to Alexi. Did he see that?
Yeah, he saw.
Alexi's right there. Simple executes it with the Desert Eagle. That's the bomb. Oh,
the
and
lurk.
Perfecto. He gets through the murder hole. There's a single defender in Hunter on B.
And while Jax buys a little bit of time, it's still the end of him. Can Hunter be the miracle? No! Simple, up close, as they stayed sharp, stayed focused, and stay ahead of G2, barring Nico and a miraculous 1v3. He has no grenades to get out from Market. He has no incendiaries to burn players from their positions. He needs to rely on what he has. That's aim, but aim not the only aspect of this game. Navi, they squeeze out a second.
I was shocked to see this, 2 on T side. They get the Perfecto lurk after the Perfecto 1v2 to lock it in, catching both CT rotations. Another 5v4 start for G2, and that's not enough. The setups have been good. They've been searching out a ramp when there's no T's there. They've been getting some space back. It starts with a simple 1D. And after Alexi got his first kill with Yop out of ladder room, I thought that was it. He was in such a strong position. Even though Navi won mid control, they didn't have that cap presence. And G2 had players still left alive. Modesty grabbed another. It was even fact 5v3 before that point. But they took that mid control. They did something with it.
Yes.
They got into the murder hole. And Perfecto, of course.
They paid the entry cost and then got their money's worth.
Yeah, find that timing.
Perfecto with critical impact in overtime.
We're talking about razor-thin margins in the first half, so wouldn't necessarily say this is written and done. Navi only 1 round ahead. But I think it was Navi who really, played palpably worse in that first half, even though it was pretty close half overall. I wonder if they feel the same way. What their expectations are coming into the second half of overtime. The G2 actually never tried a full A hit. Like they're currently setting up for the right side smokes.
Here we go. Boomage at bat. Gets Hunter first. Jax in sight. Great trade. Use that space properly. Simple not able to find any targets through the smoke. Alexi just rattles some bullets in and falls back. Bomb will be planted default. Quick
he's
pressure
not being
though.
covered.
Electronic.
The flash.
Dude!
Oh, Jax!
That's a huge bit of impact. As he just left Alexi out to dry, he was able to recover. That peak looked like it was going to be the end of the bomb plant. And now Bit and Simple 2v4. Jax has done everything for G2 this round, and by the looks of it, Navi are out. They tap, they let this go. Jax with the impact.
Yeah, okay, the refrag on Boomich, 2 frags in CT spawn. This is the whole round on him. Just off of those kills, and actually it was the T side in this Mirage game that we saw Jax have, by far the most stamps in terms of MVPs of rounds. So I'm not so surprised to see him really hit some shots here on the entries and make a lot of space very quickly. That spot where the bomb gets planted default is crazy because they don't actually have CT spawn control. They're just more worried about the threats of actually getting the bomb down with players alive on cat, players alive in jungle. But I think they flashed CT maybe so that Jax could peek.
Yep.
And was almost mistimed. I mean, it wasn't at the end of the day, but
nearly.
Yeah, that bomb gets dropped. It's not easy to plant it again.
Oh, man, they're playing a dangerous game with that one.
Yeah.
But
there's been narrow margins for both teams, to be fair.
Still anybody's game.
And now Navi are being a lot more active about middle. This is way different from what we saw in half number 1.
Jack's going to try to rinse and repeat, look for another clean entry pathing, but this time hitting B. Util starts to come over. Perfecto fully blind. Bit able to hold off 1. That's the bomb confirmed and down on the dirt. Jax has been spotted. A second here from Bit. He's just letting them trickle outwards. This continuity in the flashbangs. Finally, something comes back. It's Modesty and Nico in the 2 versus 5. They put the kid in the clutch and Boomich ends him. Navi have taken 18 and will have another match point to work with.
Oh, now we're talking. Now the energy's here. They're thinking, and they stopped that first kill. I think they needed to get out of the window in that situation instead of just peering out over towards Van, and they got mauled. This is 2 rounds. G2 decide to go for full A, then full B. 2 things that I really didn't use very often. Maybe the B sites a couple of times. But overall, the T rounds early on, if we don't have a short memory, were insanely slow, and that's not been the case right now. They've thrown it out the window to go back to their old style. And it could be because of the activity from Navi as well. Kind of much more frisky about all of their different positions here now around connector and jungle.
Oh my god, electronic
4
peaks.
T's seen off that peak.
Holy hell.
That is an insane amount of information to gain.
And yet Bit goes forward. All that presence, and he looks to lock into the bunker. He taps the vent. They're able to get past him. Perfecto's going to be under question, but Bit gets the bomb! And Perfecto cuts it off on the other end, and with that, Navi survived the test!
Bit with the headshots are back!
It takes a little OT, but Bit is back in his entirety.
Yeah, one
Excellent
bullet.
game from him. Excellent clutches from Simple. And an awesome showing from G2 that took all of us by surprise. A different flavor from G2. A different look in regulation. Navi survived their opening match. Navi survived their test. And G2 will join the other great teams at 0-1.
And 0-1, yeah. If it wasn't already a nightmare. Either of them going down was going to be tough. This is a Mirage game that they damn near had. I mean, you know, they touched on to 15 or the 14. It was like 14-12 at one point, of course, but leave it to Navi to perform a comeback. And it's crazy to just see like the composition of the rounds change so drastically in terms of game philosophy as the game rolled on. And we saw Navi get more aggressive on their CT sides, and G2 also pick up the tempo on their T sides. Has me wondering what that first half was all about.
Yeah.
But how long ago that was.
More questions, and some answers. But to give you guys even more answers to unpack all that, we pass this one back over to the analysts.
There was a reason why this matchup was viewed as such a split affair, and Mirage delivered exactly that. Navi are the ones to be pushing it over the line at the final minutes, gentlemen. What a fashion to be doing it. I don't even know how we're going to be breaking down this.
Yeah, what a comprehensive game of Counter-Strike. Just so many different looks in that one. We had clutches, we had star power, we had great strategies, excellent splits. That gave us everything, Maniac. I don't even know where to start, so I'm going to let you do it.
It's the highest level of Counter-Strike, and I think it's the best proof you ever need that sometimes a game of Counter-Strike is decided in a millisecond, a minute timing. So many of these rounds were drained to the last second, were played on a timing. That window lurk, for example, let's just get by G2. These were decided by details, and I had an amazing time watching it.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely incredible to witness. I mean, we're just looking at the scoreboard across the board, the fact that Bit, 31 kills, bottom fragging, Boomage, 17 kills, literally almost exactly the same when you look over the side of G2 as well. It wasn't necessarily a question of those individuals, but one individual I was really impressed with, already said his name, was Bit. We were looking at him coming into this to, you know, be delivering, rather, that consistent form that we saw in 2021, and I am liking what I'm seeing from him so far.
Yeah, extremely high expectations for Bit, and he delivered hugely in that game. You could see just towards the very end, so many of these rounds he's in a position to multi-kill, and he does so perfectly, and he even plays it cleverly. It's not only based on his aim, it's not only based on his mechanical prowesses, he knows when to fight, when to come back, get back into the game. He got the bomb towards the very end. That was massive. He had a huge game from Bit.
You say it's not all about his mechanics,
It's not
Maniac,
only about it. Not only about it.
This guy had 23 headshots, okay? that is insane. I usually don't care that much about headshot percentage, but when your time to kill is as fast as Bits, when he's running into a bomb site, it is tough to stop him. You think you're ready, you think you're in a good setup, but he broke some of those setups open for G2. The way that he is able to just, on a dime, stop, find the headshot, move on to the next target. It is explosive stuff. It's what we needed if Navi really wanted to be contenders at this major. We needed Bit to show up. We needed Simple. We got it. I want a little bit more from Electronic, but at the same time, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Navi already.
Yeah, we definitely got what we wanted from Simple as well. I want to throw round 29 into the mix. That was one of my favorite moments from this map. An incredible clutch from Simple.
Yeah, I feel like round 29 is all that Simple is about. It's the beauty of Simple. It's the finest detail of what he can bring to the table. It starts with m0NESY picking up that first kill. This is the 5v4 with 30 seconds left. G2 have everything they need. They have 2 rifles close onto the A side. They should be able to finish off and go back to 15. Here that timing being found by Electronic, pushes them down the drain, kills coming in from Jackson Nico, trades happening, and this is now what Simple is about. It's about searching for information. It's about maximizing any kind of advantage you can find in the clutch. Beautiful wallbang onto Nico. He had spotted them before. m0NESY finds Perfecto, and now Simple starts to dance. And even before he got there, he played around angles for so long. And there is only Simple, I guarantee you, only Simple in the world plays that 1v1 like this. That angle didn't even exist before Simple played in that 1v1. I am not kidding you. He is the only player on earth that would actually take that 1v1 because at the time he knows I have 0.1 second to find the shot, but I will.
I just want to quote you, Maniac. I hope you don't mind. Before that
Do I?
round
Fine.
happened, you said there's absolutely no way Navi should win this round. It is literally only Simple that could make that round work.
Just looking at that angle, there's so many reasons people don't do that. You're playing left eye kind of crouched angle into a right eye swing. All of the mechanics work against that, but Simple just trusts in himself more than anything. And he knows the panic that m0NESY's going to be experiencing. He knows that he wants to just run to the site. m0NESY recognizes the win condition for himself in that moment. Just get to the bomb. That's the danger of getting back to Tetris, is that if they stick that, you have to charge onto them, and he knows that is the one shot he has. That's a one he has to take, and he makes it count.
And even before he gets to that position I just briefly mentioned, in the 1 versus 2, he drains time. He fakes plant twice. He uses the smoke on side. He fakes again, jumps above the smoke. How many times did we see him jump at the edge of the smoke? Because he's just trying to gather information. He knows if he can spot one of the two, then he put the pieces together. That's why Simple is exceptional. Because in that 1 versus 2, if you give him just an edge, you give him a millimeter, he's going to take it, he's going to clutch you.
Even the trade he got to open up that 2v4, that wall bang right through the edge of the balcony, I mean, everything he did in that round, start to finish, just fantastic stuff. World class, best in the world, hands down.
I love that we're seeing an informed Simple to be beginning off the major as well. I mean, I do want to give some props to G2 throughout this. They did look really, really good. Some of the individuals really shining. I know you were talking about Jax having some really instrumental, impactful moments. Just unfortunate that they couldn't push it over the line, and now they're going to be falling into those 0-1 teams.
Yeah, it is unfortunate if you're G2 because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good you play against Navi. You're in 0-1. You're going to have hard matches coming your way. I hope they are not too hurt emotionally from dropping the ball in that one. I think they had what they needed to close the game. Remember, they won what it is, an eco round, like 3v4 worst situations. They had all the cards. They had all the tools to go in that 1-0 category. Now they have to reset. I like the approach. They gave us a new flavor on the T side, something we haven't really seen from G2, but it just wasn't enough, and I hope it doesn't chip at the confidence.
Yeah, this felt like a little bit of a wasted performance from Hunter.
Right.
He played out of his mind. It felt like every single round he had ways to bring things back for G2. His mid holds were dominant at that. I'd say on the T side, he also found ways to just have so much impact. Just Hunter in a mid round is one of the best in the world, just hands down. I before, when he was kind of coming up, saw him almost as kind of a NAF type. He has surpassed NAF. He is one of the best riflers out there. And in a game like this, where every single frag matters as much as it does, Hunter delivered so many. But it's just a shame because G2 sometimes they couldn't always recognize what their losing condition in a round was, and sometimes they played into those a little bit. Sometimes there's just that solo player on B. Sometimes there's just a rotation or an opening on the map that they just don't actually keep track of. Those moments came back to bite him, but Hunter, even though that seemed to catch so many of the other players from G2 off, he was ready for every single fight presented to him.
Yeah, he was, but the rest of the team wasn't. And that, to me, that's where it hurts for G2. And I think that Boomich or Blade or someone on Navi realized that. They realized very close to the end of the game that if they were to slow down the clock to a maximum, then G2 would somehow falter. Because when you're 14-11, you should be closing. But they knew. They knew that if they played these rounds really slowly with double lurks, with timings, that's where your nerves really get activated. When you have 25 seconds left and you must be thinking, that's it, they have to be in front of me. And then you get headshotted. That was really well played by Navi. A mind game all the way.
Yeah, it was incredible to witness. Of course, that does wrap up our opening matchups here at the Legend stage of the PGL Antwerp Major. Of course, 8 more best of ones to be on the cards throughout today as well. But just recapping some of these results, of course, we didn't get to witness some of the stuff that was going down on the B stream. Unfortunately, that Bad News Eagles matchup versus Copenhagen Flames.
So close.
That was so nail-bitingly close. And there were some rounds, I mean, we were watching it with our second eye, I guess, in the green room. There were some of the rounds from BNE that they shouldn't be winning that they won, and then some rounds they definitely should be winning that they didn't.
I think that's the story of BNE, though. You have to take the good with the bad. You know you're playing to some crazy win conditions at times. You have players that are ready to go through smokes, and when it works, cool. You guys made an X-Factor play in that round, but when you do it in a 4v3 and you're up, it's a one way to give away an advantage for free. So with BNE, it's great that they made it this far. I'm going to have I think they can probably squeak out a win, but this is going to be a very tough stage for them.
I know what you mean. It was heartbreaking to see them, specifically on the second pistol round. I think they had done enough in the first half to give themselves the conditions to go for that 1-0. They have that 3v1 situation in the pistol round. They find all the kills on the A side, and a little bit of I don't know, lack of patience, maybe too eager to go and get the last kill. They give the 3v1 away. From that moment on, Copenhagen Flames, you give them that opportunity, they're going to strike back. They regain control of what was happening. I'm sure they'll be full of regrets, but that is also the danger of the format we're playing right now. There's not exactly a lot of time to reset your emotions. You have to be ready for the next game.
Cloud9 versus Outsiders, that was a matchup that you, specifically Maui, you were very, very excited for, obviously going the way of Cloud9, 16-12, so quite a close affair. Any takeaways from that? Obviously, we weren't, focusing on it on this stream, but is that the result you expected?
I've got Cloud9 as my 3-0, Freya. So in a way, I kind of expected this. I do love the Outsider guys. I think that they are a fantastic team, but I think that there's still just a lot that's surrounding them and shrouding what their future is. And it's very hard to put that away. Whereas on the side of Cloud9, I think my narrative for this one is just that this is a team that there was uncertainty about too, but now that they have their org behind them, now that they can just focus on the game and what's in front of them, I am confident that this team is going to look better than they did in the last couple months.
You would hope. You would hope that's the extra 5%. I think that has to be the narrative for Cloud9 all the way. If we'd ask people in the stream randomly from Counter-Strike, say, hey, do you think they have the level to win? Yes. Yes, they do. Like, inherently, they have the level to win. But the $1 million question is, are you going to bring that level at the major? And we still have to put an asterisk. This is just studio. We are just at the legend stage, right? I feel like for Cloud9, that's the moment where they shine. That's the moment where they deliver the best. We're going to have all our eyes on them when and if they make it to the playoff.
Biggest upset thus far of the B stream, Furia unfortunately falling to Spirit. I was very surprised at that, particularly, we were sitting in the green room saying, Nuke, not a map that we particularly favoured Spirit going on to either. Wasn't even Dexter that needed to step up either way.
I think that's the biggest shocker.
Yeah.
Dexter,
I know.
The Challenger stage was fantastic. He was phenomenal. Probably the best operator in the Challenger stage if you just look at purely stats. And then to see that it's some of the other guys like Siren and Patsy that are delivering for Spirit, that's a shock. And I think it's a shock to Furia fans and even me because I have Furia going through this stage. They've been doing really well lately.
I have them as well. And Spirit were completely able to build a wall on the CT side. Siren, just on the CT side of that game, had 19 kills and 3 deaths. 19 and 3 on the CT side, something that was relatively unexpected. Furia is usually a team we give a lot of praises to for the unconventional way they approach the T side of Nuke. They have ways to play that is not exactly in the meta. They make it work beautifully. Not here. Only 2 rounds after a good first half, and this is a shocker. I absolutely did not see that one coming.
The final matchup of the B stream, of course, literally just finished wrapping. Maui, you'll be very happy about this one. Big managed to take down Imperial. It did start off in a 13-2 pretty dominant fashion, but final scoreline 16-11. So Imperial did try to get back into that one.
There was a bit of a comeback there. You could say that. But Big had this one in the bag all the way through. 13-2. I will say there are some concerns for why Big couldn't close this one out a little bit faster. But I love what I saw from Favin and Crimbo. The new additions to Big stepping up as they should, given their status in this major. The fact that they qualified through the RMR 3-0, immediately secured the legend spot, beating Big in that final BO3. This is the level that I have been hoping for Big for some time now. I have put the statement out there that I think this Big roster can make it to the top 5. Give them some time, and they'll show more of this. I guarantee it.
It's finally the end of the Sirs and Tapson show, and I think this is where we at the desk, we started to running out of argument, running out of ideas and narratives when we were basically just hoping Sirson is going to show up, miraculously give us the 2020 online form. Tapson would go back to being a Matt Fragger. It's been proven that this is not going to be enough for Big to go through and become a better team. And now Crimbo starts shining.
Yes.
Favin is now that 4th player that just has to be stable. And now we have a story that starts to make sense.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what they're going to be continuing to deliver going on into the Legend stage. Of course, we do have 8 more best of 1s on the cards. We're not sure exactly what matchups are going to be going down, but make sure you join us after the break as Shox is going to be breaking them down, and we're going to see what happens on day 1 of the Legend stage.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
We're taking Pick'ems extremely seriously as a Counter-Strike community, so I thought I'd get a man who's very serious about Counter-Strike to join me to discuss his. It is Tabson from Big, and he's going to talk us through his Pick'ems right now. Tabson, you just told me you locked these in a few minutes ago in your room.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel very confident with my picks, but obviously some people might get hurt with the feelings, but hopefully it's understandable. It's a competition, so.
It's the most important competition. No one cares about who's lifting that trophy. Everyone cares about their diamond coin. Should we start with your 3-0?
Yeah, I did pick ourselves. Like, I have faith in ourselves to go 3-0. It will be a hard one, but I believe in ourselves.
You went 3-0 in the RMR. Were you surprised by that success?
Absolutely.
So who else are you going to be sending through?
Obviously, I believe that Navi will go through, Heroic. I believe also G2 will go through, Cloud9. That's 4, right?
That's 4, yeah. So you've got 3 more of your general 7.
I think ENCE, Vitality as well. Who's a FaZe, obviously.
Talk to me about some of the teams that you haven't included here.
I think, I don't know, like there are some, like now with the roster change as well with Broland, probably they have also some motivation right now. But I think it will be a really hard one to go through. Like it's the major, obviously there are only good teams. It's like really hard to choose one of not of them.
Let's talk also about your 0-3 then. I know this is a hard one, or maybe it's not a hard one for you, Tabson.
Obviously it's a hard one, but I've chosen Imperial. Since we also played the first game against them, it's likely that either one of us or one of the first team who's losing is going 3-0. But I believe Imperial will be the team to go 3-0, or obviously Bad News Eagles. They can be upsets, but I think one of these teams will go 3-0, and yeah, I'm looking forward if I can be right or wrong. But it will be a close game for sure against them as well. I'm looking forward to play against them.
Thank you so much for talking to me, Tabson. Good luck with your pick'ems, and good luck at the Ruddy Major. I've got Juan Flantru from the Bad News Eagles, who is going to become a map designer before your very eyes as he creates his own CS map. Juan Flantru, can I call you Juan?
Just call me Juan.
Juan, I'll call you Juan. The number 1 in the server.
Yeah, exactly.
And number 1 in the map design game.
The map designer. Yeah.
Let's get started with the outline of the map.
Let me think a bit.
Classic.
Yeah, another classic one.
We're getting somewhere.
And another. And the last one.
So you want to create some jungle here?
Yeah, okay. The jungle should be around here somewhere. Okay, I want to make like a big circle here. Here.
Is this going to be a bomb site?
This is going to be, no, not a bomb site, but like a no man's land, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be like a, how do I draw a heaven? Okay, so cities have another corridor here. There's going to be a heaven somehow.
Because I think this is quite interesting. This is a different approach to map design because you haven't literally put in a B site yet. Or a site, in fact.
Yeah, I'm thinking about sites yet. I'm just thinking about them. There should be heaven.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's two plant spots in the same bomb site.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
that's
so
how bomb sites work. You can
yeah.
plant in more than one place as long as it's within the boundary.
That's the new meta, yeah. So this is gonna be the no man's land, okay? This is where the big fights are gonna go.
In an in-game box, it's fine, you know. We'll talk about the territory, the environment, the map in a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cash has got all the hits, really. It's got like a pickup truck, well, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm
It's not
trying
even a pickup
to,
truck,
like-
is it? It's just like a truck, an open-backed truck. I don't know the technical term for that. I don't have a driving license. You've got a forklift, you've got a
So there's
tank.
gonna be another way in here, I guess. There's gonna be another way here.
And is this window going to be able
This
to
is the
look
best
out
window you've ever seen.
onto
Onto
no
the-
man's land? Is it going to be, again, are we going to have stairs?
I mean, outside here, outside the no man's land, you can't see anything except the entrances, no?
Mhm.
So this is gonna be for the A side, I guess.
Okay. I like it though. No, I like it because it's almost like we've got a pit kind of thing going
Yeah,
on here.
yeah, in the corner.
Potentially,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, and then there's a heaven here, a pit in here.
Okay.
Kind of like Inferno, you know?
Mhm.
There's boxes, there's gonna be a window here, there's gonna be a pit in here, I guess.
How are you feeling about this? You
Feeling-
happy? Do you feel like your work's
I'm
done?
feeling like a designer. I feel like I kind of made the wrong choice on my profession. I should be a designer.
There we go. That's the location. If you want to sign the map,
Sign the
make
map.
it your own. One.
There we go.
Amazing. Oh, beautiful signature. I might have to buy that sticker when it goes on market. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for inviting me.
And good luck to Bad News Eagles and the rest of the Challenger stage and the rest of the major. Is a way to look at the world in a different way and maybe see inside someone's soul. And I decided that it was time to see inside Brolin's soul, but through the eyes of Plopsky, his teammate on NIP. And the reason I also wanted to get you guys together is you knew each other before you played on NIP. Tell us about your history.
I mean, we've played with each other like in FaZe 5, 6, 7 years ago. We met each other through FaZe and we started playing with each other, just grinded up our way to FPL. And then, yeah, I mean, obviously he joined Fnatic, I joined NIP, so we went our separate ways, but we always stayed friends, and now we're playing in the same team, so it's great.
Okay, are you ready? Because I've got to set a timer on my watch. Okay, we got 3 minutes and it starts now.
So I'm gonna start with the face up here, I think.
What do you think of Brolin's face? How would you describe his face?
I mean, it's a face. It's like nothing special. It's alright.
I can describe a little bit about what he's drawn so far in the minute and 15 seconds he's had. You've kind of got a mouth like Pepe the Frog.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying my best to catch the beauty of him, you know?
I think you might need to try a little bit harder.
Well, now you're stressing me out.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Actually, I think you've got the facial expression quite good.
I think it's pretty good, in my opinion. Okay, he has his hair to the left, so it's like this.
I love it. And you've got to sign it. Because you are officially an artist now, even if you're not a very good one. What? I'm so sorry. It's fine. I'm sure someone out there would pay for this because they're Ninjas fans. You know, Sweden loves you. So, are you ready to see yourself for the first time?
Yeah, okay. For the first time.
That's what art does. It reveals new things about ourselves. You haven't truly seen yourself until you've seen how your friend Plopsky sees you. Plopsky, when you're ready, 1, 2, 3, reveal the painting. Bro, back on land.
What?
You're
This is
truly
legs. Where's my
speechless.
middle? Where's my foot? Where's my feet? Where's my feet?
Where's my foot? I didn't have time.
He didn't have time for the food. How do you feel about your face?
I got the eyes.
You did get the eyes.
And the mouth.
And the stern expression.
And the thick brows.
They're low-key thick brows.
Yeah, I think the
Kinda
face
disappointed,
shape
to
is
be
pretty good.
honest.
Do you think you could have done a better job?
Nah.
See?
That's fair enough. You know what I need to also do? Plopsky, how old are you?
I am 19, turning 20 tomorrow, actually.
There we go. I just really need people to know that you're not 3 years old. Thank you so much, boys, for taking part in the Artist Challenge. I will never look at Brolin in the same way again, or to be honest, you, Plopsky. Good luck here at the Major. I hope you frag better than you draw.
back, everyone, to the PGL Major, where we are about to dive into the second part of the day. I am joined here at the desk with Pimp and with Devilwalk. My name is Shax. And well, what a day we've had already. You said before, Pimp, that the Swiss system can be a cruel mistress. And because of some of the results, we're going to see that in effect right now.
Yeah, some of these matchups are going to be banging for sure. And that's where we get to it, right? We're into the Legend stage, so there's no easy route to the playoff. There's no easy games. There shouldn't be any easy games. So the fact that we had a couple of surprises, I don't really mind it. But some of these teams already now will be set under massive pressure.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to this stage, you have to have the mentality that you have to beat any opponent, no matter what's thrown at you. Even if it's the favorites coming into the tournaments, you have to be ready to beat them.
And a couple of those favorites haven't exactly started where they needed to. Let's take a look at the schedule and what it has donned us because of those first results. Here on the A-Stream, we'll be starting with Heroic versus Team Spirit, but they're all finger-licking good. And I think, Pimp, that's exactly what you said. There are no easy matchups. Every game is going to be important and be difficult.
Yeah, it should be difficult, right? Playing at a major, everything should be difficult, especially getting into a scenario where you're just one game away from qualifying for the playoff. I like these matchups. Heroic Spirit, of course, a good one. Copenhagen Flames, ENCE is an interesting one to me because we saw ENCE play some super good Counter-Strike, taking down one of the favorites to win the entire thing in FaZe Clan, which is why they are on the B stream against Bad News Eagles.
I also wonder about Big Natus Vincere because Navi had such a great game versus G2. It really came down to the wire. Big also pretty handily set aside Imperial, even though they were able to fight back just a little bit. This could be a really good test for Crimbo and the likes against Navi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, I've always been in this kind of set mode when I look at Big. They usually have really good tournaments during the years, but then they kind of drop down a little bit. I really want them to be able to continue this form, continue to deliver with Crimbo, and really prove that they could actually win a major, because if there's any major that's going to win, I feel like this one could be
winning a major for Big Clan. That's interesting. I like the take, though. I agree. They're coming in a great shape, especially the way they qualified, taking down FaZe Clan in a best-of-3, go 3-0 during the RMR. For me, that's a test, though. Going up against Navi, one of the favorites, that's going to be the first real test for this lineup. You know, there's a lot of pressure on. They win that game. They're only one game away from the playoffs. So if they want to be a major contender, if they want to go into the playoff, well, you got to be able to compete against Navi.
And I think they surprised a lot of people at the RMR as well, going 3-0 against no slouches either. So I'm definitely hopeful as to what they can show here. But again, versus Navi, that's a whole different beast. A couple of other games I'd like to talk about specifically. Cloud9 versus NIP. NIP came out of the gates swinging. Has their Opper issue been fixed? Because ESETAG had an unreal start to the major.
Yeah, I feel so sorry for Maui, and I just love to see the esports community, do what they do. I fully agree with Maui. ESETAG is still the question mark within NIP, right? He played a fantastic game, had a great showing. Really liked the way he was being proactive on the CT side, played with a lot of confidence. So maybe that issue is no longer a question mark. That's what we need to figure out. There's no doubt.
Maybe it was Vitality and Zywoo.
Yeah, but it's one game. It's the best of one. It's one CT side on Overpass where he's going absolutely off. Take nothing away from his performance, but I want to see it again.
I think also you have to give him some credit, because I'm looking at the teams like he's been on in the past couple of years. He's always switched roles when he's been in different teams. He's always been like, okay, now I have to be the support player. Now I have to do this. I have to change to op because of one reason or another. So he's kind of a jack of all trades, and being able to do this is incredibly difficult.
If he can just play half as good as he did against Vitality throughout the rest of the tournament, that would be enough for NIP to be a contender here.
Yeah, it's the question of the consistency. In an interview, he did say when he picked up the op again, he said, okay, it's so different from when I last did it, right? It was then very much like holding the angles, etc. And now the oppers are a little bit more aggressive, and sometimes you need to put a lot more into your positioning and thinking about it. And as you say, because he's been dealt different roles in a couple of different ones, like every 3-4 months, I don't know. I'm silently hopeful, but I'm always a glasses half full kind of gal, Pimp. So that's how that goes.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay indeed. Let's talk about FaZe as well. Their next opponent will be the Bad News Eagles. We talked a lot about if a team comes into this and they haven't played the Challenger stage, will there be a little bit of growing pains, a little bit of getting used to everything? What's your take on their first game?
I wouldn't necessarily blame it on that. I think they met a good opponent. I think ENCE played a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. You go on a map like Mirage as well. It's just the bread and butter for guys like Spinks, Madden when they're feeling it. Duha as well had a fantastic clutch in the pistol round. So it felt like ENCE played some of the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen ENCE play. And when you do that against a team like FaZe, well, you're prone to win. FaZe, sure, they're one of the favorites to win the entire thing. But we have talked about ENCE being one of these is upset teams that can go all the way to the playoff, and I think we saw a real test of that against FaZe. If ENCE is playing well, they can take down everyone.
But I actually think Bad News Eagles is a bad draw for FaZe, considering how they looked a little bit cold, right? And Bad News Eagles is going to come out swinging. They're not going to be stopping and giving you time to get into the game. They're just going to go all in. And so I'm really interested about that matchup.
Super interesting. Is it historically accurate that FaZe starts slow sometimes when they ramp up? Is that how it usually goes, or?
We've seen it at a lot of majors, to be completely honest, right? There once was this famous major where they made a reverse sweep. They went 0-2, changed the in-game leader in the middle of the tournament, and then still qualified for the playoffs. So yeah, FaZe Clan and Kerrigan in particular, he's tried it before.
It's not uncharted territory in that regard. A couple of more things I want to pick out. We talked about NIP winning, but we didn't talk about Vitality losing necessarily after they had a great run so far in the Challenger stage. I think we saw good things overall. So what happened here?
That was the most disappointing one for me. I questioned DeVito coming into it. We ended up playing Overpass. To me, that was a big surprise. They had the opportunity of picking into Inferno against NIP. Even spoke to Hampus in the elevator, and he was like, I have no idea what they were doing, right? They were not supposed to do that. And you got to give it to NIP. They played a good game of Counter-Strike, but for Vitality to come out so flat and not to be able to deliver some sort of a fight even, that was disappointing to me.
Yeah, for me, they kind of try to outsmart and out-gimmick it a little bit too much. I mean, NIP has always been super solid on Overpass. And especially with DGL, their coach, coming in, their T side was rejuvenated. They were looking really, really good. So I'm questioning that gimmick play. I don't think you need to outsmart at this stage. The first game, just play to your strength and go for it.
Can you explain outsmart if it's just your opponent's best map?
Okay, it's kind of this, they're not going to expect, and not going to prep as hard on Overpass because they are so solid on it. So they kind of wanted to prep it and kind of surprise them with a few rounds and stuff, but we didn't really see that.
Inferno would have been a no-brainer.
Yeah, it would have been a no-brainer indeed. Now Vitality is up versus Outsiders. Outsiders was not able to win their first game up against a strong Cloud9 though, but that's a spicy one. And then you think about the scenarios, right? One of them has to lose and then gets in that 0-2 situation. As said, Swiss, such a cruel mistress.
It is cruel, especially for the loser of that game. Because we talk about Outsiders maybe not being in the best shape right now. There's all these rumors circulating around the lineup. Is Yakinda going to stay? Is it even going to be a team after the major? But make no mistake, Outsiders, when they're on the server, they're still a quality team. So for either Vitality or Outsiders to go 0-2, well, I fear for whoever's going to meet them down there.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Okay. Shall we move on?
I don't even have any thoughts.
He said it all.
Yeah.
I think you'll have a lot of thoughts about the first match we're going to see here on the A stream. It's going to be Heroic up versus Team Spirit. And let's take a look at how they started off the tournament. Of course, Heroic, fantastic start. And what was cool to me is the fact that it wasn't Stun. Because we talk about him all the time, but Tessus had a huge start, Sush had a huge start. And in general, I think that's a great position to be in when you're coming into this major run.
I agree. Heroic is one of the most well-rounded teams in the CSGO atmosphere right now. All the players have the ability to step up at the right moments. I think everyone contributes in each their different way. We never really talk about Refresh. We don't talk often about Shoes, but all these players have the ability on any given map to be the difference maker. And that is what's so tough, because you don't prepare for one player when it comes into Heroic. Not like with Saivu in Vitality or with Simple in Navi. You have to prepare for the entire team, and that is a tough task.
Yeah, I've been in situations where, you try to prep for Heroic and their CT side, but they're so relentless, they're so proactive, and if you get the timing off with 0.5 seconds, they're gonna absolutely smash you.
How does it play out that they're relentless? What do they do to you?
I feel like they encourage taking this risk-taking in the mid-rounds, and they kind of rotate into it and overwhelm you. So you kind of expect like 1-2 rotations maybe, but they just all rotate into the action. They love it, and they just continue flash and help each other out as much as they can, and they're great with agility.
Yeah, I think the word hive mind has been used a couple of times, and you really see that when Heroic gets rolling, it is super difficult to stop them. But maybe Team Spirit can do it, and I feel like Spirit has been up against it in terms of like public opinion. Be like, okay, will this be the end of the line? What else do they have in the tank? But some of these youngsters together with the core are showing some amazing things? What are you seeing?
Spirit can't keep going under the radar.
Yeah.
They played a fantastic tournament so far. The only loss they have is in an overtime game against G2.
Yeah.
Outside of that, they beat Imperial, they beat EF, they beat Astralis 2-0. Now they beat Furia as well. We cannot keep underestimating these guys. We know quality of Dexter. We know he's a fantastic AWP player. Chopper as well have a decent amount of experience as an in-game leader. And then one of your favorite shocks, Patsy, out of nowhere, coming in and playing at a high level. Spirit is a team that is growing on me game by game, and we cannot afford to underestimate them anymore.
No, we were talking. We actually had a conversation about Patsy. And I was always looking at the body language of Patsy when he was playing. He didn't look nervous at all. He actually looked like he was thriving in this environment. He loved being on camera. He was flirting with the camera. He's young, you know. He's a new talent coming up, and to be able to be that comfortable going into a major like this, it's an unbelievable thing to be able to do.
It's kind of all clicking where you couldn't necessarily predict what was going to happen. You, of course, have the whole thing about Chopper, who was benched for a while. Now he's back as the IGL, but he's doing really, really great with this team. And it is about Dexter and Patsy, right? Dexter is the primary opper. I missed it. No. I don't know what he held up for the camera. And Patsy can do both of it, and they are complementing each other very, very well, Devil.
Yeah, they have this. Obviously, Dexter, he is a ballsy kind of opper, but I think Patsy goes kind of all out. He really wants to get those entries for his teams, and he will not shy away from trying 3-4 times in a round, even if he misses the shot. So, and then you have Dexter, who's kind of more of an angle holder, more explosive when the action starts, compared to Patsy, who's more of a risk taker.
The thing I love about Spirit is that they always lose on their own terms. They always play the game on their own terms as well. They don't really care, who they're playing. We saw that against Astralis. We saw that against Furia as well. They play the game on their own terms. So if they were to lose a game, at least it happens, in a game where they tried their best. They tried to facilitate themselves to play their own brand of Counter-Strike. It is an interesting duel, the one you have here as well. Cadian going up against Dexter. You said it yourself. He's an explosive AWP player, but maybe a little bit more in control situations. Same could be said for Cadian. I think as AWP players, they remind me a little bit of each other, but their roles within the team are completely different. Dexter is the guy who's set up to be the best player on the server. He's the guy that is supposed to make the difference for Team Spirit, whereas for Cadian, being the in-game leading AWP player, they don't really come often around anymore, right? Back in the days in 2015-16, you saw more of it, but in modern days Counter-Strike, being an AWP and being the in-game leader, that's pretty rare.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've had discussions in the team, and it's like, does it make sense for you to call just because you're the opper? And we've always that doesn't really make sense. It's too much to keep track of. We have to constantly be checking radar. If you're not looking at the crosser and the rotation comes in, that could be detrimental to the round.
So do you think it could be detrimental to Heroic's ceiling?
No, I think Cadian does it quite well. And also, he's really energetic. He's pumping his team up, and that makes it even more difficult because I believe Cadian is quite of a high sense player, and getting that adrenaline pumped up can be very hard to control with that.
Of course, all the rage was talking about Stan when we were at the RMR, of course, as well. He was a little bit quiet in that first game because he really didn't need to do so much. He sometimes also picks up the op, right? So I think if you have him at a consistent level as well, then that picture makes a lot more sense.
It for sure does. Stan is a guy that is right now establishing himself as a world-class Counter-Strike player. We've known it for a couple of years that he's a great talent, but I think this year could be the one where if he wins a couple of titles and if he continues down the same path that we've seen so far, Stan could cement himself as one of the best players in the entire world. You brought up a very good point here as well. The fact that he's able to pick up the secondary op. He's very versatile in the way he plays Counter-Strike, and more so when you watch him play, and you can probably see it in this game as well, he never makes a mistake. You never point out Stan and say, you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Or in a clutch, you were at fault for throwing this bad flash, or this bad smoke, or this bad rotation. He's flawless in that regard. So Stan right now, one of my favorite players to watch.
He kind of reminds me also of a little bit of Olof in the old Fnatic, that he can do anything. You know, he can lurk, he can enter, he can, everything. He supports his teammates. He seems like a vocal guy on the team as well. But I also want to kind of highlight Refresh. I think he's a super annoying player to play. I've seen him, his lurks, he's so good at knowing when to play time versus kills and taking those duels. And he's a big favorite of mine as well.
He's a little bit of the X factor for Heroic. I fully agree with that. He can't be the guy who sometimes make the difference. Just to come full circle with the whole Patsy conversation as well. That's what I want to look towards in this matchup. You have two teams who both can pose a double op setup. Dexter and Patsy going up going up against KD and Stavn. To me, that's an interesting duel because I don't really feel that KD and Stavn are necessarily better than Patchy and Dexter. So if they both were to pull it out, well, I'd be curious to see if that goes.
That'd be super interesting.
Yeah.
Let's break it out a little bit, this conversation about not just the AWP matchup, but also stylistically in general. We laud Heroic for aggressive mid-round decision-making. We laud them for a proactive CT side. And I think we've seen similar things out of Spirit at times. As you said already, Dexter is not afraid to play a bit more riskier when it comes to those CT sides, peeking mid and whatnot. So how is that going to match up versus each other?
I think CT sides, they're still different. They're very, very different. Even on the T side, like obviously they want on CT side, they want to be aggressive, they want to find those picks, and they want to like play their own game individually. I think Heroic is more, obviously they have strong individuals, but they bring a little bit more team play, a bit more flashes and utility, and on the T side, it's very slow-paced on Spirit, very slow-paced, and I think Heroic is a bit different in that regard.
I fully agree. I think the biggest difference you can try to highlight here for Heroic when it comes to the CT side, when you compare it to Spirit, is that there's always a plan behind the proactiveness coming out of Heroic. Yeah. Whenever you see them push somewhere on the map, you already see players on the different side taking new positions, well aware that if that push doesn't work out, they're ready. They're one step ahead to make the rotations. Whereas for Team Spirit, I feel like it's more based on individual intuition, right? Back in the days, I absolutely hated playing against Chopper, and I absolutely hated playing against CIS teams in practice because you felt you would never get anything out of it. They would just rush you down your throat, they would kill you, they would destroy you, and they would make you feel that you didn't learn anything from the game. Heroic is a team, I would almost call them like the CIS, the best CIS version team from Europe in the way they play Counter-Strike. They run you down your throat, they make you feel like you don't learn anything, they make you feel like you constantly have to be on the top of your toes, and the energy they bring into the game, well, you see it right here, it's unmatched.
I'm sometimes worried at how red Cadian's head gets when he's shouting before the match.
He's gonna faint before
We've known that there's been players to like faint when they shout so hard, but obviously, and I think that also kind of embodies, what he means for the team, right? The AWP and the IGL, but also that, and they all have that. They just seem all on the same page in a lot of their matches, and hopefully also in this one. Although I wouldn't count Team Spirit out. Talk to me about the opportunities. Is it a mismatch, the fact that Heroic is aggressive on the CT side as well, and they are more held back? And talk to me about your map veto plan for them in that regard.
Yeah, a little bit the mismatch. I guess it depends on what map we actually end up on, right? No Vertigo, no Inferno, no Dust 2, Ancient Mirage, Overpass, out of it, and we get Nuke. I think that's a good veto for both teams in the sense that it's playing to the both strengths, right? Heroic, for the longest time, were one of the best teams in the world on Nuke. Still may very well be, whereas for Team Spirit, we've seen in this tournament, they play Nuke at a very high level. I remember the game against Vitality where they made them look silly.
Yeah, I think what you need to be aware of playing Heroic on Nuke is that they play more on timings and like drawing rotation into space where they take that timing to get into position, where they kind of lurk you out of the map. Which is really, really interesting. So Spirit really needs to be aware of these timings. Once something happens, what are they trying to do with this? They're super good at event drops. They're super good at adding that pressure. So you have to be aware of multiple things happening on the map, and it can be really difficult to deal with.
Are they trying to win the shouting match as well? So Chopper has his work cut out for them?
For sure, especially on the T side, right? We just saw Spirit play Nuke against Furia. They pulled up an amazing comeback, 11 rounds on the CT side, absolutely shutting down for the Furia aggression. Heroic likes to play very aggressive as well, explosive on the T side. You're going to see Stavn rush out the door, try to get down events, and constantly try to be annoying towards Spirit, and that's something they controlled against Furia. So you talk about this stylistic matchup. I actually think on a map like Nuke, it becomes less significant when you go up against Heroic if you're Spirit.
Oh, so pretty good map
It's
veto
a good
then
one,
coming
yeah,
out
it's
of
a good
Spirit.
one.
Well done. When it comes to Heroic, I think we always have the bigger picture of what is the depth going to be, what is the ceiling going to be at the end of the line, breaking through some of those barriers. But usually, I've been told, and I know, is that they don't stumble in these group stages, usually. Yeah. But this seems to be a more dicier opponent than some of the others they could have gotten. What do Heroic need to look out for?
Play their own game, and it's boring as hell. But Heroic is the better team. I think they have the better structure. They have the better understanding for how to utilize each other. So for Heroic, the best thing they can do in a game like this is acknowledge, obviously, you're going up against a good team, but focus on yourself. Make sure your protocols are in place. Make sure your communication is flowing, and make sure that you do everything to the level that you normally do in a group stage. Okay.
Yeah, and for Spirit, last game, Siren actually popped off, and that's going to be a very, very important thing if they're going to be able to, beat Heroic on Nuke, Siren and Dexter and Patsy, because Magix, I think, is always consistent.
Always good.
And Chopper always delivers something in the game, so I think they need to really be up there.
Need a huge game from Dexter once again for this matchup. What a fantastic one to kick us off here on the A stream. Heroic versus Spirit with Sponge and Machine.
It is game time, and I'm certainly excited for this. Well, the desk has painted the picture perfectly. Bookies' favourites, and I'd imagine analysts' favourites as well. Heroic, but Spirit not to be underestimated.
I think Heroic are on a 6-map winning streak on Nuke right now, and you look through some of that. Some of the opponents, you got EG, you got Ago and the Knicks, but Navi is one of the names that they've beaten as far as that goes. And Spirit, I still have a bit of a bad taste in my mouth as far as Nuke goes, because I just remember the game I covered for them in the RMRs against Sinners, and they got blown out of the water in that matchup. And yeah, I know that they've been winning a couple of games here. They won their opening game of the Legends stage on Nuke. I was recounting, I was actually, paying a little bit of attention to that Furia matchup right there. Yeah, Patsy, Siren, they were playing well. I don't want to say that Dexter was a non-issue. We all know that Furia like to approach Nuke in a little bit more of an unorthodox way. Dexter didn't need to do as much with that AWP, and maybe that is a good or a bad thing. Depends on how you want to frame it. The fact he didn't have to do a lot. Dexter was one of the highest performers in the entire Challenger stage here, so let's see how we go.
He's got that P250. They've got 2 armored P250s in play. A T-start for Team Spirit, and already heading yard. You can see lobby control prioritized as well. Playing Unbreakable is down, and Cadian immediately has actually used ramp as an access point to the lower site. This is going to be the first engagement of our best of 1, and actually just completely dry across, dueling P250 versus USP. Down will take a hit, down to 40. It's rare to see someone so close to secrets on the CT pistol. It's Cadian that may catch Patsy off guard. He is clearing as much as he can, but strong angle and an opening frag for Heroic.
Yeah, bang on that angle right there. Difficult one to clear, that little bit of extra elevation for Cadian, and just knocking him on his ass right there. So Patsy, one of those P250s already removed from the play. Now it's Dexter's turn as the other 3 from Spirit are now turning their attention towards ramp, and that's where Tessus lies in wait.
Tessus is safe. Bit of a team flash. Siren unwilling. Woo! Magix rounds the corner with a bit of a potent goosh to the dome. Tessa's 10 HP, but they're unwilling to commit.
And they know that Cadian was already lower, so if they try and turn their attention towards the top side right now, they could isolate Shush over towards A. He does have the help from the heavens of Tessus, but he's low on HP, and actually back and forth we go. 30 seconds in radio over towards ramp.
Bomb on Chopper. Tessus is just going to have no answers. Ramp is a dead zone. Information at a premium for Heroic. It might have to be Cadian.
There's no quick rotations to help Cadian here. This is on him.
And first he chooses to engage. Chopper lives on. Loses the bomb. 10 seconds. They really need to find this leader. Oh. And he's clicked them all. 3, 4, and so will the round. There's no time and no heads left. Cadian, that will invigorate him. Already feeling himself. And 4 clicks of the USP. He will ace.
What a massive round that was. I said it was all on him. The closest rotation point would have been trying to make it down the vent quite swiftly here. 1 player over towards CT spawn, 1 up in the heavens right there, and they're all barreling in his direction. That's how it kicked on off here. And choosing his targets, allowing them to both come on through the door. That is beautiful on the reload here. Isolated in the final, time's already on his side. And Cadian, a massive round for the in-game leader to kick things off with here.
I'm here, and I am ready to go. He makes quite the statement in the opening round of play. Heroic joining us in the Legend stage and already looking rather legendary. Charging on down, the vent Patsy does slip through, but lots of SMGs farming up frags and a bit of a scuff jump. Cadian happy to get his 6th all the same, and Heroic with a clean conversion.
Surprising to see him shaky after how the pistol round went, but maybe that adrenaline. Yeah, still pumping through the veins here. Now, Spirit, when they did take down Furia, they also started on the T side, but they picked up the pistol with the conversion, and then only 3 other rounds in the entirety of that first half. 2 were gun rounds, where they found opening picks onto Art, and the 3rd was actually with Tech 9. So for Spirit, it's going to be difficult to see how they're going to get into this unless they can find a couple of those opening picks. Limp smoke towards Yard. That'll garner the cross towards Red. A little bit of pace behind this as they drop their own molly. They're just going to pick behind this, dropping down 2 players. This is clear intent from Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic actually throwing something quite different into the early weapon round, and the AK swing in to Stown. Just the FAMAS up against AKs, and good for it. Great flash, hard clear. Magic's just about gets it across the line, but Tessus will maintain the advantage.
But look at all the space that Heroic have given up. We talk about how proactive they are. Two towards lower. Dexter had a good idea of where this one was coming from, and now Heroic, with all that space they've given up, have to go back and claim it back.
Yeah. Far from over. Dexter kind of hard committed to this roof, and I believe there's some information on Dexter's position. Trying to clear lobby as a unit.
Head spotted.
Yeah, one click could at least, certainly could actually find the headshot. Now he's been softened up. A great nade from Cadian, but doesn't need to do too much more. And just contact into Shush's top side, and damage again inflicted. The Flames should send him back. Siren is out on that T-vent. Shush has 1 HP. Both of them hanging on by a thread. Tessus and Shush 14 combined, and is still another frag. Tessus has got 2 with that low HP. His first 2 of this nuke, and that's enough to send Spirit into a bit of a save.
Oh, wait, are they still looking for this? The bomb is outside lobby here. Chopper's actually walked on in. He's on his lonesome right here, the in-game leader.
Just trying to be a hero. Getting a feel for things, but yeah, looks like he's had enough.
Yeah, I think maybe Dex's positioning is actually reeled on in for him. No point giving both of these over right here. I know it puts them into a tailspin, and okay, making some noise, picking up some guns, trying to upgrade these MP9s, and Chopper looking for a kill on the way out the door. Would love to get himself onto the board here early. Patsy, Chopper, and Siren in the first 3 rounds of play. Yet to find a kill, but Handle taking care of business right there, and everybody talks about this identity that Heroic have and the proactive style on the CT side. You see it in the first gun round. They knew that there was going to be a faster yard play with that setup. 1 across to the right-hand side of Warehouse, 2 immediately down towards the lower side of the map to go to Secret in case they leaked. And they dealt with that one with style. Get the upgrades coming on through. 2 AKs picked on up. No AWP required here, and it's just the 2 AKs that Spirit saved really to worry about right here in the next round of play.
All right, defensive procedures deployed. Shush trying another bit of a change-up. You can see the bait and switch. Tessus taking an open line. Shush right up close and personal. And that's against Tech 9, so you could say it's a bit of a risky choice. Quick deagle to the head on a jiggle. Could be the start of the end. Heroic, though. They've handled business so far. Spirit throwing some util topside. That won't force too much of a reaction. Flames on the floor as Tessus has some knocks on his door. Does manage to spray and takes them down. And third is too much to ask of him. It's Dexter that will relieve the pressure. Magic's in the meantime does deal with that, as we discussed. Shush up hut. Now down. Rifle did get picked up. So now a very equal affair here, Chad. We've got a full 60 seconds. Ramp is lost, and we have seen Cadian before in that low site. He's got help, though.
And they're going to push, right? This is exactly the buddy system right here. They can claw back information. They can trade off if Cadian goes first. He's got Stown, his right-hand man, by his side as they try and work their way up to comb for Ramp. But look at this from Refresh, also up and over. His timing could be perfect.
No info. Refresh will be on high alert. There could be someone beneath him. He will be. Oh, on the ladder. Does take them down. It's down. And from behind, they can strike this. That 2-man retake has worked wonderfully and leaves Spirit scratching their head. Magix was supposed to be the last to arrive, and now he's just the last standing. Oh, and from behind again. Oh, Heroic. They're going to be causing some problems. 4-team Spirit, 7-0 for Cadian.
This is difficult to keep tabs on right now because you would expect normal lobby pushes. Now, that's actually where Shush went down early. You mentioned that, right? But they've actually gone instead through lower, pushing back up ramp, Refresh avoiding any of the positions that he was susceptible to by going up and over and around. Nobody was in the top side, right? Where are you expecting the players to be? They weren't even holding the bomb sites, right? I know that they were pushing through lower, but they completely foregone control of A. Now back into the buy. Chopper is light on with just a deagle here, but everybody else is the AK-47s. No AWP for Dexter yet.
Very quick smoke wall, and Stown in a position to perhaps go around. Wants to slow them down as the incendiary does hit, but it's not quite on the money. They will have safe passage. Patsy across. So step 1 of a T-side nuke round complete. Park Patsy, or not, flash him through instead. Cadian coming to try and provide some aid. More smokes, this time deployed towards main and lockers. So that's the full haul. All 5 deployed. They have to find something off this, Chad.
Patsy would have heard that little tickle right there, so must know that a player is close.
Oh my, damn, that's quick from Stown. Ready for Patsy.
Fog on ramp again. Look at the control that Heroic are willing to give up, right? They're happy to take and be strong elsewhere on the map, allow you to waste your utility. They just used a bunch right there to try and posture for control of ramp. They will get out. They have taken the space. Cadian dealing with hell. But towards lower is TeSeS, just lying in wait, giving you the clock, giving you the time.
Leave Spirit wondering where that weakness is.
There's 2 of them down here already.
Yeah.
This should be dealt with easy as you like.
Magix is quick, though. You do need one of these AKs to just tap that head. You cannot afford to take another casualty here, but it seems destined that on their clears, TeSeS will have a freebie. There's one. Siren reacts. More required, a whole lot more. Refresh lies in wait, ready now, and just around the corner is Siren for the plant. Unannounced, though, is Refresh, and Cadian's in the fence. He's just posted up. Chopper's going to be frustrated after that one, and a hard round to close. 2v4, they want ramp info. Flash does nothing, neither does Dexter, and Siren, the poor soul. 30 HP, closed in on here by some ferocious Danes, and not even allowed to find a single frag. Heroic, they do look poised as the start of the CT side.
This is clinical, and so far yet to find an opening kill, right? I talked about openings against Furia in the gun rounds. That was 2 of the keys for them to get into only 2 of their total gun rounds they had, right? So the fact that they haven't been able to find one, they haven't been able to find the pistol or the conversions right here. Spirit are being blanked. They're going to call their first tactical timeout to have a bit of a conversation about this one. The plant's great alongside the loss bonus. It means they can purchase again, but what's the chop and change going to be? Because right now it's very unpredictable of where Heroic are. They're playing, well, as we know, they love to take a little bit of risk in their approach, but to us it looks like a risk. To them it's not. They understand what's open, you know, where they've left weak, where they have to bolster later with numbers, or what type of territory they've given up. The fact that Cadian's watching the vent in that angle as well, right, just more than ready for that type of a play to come on through. And they still didn't even note the position of Refresh. He didn't break the window to try and deny the plant. He just lied in wait and guaranteed himself a kill. So a safety net in that situation. The guns come out. It is a full buy now. At least Chopper can operate with an AK here and not a Deagle in hand.
Distinct lack of just frags. I mean, sometimes it is the simple analysis. We do need to see some more crosshairs successfully onto heads here from Spirit. But yeah, those opening kills have been working wonderfully for Heroic. You can see Stown again tasked with holding this yard cross. Smokes will arrive. Undisrupted, and across is Patsy. Now, we've seen that before, but the whole squad this time using them for an unannounced descent. This is the first time it doesn't look like Heroic are actually going to be in the right place. And some pep in their step as they clear the low site. Magic's to try and keep feet planted. He had the task of holding this vent rotate, but it is smoked.
Lots of sound cues towards lower now. Steps, utility, and TeSeS has rotated down in time. The AWP of Cadian is not too far behind here either. They could set up for a very potent crossfire. If TeSeS feel pressured, could call the AWP down and they can set this up.
Strong setup in React. It all hinges on this as the fade comes through, and okay, Magix will at least find one. TeSeS down, and now Cadian's got a lot on his plate. 2 from the top side fall to the Magix AK, and Heroic are forced to go and swallow their pride. Spirit with the first.
Oh, you spoke about it, right? The first time they didn't read the play. They weren't ahead of where Spirit were going here with numbers. TeSeS isolated. The lurk kill out Squeaky Door was magnificent as well. And it has to be the save right here. So Spirit opening kill, convert the round. This is what we're talking about. And able to do so completely unaccounted for. And Heroic just go with the same, right? When I say the same, more of this influx type of aggression across the map here.
Yeah, I mean, their setups, as we've seen, you know, they're happy to give you ramp and play these passive early defensive holds on that low side with the 2-man setup from TeSeS and Refresh prior. But this time, you know, TeSeS does see it so damn quiet on ramp, descends, he's there in time. Cadian able to provide support and some great clicks out of Magix. That round doesn't feel as easy if he's not able to stop that rotate towards the vents. But at first, let's see if they can string together something consecutive.
Yeah, might need 1 or 2 more of those depending on the saves right here to bankrupt Heroic and get themselves in a position where they can apply pressure financially. Aggressive incendiary towards Yard Flash as well. Stown looking for space. He wants to fight this time.
Yeah, off the flash, he knows he's bought some space. Ooh, and he knows he's got company. He can hear them. Nades, steps, flash is great. Oh, that's perfect from Chopper. Stown doesn't even get to play the game. A well-placed flashbang gives Spirit another opening kill. Will this continue to follow trend?
They're relinquishing Yard here, dropping back quite heftily. Cadian has a chance and delivers. Patsy down 4 on 4. And the potency of this round seems to be falling apart because previously Spirit, they were able to get a lot of room. This time they're held at bay towards lobby, and Heroic haven't over-rotated just yet. They still have 2 players towards top. Tessa's pushing ramp, and Cadian, he's even backpedaled on his Yard position now.
Oh, they're so proactive. You can see they're just desperate to pinch, and it looks like they are going to. 2 in hut, 1. Make it even 2 with Cadian behind. They are ready to snipe you in this lobby. What will the Q be? Tessus is going to lead the pack. Magic just looked away, and already it's up to Siren to find the rebuttal, but Cadian will bring the orb through. What a switch up from Heroic. Leaves Spirit with nothing. Nothing and no one. It's just Dexter sprinting to spawn. Survival, the name of the game, and he's got 30 seconds to sit here and wait.
They don't even need to hunt him here, right? It's not necessary. Allow the CT economy to start to swell. Keep 4 alive. Keep those AK-47s up, or at least a singular of Tessus here. Let him keep it. Oh, actually, maybe they're thinking better of this. Starting to make their way downtown, clearing off very diligently.
It's the mental victory. Not for you, but just to know that you really have left Dexter feeling like a bit of a plum. It is going to be hard to hunt, and I don't know how far they really want to push it. My God, they are.
After time, it'd be great.
Yeah, and 0. Rounding the corner might be Tessus, and at least Dexter has defended his honor for the first 2. 3,700. We will be locked down on it, and Heroic immediately jostle back for control.
Yeah, it doesn't do as much damage here as I thought, because Dexter already had a buffer, a cash right there, and he can get dropped across an AWP. So not the end of the world, all things considered. It was great to actually get those 2 kills. This is the one back from Cadian here. This is the one that gets the bomb loose over towards lobby. But this is Heroic not being pressured elsewhere on the map, right? And they've taken the game into their own hands by dictating with that type of a play. This time round, Squeaky blown off. Magic's posted up to take a fight right there. Down, not towards Yard to kick off the piece. He's going to make his way down towards the lower site and up through Secret. A slow approach again here from Spirit.
You know, you can watch it through the lens of Spirit. You can just see how suffocating this CT side from Heroic are. There's always something new being thrown at you. This might be another opening. It's down. How well drilled are you? An AWP posted on Secret. It's certainly a possibility. Will he stay out of the line of fire? Smoke's in the sky. This might be where Stown is tempted to peek or simply just drop utility of his own. Patty is the first victim. Perfectly played by Stown. And another opening kill for Heroic. We're looking at a 7th here. Unless they can pull up their socks, you can see conversation and rejuggling of utility to try and find the finish. Top site would be great. You can see one ascending to perhaps line up some util and walking with the squeaky door blown off. There's 3 of them here and not too much to receive them. A couple of flashes might go well. Shush is on that top site with support from Tessus. That's the duel. And again, Tessus good for it. Magic's only the 1, and a flurry of blue on brown puts Heroic up around. Another one for the Danes. Looking very, very, very intimidating here. 11-0 for Cadian. He's loving that. Not only did he ace the pistol, but he's been slowly accruing impactful AWP frags. We saw his part he played in their lobby aggression. And now 2 timeouts deep. Just 8 rounds in. And an update from that B stream, Chad. Looks like Vitality Outsiders, competitive. Vitality 6 already.
Yeah, I think they're trying to course correct from that opening game they had against NIP, right? Overpass did not go well for them whatsoever. This time round, they will be going to Mirage. Somewhere that Vitality have been able to buck that losing streak in recent times. But this is seeming way too easy for Heroic right now. 7-1, not really sweat on the brow just now, and starting to work on a bit of a bank balance as far as the cash is concerned. It is going to be Spirit just into some upgraded pistols here. Lost bonuses on their side to get the buy into the next, so that's all good in the hood, but the biggest issue is the amount of kills. Patsy 1, Chopper 1, Siren 1. Not finding much whatsoever here, and into top fast we go.
Okay, throw caution to the wind with a bit of speed, and already Refresh will deal with it. Nade looks well destined for damage. Chopper gets around the corner with a bit of a flubbed nade. And Patsy did manage to slink down loudly. And likely noted by the CTs, but down nonetheless.
Well, having him down vent is great here, but the fact that this is just such a little light investment, they don't have any utility. Stown's about to call lobby clear. The best play they could make is trying to get across Yard, and the biggest problem is the AWP. Perfect weapon to deal with this. Cadian gets the first onto Dexter here. Just 3 more to find. And, well, they're scaling quite quickly. He might get caught off guard here, Cadian, if he's not careful.
Oh, he's having no issues whatsoever. From behind, Stown does take down the Magics. Nice inspect animation, but Patsy has not much more to celebrate.
And they know where he is. Yeah. Right? They're already trained this. You can see the 3 lines right there, glued immediately towards Secret. That's a Tech 9 kill at range, so not a bad shot from Patsy to get his second so far within this first half. But that's the highlight of the round right there for Spirit. 8-1. This is great from Heroic here. Cadian now up to 14 kills. He's doing his best Zywoo impression. Let's see how far he can push the issue.
I mean, we were expecting to see a good CT haul, but to already have 8 in the bag, everything else is just cream on top.
Well, this is the thing. This is more reminiscent of what I had when I was watching Spirit play in the RMRs against Sinners. Zedko was just destroying them towards Yard. He was just absolutely dismantling here. But here's a change. Looking rifles to pesky push on the top side.
Okay, yeah, ahead of the smokes, and woof! But heads refreshing the public square. It's Patsy with the double. Caught out through the smoke, knocked down. Look how much damage Down has dealt. Costs him 60. Bomb to be planted. Heaven for the retake. 1 vent, 1 main. This is a 3-on-3. Heroic are talking it through. Util draws attention, but there is a one-way for Tessus to peek over. Gifted more Util. That will force... Nope, nothing. Absolutely nothing. High flash, though. This is the last of it. Catches it. Mismanaged here a little by the Danes. Bomb very low on time. And losing Tessus, that might signify the end of their hopes here. Heroic on the way down the ladder, saving that AWP and saving that crispy 14 KD. But Spirit, there you go. There is a change. They do buck the trend, and it is top site with AKs.
And that's the X factor of Patsy, right? We've seen him have some great performances here. You go back to the G2 game and Dust 2 during the Challenger stage. He was doing fantastic work on the CT side on that secondary AWP. We're here just busting in with a pace change. When they've been taking the pace out of it, going slow, doing the smoke walls on the crawl, we've seen them have 1 round of success, but that's it. The rest of the time, they've been absolutely booked by Heroic and these re-aggressors. This time round, they take the fight to them. They don't allow them to have any of those re-aggressions and proactive plays across the map, and they actually force a timeout here, whether or not it's just for a sip of that Red Bull. I guess we'll find on out. Plenty of cash to splash. The purchase can come on through. It's all good for Heroic, but this is where Spirit, if they can put 2 together, right, connect the dots here, you can start working on a decent haul here on this T half. Do you want to consider more of the same, right? You get away with that once. What's the likelihood that you're going to pull that off again? That's the biggest question mark right now. Can you replicate a maneuver into that top side in the similar vein? Can you rely on Patsy to crack it open with 2 big kills again?
Yeah, I think you'd be asking a lot of him if you could just say, Patsy, go kill. Back-to-back rounds may be a trifle too much. Different in the setup already. It's just Cadian dispatched for Yard, and it means Stown will stretch his legs elsewhere, descending down early. Patsy's actually trying Yard himself, so he's going to be having to contend with an AWPer. 2 for the lobby hold is Dexter and Magic's. Relatively unscathed from initial sprays.
Yeah, they're just waiting out all this early CT protocol utility here. Now it starts to fade. This is where we get an idea of how Spirit want to go on. Smoke from Magic's released from the hands just there.
Block off Cadian's view. Oh, he's going to try and peek over his own smoke. This
Cheeky
is
little
a nice
here.
one-way if you get it right. Ooh, struggling. Chopper confirmed present. And Chopper is worming his way, but if Tessa's defense here is strong, it may mean nothing. Stown has found Patsy, so no more, won't have a rinse and repeat of the previous. Chopper has managed to really thread the needle beautifully here. Stown has maybe got an idea and might be able to disrupt if they do come through. This could be spicy. Chopper is a very exciting component of this. They will take lobby, so there's a fast flank from Heroic here. Roles are going to be completely reversed, but Shush has already stopped Chopper. And yeah, disintegrates before our very eyes. You can see how easy this came through. Nothing left for Dexter. He's a dead man too.
Accounted for there in the final throws of the round, but that's perfect from Heroic. As soon as they understood that Chopper was there, Stown's push-up from Secret was amazing because Tessus takes the contact on ramp, calls multiple players pushing that side, and then taking all the liberties in the world. Right, that's the situational awareness of understanding what's on the other side from Heroic there was fantastic. Spirit are left scratching their heads. Now, again, another buy can come back out. Dexter into the AWP. See if he can find an opening for the team. He'd really love, in this type of a moment, to have him blow off Squeaky, take a fight, send him towards Yard, see if he can isolate a heads-up duel against Katie, and just give your AWPer a chance to work here and find you something, because Dexter was great throughout that challenger stage.
Yeah, well, he's going to have a go.
There it is.
There it is. Bang on the money and bang on Katie and his first death. Round 12.
What's the response this time round? Because you didn't learn a lot from that death. You just know that your Yard position is a little bit weaker. Smokes will land. Currently a little bit of a gap to work with. Maybe not. Not on that down angle.
Yeah. Still gets himself across. Patsy noted. But they are quite consistently ending towards this ramp side. Test is hearing a lot here, but he wants to stick around. And that's because he's got Stown in tow. Loses him now. Good smoke. It's all onto Tessus and just the one. Maintain that man advantage as they do descend into an open site. Dexter to hold and maintain control. Actually joins them. There is no magics this time. Not holding. He's long
Already
gone.
in the grave. Yeah, exactly that. They should be looking great for this round here, Spirit. They can fortify in this post plan. The bomb's going to go on down. They have that AWP over towards the window room of Dexter here. Out of position right now, Heroic. 3-on-4 situation, looking like they just want to save again. So Heroic aren't getting flustered when they are losing these scenarios. Like, all right, we'll save. We'll go again next round. We already have 9. They can still get themselves a very tidy half here. 12-3, still on the agenda as far as the first half goes. And as they just set on up to deny any of the hunts that might come out of Team Spirit, both teams will be happy with the result of this one.
Undoubtedly.
Spirit is still on track to get that 5 rounds like they did manage to pull on off against Furia in the opening game of the day. A huge upset, right? And I think in that opening round of games, how cool the matchups were, right? Maybe the potency of a Navi versus G2. That's a crazy game. But for example, stylistically speaking, or the fact that we had the EPL final of ENCE versus FaZe is another game, right? You look at all the matches and they're really cool, like across the board. And even the Flames game against Bad News Eagles, you looked at Bad News Eagles, I think they were 3-0 in that column there against Copenhagen Flames in their online jaunts. There was just so many cool little bits and bobs to reflect on.
Yeah. The tail end, the last 2 rounds of that ancient game.
Their CT pistol as well, it really upset me. They threw a bit of a 1v3 against Yabi, kind of just threw caution to the wind and took the fights in true Bad News Eagles form.
Tried to retake it, 10 seconds left on the bomb.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision.
Yeah, that's, I think, the technical term for it. But as you said, perhaps Spirit on track for that same haul that they managed to best Furia with. Probably the biggest surprise from that first round matchups. With the form Furia are in. First look puts them in the 0-1s. Wall of smoke's deployed. Patsy the man on a mission.
Denied now. The smoke wall is going to fade before he can get across, so they're going to need to change their plan because there's a clear indication that he wanted to get at least behind the smoke wall. He could have wanted to go down secret, could have wanted to pivot in towards warehouse, but has just opted to play a little bit more lurky here. 55, well, call it a minute off the clock now, as they have to change their tune. Could be a top pop. They have utility to do that. Smokes, flashes, Molotov as well for the top hut position as they are regathering and retooling. This is where Chopper has to make the call in the mid-round. They haven't gotten away with the original gambit. On the roof. It's all being lined on up now.
Okay. Well, this is going to come down to the wire, folks. We've got 30 seconds of Spirit. Yes, still 5 bodies alive.
It's 3 and 8 to defend.
Tessus, Shush, and Refresh. Postured correctly.
Vent drop.
And they're trying to go down the vent, and it works out well. You can see Tessus so concerned. And now, if he does put his head back into the line of fire, he has been tagged up heavy. Cadian misses one. They are trying to get that bomb down, and the Cadian frag has enabled it. Should see the plant. Time extended. Retake. Is it on? They got so much cash, and the frag might incite more. Stown puts himself up to 10. Refresh loud as he does put the boots onto the vents. Patsy controlling single here, and this is the fight. This is the duel. Another big one from Patsy. Just ramp to be concerned about now. 2 S's. Stown, Shush, giving it a go, giving it a look in. He's looking threatening, is Stown. And what's this round-the-world maneuver from Dexter? It's all onto Patsy. It's all onto Patsy, and that's all you need. Patsy, the hero of Spirit. 3 in the round, double spray down. 4 secure.
Yeah, beautiful little adjustment there within the mid-round, right? That vent drop trying to manufacture a way, an entry in towards B. They couldn't get through Patsy going through secret, so we'll just drop on down the vent through the top side here. And Patsy finding a lot of impact in this one. Double spray down there to close it on down and get themselves that 4th of play. Heroic can buy again, but if Heroic lose this one right here, it's just going to be the loss bonus of 2,400 as what they have to add on to their cash tally right now for round number 15. Acadian hyper aggressive here with the AWP forward, spotted, and has to drop on back. He's been dealt with by Patsy here. The bullets alone is enough to send him packing.
Oh, his flying paths are so well drilled. Dexter does get a little bit of a shot across the bow. Acadian ready for staying dynamic, staying mobile. He is full blind on the back of the box. May go unchecked. So many options. Still manages to pluck Chopper from the pack. Just shy on the second. Siren at least brings down the first. It's Patsy that's managed to make this a round. After all the smokes fade, he fades the lights out of Stown. Patsy, though, traded. What?
Wow.
What? Still gets another headshot. The 10 HP. Tessa still couldn't finish his meal.
And Refresh is looking for him here as the B bomb site's being given on up. If Refresh goes and pokes forward, he's just going to give a lot of time up because Patsy's playing this one extremely safe. He's not going down secret. Refresh isn't going to even check this direction. You would not be expecting the player to be going over towards heaven while the bomb's being planted on B. Patsy's going to get the ramp kill. He's likely to kill Shush during all of this.
Yeah, Shush's got so much util. Oh, 7 bullets wasn't enough. And so it's time for a stylish finish. The Glock and 10 HP does put Patsy down. Scary now. Shush already closing that gap. It's Refresh to fall, and that might be enough for Shush. Yeah, he's just going to have to prioritize that AWP as, you know, Fun's finally exhausted.
They could do one better than they did against Fury right here. 6 is very, very possible right now for Spirit, considering the finances. As I mentioned, 2,400, the loss bonus about to come through. Now to be able to buy an M4. Katie can drop one across. Shush should be good. So the buy is going to be still quite tidy, but we'll be lacking a couple of the trimmings. Might be missing an incendiary, might be missing a kit or two. But this is great. Really working through the gun rounds right now out of Spirit, right? They haven't had the pistol, they haven't had the conversion, they haven't done it on eco or low buy rounds. They've done it the hard way here. And sure, it has a very stop-start pace about it, but it's necessary because the way that Heroic were playing early, they were dictating the flow. Once the space is taken from Spirit, they can hit the brakes, they can actually poke and prod elsewhere. And they're the ones who have really changed the dialogue here within this first half, starting to look a lot more threatening now.
And that's not just they, it's him. It's Patsy. This dude has given them many of these 2 rounds, a double entry onto the side. This one onto Stown brings him down to 10 HP, and he still gets Tessus as well. So high impact fragging. He's up to 9. In the absence of the, the usual suspects, the Dexters and Magics of the world, you've got Patsy with impact frags, 5 great, 6 better. Last round of our first half in this best of 1. And Chopper seems set on ramp. Smoked off, the combination strong, and the bullets, 2, raining into Chopper's head.
I wonder who had Spirit going 3-0. Because imagine if they won this game right here, they'd be sitting in the 2-0 column, they get to play in a best of 3. An unknown quantity here, but Patsy, he's been well and truly noted towards yard round after round. Flash forward, fight taken. Cadian will dispatch of him, and now it is just 3 more to find here. Heroic would love this 10th. They've been put under the pump.
Yeah, as soon as they get that advantage, this is where Heroic really do know how to back themselves. Constantly reshaping, making sure Spirit's ideas as to where they are focused, changing. Dexter has been tasked with trying to find a way back. On the jiggle, a hard shot. Shush, just the fingertips. Draws the shot out of Dexter. Siren is going to be bringing that bomb, so commitment imminent. 50 seconds, don't have to rush this. Magic's using that smoke as best he can. 8 bullets. Magic's going to peek in, and it's just on the last from Stown. And this one falls apart for Spirit. Nothing to report. Heroic dealing more damage. 10 already in the bank. As Heroic look to extend their lead.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. That was a great round then to finish off the half, right? You wouldn't want to go with 4 on the trot against you. But really good impact from Patsy here. Not necessarily the most kills required. You have Patsy the high end at 9. Nobody making double digits in the first half, and they were still able to pick up 5 rounds here. 5 for Dexter, 5 for Magix, and 4 apiece for Chopper and Siren. But the CT half was where they really started to put pain on Furia. Now, one of the things I want to talk about here is the way that Furia approaches Nuke. They're a bit more unorthodox. They like to do a lot more plays through lobby than what is traditional with the modern meta of Nuke. You see a lot more teams obviously doing the smoke towards Yard, the different variations of the walls. Furia, they've been bringing them in, right? But that's more because their play at this point, they have to adapt it a little bit. The positives for Spirit in that game was Patsy, was Siren. Siren holds over towards the A-bomb site, and Patsy's the X-Factor floating around. Well, here we go. It's a ramp rush out of Heroic here.
This is a really important one. Oh, Magic's, damn, tracks Shush, even though he is doing the bunny bounce. Quickly elopes back into the site, and he has got Chopper to count on as well, but he's got instant info that this isn't the commit, so hesitance from the CTs to over-rotate. Now it's actually Siren hearing an awful lot beneath him. Heroic trying to keep the CTs guessing, trying to isolate a duel. It's actually Dexter who's got a lot on his plate. Might want to call for aid. He does have Patsy as well in tow. Tessa's long range on that Glock, not the weapon or the ammo for the job. And so we will see traded pistols. Heroic take the first, and in a best of one, much more competitive unless Cadian's got something crazy in the bank. Not going to happen. So that means everything for Spirit. They will get to close this gap rather quickly and convincingly.
Yeah, getting loud about it as well here. We saw both teams trying to get fired up. Patsy gives us some eyebrows there. He's loving it. Knows that he's having some impact throughout this one right here. And this is about now locking it down. A great opening shot here from Magix, and it really changed the way that Heroic were able to facilitate themselves forward in this pistol round here. And it was a shooting gallery, right? They thought, okay, let's go over towards Yard. Let's try and take some different territory. Well, there was so many bodies out there for Spirit. And with the USPs, that's the type of fight you want to take. But it's a force fight in. Heroic, Squeaky blown off. A smoke right here, smoke wall up towards Yard as well. So Squeaky's a question right now, and the cross towards Secret as well, but looking like they want to fix it onto top side. That's a huge dink right there, but Dexter course corrects.
Saves himself, saves everything. And now trying to run down Siren is Refresh, immediately relinquished of his life, and Tessus keeps us interested. And M4, Magic's got to be careful, shuts him down before damage does spiral. Eagle on down, he's one to be feared, he is one to be feared, knocks the first. Magix keeps us safe and sound. Spirit with sweat on the brow though, 3 casualties in that force buy from Heroic. Fortunately, they'll have a round to catch their breath now.
Yeah, that's a positive, right? You're able to convert there against that force buy, you deny the plant, now you can calm it down a bit, take a bit of a breath. You know that Heroic will be...
Oh,
hold up a second.
Do you?
Yeah, you were thinking that Heroic should be finding themselves into a full eco round here to bring out the AKs, but this is a force again. Wow, okay. Choosing to push the issue right here, Heroic. Is it more of the same, or do you want to operate with something a little bit of a different look here? Tech-9s, Deagles, Mac-10, it has to be fast.
This goes one or two ways, Chad. Spraying now, trying to get them down the vent. You can see what they're trying to do, and here's one, takes one down out of the equation. Where is the bomb? It's at the back of lobby. So this is just a fake. Refresh trying to act like there's a fast plan. Force, silly rotates. And Patsy willing, braves the vents up against a Mac-10. That might have changed the whole pace of this round.
There's 3 players here.
But the bomb, completely detached. He's forced to rotate, certainly will now, and the top side's wide open. Siren at least hasn't fully bit the bait. There's another there with the bomb, confirms it. What a shot out of Tessus. They won't contest. He plants open to main. They're split up, but they're in their heads.
Perfectly timed that smoke.
Spots him. Knows Tessus is left side up. Patsy has to chase him down, run him down. 38 points of health. You know, surely you know Vent is a possibility. He's already holding it. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 2 seconds. Looking for recovery. Patsy does save the day, and the force buy falls. Heroic, cocky with that one, but so close.
They might go again here. They get the plant. They get themselves back over 4K mark on most of the members right here. Another one that feels like it's going to slip through the fingers, right? And they're trying to get this done being extremely forceful right now, Heroic. The fact that they've done back-to-back force buys like that, it is a bit of a cocky nature, right? Their smoke didn't land perfectly. They do get spotted on the way on down. It is crazy for 2 players on a rifle round to be chasing pistols and Mac-10s down the vent, but they're still able to pull this one off. I thought perfect timing on that smoke, but Dexter must have just caught a glimpse of Tessus. Here we go again, into the buys.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just relentless, isn't it, from
Different
Heroic?
pace to that first half.
Yeah. There's a very clear contrast between these two sides and their approach on the attack.
2-round game at this point. Spirit are back in it, in a big way. Felt bleak for a while there. A couple of them were left at 0 kills for round after round, but now Spirit are here to play.
Cadian really likes his long-range Tech-9, doesn't he? And Chopper has been spotted. An exchange of information, both aware.
Flash to get him out, or maybe to take a fight.
Oh, 2 outside Yard they call, 1 silo.
It's not a good fight for Cadian by any means.
And the smoke will kind of limit Tessis' options. Magix is going forward on this, and he is alone. If he goes down, Ramp lost. Thinks better of it.
Yeah, not going to play on the fade either of them actually dropping on back, and Chopper is even given the gift to do the same. So working out quite nicely for both sides of this.
They like keeping this up nimble. Heroic have no reason to commit. They might have to now because Cadian has gone down. Dexter actually reacts negatively. Whoa! Terrible timing. Gets around the corner in time. So low. Cannot repeat. Cannot afford to. And they've got a two-man advantage, Chad. It still feels like this is a bit slippery. Could end badly.
30 seconds. Time's such a problem right now for Heroic here, Alex.
Yeah, and Magix can confirm that they're not coming down. Patsy deals with the late lobby.
That's it.
Save?
That has to be it. What are you meant to do right now? No plan. This time they're not going to be able to buy into the next right now. It's about holding on to these, and Chopper wants to get aggressive, pushing in with the MP9. Goes down, but that's going to be about it. Going to back on off, dropping a Molotov of their own to give themselves an escape path here. They'll get to hold on to 2 AKs, but this really hurts now for Heroic. Spirit are up to 9. It's a one-round game. Siren might even be able to get himself an upgrade here if he gets a little bit of a move on. But that's a great round to be able to course correct here. And you know that there's an AWP out in play right now. Outsiders taking the lead back here over Vitality. That is on Mirage. On the CT side right now is Outsiders.
Don't worry though, Chad. There's another 13 rounds to be had on that stream. So if you have missed the initial 17, go tune in. You'll probably catch the exciting conclusion of Outsiders versus Vitality. There is no bad matchups for the next week. So clear your calendar. Counter-Strike is on the agenda every single day, and this one getting very exciting.
Yeah, you know there's problems when you're taking your third timeout right here, right now. That's Exist's chance to get on the mic here and give them some options, or maybe just discuss through what will be yet another buy. So some AKs out again. Shush finding himself with a MAC-10 in hand.
They've only got, wow, yeah, that is it. They've got 3 flashbangs for this T-side round.
It might be fast again, right? They have 1 HE from Stown. We're pretty sure where that one's heading. Going to blow open that squeaky door to try and facilitate a little bit of space right here.
So very light on util. Let's see if Heroic can make the bare bones work. Nade off. Spray through. Patsy going walkabouts to confirm nobody home. What a dream that is to have a player with balls like that. Immediately calls their bluff.
Timing on ramp again from Dexter.
Oh, and just looked away and loses his life. Orp down, and so is Heroic. Straight to the low site. Vents for the react. It's Patsy. Door open, and does spot the bomb carrier. Can't finish his job. 3 bodies to react, and they're slipping out of their fingers now. Chopper, SMG, spray down, and the greed out of Shush does lead to at least 1 back. Magix trying to finish off Cadian. He was so hungry for the AWP. He's lost majority of his health, tries to bait the shot. Cadian will not let this go. He does kind of hinge on this frag, baits the shot, Finn runs him down. It may be still more to be said about this. Bomb half on it. Tessus towards double. Crossfire from the Astralis position, refresh very low. It does hinge on Tessus here. Away from the nade, and it seems that, yeah, too much time, or not enough rather. And so Heroic do recover. Must win for them. Trying to make sure they don't leave with everything, and this is nice from Chopper. This is nice from Chopper, and both do fall. An AK for him to scoop up, but that's going to be punishing. We talked about the light on the util. Heroic managed to manifest around with a couple of flashes and a little bit of a fakery, but again, this timing on ramp leaves Dexter wanting.
Yeah, and all of these gun rounds right now for Heroic are going to be a little bit skimp. Again, they're going to have a couple of AKs. Again, they probably have some Tech 9s or MAC-10s to try and suffice. Maybe Galils if they want to get the rifles out instead. And another timeout. Actually, the last timeout of Heroic called here. So this is actually a bit of a back and forth affair. Some big punches being thrown from both sides, and Chopper taking out those final 2. It plays a lot into the next round. The AWP was scavenged across here, so Dexter can get that back in his hands, but some of the big issues from Dexter has been the timings that he's opted to rotate away from ramp. He's been caught pants around the ankle in 2 occasions over towards the ramp position here. I don't know if it's going to happen to him a 3rd time. He might want to stand his ground. But putting themselves back up to just a 2-round lead here, Heroic, this would be a huge scalp for Spirit to take. After beating Furia, now going up against Heroic. If they were to pick this one up as well and set themselves up in that 2-0 column, that would be a massive way to kick off the Legend stage.
How many Spirit 3-0s in the pick'ems? I would
It's
argue
just crazy,
it's probably
right? Like
low.
I think, you know, for this team to continue to impress, and not just through Dexter. Dexter only has 6 kills.
I mean, 2 major debutants in your ranks. You're not supposed to be trifling with the likes of Furia and Heroic so competitively, so consistently. Big gap, covered. Dexter's AWP noted. Chopper might start to unload his mag. When the sixth sense tingles, nothing, no engagements, no sound cues, they have no numbers. Oh, just here's one, tail end of the entire descent. Patsy doesn't have any util. Did he drop a smoke already? Yeah, he did. Okay, you can see it's just fading now. So as Heroic round this corner, there's nothing to stand in their way but Patsy's M4.
Well, this kid's been the best player so far for Spirit. 15 kills to his name. He's going to have to do it all on his lonesome here.
Quick react perhaps from Chopper. He can get down that vent. But no one is close. No one. Heroic being procedural. This is the fight. Patsy, Team Spirit's best player, and the crosshair bang on the money. Takes 2. Oh, and the third. They're all falling. Only Cadian, but already damage dealt. Plans foiled. Stan, that's supposed to be the late addition. Chopper maybe not ready for this.
Oh, the timing. He didn't see him. He didn't see him.
Neither,
Chopper has a real chance here.
Cadian trying to get that bomb down on his own.
What's he meant to do? 20 seconds
Yeah.
here. Vent to top with sound coming
that's not
ladder could be
bad.
the play. They just have to unravel Siren here.
Oh man, it's all onto Siren.
Stan's
And
being
Chopper's
found?
actually taking him. So now, yeah, enough. Plans are again cancelled. First it was Patsy. Now a single frag does completely ruin their alternatives.
Does he want the plant? He's going to have to push on out now. Oh, it's not going to call for it here. Door's going to get closed. That's going to signify the position of Cadian right here, and they will let him hold on to this AK. Warp shot through the door, but they're in a lot of trouble here, Heroic. Money's not great. They're struggling to find any traction. This X factor of Patsy continues to be a pain in the ass. If you can't trade him 1-for-1 in this situation, right, what are you meant to do right here? Just denying all 3 kills. Tessa, Shush, and Refresh all hit the floor. This is huge.
His crosshair was perfectly placed for that crouch peek out of Tessus. It's like he knew. It's like he knew.
What a coming out party for Patsy here.
Yeah. I mean, you do it on the Major, you do it against Heroic, you do it against Furia. Maybe it's going to be a quick one, as look how quick Cadian does open up the account. Charging top site, Siren, sweat off the brow, needs more damage. Patsy, we call upon him again to save Spirit, and he does. The multi-kill master strikes again. No plan, no hope. 11-11, and I know what Spirit wished for. They wanted to take Nuke back-to-back in the Legend stage. Don't forget, they started challenges with just Dust 2s.
Yeah, 3 Dust 2s. They were able to play that map consistently, right? And it was looking good for them. It was a map that we were like, okay, yeah, sure, that they can have that hyper aggression. They can push in through lower tunnels. Dexter with the AWP can be a real force.
But Nuke is a different kettle of fish, especially against opponents like this.
And it just has to be really spoken about Patsy's influence right now. 20 kills for him. Change up.
Oh, Refresh so ready for this. It's actually tough when you've got pressure everywhere. Patsy does manage to once again leave with the advantage. And it has to be Yard. You can see Lobby completely lost. Magix has deep smoked them. They have control of it. It's Shush trying to be funny with it.
Do they know he's gotten past it? Because they're giving Shush an opportunity to work with here. It looked like Patsy was considering it. And if they know that Shush is around towards Heaven here, then they don't need to play in a position where they're susceptible. Shush can only park the bus for so long. He will need to look for something eventually here. And it looks like with the positioning of Magic, they have a good idea that Shush could be pushed on up in towards the Heavens.
What's possible. Oh, he's hidden. Okay, so Magic's none the wiser either.
This all hinges on Shush. He is the one who has to make a play here. There's no map control. Nothing to work with.
Oh, and now he will reveal himself. Magix releases the walk. And now the paranoia starts to spread. 40 seconds, plenty of time. Shush, still the only unknown entity. Patsy so paranoid now to main. And okay, another one from Patsy. Confirms Lobby. Screams Lobby. He gets one. Siren shut down eventually, but Cadian's just been handed such a damp squib. What are you supposed to do with this? Down the vents and plant. That's the dream scenario. Dexter's going to be there to at least be ready for the potential. Walks out top side and Patsy goes around the world.
So
on him. It's
active
so
here.
perfect.
So active.
He's going to have to, if he plants safe.
He might be able to get it down. That's
nah,
great.
nah,
Denied.
Nah. And they'll take the lead, dude. 23 and counting. Another triple out of Patsy. How many multi-kills has this kid got? I'm going to check.
This is wild right now. Like, Heroic are the ones struggling to find answers here, and that's the first time we've seen Spirit really throw a full-on team aggressive maneuver. 2 aggro ramp, they lose the opening kill, Refresh grabs that one, 2 come through hut, they're able to wombo combo the push together, deny lobby for almost the entirety of the round. Shush gets the space, he even gets a kill, and it's still not enough right here. It's that Patsy kill onto Shush as he flanks around that's the key.
9 multi-kill rounds.
So he's doing it.
He is doing it. Tech 9s again, familiar territory for Heroic on this T side. Butter knives and sidearms. Quick though.
Guess
very
who's
quick.
down
Oh,
here?
Patsy just hears them. Whoa, okay, caught out, being run down, and he still takes one. His flames will actually be the equalizer. Lots of pressure here. It's Magix that maintains and will repel. Back up. Chopper's back is turned, and yeah, that's a big one back. A weapon delivered. Spirit now looking to fumble. This is where Heroic thrive. They're keeping you guessing, keeping you stressed, flustered. Try and take... What happened there? Dexter finds himself the collat outside. And just as we start building a picture for where Heroic could equalize, it's all gone.
The bomb's loose, there's 3 alive. They can fortify this now. Caden, he's been a hero right here, 20 kills to his name, and his trusty P250 in his hand. But look at this position that Magix is holding right here. This is a hard fight to win. Even got given an opportunity there as well, and that right now is going to be a 2-round lead for Spirit here. This is a shutdown on the CT side. 1 T round is all Heroic have to boast right here. Just 1. You could see what they were trying to get away with there as well. Because Dexter spotted them crossing on back, you're not expecting the AWP to progress forward, right? This is it. This is the highlight. The collat right here. You're not expecting this at all. Why is the AWP just taking a little bit of information from the window room? We're doing some bottle flips. That's how much fun Patsy's having right now. Things are going so well over there that he's having bottle flips.
There you go. Got himself a freshie.
There you go. Yeah, stay hydrated.
Very important.
I think that play from Dexter is wild because when you see them crossing on back, you're not expecting them to then come back and try and go through main. You're expecting them to go back to lobby and retool and regather. They had a lot of time right here as a technical timeout has been taken. You can see they're down with the headset off. We'll get this one fixed ASAP and get back into the game. But it is looking like Spirit's going to run this one home.
Very nonchalant over on their side of the stage, just getting that microphone changed out ASAP, because this is, I mean, we're at the very much the business end of this best of 1. Heroic hot prospects for many to be taking the 3-0, but you can see
so much fun.
I mean, of course you are. You know, like this is what he's watched many a major from his living room whilst grinding out for his own individual prowess. Now, never mind wearing the jersey and qualifying for the major, never mind getting to the challenger stage, but popping off at the challenger stage, being the man of the match in multiple of your Ws, now into the legends and taking down Furia and Heroic. Dexter as well. It's very hard not to empathize with him. Well, you heard him on the desk as well. Just actually, fresh off of a victory, fresh off of qualification for the Legend stage, his main takeaways were things he could do better.
Yeah, look, when Dexter joined Spirit, right, that's when we had Mir and SDY in the ranks right there. He was the missing piece, right? They were lacking an AWP who could bring them this type of firepower. And then you're thinking, okay, this team could get hot to trot, but something didn't gel, something didn't work. And the fact that they've gone on down, they brought Patsy in from the Academy team. They've got Siren in the mix here as well. And now they're back 3 rounds away from going 2-0 in the Legend stage. Oof, and Outsiders sweep Vitality there, 16-8. Vitality are now 0-2. 1 game away here from being eliminated in the Legends stage. But let's keep with the Spirit story because this would be the upset of the day. The Fury game was great, but Heroic, they were looking hot against Liquid here. The buy is out. Kaden has to be the hero. AWP in hand. Senderi to hold him at bay. He's going to extinguish. He's going to push on out. Kaden down the vent with the AWP. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking matters into his own hands here. He's trying to hit no scopes on CTs rotating. They do get across, or at least the first. Spray's not going to find anything. It's going to be interesting to see their reactions now. Look at this. Chopper has already pushed lobby.
Sounds in here.
Well, yeah, but he may not have accounted for that. Just as he looked away, checking over towards
Look at this crossfire. Dexter in emo. You've got Magic's up on the raft. You have another rotation. There's 3 players down here. Spirit have booked this one.
Heroic have no idea.
No idea.
No idea what lies in wait. And it might be Magic's to disrupt. First frag's a freebie, swung wide, he gets them both. Oh, and they're just sent straight back to spawn. It's up to Cadian to try and recover. And with his knife out, Siren is there to greet him. And down, trying to go clutch, not ready for the repeat of Chopper. 14, they are heating up on a heater here. That is 5 consecutive from them, and still Heroic with a measly 1 round to boast from their T campaign.
Yeah, crazy. 9 out of the 10 rounds played. Here we go. The round recap, the perfect way to illustrate this. And you could see we were speaking about a lot in the first half when Spirit were getting into the rounds. Heroic were like, okay, that's fine. We'll just save. We'll hold on to some guns. We'll stay threatening. But it's that patch of 3. And you have to just look at Patsy's impact. Lurking yard, rushing into top side, cracking it open with double kills. That's what's given them this buffer to work with right here. Into the buy again. Heroic, this is looking real flat now. In the danger zone, they need something. They need a hero of their own, and it can't be Cadian.
Can't be Kenny Rogers either, who's already hit Chopper. Finds the first blood, and look how quick the round is over. Oh my God, Heroic absent in this second half. Starting to believe themselves as well. Chopper so damn sweaty. You know he's just desperately trying to visualize what the call may be. What is Heroic going to throw at us next? He's kept his boys ready. And Spirit, they've got 4 opportunities now. 4 opportunities to go 2-0 in the Legends stage.
This is wild. Did not expect this one whatsoever.
Don't count your chickens till they hatch.
Look, we know the Legend stage is stacked, but Spirit wasn't the name that was, on the top of that list by any means. This is a team that surprised in the Challenger stage. This is a team with 2 major debutants here, Siren and Patsy, their first outing at a major.
What a debut from Patsy. Good timing on the smoke, just as Refresh arrives to investigate.
But they haven't been able to build anything here, Heroic. There's no patterns that they can work with. There's nothing consistent that they can go back to, a space that they can take, gaps that they can find, executes that they can use. They have absolutely nothing to work with here. They need an individual maneuver, somebody to crack them open with an entry, a follow-up. Not walking into one of these Spirit members who are just going to mow them on down.
With Refresh already across, there is good grounds to see this yard occupied. Perfect timing. Chopper will get the defenses ready. Confirms multiple bodies heading into the top site. Or are they going around the wild? Options available to them. You can see Chopper's trying to get answers as quickly as he can. The smoke will take them away from him. Unbreakable pushed. Glass broken. Chopper, he wants to be everywhere, but hell has been occupied. He hears it. Already 1 from the feed and 3 in quick succession from Heroic. They all strike in unison in different parts of the map. Low side open for business, and that is the change-up. It is just Siren. Bomb planted on the other side of the map, directly beneath him. So Heroic passed their first of 4 tests.
Siren loves this CT event here as well. We've seen him here in multiple occasions as the rounds get mid to late. Let's see if he can find any more frags. He'd love to do a bit more damage. He might have been caught, maybe not. Tessa's looking here, there, and everywhere. Goes on down to Siren, looking to just do a little bit more damage and put Heroic in a position where in this second half, there has not been a single moment where their economy has been good, right? They had the 2 force buys back-to-back to start it off. Then when they eventually got a round on the board, remember Chopper took down 2 of them towards the window side that forced their next buy to just be, rough. Rough around the edges is the only way to really put it here.
Yeah, it's complete polar opposite to how the finances were shaping up first half.
And look how stressed they are, right? It's Heroic who are clearly laser focused to get themselves back into this game. It's only 3 more rounds, but the reason it feels hard, it feels like it's an uphill battle, is because the way that they've been able to convert their rounds so far, I don't know how they're going to replicate it.
Tickets are available, by the way, if you're enjoying the Counter-Strike. Imagine watching a game like this with 10,000 other people. You can do so if it's been a long time since we had the opportunity. Do be sure to scan that QR code or head over to PGL's website to join us for the champion stage. Quick now. Flash is good. Sound doesn't really slow down, and he's already out. Top pop. Quick from Chopper, needs another, gets it as well. Oh, and Spirit looking to have done it. Convincing on the break, the first 15 seconds and 4 Danes down. That'll do nicely. Spirit, 2-0. This Dragon A bit of an underdog, but definitely taking scalps first. Furia, now Heroic. And they're going to have 3 opportunities to secure top 8.
Those are massive names they've taken down here, and the fact that they were able to grind out that first half, get themselves 5 rounds to work with here, and then again, this CT side shutout. Patsy, you have to sing his praises. What an absolute monster, the X factor of this team. All across the map, the multi-kills, you were pointing it out right here, and Heroic just blanked. You talk about a team who's positive on Nuke. I was talking about, I think, a 6-map winning streak on Nuke has just been broken by Spirit, a team coming into the major who I don't think were on the tip of anybody's tongues.
Yeah, and not only Spirit, Patsy, first major. This is all brand new to him. He's like, oh, a lanyard, that's nice. What does this do? Where do I go? What do I do? Doesn't matter. He's playing his game and has brought Spirit to the 2-0. His impact, without Patsy, we do not see Heroic in dismay right there.
And now it's best of 3s all the way through for Spirit in what could be one more game to get them through to the playoffs. Let's send it over towards the panel to break this one down because we're puzzled over here. How are you guys going?
Well, now that you just said that they are only 1 win away from making it to the playoffs is insane. You would have thought that would go to a Heroic, hell, even to a Vitality. We'll talk about that also later. But it is Spirit that is going from strength to strength. Above all, what has impressed me the most in this particular game is their ability to rebound when it was really against them. And we know how hard it is to stop that Heroic train from going on the rails.
We talked about it in the green room. The fact that Spirit has this unique ability to win the first 6-7 rounds, look like a team that is just, overmatched. It didn't look like they were good enough to go up against Heroic. And then all of a sudden they ground out a couple of rounds and then they get into the groove. And on the CT side, well, they were the team that made Heroic look silly. They were the team that made Heroic look like a team that was not supposed to be at this stage. I am thoroughly impressed by Spirit. They've beaten Astralis, they've beaten Furia, and now taking down Heroic as well. Number 9, number 7, and number 5 in the world. Spirit, they're legit.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a championship mentality level because it's insane. They got possibly the worst start you could imagine on Nuke. Going down like that, they barely got any entries going. I think Heroic did actually a really good job neutralizing Patsy early on in the game. He had 1 and 7 when the Heroic were 7-1 up, and basically he just turned that around. They grinded out some T rounds, and Patsy just kept on delivering. I think he was on like 9 or multi-kill rounds or something like that, like absolutely insane. And I can't really explain it because it looked so good on the other half of the game.
Oh, Devil, you're just literally at a loss for words. How much of this is, obviously I don't want to make any assumptions, but Team Spirit is coming in obviously the underdog in this matchup, and I think they've come in as the underdog in many of these matches. I don't think they should get that moniker anymore, but maybe for them mentally, it's also like, as you said, we're going to go out or in playing our game, and we'll throw it against the wall and we'll see.
That's what I love about Spirit. They lose on their own terms and they win on their own terms. They kind of gave it to Heroic right here. Again, on the CT side, they controlled the pace. They were the proactive ones, right? We were praising Heroic for being probably the most proactive team in Counter-Strike right now on the CT side. Well, Spirit took a page out of that playbook and did it even better than Heroic on this time around. Down in secret, we saw Patsy a couple of times. The rotations were fluent. The communication was fluent. You never saw a Spirit player being caught off guard in rotation. And that's what, as we praised Heroic for as well, the fact that whenever you play them, you're so stressed out that you always feel like you are being caught off guard. Not this time around. Spirit, which is better.
Yeah, we'll talk about Heroic's T side in a little bit as well, but I want to kind of follow the order of the game. And this sucks for Cadian, I know. But let's take a look at round 1, because he got the ace and he rightfully cheered, and you actually wanted to translate what was said afterwards. We're going to take a look in just a second. Yeah.
I mean,
this was sick.
Look at the play right. Cadian is starting off well, and that's a good start for Heroic. It's a fantastic play, quality from Cadian right here with the USP under a very pressured scenario. He gets all these kills, so take nothing away from the play. I love the reaction as well afterwards in the sense that he's getting hyped up, and you talked about screaming as much as you possibly could. What he's saying right here was actually sit down, sit the F down, right? He told everyone to sit down, and I like that vibe coming out of Cadian. I like that, but at the end of the day, well, Spirit were the one who made
Patsy was like, I will sit down. And I will shoot you in the head. So it's crazy. I think people often talk about this, but I don't think you can fault anyone for this. When you're in a high-pressure situation at a major, you get an ace, obviously, you're going to be a little hyped. Unfortunately, though, that's not how it worked out. Talk to me about this revival of team spirit, and talk to me about how Heroic, who are so good when it comes to the CT side, to their planning, to their strategic depth, were able to find no solutions against team spirit.
Yeah, and the fact that I think they used all their 4 timeouts when it was like 10-11. They didn't really have any answers to keep talking when they came to the very, very last rounds. They were all out of that discussion, pause. Time and basically they just kept getting shut down in weird situations.
We often talk about how much is it Spirit that is playing well and how much is it Heroic not living up to the expectations. Usually the truth is somewhere in between, but I feel in particular in this game, Spirit CT side was stellar. Like, it was Counter-Strike at a very high level, so I don't really blame Heroic for running into a brick wall right here. I don't really blame them for looking silly on their T side, because they faced a team who played some quality Counter-Strike, and I think that credit deserves to be given to Spirit. Yes, Heroic could have done better. Yes, their CT side as well had a couple of flaws to it, but overall, Spirit were the better team right here, and I think we have to pound on that point.
We need to reset our expectations for Spirit. Let's take a look at round 21. It was one of many multi-kill rounds and clutches coming out of Patsy. I think in the round before that, or maybe it was this one, you had a couple of things to say about decision-making from Cadians.
I'm not sure I remember.
Yeah, at one point I think you said he had to go for a plant. I think it's this round.
Oh, yeah. And when it ended up at the end of the round, he obviously had a AK, no armor, no nades. And I think that he has to go for that plant, go for that risk, because otherwise you're kind of putting your economy in a really weird balance where he has an AK where they have to take an eco, and they went for a main split with him kind of doing this slide move into main. He got an entry, sure, but it wasn't enough to win the round. And then you get into the next round and you're like, what are you supposed to do with this, And I think he should have gone for that plant because they could have actually gone for a buy, potentially. After that.
It could have made a difference, but I think overall they ran into a too strong team Spirit. Where do you land now then for Spirit? And now they have 3 chances, of course. They're going into best of 3s against formidable opponents, but we have to stop undercutting them.
We do, but no matter who they face in the 2-0 game, they will be the underdog still. And we kind of saw the same story unfold during the Challenger stage with Force. They also surprised us a lot, going 2-0, and then all of a sudden they fell apart from each other, couldn't handle the pressure. We have seen Spirit, though. They did it during the Challenger stage, so nothing tells me they're not able to continue at this level. But if they face Navi, ENCE in that 3-0 game, that's going to be tough for them regardless.
Okay, we're going to take a look at some highlights from this game. I think it's going to be like 80% Patsy, but we'll have fun with that. When we come back, we're going to prepare you for the Copenhagen Flames versus ENCE.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Team Spirit up 2-0 here at the Legend stage in day one. I've got Patsy with me, and you play Fury on Nuke, then you just go up against Heroic and Nuke, and against both teams, people considered you guys to be the underdogs in it. But talk to me about your Nuke. How confident is Spirit in this Nuke matchup? Because you guys played incredible.
Yeah, Nuke is very comfortable map for us because all thinking after Challenger stage that we have only Dust 2. Yeah. But now we show that we have a good map pool for every maps we can play versus all. So I don't know what to say.
It's so far so good. Now I'm going to come to one point. It's 7-1, Heroica up. Yeah. You have 1 kill, right? But then you end as the highest player on the server. You're owning. Were you just never losing your confidence? Were you just waiting to get going?
Of course. When we were playing Gerimer, I was playing on Nuke and I was playing very bad, like for first half, and versus Sinners it was. They will smash me, but after this match, I understand that I can't do anything when I watch demo. So in this situation, I don't lose my confidence, nice. And it's good experience, like on previous one.
Now, coming in as underdogs against some of these big name teams, right? You guys obviously show you can fight with it. You're now 1 game away from making it to the playoffs, going 3-0, and it's your first major. Could you describe what that feels like?
I'm very happy, but I understand that we can still lose this. But so we need to focus on next games and still play like we are playing now.
Well, let's hope you do. Patsy, thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Awesome. That was an interview of Patsy from last week, but it is still as relevant seeing how they are still turning heads here at the Major. We are diving into our next game, the Copenhagen Flames, up versus ENCE, a spicy one. Let's start with the Copenhagen Flames. They withstood the storm of the Bad News Eagles. They withstood the chaos, and I think that was a really big first test for them here in the Legends stage. But for viewers that aren't as that don't know the Copenhagen Flames maybe as well, Pimp, give us their identity.
The identity of this team is this underdog team who loves to be the underdog, a team that is very gimmicky, a team that always comes into these bigger tournaments well prepared. We saw it last major as well. We thought to ourselves that, Copenhagen Flames, they're not going to do any damage. And they came so close, taking down NIP and actually booking a spot into the playoff. ENCE was the guy who went for them back then. But again, they did that with the identity, which is this, very gimmicky, very well prepared, always, throws out a new couple of smokes, a new kind of strategy you've never seen before. And as I like to describe, a bunch of happy nerds that are very good at playing Counter-Strike.
I think they are good at drawing rotation and bringing action to a space, giving Roy that kind of, to elevate Roy's kind of lurk, aggressive entry style.
Wow.
Everything. It's a weird
Love
one,
it.
I know, but he's super good when he gets to do his own thing. And that's what's so amazing and so great about Roy. I don't think you can just tell him what to do, just let him be him and kind of support that for him.
Is it fair to say that obviously they had that great performance at the Major, kind of almost making it further than anyone could have expected, but they got shut down just a little bit after that. There were some ups and downs with talks about organizations and whatnot. Do you feel now they found their stride again? And do you think they have a higher ceiling than they did back then?
I think so. I think that experience for them is going to come in very handy during this Major as well, because you're right, they fell off a cliff after that Major, right? Couldn't really get
I was nice
done.
about it.
Yeah, you were a little bit nice, and that's why I'm here, But to be completely honest, right, you had that experience, and to be able to bounce back and now come into this Major, play some good Counter-Strike, go in a match like this where you have a chance of going 2-0, I think that experience is going to be worth a lot.
And they're going to need it. They're up versus ENCE. ENCE is forcing us, I'm going to say, to redefine where their ceiling could be. And I think rightfully so, the conversation has been, okay, Spinks popping off, insane, ENCE doing great in these matches, but are they going to consistently do it versus the top 10 and versus the best teams in the world? They beat FaZe today. So
yeah, and Spinks was popping off. He was really delivering, and it's been this narrative for a while. He drops off quite hard. Compared, still good stats, but it drops off from our expectations of him against other teams, against top teams, and now he smashed FaZe earlier today. So that's a really good sign for them.
Not anymore. That's not a story I want to hear anymore. That's not a story I want to see anymore. I think he's proven himself not only at this tournament, but also during Blast Showdown. I hope, hopefully not, that the Maui Snake jinx right there, but Spinks is a quality player, and he's, you know, not even by us who watch the game, not by the viewers as well, but when we talk to other players as well at the event here, they all say that in practice, this guy is one of the best right now. He's one of the best riflers, most informed riflers we have in the game. So this whole narrative about Spinks not being able to show up at big tournaments, scrap that.
I think it was like, what will the expectation be? And fairly so, we have now reset it. When you get players like this who are extremely good at straight up fragging and rifling, I think often they don't get given kind of more credit for the things that they also do. But there are other things, right? He makes the space for himself, and it's not just clicking heads.
No, he works very well within the lineup of ENCE. Yeah. He's a player that is built into the system, has found his role. The fun thing about this matchup, you know, is that we have seen these two teams play a best-of-3 scenario against each other just a couple of weeks ago. You see the scorelines right here, very one-sided for the maps, you know, 16-7, 16-10, and then a very secure victory coming in for ENCE. Spinks was a menace in that game. He was doing everything we've seen him done at this major, in that game in particular. The highest-rated player, the best player as well, so he's feeling comfortable going up against the Copenhagen Flames.
Talk to me about their gimmicky style, and for ENCE, as we're kind of exploring what their tactical depth can be. Snappy has been calling some great rounds for them. In general, how do they match up?
I think, Copenhagen Flames are more defensive than an ENCE. They have more like a triple lurk kind of style, where ENCE have this very, very aggressive duo with Dusha, with Mad, and then Snappy actually filling in sometimes and in like this aggressiveness to open up the space for Spinks to deliver.
Ancient is the choice. We saw that also at Blast.
Yeah, we did a 16-9 victory for the guys of ENCE. Spinks was, as said, a menace in that game. 120 ADR, a rating of 1.85, and he was destroying Copenhagen Flames. We talk about win conditions for the Flames. You talk about Roy, you talk about Yabi, you talk about Siphon. Those are the three guys we need to see frag out. Those are the three guys we saw save Copenhagen Flames in the game against BNE. In particular, Roy, I think he's a world-class player when he's hitting his stride. So we need to see that in order to be able to match a guy like Spinks and Madden for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, Yabi for me is key to victory because his lurking is going to be crucial. And I've talked around to people, he is incredibly influential in this team. The way he works around, and when he sees the space and openings, he can redirect the team to the other bomb site, and they do that very, very well.
All right, he's got his work cut out for him. The Copenhagen Flames up versus ENCE right now with our wonderful, beautiful, intelligent, awesome, cut me off please, casters.
Wow, thank you very much to our delightful, amazing, talented analysts. Got to hand us a couple back.
And
Loving
host.
that. And host, of course. Excuse me, I lump them all in together.
Okay.
How dare I, as a ex-host myself. But yeah, I've got Sponge with me. My name's Machine. And we get Ancient, Chad. A lot of the Flames games going down on Ancient. ENCE, as they've talked about on the desk, have not been shy to it. And Spinks certainly seems to be comfortable on it.
Yeah, that head-to-head they brought up is nice for ENCE. And I think what else is nice for ENCE is the fact that we have already seen Flames play this today. And that was a 16-14 against the Eagles, Alex, that I actually thought the Eagles could have picked on up. Now, there was a lot of clutches in that game, but there was a couple of extra boo-boos, I would say, from the Eagles in helping the Flames get across the line. But you know what else helped the Flames get across the line? 32 kills from Roy. He's on form, Spinks is on form, and we're about to get underway with Hooksy charging down mid blind and dead.
Okay, not over yet.
Whoa!
Diha 3 in quick succession, mid-clear, he says, with bullets, and only Jabby with anything to do. Top of the head of Spinks spotted. That goes both ways, and it's one. Needs more.
I find Madden here.
Could do. He seems to have a good understanding of where that temple space will have been taken. Right next to each other, and Madden does benefit from the smoke, so they're sucked out of the room for the Flames early, courtesy of Diha. They wanted to contest for mid, but just a head-to-head brawl leaves ENCE with just one more to find. Nikados. Fun AWPer to watch when he's in form. Here on the fifth, still just getting toyed with, and that's his fourth. Diha, definitely a menace to contend with, and is getting him started strong early bodes very well for ENCE fans.
Yeah, one of the crazy things about this ENCE roster is Diha isn't an individual that you need to do this, but when he does, that's what makes him so scary. Like his impact kills in mid-rounds or his multi-kills in mid-rounds, that's when he really separates himself from the pack and how annoying he can be across the map right here. But to kick it off with 3 Glock kills, fantastic work from him. Now, I spoke about Spinks having a good game in their opener. Hades also had a very good game against FaZe. And that is a massive scout for ENCE to take. Their confidence must be through the bloody roof right now. We all know how that best of 5 final went down during EPL. Well, ENCE have been this team, right? And I think for a lot of the conversation is, yeah, okay, yeah, they're doing good, but this is the major, right? This is the major now. How far can they really push the issue? We have Madden here as well. He's the most recent addition to the team. He's a major debutant of his own. We were talking about some of those names as Snappy, seasoned vet in-game leader, takes a couple fights. Madden, his name's in the feed with bullets and flashes.
Lovely.
And they'll finish this one off neat and tidy. Put a bloody bow on it, clean as you like. A 2-0 start for ENCE here. The Snappy story is a fun one, isn't it?
I love the Snappy story. The fact that he's been around, you know, chucked and changed around in many a team. Many a very different looking roster. He's never quite had as many talented individuals all under one roof with that mutual respect. There is a parallel with Carrigan in that respect. I'm hesitant to make that comparison because I'm sure he would hate it. He's his own man. And Madden is being quite the brave boy through the smoke. And that is a gap in the defense. Oh no. A lot of pressure onto Zyphon. The first is found. He should immediately meet Madden, who does slip through the cracks. Still very susceptible to this M4 retake. Trying to get across the denial into the shins of Hades. HooXi does put the bomb loose. First for Diha, but he pays a heavy price. And yeah, this one's fallen apart. Well reacted to. And the Copenhagen Flames don't take too long to get themselves on the board.
Yeah, in case you wanted a reminder of why that A bomb site can be so difficult, easy to retake. And if you don't get that opening kill with ease, it is going to be a hard time getting on in. So Zyphon, good to get one, doing the best he can. Had no idea that Madden was able to slip through that gap. But HooXi, the one with impact right there to get the Flames on the board early. 2-1 the score reads as the rifles do come out. A bit of a bonus situation for ENCE with how clean they kept the previous. Now they do get out into the 5 AK-47s.
Yeah, and the Flames, understandably, lean B with the majority. Haven't seen anything on this side of the map yet. Madden swallows the nade, and HooXi can dunk him, and does. Perfect. Builds upon the initial utility damage. Snappy does cross through, and these smokes are about to fade, so it's HooXi's time to make a decision. He does opt to, I was going to say, get away. This boost might be dismantled.
Yeah, overstaying his welcome a bit, isn't he? But Roy's found a kill, looking for more. Spinks pushing on out.
Trying to bait with the shots. HooXi almost ready and aware the crawl could be coming in. And Spinks, loses his duel. A big one for HooXi to be posting, so a 2-man advantage, albeit a little low, a little scathed. Jabby and HooXi with scrapes on their knee, but
it's almost all Diha here early. 6 kills for him within the early stages of this one as he does make his way back over towards B. Bomb scooped up. The defense is split in a bit of a 2-2 formation right now. So if they do walk into B and they trade or obliterate both Yabi and the likes of Nikodos here, they could be in and set themselves up for a 2-on-2 post plant.
Yeah, they've got no smokes to react to cave and ramp pressure, so it is just going to be these duels. They're doable. Snappy makes his presence very known. He'll be on Yabi's jiggle. Nade might even lower him to 28. Oh, there's another one. Yabi's going to go down, and it's just Nikodos. They know where he is. They can plant uncontested. This is a 2 versus 4 that has legs, Chad. Oh, great flash. That's one way to find space. And frags, it's only Diha. You were talking about how brilliant he has been. This would be more than brilliant. This would be near impossible to clutch up with just 20 points of health. Distracted by Zyphon, the crawl on ramp. It's HooXi that will close this case.
Yeah, I think the first 4 rounds of play, the 2 names, HooXi and Diha, are the ones that have had the most impact for either team so far. HooXi right there in the previous round responding, and here he was bloody annoying, pushing up ledge early, finding that opening pick, then able to close things down here. So keeping it close, keeping it threatening, getting that bomb on down, and we know what that means when ENCE is in the server. Snappy loves a force bite. Here's that opener we discussed. More impact there to take down Spinks, the superhero of ENCE. Yeah, to frag just yet is poor Spinks.
Yeah, more time we get to see of Ancient, the more we're getting to see the use of that early avenue through mid to contest up on lane.
Looks like a B rush here. All 5 very quickly over towards B. Stalled out by the smoke, so maybe cancel the term rush, but still very heavy B presence here. HooXi again.
Yeah, same spot. Different outcome, at least initially. Snappy wants answers. And he's going to... What? Get a frag! Mid-range, he pulls that off. Every bullet must have connected. Okay, immediately breaking into the site. Yabi is good for the first. Nikados, wrong weapon for the job. They bait. He pulls the shot. Nothing connects. Planting in the open, but it should work out well. At least gets the down, but Roy, quick to right the ship. Very little for ENCE to hold on to here. Should just be a matter of time. Using that smoke, Spinks tries to dip into cave. Nikados was providing the overwatch, and yeah, it's just, whoa, Hades with the dig! And 2 magnificent headshots. He's playing on the pixels. But there you have it. The Flames will jostle and take the lead.
Yeah, okay, Hades. That was massive right there. Imagine if that third connected. A very winnable one-on-one starts to get dished on up, and it could have been a heist from ENCE in a round like that. But the Flames will take the lead right now, and they've had to battle for these. They haven't come easily. Here we are again. Bang! And the second was absolutely beautiful. Little dome of the head there for the third was just on his screen. But that was a purchase from ENCE right there. They had to get the bomb on down and did. And, well, now they will buy again. 3 AKs, MAC-10, Tech-9. Until dump towards mid. A missed smoke here.
Wow, he loves it. He loves it. Off the flash. And already dunking on Zypher. No trade possible with the flashes to support. And already Nikados is under pressure. HooXi's under pressure. Look how quick ENCE just converge on this A site. And there's nothing for the Flames to do unless Madden does go down. Donut's a threat, but soon to be cleared. HooXi has it. At least they can get their teeth into this if they decide to. You can see Roy's flirting with the idea. And Hades is going to be the contingency plan. A late flank Donut could be everything. You can see Roy unwilling to do too much. And as 2 come from Donut, Hades is here to secure the round. That's if Spinks doesn't beat him to the punch. And a lovely, lovely guaranteed round.
Yeah, Hades was spotted by Roy here. Can Roy convert? No, he can't. Hades will get that one right there. And, well, that's all the guns removed. So fantastic stuff. As there you see Saw, the coach, standing behind the boys. Must be pretty happy with a round like that. And this is the pace that ENCE have as well. They're ping-ponging across the map here. The previous couple, they did try B. This is the similar maneuver that they were able to get away with before, where Madden slips on in towards Donut. But this time, finding that initial kill. A-bomb side was open as soon as Nikados went on down. And a great response here from ENCE. Has drawn back the force buy for the Flames. So it's the force buy wars, but not in the same fashion as we initially or traditionally see.
Yeah, HooXi, he's actually got vision. The typical barrage of flashes has not stopped him from going aggressive, and he actually chooses to make himself known. It costs him a great deal of his health. And Madden always walking through these smokes.
Isolated.
Good flash, completely isolated. Should go down to this Roy Hunt. Yeah, the nimble MP9, good for it. Hades, what are you doing? He goes round the corner trying to find a trade, but leads to an AWP in enemy hands.
Spinks needs to mop this up. He could find 2 here.
I don't know if you want to try and take that fight. Yeah, there's Yabi posted up. It's not a hard shot to hit when you're looking, and he does knock Snappy down. Not before he meets Roy with the Kalashnikov.
Well, they should know where both are now, at least have a pretty good idea. Spinks trying to find some space. Might go down to this MP9, but now the fight is on.
Oh, it doesn't matter, the body shots. 3, and you're good to go. Just D her information. They know where he is. He's got a big brain on him. He knows Yabi had the AWP towards the B side. Nikados pushes the issue, stops him in his tracks, and we'll continue to see these force buys trade back and forth. That was very light on from ENCE, and look what they leave with.
Flames are so annoying, right? They keep like, poking and prodding, right? They keep poking and prodding up towards this ledge area. They're keeping control there. You can see how they can use that to fight constantly in towards middle right there. Finding Spinks trying to take some space elsewhere. Now, there is enough for ENCE to go for a buy, but they've called a timeout. Need to confer with Saw, have the conversation with the coach. Hey, boss, is it worth it right now? Do we keep doing it with a bit more of these limp purchases, a bit more in the regards of the faster, more in-your-face plays? Because right now, if you take a look at the finances here on the right-hand side of your screen, 4 individuals out of the 5 can all purchase AKs. At a minimum, you even have Madden going into Galil because they want all the util. Diha right now, Tech-9, right? He could have got away with a MAC-10 as well. He's going to get out full sets of nades. So I think they're going to start operating in a bit more of a full gun round fashion. Good work from Yabi there, because if Snappy gets one and gets away, would have had some real problems. But they chip away at them again here, the Flames, and they keep themselves just in the lead.
I think Flames definitely found a lot of fans with their run in Stockholm.
Well, they were doing what Spirit was doing last time round.
Yeah. Different battlefield this time, different opponent as well.
Bit more of a standard round here coming into play, right? You can see the pace taken out of it. More of a default spread, 2-3. Right now from ENCE, 2 of their individuals postured towards mid, a flash up and over the top, hoping for a reaction, hoping for a response to draw out some more utility, because you can see how quick Flames smoke off towards the B doors. They do it from spawn. They want to try and put ENCE in a position where they choose, do we push through and fight what lies on the other side, or do we sit and wait this out? And if they wait it out, it plays more into the pocket of Flames, and now they can set up into a default round. Over towards Donut, Hooksy. It's quite clear that this in-game leader likes this map. You can see the pep in the step, the way that he approaches it. He feels quite comfortable. And he has the AWP of Nikodos over towards Temple to lock this down. Pressure.
This is working well.
It's on its way.
If they can sell it with the util, keep 3 feet planted. The reaction, smoke, molly, defense, not deployed. It's Nikodos on A, and already Diha down. Trying to commit is Spinks. Bomb on its way in. Hooksy has tucked in tight by that AK. And they're just going to try and go for the plant here. The util implies as such. Hades with a safe plant. Smokes are up. Bomb is down. A leg up now for ENCE.
Look at the round the word maneuver. Roy is going the long way round here. If he's not accounted for, he could cop them in the back here, but time slowly being siphoned off the clock.
Yeah, Snappy's in a really prime position to deal with any late donut arrivals, but it's all the way round. This could be the end of Spinks late. He's not going to consider it. Already now Zyphon draws his attention. Rounding the corner now. Oh, lovely on the late flank. He will take it. It's just Madden. Snappy trying to come CT. Yabi's got him in his sights. Oh, okay. Not going to be easy, though. Snappy needs to knock him off the defuse and held at bay. It's Nikodos. Close quarters on the AWP. That's 3 kills from that CT AWP.
And he was the first point of contact on A as well right there. So Nikodos' survivability, and that is fantastic. And that Roy, very slow, or very late, mind you, around the wall flank work was fantastic. I thought ENCE did a good job after really running into the blue wall of the B defense, because you could see Flames had 3 players in the site. Still did a great job to get into A and get the bomb on down with this opening. But the reason they didn't rotate, right, Hooksy, he was in donut and he could see nothing mid. There was no pressure points there, which meant that with 3 players in B, until you take contact, you don't need to move. But speaking of moving, Madden out mid his signature donut move forward on the flash. The first kill's his and the trade is there. Hooksy continues to be a menace in mid.
What? I mean, Madden just so stubborn. With that SMG, the flash is to facilitate, and now it's up to Hooksy again. They know where he likes to live. Pull the crosshair and trade. Okay, quick into a 3v3, and Hades. Oh, he loses his life on the edge of the smoke. Roy still padding the stats. He's got himself up to 6. This is tough now for the 2 of them. Oh, and just as he turns away, Nikodos again, good for it. Process of elimination will dictate. It's Temple. And Yabi quick on the trade. Yeah, the Flames, they're playing a strong CT side here. And it's just by trading off of one another on the way back in.
Yeah, with this pace, especially if there's trading in the way it is right now, there's a lot of unknowns for ENCE, right? You're not quite sure where the next fight's coming from. You saw the player in the site just there die to the back of Nikodos' AWP because they're having to respond to so many different positions. So ENCE have tried this pacier maneuver a couple of times. It's good to get the bomb down. It will get them another buy with the loss bonus. So the positives are here in terms of the finances. But now they need to start and find if they can work on something that's a bit more replicable. I think Madden is doing a great job with this mid play, right? He is getting out constantly and being a nuisance around that donut smoke. He's found a kill 3 times, and I think he's only done it 3 times. So 100% there if the eye test is correct. But look at this. Snappy quick up over.
Big change. Yeah, he throws the util. It does mean that Zyphon's going to have to be staring at that ledge. Where did Spinks' health just go? Hooksy draws first blood. And he is, supposed to be dead. Snappy gets a bit too greedy. Diha just the one back. There's a lot right in front of him, and already they're taking multiple engagements. 2 CTs were ready for that. It's Roy and Yabi partnered up and happy to deal with Madden.
Hades might get a timing here. Nikodos has just dropped on back. He's worried about a mid push. He's worried about some form of aggression in the backs right now.
They've had full control. I guess it's the A around the world he's been concerned about.
Well, there is a chance right now. If Diha can get across on a timing right here, the 2 poles can team on up. Nikodos is back on over now. The util has been dropped. They must know that the attack's coming over towards B. And this long side is difficult to clear.
Oh, yeah, up against Yabi, and he does tame the spray. Was shy on the initial placement, and okay, end of Hades. Easy as that for Nikodos. Puts himself up to 10, him and Hooksy at the top of the tables.
It's a good lead right now, 7-3. We know that this is a map with a CT bias, and well, there's still an opportunity to fall foul here. Taking a quick look at the B stream, FaZe are taking on the Bad News Eagles, and that's quite a fiery affair, that matchup, right? We've got some heavy hitters on both sides. The Eagles have really made a name for themselves with their individual prowess, and that's where the namesake of FaZe traditionally comes from. It's not that way so much anymore, but there's still some massive names in the server going toe-to-toe. Second tactical timeout called here. It's patches of 3. Patches of 3 and 4 for Flames. Maths is hard to get them up to 7 right here. But they might have to finally be humbled. It's looking like an AK in the hands of Madden. There's some util that's been brought in for Spinks and Hades as well here, but there's not enough to have anything that's going to resemble a threatening buy. Next round of play, we'll see the 3,400 loss bonus come into the bank balance. But where's the change-up going to be?
Yeah, they've had no issue getting into the sites.
Yeah, that round right there where Spinks went on down, I think because Snappy was so aggressive, it made Spinks want to try and chime in for a mid-fight with him, but you saw how the smoke had actually bloomed. Sometimes when you throw that deep mid-molly, right, the smoke can bloom above it and it'll create like a gap underneath. So I think that's how Hooksy was able to take away so much of Spinks' HP in that moment.
Whoa, 2 of your smokes already expended for pursuit of map control. Feign or otherwise. The rest of the squad counting on Snappy to be that early warning system. That's the last of the flashes from Yabi.
Well, it indicates B right now if we look at the radar, right? All 5 members of ENCE leaning over towards this side of the map. Still have 2 smokes. They can smoke long or short. They can smoke off towards cave if they want, flash and go. But Madden's AK is going to need to do some damage here.
Yabi onto pillar. Could be susceptible to the spray. Forced him off. It's up to Yabi. A bit shy of that one. And now it's just cave. It's just Roy. Hooksy still smoked off. Hooksy still catching bullets regardless of smokes. It's still that double out of Roy. And finally someone silences him. It's Madden to make a 2v2. Both doubling up on long. A huge advantage for the Flames in terms of weaponry and health. And a hard clear from Nikodos, but still ready for it. Poor Spinks. He's not got a chance in the Nikodos retake. Cool, calm, and collects an 8.
Just handling business, aren't they, right? There's different threats that are coming their way. Hooksy cheated over just in time right there. Right, taking the spam of Madden's AK through the boards, but still that third man on the site to try and deny into that entry, trading quite well, and then mopping up the mess over towards B. The pressure was applied consistently here.
I was looking at the... Sorry to talk over you. I was just looking over the Copenhagen Flames. Yeah, they're playing a lot of Ancient, but the opponents shy in comparison to ENCE. There isn't a single team that matches ENCE's power level, so I didn't know what to expect, but it seems like they're having no issues initially.
Here's the thing, Flames are LANers, right? They're online games, right? They're playing in the tier 2 round. LAN is where they do it, and so does Spinks. What an opener there in the second. Well, D-Hard's going to take that. This one's cracked wide open. What is that?
That's nuts. Okay, round over. ENCE and Spinks specifically have decided to make it so.
Let's just take some fights, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah, no more of this silly business trying to play rotations. Let's just put bullets in the brain and D-Hard with another. What a round.
Yep, just D-Hard, Spinks, go kill. A pair of frags for both of them.
Wow, I think you have a good idea where Nikodos is. He's been playing Temple quite consistently. He's not traditionally the A holder, right? Zyphon actually does some secondary AWP over here, but Nikodos in a few has been wielding the big green.
Just as Copenhagen Flames have started to look indomitable, ENCE remind us who they are and what they've got in their arsenal for their T-Hall. And it could very well start to catapult them into a bit of a run. Look at that. He got a flash. I'd say about 3 frames of Hooksy. The second is great onto Roy as well. Desperate for the trade to pull the game back into a mid-round.
Yeah, something like that, right? Little details of that. When you come out and you're pre-aiming that position, if you know how the CTs like to throw their mid utility, for example, if they throw it from a set position, exactly like Hooksy was throwing right there, can give you a leg up in taking those fights. But knowing where they're going to be, putting your crosshair in the right spot, but then hitting the shot like that, and then, yeah, just obliterating the defense in that fashion. Beautiful stuff from ENCE here. Still a 4-round lead for Flames, and the third timeout called for ENCE. 3 in the first half of play right here, so understanding the importance of T-sided rounds in the current meta that we have.
I think there's always, with these snappy teams, there's always that extra pressure. He's always good at getting into the bomb sites, making sure the bombs are planted, making sure there's a constant threat when the ENCE side is in play.
Yeah, how many ecos do we feel like we've had, right? There's always been an AK or there's always been a force fire of some variety. ENCE don't let you off the hook here.
And speaking of hooks, Hooksy got nothing to complain about now. No one's home. Not this time. And just as I say that, he does just a quick flash of Hooksy across the screen of Hades. This is the angle Madden's been trying to work with. They double swing through. Snappy stops it from the double. Could still go wrong. Could still go awry. And hunted down. Another quick one out of Snappy. Wow, they were really, really hungry for that one, and it has led to a man advantage for ENCE.
Yeah, it's a full investment right here, and you could see Yabi a little bit right on. He only has a deagle in hand, so if Flames can snatch this one away in a number disadvantage situation, this could mean the world for their CT half. Otherwise, they'll be down to an eco in. The next is spammed on through. Nikodos under pressure here. They're coming in.
They are still committing, regardless of the potential stack. Hades actually leading the pack, gets himself across and shuts down Yabi.
Save?
Has to. I mean, he might be able to deny here, and woo, quick flick and finished by Zyphon. A second opportunity. He won't get many more of them with 10 HP. A single bullet can send Nikodos back to spawn without that AWP. He's got $0 in the bank account. Hard decisions to be made here. Snappy's here to lock him in. They are not saving a thing, Chad. Sink or swim, take the fight. Successful again from Zyphon. Pressure on if Snappy flubs his lines here. Not ready for that, and it's only Nikodos still fragging up a storm. One away, it's Hades, and he's forced him off with the flash. There's no time, but threatening, imposing in a 2 versus 4. We will see ENCE take 5, and just a save on both orbs.
Yeah, I think it's going to be worth a lot for Nikodos to be able to hold on to this AWP, because it's going to be the best they have to boast in the next round of play. Take a quick bit of stock, take a quick bit of inventory right now with the finances. The low end is Yabi at 1.9. The high end is Zyphon at 2.5. The best they have is this saved AWP. They're going to have to, every time I say it with these teams, they go the opposite way. I was going to say they have to take the save, but they're actually operating to buy in behind this. The next round to play, it would have been 2,400. It would have been a buy for everybody in the next, but they want to do it with this AWP. They're putting a lot of faith in the big green of Nikodos. They pushed him to solo B. Yeah, they're playing aggressive in towards main. Once you park this swag 7-up from Zyphon, you can actually leave him here and don't have to worry about A whatsoever. Deep mid smoke, Sphinx is going to be held at bay by this.
You can see that might be tempting. You heard confirmation that there's one towards that pylon, towards the L bend. Sphinx backing away cautiously, and they are starting to dump some util. Nikodos trying to act as a defensive pack of many, dropping his util as Yabi would.
I was going to say, we'd be trying to seem bigger than he is, but he has the AWP, so he's bloody huge right now. Like, if they walk into his line of sight, this guy is usually good for one.
Snappy's trying to get some answers. Might want to bide his time for squad up ramp, and they have managed to rotate through. So Roy flashes. Deagle postures. There's the first for the AWP. They're running in, and Nikodos has already dealt a very heavy blow. There's more to come. Blood splattered across the cave as Nikodos lives on. The CTs are coming from behind as well, taking T-spawn, looping back around. And this is the faith in Nikodos being justified now with 2 frags. Can they flip the script? Sphinx has got to check his cubby. Back his turn, does adjust, but down he goes. And the D good into the head as well. The Flames have got this one in the bag as they find 9. Bare bones, but Nikodos holds B site firm.
Yeah, so they put all their faith for him to hold down the B site while they establish some territory elsewhere on the map. They ward them away from mid with some basic utility. They take that A main control, and from there, they're able to posture back with those rotations. Nikodos uses utility perfectly. As soon as he took any contact over towards B, or got a little bit worried about his position, dropped an incendiary, dropped a smoke, allowed the rotation from his teammates to come back over, who wombo-comboed with their utility perfectly to find those fights. And Yabi gets the final 3 of the rounds here. Back in with the buy, and ENCE, they would love to get 6, and the gap on that smoke, almost looking for the punish onto Hooksy.
Madden's really good at getting hit fast. I don't think Hooksy's going to be prepared for something like this.
I don't know if Madden's prepared for him below either.
Trade.
Needs the trade.
Can't get it!
He's made a meal of that!
That is horrible! And it means that the 10th is just 3 frags away. Make it 2 is okay. Everyone goes down on their own adventures. Hades trying to start a very exciting adventure of the 1v5 in round 15.
Well, has the time to do it, has his signature weapon, just has a lot on his plate right here, and I don't know how hungry he is.
HooXi's actually got a glimpse of him, and yeah, just greeding for the frag. So 10 for the Flames on the defense.
Well, they're pretty happy. Look at the smiles on their face. You could just tell with the tone that... look, I don't speak Danish, so I'm not quite sure what HooXi was saying, but the inflection in the voice sounded like he was quite happy with how that half went. And you can tell an in-game leader is happy with the map when they're playing the map the way he did. He was aggressive in so many fights in mid, just playing up and in that ledge position, getting involved in a lot of biffs across the map here.
And your recaps of where those ENCE rounds came from. I mean, if it's not Spinks and Diha opening and closing the round in the first 15, and those quick early takes, you know, they got 2 rounds of pistol, a free second round, 1 in the midst of a sea of blue. This was the HooXi double. Huge, just shut down and turn on Madden there.
ENCE, I feel like they really do need this pistol.
Yeah.
Because they've been dealt a bit of a dud hand here. Is this aggressive from Snappy with Julies?
Okay. He hears them. The pre-fire is swift, and it's up to him and Diha. Never mind, Diha's got him covered. Snappy does nothing with his armored Julies.
Well, that's in both pistol rounds. Diha has found a lot of action and traction. Now it's the question of if they can close this down. HooXi looking for space.
That's a no. That's
Not
a no
the space he was looking for.
Yeah, well, in the clouds is the space he's been sent to.
How do you win a 2-on-4 with no map control here on the T side of Ancient? Now, the P250 in the hands of Xiphon is a positive. The smoke for Nikodos is great. The B bomb site currently resides 2. It is going to be Madden joined by Spinks. And they're actually tucking in tight here. The Cubby now.
Very powerful in the pistol especially. You know there's not going to be an incendiary, not going to be a Molotov. There's going to be a smoke towards longside.
Okay, well, Spinks is going to have to try and bait them through here. Otherwise, they can get the hard clear.
First on towards CT. Now Madden, quick on the first. Okay, well, the compulsory pistol in the pocket.
And both pistols, right? The reason I say that is just because with a lot of those buy rounds and ENCE not getting across the line here, the Flames must be feeling extremely confident. If they were to get this T pistol, then be able to convert the next, well, we obviously know even if ENCE lost that one, it is Snappy. He was going to most likely call out a force buy here, but Diha, you can't discount his impact by any means. Just been ferocious on the pistols.
Got a lot of very capable aim stars here in
They've
the
taken
server.
it twice, the Flames. In both halves, right, they've just got full ecos into the next, so they want to get the guns out in the third round of play quite clearly.
Yeah, they know what their game plan is. And there is nothing, not a penny invested into this.
Just such a strange juxtaposition when you see Snappy and they constantly have Tech 9s and Mac 10s and they plant it. Yeah, right.
We just saw Heroic as well. Like, everyone's ready to buy and force and go. And yeah, different philosophy for the Flames.
Look how annoying HooXi's being for DI here as well.
Oh, long-range goosh. And unfortunately, one slipped the net, but the bomb has not. So, potency nullified. Nice to see an SMG frag for the AWPer. In the grand scheme, it's always extra. Oh, Roy's actually got himself a frag, and now Snappy's going to have to...
4, Alex.
Yeah, deal with that. Oh, they're so irritating. Look at this jiggle and goosh. And from behind, Hades will grab himself some extra cash. Lovely stuff. Grabs the M4 as well. Couldn't really have gone any better for ENCE in their second, only up against the Glocks.
And Hades there, by getting those kills, actually gave himself enough money to buy the AWP. He picked up the dropped M4. He throws that one back across. Can get the big green out to play, and they know that now the AKs are out here for the Flames, so they could just operate as a traditional gun round here. The only omission is Snappy on an MP9, but watch how this in-game leader wheels that bad boy.
Yeah, they're doing the same smoke as well from ENCE, so that will be arriving before the T's do. Straight through, Roy extinguishes. He wants to come knocking on Cave, wants to get those CTs. Defensive, and more than defensive, flatlined. Roy has opened up with a big one.
This is huge space to have very early. Right? Eventually, they will have to push Hades back, but there's multiple different methods you can do this, right? We've seen the Molotov that gets thrown on over, it lands behind the pillar. It also burns the lip of Cave to deal with the exact position that Hades resides. And, well, they do have one Molotov available, but it's in the hands of Xiphon.
Yeah, he's in the cave at the net for now. Wouldn't take much for him to be lining that up.
I guess it helps now that you can juggle them across as well. So if he wanted to throw that back over to one of these teammates here who have taken control of B lane, Yabi or Nikodos, they could definitely start to operate in that fashion. But are they even expecting the AWP out this early? It is only the 3rd round here in the second half.
God, so much riding on this shot from Hades. Oh, great catch. Spinks does deal with the Hooksy mid-cross. Does that change their plans? Foiled on the mid. And now actually using lane as an avenue into mid, completely unguarded.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Nikodos might want to do a little test of the AWPer here. But they are starting to at least flirt with it, trying to sell a mid-cross. It's pulled to rotate, and oh no! Hades activates just as Nikodos strikes. Out of position, out of luck. Look at this. Building on what they started with Roy's opener. And now no hope for Diha. And that's modern-day Counter-Strike. They had the advantage from the first 10 seconds, Chad, but just making sure they continue to keep the CTs guessing. And that, you know, seeing Hades' death, you know what's happening. In his head, they're talking about flashes mid, Diha saying, I'm fine, one saying, I'm rotating, and Hades just wants to activate for a little more, and it's the beginning of the end.
Yeah, great work from Flames right there. They did get that opening, and then they were able to just hit the brakes. They lost one Hooksy in mid, trying to transition across right there. But you're right, it all comes down to drawing Hades in towards that fight. Just caught off guard by Nikodos, so up close and personal. A banger of a shot from him. Roy will give the AWP to give back over to his primary AWPer into the next, and that is 11 now for the Flames as they will get their first round here on the T half, and they do it early again. It's exactly what they did in that first half of play, right? They lost the pistol, they took the full eco, they get the first gun round. Similar script.
Similar result.
Oh, this is putting ENCE under the pump here because we know that they are going to force buy in. They've saved that one M4. There's going to be a couple more that they can invest into here, a couple of MP9s to supplement those lack of purchases. But if ENCE don't win this one, the Flames will force them down to an eco here, and that's their chance to roll out the red carpet and start going deep within these double digits. 4 towards B early, 1 towards mid, and A is the most susceptible bomb site right here, right now, but there's no pep in the step from the Flames to take that side of the map right now. It's just Zyphon having a bit of a looky-loo.
They are sending the AWPer to A. Okay, so this is going to have some levels to it. Roy denies all information gathering from Snappy. Oh, and you could be careful here, Snappy. There's not too much longer on that smoke. Roy will use it to get across lane as it fades, and now he's in the threatening position of both that CT re-aggression mid. Spinks is hidden behind the red smoke for now. It's Hades towards the donut side for the A react.
They have nobody in A.
Yeah, it's actually worked out really well. You can see that there is a decision to be made now by Diha, and he's just come through. He's got to be cautious on how he gets his info. He could just... Oh, just as the AWP looked away, he meets Diha's M4. Hades, big opportunity and a bit of a meal of that spray. They only have SMGs, Chad. Heavy advantage now for the Flames. The donut smoke means they'll be focusing all of their attention here on Temple's side. Snappy's just thread the needle onto Yabi as he looks away. Timing, a big factor in this round. And now with 20 seconds, this is a big duel and Roy's ready. No issues. There's 12 already on the board. The Flames coming in hot to this major.
And that was a buy again right there, so it will be an eco right now, but that is massive. I think Diha did a great job even to get one out of that situation, floating on through and finding that kill, but traded out immediately. Hades, yeah, you mentioned he made a bit of a meal of that, a bit of a mess in that situation, felt like he was just a little bit caught off guard by that cross, and Hooksy picking up the AWP gets himself 2 massive kills. I thought Spinks in that position as well would have activated to deny the plant, but just gets absolutely denied any territory. And it's just the pistols on out here as the Flames are set for 13.
Yeah, and if anyone's not been keeping the finger on Copenhagen Flames and ENCE in terms of their results, this is already so impressive. Consider even just the first game we just saw them play against FaZe. You know, let's not forget, they've just taken down FaZe Clan in the best of 1. But in the last 2 weeks, they've taken down Heroic, Astralis, Outsiders, G2, Bad News Eagles. Maybe not G2, admittedly, but everyone else has been all tickety-boo. The bomb will go down despite an early casualty with this USP round. Spinks has been equipped with a MAC-10 courtesy of that.
Yeah, I'd have to go really wrong to see them lose this one. I don't know how they're going to chip away at any of these fights. Now it's fortified and... Oh, well, the dinks are coming through, but the bomb is down, and There's no kit in play. There we go. Just taking care of business here. So that 13 more than secured right now as the final few kills are coming on in. Snappy staying threatening over towards Temple, grabs himself an AK and looking to get away with this.
But damn, Flames, they're 3 rounds away from doing what FaZe, Outsiders, and Astralis couldn't. Let's find out. 3 rounds is all it's going to take. It is T-side Ancient, certainly not strangers to a CT lockout, and we are going to be seeing every bell and whistle. I say that with a FAMAS in the mix for Diha. Couple of light on the nades.
We could have some crazy 2-0 matches here. The fact that Spirit won just the game ago against Heroic already sets themselves up in a 2-0 match. If Flames are able to pick this one up over ENCE, who have been on a hot streak in recent form, then we will have Big versus Navi and then Cloud9 versus NIP. So the winner of those last 2 games will be joining that 2-0 column here. Will Flames be that second team to join Spirit right now as, well, again, they do this default. So much presence towards B. They draw a lot of utility out of the CTs. Madden's found an opening fight this time round. That's alleviated a lot of pressure, but they are now bearing down on A yet again, and it is just Hades here.
Time for some redemption. A wobbly spray. Not going to let it define him.
He is on an island here.
And the Flames likely have Molly for that exact spot. Trying to play in the off angle. Was previously in Donut. He has the info on the boost as well, likely. Should they try it? Save from the first. Here comes the second towards his destination. Hades has to move. Hades is burnt down to 20. Fortunately, Spinks is there. Both of them battered and bruised, but still nothing right back from the Flames. Zyphon cut down to 35, but they are into the site. Just 2 of them, though. Spinks, such a threat. Finally, the nuisance has been silenced, but the bomb loose, and Nikodos to come up clutch. Gets info on the cross, knows 2 towards the Temple side. Spinks with his low HP is going to find it. Never mind. Over the edge of the smoke. 3 kills from Spinks in the absence of Hades.
Yeah, well, look, it's 1 back here, but they're going to have to get a couple more of those if they want to do some convincing here. And so I know it is the CT side of Ancient, but Flames can stay competitive right here with yet another buy. Hooksy is the only one who can't afford. The rest of them can get on in with the complete purchases. Hooksy could have even asked for a drop right now from Nikodos, but has just opted to go for the Deagle here. Nikodos has 3k left over, so could have definitely given him an AK-47, but they're just rushing A. Pedal to the metal, full force,
they
all
think
the
they've
way.
found a gap. They think they've found a recipe for success. Or is it a recipe for disaster? Just the one. Roy already broken down the A defense. Hooksy's Deagle fires off a shot, but it's already a bomb plant on A. This is going to be pandemonium, the retake. The nades, there's so many left for the CTs. They've got 3 smokes, Chad, if they want to break through. The T's throw out the last of theirs. Big jewel for Hooksy, and he's been tagged down to 20. Diha, a very important part of the map being fought for, and on the jiggle, a single bullet finds Diha's head. Problems now. Hooksy's going round behind.
Look at the time.
And there's no time for any of this. They're going to lose it all. Just hold on to what you can. And Flames, an A rush off spawn in a full gun round. And it's successful. It breaks them into a 14th.
That is crazy right there, right? As I mentioned, they could have dropped an AK across the Hooksy. They don't even need it. They just rush out onto the site. They trade off of Hades, who did get the opening kill right there. But how is that so stifling? Right? Normally that site right there is bombarded by bullets, utility. It's normally so difficult to set yourself up. I think that kill from Roy onto Diha took a lot of potency out of that because they didn't have as many pesky players coming on in from Donut, from CT, because Snappy was going around the world. And then once you get in that exchange at that position with Hooksy, it's not an easy clear, right? Because you have to worry about the hard left. He could swing you any time from that straight corridor. And ENCE, they're in a lot of trouble here. They did save a couple of guns. They've got a MP9 out with a Deagle. There's nades to work with, but they're chasing their tail. The Flames are the ones who are dictating the pace and setting this up, right? ENCE with their aggressive maneuvers haven't been finding themselves in the thick of things, right? When we had Flames going aggressive, they were pushing mid. Hooksy was jumping up. Their aggressive cave, they were swinging together onto lane. They were always between ENCE. Right now, ENCE in that situation, all on the wrong side of the map, right? All caught out of position, all having to rotate in.
And we talk about the power of conditioning. If you've just proven you can rush A off spawn and win the round against a full gun, You have to acknowledge that in your defense, which will leave gaps elsewhere. HooXi trying to show mid-presence. There's nothing they can do to push through that.
This is more of a default spread, and understandably so. You have ENCE up against the ropes. They're going to siphon through the utility quite quickly here. And once they have done that, you have all the advantages in the world. But on reflection, the Flames have actually used a lot of utility early. They're left over with 1 smoke, a handful of flashes, and 2 Molotovs here.
Maybe that's all they need. Alan's been pretty good at his reads as to when to walk on down this ramp. And that's the end of Snappy. He's been having a tough time with Roy. Another opening kill for the in-game leader of Copenhagen Flames. 60 seconds, careful playing with fire. The nade towards Yabi. Shy, Zyphon tagged, aggressive. And it's still Roy, another in the feed. He's up to 20 as he is taking big leaps and bounds to going up against ENCE here. 2-0 looms. Copenhagen Flames with another strong day in the office.
Yeah, this is great from Roy in terms of just taking those fights with Snappy. Right, HooXi's the menace in mid. He was the menace in mid on that CT side as well. But Roy, it's almost like the swings on out. He's going to grab another here. Roy is just this absolute monster. You speak to this guy, you say, hey, look, you're an older boy, right? You know, what do you do? I just play a lot of deathmatch. And that's when you have the ability to just set him up, right? HooXi's able to call him into position, have him as the tank across the map. And then he can pull the strings of the rest of his lads. Just get the young guns, right? You have Zyphon in the server. I was just double checking. I frequent the forums, and I saw a couple of threads talking about just how many hours Zyphon, who is 18 years of age, if I'm not mistaken, has 18,000 hours.
I don't want to try and even do the maths.
18,253.
Yeah, so if he was playing when he was born, it's 1,000 hours a year.
Yeah, not too bad from old
Straight out the
Zyphon,
womb.
right? Living and breathing the game right here.
Yeah, I realised I called Roy the in-game leader there. I apologise. I not forgotten of HooXi's power. I think it's just an easy assumption to make when you see his age in comparison to everyone else.
Yeah, the elder statesman of the team, isn't he?
Yeah, but it's still fragging up a storm. He's kind of had a second life.
Well, he wasn't the star on Mad Lions, was he? Nope. Right, on Mad Lions, Roy wasn't the star whatsoever. Spinks here, going to lose it all, and are they going to run him down in time? Could have put their bodies on the line, but just going to be saved right there. Does keep 1M4 across, but the cash is light. ENCE in trouble. I don't know how else we can spell this. This is fantastic for the Flames.
I haven't seen ENCE look this human so far here in Antwerp.
I did not expect Flames to be able to operate in this capacity because of how close the game was against the Eagles.
Yeah,
right. That was a 16-14 game where if clutches weren't given over, Flames could have lost it. And now against ENCE, they're getting business done 15-8.
It's also quite a luxury when you do play the map and then play it directly after. You can kind of tighten up the ship, trim any of the loose threads and oopsies of that first Ancient, and it's definitely looking like a very regimented squad here for the Flames. ENCE trying an aggressive maneuver. The counter molly is in. The spray, oof, does find Nikodos down to 39. And they are battling for this control now very effectively. No opening kill to be found. Hades is actually flirting with aggression on that mid L-bend. It's Yabi's responsibility, but at least Hades will be a bit of an early warning sign. Any steps he hears will help and aid in a rotate, because for now it is just going to be D here again, and a Deagle is not the perfect weapon for the job.
What are you meant to do as well in a retake with one flash?
A single flashbang is all they have. Okay, so yeah, D her double Deag, or this goes horribly wrong. And Flames.
Oh, it might
start to commit. Spinks has found one, but it's all onto D here. He is going to try and play it passive, hope for a close quarters. This is a big one for Hades. He's let it slip. And down there goes another. This seems like the Flames are going to take it 16-8, and only 3 CTs to try and voice concerns. Make it 2. Snappy down. Spinks trying to be the hero of this round. He does have Madden in tow. 3 Danes looking to go 2-0. Nice again from Madden. Zyphon comes out of the corner. It is all onto Spinks. Time half gone. He's got 2 to find. He has to force these fights, and they're bringing it to him. 1 through the box. 20 HP. The Flames will sail into the 2-0 category. Spirit first, raising an eyebrow. Copenhagen Flames with no sweat into the 2-0 category.
And that was pretty cushy, wasn't it? They just walked that one home right there. Fantastic work on that T side to close things down, and just beautiful Counter-Strike across the board. They got it done. and in good fashion. I'm really excited to see Flames in this event, right? This team, after the last major, we thought they were going to get signed by a big org, find themselves with some of those partner team slots and be in the big events competing in the Tier 1 Counter-Strike. They had to go back to the doldrums of the Tier 2 online realms, and they were having a bit of a rougher go over there. That's why I called them landers before, right? When they come to the major, the biggest event we have, they do their absolute best work, and looking quite dejected here is Snappy and Co, because it wasn't a close game. They got blown out 16-8 here. Beautiful stuff from the Flames, and these plucky youngsters, they do it again.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of people watching as the Copenhagen Flames story seemed to be cut short. Everyone's talking, who are they? Who's going to pick them up? These guys are the most promising prospects. And then I do believe that online Tier 2, swallowing your pride, losing to teams you haven't been able to research properly, and I can't believe that they've been able to completely put that to one side and get right back to land form. They just take down ENCE. I mean, I read you the list of teams that haven't been able to take down ENCE. There's only one that's been able to beat ENCE in recent history, and that was G2, who are, as we saw, very competitive with Navi earlier on in the day. So really, really big scalp, and a lot of praise, I'm sure, to be hailed towards Copenhagen Flames. We do have the panel waiting in the wings, so let's hear what they have to say.
Absolutely, a lot of deserved praise for the Flames. Unbelievable. And I also like that chat at the end there kind of laid it out in terms of, the road since the Stockholm Major. Well, it's a pretty good record if you're going to show your best Counter-Strike at the Major, I presume, Pimp.
For sure. It was a Cinderella story during the Stockholm Major. Then afterwards, it was a terrible period, up and down. Couldn't really figure out where they were going to play. Would they stay in Flames? Would they go to Complexity? There was rumors about Cloud9. As a player, that must be difficult to deal with, obviously, so you can give them a bit of a cushion in that regard. But we must admit that every single time they come into a big tournament, we saw it during the RMR, going 3-0, highly surprising, beating NIP 2-0. Now coming into this major, they're now one series away from being, one of the first teams to qualify for the playoff. I am thoroughly impressed with what I see from Flames right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're super well drilled. Like, every single time I see them in flanking positions. They're all chilling, they're waiting, they're not overextending, they're always together. They have that unison of their playing. You see it. You see how well drilled they are. And they've always been that kind of good prep team. Huxi, I know, is a super hard worker, and he demands it out of every single person on the team. And it's showing right here.
Yeah, Pimp, you used the word gimmicky, and I think maybe some people may interpret that in a different way, but it does also mean studying the setups, putting in the hours. We heard it about Zip and there. Same thing for Huxi, and it's starting to show. And I wanted to pull up round 22 for against ENCE rather, but for the Copenhagen Flames, because they had a little bit of a setup and they caught Hades out twice, being able to break into the site.
They kept on pouncing and pouncing and pouncing on Hades. That was part of the preparation you talked about right here. Very simple, a couple of smokes exploding in towards the A bomb side, and that's it, round over. They did it so many rounds. They even finished the very last round of the game doing the exact same thing. It was clear to me to see the Copenhagen Flames have located a weakness within the ENCE defense, and they kept on pounding and pounding and pounding. And I also do want to say, ENCE, why don't you adjust to it? You left Hades alone so many times, and it cost you more or less the entire game.
Yeah.
I want to use this point because of how much they struggled on their first side. They had to use 3 pauses, and their coach had to save it until literally the last moment to make adjustments, and it was way too late. So they only had 1 pause on the CT side, and that's why I think they couldn't make those adjustments in time.
Was it disappointing to you that ENCE, who we've seen being a team that can bounce back within rounds based on individual prowess as well as problem solving, was not able to solve this problem?
I think one of the key things that Flames did really, really well was neutralizing these cave pushes I usually see from ENCE, where they just pound out and just go and clean up the whole place. They utilized the timing of their utility so that they could constantly contact and group towards that A site. With Hades, a few times were left alone, and they actually played out those post plans super well as well, which is not an easy thing to do on A.
I'm sure if you ask ENCE after this game, right, they never felt comfortable moving around the map. You talked about the flank positions all of the time being set up by Copenhagen Flames. Whenever ENCE were in a situation where they had to rotate over to help Hades, they were never comfortable moving around the map. There will always be a guy in middle flanking, hiding somewhere, so you can't use middle as a rotation path. Then you're stuck in CT spawn, who they just kept on re-smoking time after time after time. So it was clear to me to see that Copenhagen Flames set themselves up for the success this, which is also why I want to give them the majority of the credit here. A little bit disappointed in ENCE. I expected more, but Copenhagen Flames, they played a perfect Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they were super annoying to play against as well, right? And I do think for ENCE, it's back to the drawing board then. And it's kind of tricky with me for ENCE because I feel like a lot of people are starting to really buy into the project, into the hype because of the results to back it up. But then something like this happened, right? So it's all about how they are going to bounce back. But as an aside, Spirit and the Copenhagen Flames are 2-0. If you think about the possibilities there, some other teams are going to feel the fire on their feet in terms of what they have to do to make it to the playoffs.
It's going to be crazy. Like the 1-1 games tomorrow, right? You're going to have FaZe in there. You're now going to have ENCE in there. You potentially
Heroic.
have G2 in there, Heroic. It's going to be crazy. It's almost like the 1-1 games are where all the favorites meet. And as you said, a potential Spirit versus Copenhagen Flames in a 2-0 game. That'll be interesting.
It's crazy. Copenhagen Flames at Stockholm, they also had 2 chances to make it, but we won't remind them of that. We will just praise them for how good position they are in now with that 2-0. Super impressive. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with our next matchup, Big versus Navi.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everyone. Time for Big versus Navi. What a great matchup. They both won their opening matches, Big over Imperial and Navi over G2, which was such an interesting and exciting game, which they'll probably be very happy that they were able to pull out in the end. But that does give us quite a spicy one. Now, Big, I think, still the underdog in this matchup, but you can't count them out. They made it here 3-0 through the RMR, beating outsiders and FaZe. So when it comes to their track record, they didn't steal it, their spot at the Major, and they're looking to emphasize that once again versus Navi.
I'd say they're looking to cement themselves as one of the teams we can count on going into the playoff, perhaps, right? I feel this is a great test. Obviously, it's a best of one, so there's that caveat to it. We don't get to see them in a best of three just yet. But I think the way Big qualified, as you so beautifully laid out right here, was impressive. Crimbo played well, Tabson played well, and the team of Big just seemed like it was a new, fresh look, right? They got rid of Keto, brought in Crimbo, and the way Big Clan is playing right now, there's nothing that really tells me they should be able to play in the playoff.
No, I think it makes them a little bit more of a consistent team also bringing in Crimbo, because Kilo usually had like very on and off performances, and nothing against a great player, but Crimbo's really shown like some crazy amazing moments. Like even in the game, I remember the last game was like he was CT event and he was able to bring like 3 with him in a situation that he shouldn't have.
It's crazy. I remember when the big move happened, they said we're bringing in Faven. It's like the biggest move in the German scene. Yeah. He's been anchoring great, but it's been all about Crimbo, right? On trial, but now definitely a sure bet for the side of Big. And we wanted to highlight him in this one versus Navi. Crimbo versus Perfecto, who are similar, but yet so different.
Yeah, I feel like every time we see Crimbo play, we get to learn more about him, right?
Yeah.
He's still a relatively new player to the scene, but we do see him being put into a role where he's clutching a lot. We saw that a lot during the RMR. Pulled off, I think, 6, 7, 8 clutches in that tournament. Some of them very, very impressive. 1v3s, 1v2s, and we know Perfecto. He's a known quantity in those clutches. Yeah. Now, I like the style Crimbo is clutching in, because you brought it up so perfectly in the green room when we discussed it, Devil, that Crimbo is more like a wildcard in a sense, where Perfecto always makes the right play in a sense.
Yeah. And I've talked at length about Crimbo as well with my old IGL Crystal. He created a team with him before he went to the big academy, of course, and he used to spam me, literally spam me with how good Crimbo was and is, of course.
Yeah, and I think it's high praise to be put in this graphic, right, and put across from someone like Perfecto, but then we also can't kind of undercut what Perfecto has done. I think in this match versus G2 specifically, he was needed at some times in earlier parts in that game, right? We call him Big Brain often as well. So let's see how that plays out. I'd like to look at the oppers as well. How can we not? Searson and Simple. Some beautiful shots from Simple today again in that G2 match. What do we think?
Simple is Simple, right? He needs no further introduction. The best player ever to touch this game. So let's talk a bit about Searson.
Okay.
Let's talk about Searson. He's a player that has a period, during COVID, he was also one of the best in the world with AWP. He had a really good period where he made it to the top 20 list of all individual players out there. There's been this question mark surrounding Searson a little bit. Can he perform as well as he did during COVID online? And I've seen glimpses of it. I haven't seen the same amount of consistency, but that's where it falls with me. If Searson, if online Searson, the consistency he brings onto the online games, if that transfers into the LAN environment, I will start to back up Big to be a team that can be very dangerous. But I need to see it, especially going up against a guy like Simple, who is, as said, one of the best in the game.
Something that's special, I think, about Searson is the way they set up moves around him. I've stolen a bunch of stuff that he actually have done for my players, and they usually set up very aggressive early map control takes with his AWP, and then he just sits there, waits until he can punish someone in a move.
Something I love about Searson, you said it so beautifully right here. They set him up in an aggressive position, but he's the type of AWP player who takes a shot, falls back, finds a new position, takes a shot, falls back, takes a new shot, falls back. Very safe, very methodical, but not a player that dies in opening duels. More or less, he's punishing other guys, trying to go for the openings.
And because of the explosiveness rather, that Crimbo has been able to bring, that is balancing out. But here we're getting a look at Navi. Of course, I feel like it's kind of their mission, right? They have all this stuff going on around them, which is obviously hard for them to deal with, but they're trying to regain that final boss status, right? They're trying to regain that #1 spot in the world. Beating G2 in your opening match at the Major, I think, is a great start-off point, but what will they have to look out for so that they don't fall to a surprisingly good Big?
Continue down the same path, take that great experience from G2 and just continue to play well. I think for Navi, it's very important to, as you said, understand that there's a lot of stuff going on around them right now. Yeah. A lot of the players can't even live at home anymore. They live, elsewhere in a foreign country, yet they're still coming into the Major seemingly well prepared. So I expect a lot from Navi, but I also do respect the fact that right now it would be natural if Navi needs a couple of games before they're up running 100%.
Yeah, but they're also this team, every time you watch them, there's a crazy game, like something something crazy is about to happen. And they're so good in clutches, but I want to bring up the mentality they had in that G2 game. I thought it was over. I thought G2 had full control, and then Simple comes and clutches it out and brings it back. They bring it to overtime, and they could actually close it out. That shows a lot of resilience.
It does. I have a wonderful quote from Blade, actually, that he gave in an interview to HLTV. He said, yes, we have problems emotionally. Everyone is not exactly in the right place. But we need to realize that if each player does not give 100%, we're going to regret it in the future anyway. And I think that resilience is something out of Navi that we have always seen that is also incredibly poignant when it comes down to the clutches that need to be made at times. But we're going to Ancient again. It's like it's the only map that can be picked today.
You want to hear a stat that is not really too good if you look at the big side?
Sure.
It is 231 days since Navi last lost a game on Ancient. They are unbeaten on the map in the past 6 months. It's been a while. Navi are one of the best teams in the world on Ancient. They are consistent on it. They don't play it a lot because people don't want to play it against them, so they remove it. So I'm a little bit afraid for Big.
Talk to me through why Navi is so good on Ancient. What's their setup?
Oh, everything they do, right? Simple roaming around with AWP. They have a very good cave player as well. Perfecto playing the A role perfection, I would say. Ancient to me is a clutch map as well. You have a lot of 3v3 retakes happening on both A and B, and Navi is just one of the best teams in the world in order to stay cohesive, stay together, and play with synergy in those moments.
Yeah, I really want to highlight they're one of the best teams in the world when they lose an entry. They are so good at bringing it back, even if a player goes down early. They have that, ability, and I think that is why they're so hard to beat.
Wow, how do you beat a team that's fine even if they lose the entries, right? Let's see a bit of a playground here for Navi, but maybe Big can show us something even more than they have already and beat the Juggernaut. Let's see.
Juggernaut's notoriously big, Efja, and we'll have to see if the Germans can match that misnamer. I don't know what to expect with this one. The bookies seem to have already started digging the grave for Big Clan. Navi is a titan.
Yeah, have they forgotten God B's back? And he's pretty nerdy, and it's on Ancient, the newest map in the pool, so maybe once they get towards that T side, we can see something a little bit funky in the play here. But Crimbo and Faven, we're talking about all these major debutantes. They are definitely so, right? We had the warm-up game for Navi, the major grand final rematch that went to overtime on Mirage right there. But now we get stuck in with Big, who I think they've definitely been turning a lot of heads in recent times.
This
would turn heads. The addition of Crimbo, right, has really kicked them up a gear, and now God B back in the mix here, back in the coaching chair. Let's see how far this team can go. Perfecto flash in the cave early here. Has to deal with Jewel. He's on the other side in the hands of Tabson.
Yeah, roll of his shoulders. He heard steps, so he knows that he is to be tested. Ooh. Brazen on the re-peek. He does hold that tight line. Trying to repel Bit, though. Just a Glock is all he needs. Navi put the first in the feed. Simple up ramp. They have cave. Slow and steady wins the race. Faven. Oh, wow. Bit just forces him off. Nice taps, and Simple unable to finish. But already the whole site is now covered in Navi members. They need to take some space back. They have no site control. Tizian makes that clear. Oh, just shy. I don't know how Tizian survived. And now from the flank, Crimbo does strike onto Simple. Electronic one. Oh, Crimbo. Not bad at all. Any more where that came from? 2 remain. Likely cave, they say. And it's Bit still on that box. Both now confirmed. It's the clicks now. The duel. Bit is doing it all for Navi. 3 with this Glock. He is on the defuse. A full 10-second. Not going to happen. And just the 2 of them. They'll make it through. 4 out of Bit. He starts that round and he single-handedly closes.
He was massive for them as well within the earlier throws over there on Mirage against G2 here. So massive stuff for Bit as well. And we've always talk about the mechanical ability of this individual right here. I think he's taken over the moniker of being the headshot machine in Counter-Strike ever since we've lost Scream. But this kid is just a monster. A great opening as well from Crimbo to get into play with 2 big kills. He's a name that I think we need to start becoming familiar with shouting at the top of our lungs right here. Because for Big, for German Counter-Strike, it's been Tabson. Sirison has his moments, but they always felt like they were lacking firepower. If Crimbo is that individual who steps on up, seemingly from nowhere as far as Tier 1 Counter-Strike goes and being on our screens, this would be great, right? This would be great. Tabson could actually have some help.
It is cool to see how quickly these rising stars can be put into teams like this.
Well, this is the thing, right? Faven was the individual who, is in Sprout for a while, and he was the one putting the firepower down range for them. And it's like, okay, yeah, once he gets added to the mix, Big might take a step on up. Sure, he's been added. Sure, he's been able to find some contributions. But really, I think that Crimbo is the individual that has changed the whole dialogue around this team. A little bit skew-if right there on the spam. One and done. Faven will find the trade off of tabseN, pick on up the Mac 10. How much more damage will Navi sustain as they have made their way out onto A?
Our defending major champions clear their corners eventually after a couple of warning shots out of Tizian, and he is going to grab another. So good cash injected into the bank account of Electronic, a safe plant, uncontested. And more cash as well. But yeah, like returning to the Crimbo conversation, another 18-year-old, 19 I think maybe now.
I think he's 19.
Okay, so another teen. And then on the other side of things, you know, Bit doing the same thing. So you've got Monacy, Bit, Crimbo. How many of these 18-year-olds are just immediately just getting plonked into a top 5 team and thriving? I mean, it's not how it used to go, Chad. It's not how it used to go.
No, and I think the thing is, being in this team who has a bit of experience around it now, obviously, with the likes of tabseN and tabseN, who felt like they've been here forever. I'm curious if now that they have Crimbo and Faven, that Godby's gone, all right, well, now I will coach Counter-Strike. Now I have a team that I think can win. If that's brought him back to the, I want to say the dark side, but pretty sure he was over there in Valorant qualifying in events and whatnot, and he's gone, you know what, I'm going to come back and coach the boys.
Yeah, I mean, Big Clan and the German Counter-Strike have always just been close to deep playoff runs.
Finally a full German team as well. No Smuya, no Zentares, right?
They're coming knocking on A. We discussed his prowess, and he's just going to have an Angel with Bit. I wouldn't fancy his chances. And actually, neither does Faven. He'll back away. Call for aid in the form of Tizian.
They're giving up the space here. I think Tizian's trying to line something up for them to work around. Yeah, this might be a smoke that they can one way around. You can see he's trying to poke himself in the corner here. So yeah, lobs that one forward, gives them something to live forward and play behind.
I kind of like it. You can see Faven knows what to do with it because it gives him this angle to stop that cross. Electronic, bomb on the floor thanks to Faven's M4. And more in mid. searson has taken down that ledge lurk. It does mean that the majority and the whole body of this assault is now just grouped up on A. The door to be locked by a slow crawl out of searson. Big out of Simple, quickly meets that trade, and Faven has got 3. Coming to his site, he leaves with 3 scalps on his belt, and Big Clan passed their first test on A.
Yeah, who thought that they would have a filthy little one-way smoke to work with right there? This is big we're talking about after all. Always have something a little bit odd in terms of the execute and utility department, and we see that in the early stages of Ancient here. So first gun round has been confirmed. Navi should be able to get something that resembles a buyout here, but I think there'll be some omissions. A couple of Tech 9s, a couple of AK-47s. Yuto is there, and this time around a bit more pressure over towards mid and B early. Electronic created a gap for himself to work around.
Oh, it looks like there's more Big Clan antics to be lined up.
Looks like a cave smoke in the hands there a bit, so once they know that tabseN's in cave, if they just want to circumvent him, smoke it off and just beeline in towards the site and try and deal with Crimbo here, who's lobbed out one of his own design. That'll stall them out till about the 1 minute mark.
It looks like they want to throw Util on the fade and a full commit. Now, there will be quick for first responders. You can see the 2-man mid setup will be quick to the ledge. tabseN does still have his smoke. Oh, he's run down and deleted, clotheslined by a Tech 9.
Well, maybe don't smoke code now.
Perfect weapon for the job, and already they're going to flood in. Smokes are in the air, and bodies are on the deck. Crimbo's gone. Big Clan going to struggle to get themselves back into this round. It might be a better call just to let him have it.
searson's in cave already. He found that kill into Electronic. The pressure's coming. They're boxed in.
Yeah, and Faven's already cleared long. They're all on the site. So many bodies. Another one for Tizian. 2-on-2. Low is Boomich, trying to find anywhere just to hide and rot the clock. searson late from cave. They will head CT. This is actually Tizian's job. Oh, he's got Boomich. Simple to come up clutch. They know where he is as well. Perfect. searson should be able to have this dead to right. A flash and a smoke, and a great retake out of the German squad.
Oh, timeout called here. And I want to reflect on their earlier match of the day against Imperial. Now, Godby called a timeout after the first 3 rounds on the CT side of Nuke. After they had just started, they were kind of close early, and then Big went and separated themselves from the Brazilians, got themselves up to a 14-4 lead. But I just want to reinforce the fact here that Gob is happy to be liberal with the timeouts in the early stages. Now, this is just to help the team reflect on what might be coming. They know the bomb went down. They know that they lost 3 individuals they're big that they will have to reinvest into. So just having a bit of a conversation here is Gob, conferring with Tabson, and maybe you've only been watching Counter-Strike over the last couple of years. Well, Godby is a legend of the German Counter-Strike scene. Going back into the 1.6 days, he played in Mouse Sports, who now is an international team. But that is back when Mouse were one of the best squads in the world under Godby's leadership. And then coming into CSGO, Tabson in the early days had Godby as his in-game leader. Right, they had NRG, they had a bunch of rosters there. They had Legia in the mix. We even had names like PTR. It does get a little bit crazy when I start talking about the Fuglies and stuff of the world when they're over there in North America living in Vegas. But Tabson learnt from Godby, and now he has him back behind him as the coach.
See what that timeout has led them to change and alter or just be aware of. 2 smokes landing in A immediately. You can see Faven will not have that one way, but does delete Bit just as he rounds the corner. And you can hear Navi have flooded the site, but Faven's coming through, loses his life. Tizian is in close proximity for the rebuttal, but gets nothing done. Searson's charging towards the A halls. The flank will be quick.
It's always Searson.
Yeah, nice to see him activated early. And back turned. Electronic was not ready for this so quick. Oh, and bursting into Simple. He does not react in time. Big, making light work of this retake. I say that as Boomich has somehow pulled 2 out of his arse. Holding. Trying to contest it. The smoke might force the push. This is cheeky. They can't find the knife to the back. And there's going to be just enough time to get that defuse through. Whoa, there must have been half a second on it. You can see Perfecto just pulling out the butterfly into the spine, but a second too late. Searson's flank, the reason they get away with that.
Can you imagine just sitting the defuse in this situation? Tabson knowing the only way was forward through those smokes. Searson bodyguards too little, but not too late. Round confirmed. Beautiful stuff right there. And Searson actually went into that round with only an MP9, so the fact that they pull that one off, he can get the big green out now.
Do love a bit of a Searson orb.
So does he.
Yeah, he really does, and he's going to be activated early towards the cave position. 3 members of Navi dispatched to that side of the map, 2 through mid, one of them being Simple himself. Ooh. Tagged up, Crimbo known, Boomich. Actually taking a lot of beating through the boards there. That FAMAS brings him low, and that nade will put him 6 feet lower. Buried alive is Crimbo, gone. 4 on 4, and it will slow down.
Good exchange right there, right? Boomich obviously gave up his life for that territory, and Perfecto trading on back is actually huge during all of this. Faven heads up play, quite active to take back some main control, and actually wants to push the issue here. Electronic, how ready are you for this one?
Yeah, wow, big. It's surprising to see so many early CT info pushes, but Faven not ready for Electronic. Just tucked into the L-bend safe.
And he has 7 kills. He's been the thorn in their side every time they've gone towards A. Now they have 7 seconds on the clock and the map to work with. But Tizian with a reaggress. Electronic's about to get caught knife in hand. He's a dead man. 3. Ooh, I was going to say on 3, but now 3 on 2. They have to go B. They know the A aggression's in. There's one way forward, no way back.
We haven't seen Tamsin activated yet. Round 6 may be his turn. His moment in the spotlight. He's only got a FAMAS against 3 vicious Navi players. Timing it right. Waiting for the clear. Simple. Knows. Can't contest the plant. Cave, nothing to report. And actually does get away with it. Should be a trade, but no. Bit goes down as well. Monstrous from Tabson. And Simple to come up clutch. Crosses in the right place, but a quickie out of Tabson. Damn! He does activate when he needs to. And it will be Big extending their lead. Orp for Searson recovered, but everyone pulling their weight. It was Tabson's turn.
Just steps on now, and dinks Simple there, right?
Dicks him too, bro.
Big dicks him right there, that's for sure. Like, that was massive work from him.
Let me see it again. Do we get it?
Yeah, it's the dink on the way on out. Simple's rattled immediately, and Tab's a massive play from him.
4-2.
He's got such a stone face. You know, sometimes we've seen Big very quick to celebrate their victories in the midst of a best of one. It seems like Godby's brought a calming presence to them. It just is a case of, we know what the final objective is. We're leaving today with 2 wins and 0 losses. But I mean, the first game, one thing. The second is up against Navi. Imperial and Navi on very different ends of the spectrum in this Legend stage.
Yeah, that's for sure. Sure, both have major wins, but one's been in recent history. I can't believe that one right there. The fact that Electronic was able to get away with that kill on that Faven push in the open of middle like that as well, you think at that point the round's done, but the regress from Tizian was beautiful right there. It forced Navi towards B, and then the in-game leader steps up and delivers with 3 massive frags, even retains that AWP for Sirison to have another crack with that. Now a timeout taken for Blade, the coach of Navi, to chip on in and have a conversation here. Money does equate to a buy. Galil's the emissions. No, AK in the hands of Bit or Boomich, but out mid again.
Okay, Electronic, woof, deletes Tizian, and Faven's his next victim. We know how rounds could go. Very quick here on Ancient, sticking around this and can't afford to stay too long.
Yeah, nice deep molly there. Util alone will push that AWP back, and well, that's the 2 more A-heavy members already removed from the piece, but the pace from Navi is allowing the rotation to come back on over here. There's no commitment. Bomb is quite literally still down in T-spawn, about to be scooped on up from Perfecto. And as they gather the troops, they gather the forces and head back towards A, mid is about to be called clear. Tabson and Crimbo could be over towards this A site to make it a very jarring prospect for Navi just to get this bomb down, and they have a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, Donuts occupied, nothing reported by Searson's up. Now the Util's landing on A, so Crimbo's reaction is everything here. He actually advancing through and to the smoke. They're going to boost. Might have an angle here. Simple's so close. They heard that, but still vision. And actually enables them to hold this boost. See if they can just find a way in. Boomich is about to be the round winner if he's required. And now just to take all of it away. Nope. That AWP is mine, and Crimbo is his last. Lovely from Boomich. You can see what that means to him. That they know just how good a clean T round, taking everything away from your CTs. This is going to be a change of momentum, shifting from what was Big Clan straight back to Natas Finsir.
Yeah, been quite back and forth in these opening stages here. And as you mentioned, as you prefaced, it is going to be down into the doldrums as far as the buy is concerned. That was only 1,400 loss bonus injected in towards the back belt. So Electronic with these 2 massive kills. The round felt done here, but there were still moments where it could have fallen apart. You see the beak there sticking over the top, and well, Boomich closing it all down, and they are actually going to force buy in.
Oh, good timing. You see the restraint from Tizian, waiting for the flames to arrive before he does advance, but advance he will. Simple is posted. You don't have to go further than this, but he does! And look, Electronic catches the first 50 caliber round right to the skull. Advantage big. AK retrieved. Problems now for Navi. They have nothing to celebrate. Maybe B, as Boomich turns the corner and confirms that they do have access to lane.
Yeah, this is a real issue because they don't have mid control. Sure, there's plenty of time on the clock right here, but you're scratching your head in terms of where the rest of the members of Big are. You know they've scooped up that AK, so that now lies in wait. Gonna be a gamble stack and a half here out of Big, though. Look at the rotation back on over. They're hedging their bets completely towards B.
It's the wrong call.
Yeah, if Bit pokes his head in towards A, within the next 5 to 10, they should be able to usher their way in, but the chessboard that is Ancient right now, they've taken back the B lane control. These pistols are still a threat here if they get a move on now.
As soon as that bomb's down, should be a Navi round. Admittedly, though, it's not yet planted, so time for them to close this gap is elapsed.
Do they hang around and look for a kill, or do they hold on to their goodies and play with it again into the next? Because they will have to eco next round. So with the bomb planted, with the site being fortified, maybe the save call is the best option. Perfecto with some warning shots there, and yeah, okay, playing the percentages are big. It is the right call to make. It's not the exciting one, but it will allow Navi to tie things up 4-4. It also allows Big to be threatening into the next, where otherwise it would just be USPs.
So while we wait for this bomb to blow up, let's play a game. People are watching, as well as you, Chad. Can we look at Boomich, please? Can we look at that AK?
Oh, okay.
So how much do you think this AK is worth?
Is this, are we doing it like higher or lower?
Whoever gets closest out of us two, because someone's going to do the research for us. But it looks like a... Oh.
Well, I reckon before it fell out of his hands, it was worth $150,000.
Bloody hell.
Someone made it, I don't know if this is real, because I only quickly checked on the interwebs, but I saw a thread about Brokey's knife. And someone said something like 1.5 million, and that can't be the case. 1.5 million for a CSGO skin.
I mean, geez, Louise, maybe. I know that there's a lot of very expensive stickers on Boomich, case hardened as well. Is it a blue gem? I don't know.
Well, if Zipple or any of these guys who love their skins out there, let us know, because we're fish out of water in this regard.
It looks pricey. That's all I know.
I thought you knew. That's why you were luring me into the conference. That's why I said 150. It's probably worth nothing.
No, dude, it is definitely worth something. I can tell you that much. I'd probably argue maybe, 70, 80,000, something crazy.
Yeah, still a ridiculous amount of money.
A
for deposit
a virtual,
on a house, a car.
For a virtual AK-47. Look at it. It is pretty. Titan, iBuyPower, some names that have been and gone.
Where are the Vox stickers? That's what I'm saying.
2014. It was a while ago now.
Tell me about it. And we've actually already had a while of this round gone by. Flash forward, Boomich with some space, posturing for mid control here. Smoke forward, Tizian with that AK still, with the fight coming on through. Sirison dealt with.
He gets his one chance, and Tizian will, surely activate. No, Boomich plies his prize AK. Faven should be set for a click. Yeah, a bit too quick with the jiggles. Gets info, gets the headshot, and Big, the second bite of the cherry, still sour.
I felt like it should have been a little bit more threatening than this. Now you go, well, maybe they should have gone for that A retake. They go around the world, back over towards A. Don't want to take any risks here as the pack mentality is dealing... Well, it's not the pack, is it? It's Electronic Solo, takes down tabseN, just the one man. Crimbo, let us know if the Twitter sphere is lighting up with the info we desire. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who may be tuning into Counter-Strike for the first time. Are these guys serious? Are they talking about digital currency?
Bit of a topic of conversation these days.
Yeah. One that I'm sure most people don't want to have.
Certainly not now.
Well, Crimbo, the young gun. 5-7 in hand, and we'll just wait 20 seconds for this bomb to go on off. But it is Navi taking the lead here. 5-4, the score is going to read.
Happy to see that Crimbo's already learning from tabseN. You know, not only just in-game, but out of game. He's employed the gaming pillow strategy, gives you that back support. If you're going to be playing nose to the screen, at least have some lumbar support.
Do you think he BYOs, or do you think it's a hotel pillow?
BYOP?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. I was admiring tabseN's. It did look like a bit of a, a unique one. It wasn't from the bed. That's all I knew. All right, so Navi just centering themselves. 5-round, good T-Hall. Big initially starting strong. Let's not forget that Navi did pick up the pistol. So 4 CT rounds consecutive responded to by Navi with 3 of their own.
Do they want to try and activate Sirison's AWP, or do they just want to allow him to AWP over towards A, right? You can leave him to his own devices. He can lock down that side of the map, no dramas whatsoever. Oh, looking for the boost here in the smoke. You can see them already having that conversation. Electronic will mantle up on the head and looking for Tizian. He's going to find him here, surely.
Oh, didn't see him. Didn't see him. The warning shots come through. Boomich will not be able to find it. Thought a pre-fire was coming. Simple at least manages business. Not going to fall foul to any sort of escape out of Tizian.
He's lucky to get one there, really, isn't he? On our screen, looks like he should have been dead to rights right there, but just not able to find the vision required.
And just on the fade, they're actually both playing it. Rare to see. And just taking this space. Faven's only on the jiggle, so... Oh.
Saw something.
And Electronic. He's definitely looking sharp, isn't he? 9 already. Puts his name in the feed again here, round 10. Smoke deployed to really sow seeds of doubt. Now, Sirison is the unknown entity in all of this.
He could be a real problem here. There's no pressure from main. He could take pot shots in towards A, and he's not being accounted for.
He's not accounting for Electronic either. Hidden in his scope. Playing it passive. His first shot is so crucial. If it's not onto someone, if it's a miss like that, he loses a lot of its potency. Problems now, Sirison unable to deny the plant. A nice retake smoke to try and close the gap, but Perfecto has full vision of this, Simple as well. I mean, what are they supposed to do? There's 3 of them there already. It looks like Sirison's going to save his AWP.
Yeah, I'm surprised tabseN even had that much of a inquisitive glance there, and he might even get punished for this as the hunt's coming on through. Bit's going to step on out, sees 2, shots fired, and away they go. Crimbo denied. And now Tabson to try and save. The hunt is coming. One is all he can muster as Bit will rip that M4 out of his hands. And Sirrison's not too far away either here.
They really are coming. Sirrison's got company.
Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot.
Oh! Oh, that's scary scenes. Scary scenes. You know eventually the left swipe's coming.
The demeanor of Navi is actually kind of scary right now as well. They're just getting it done. And the stoic look on their face, they're just round after round starting to pile on the pain here. A 2-round lead, you mentioned it before, 5 on the T-half of Ancient is pretty good. Now, the only positive that I can see coming in the favor of Big once we do get onto that second half, if this man here doing a lot of the talking has come up with some crazy map-defining approach with some geek-level utility to catch Navi off guard, right? That's where I'm going to put a lot of my eggs into the big basket on a map like Ancient. And I do like this. We are getting legends of Counter-Strike now returning as coaches, like having Blade as well, right? He's a very fabled individual as well from the region.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
these are Titans now who are just like all standing and clashing, and these are names that if you are an old egg like me and you would have seen them playing back in 1.6 days or early CSGO days as well, as the game's been out for bloody 10 years.
yeah, and this is the fallout of it. What a luxury we have to have. I mean, the likes of Crimbo probably watching God B.
He would have been like 5 or 6 years of age when Godby was competing in Mouse back in 2008. Ready, willing, and able. What
There they go. Wow, so quick into it. They know they're up against the light buy, so there shouldn't be too much to complain about. Careful now. Perfecto's gone down, and they're going to keep coming. They're going to keep coming. Courtesy of Bit, he manages to pull 2 to finish what both of his teammates started. But they know they're up against light buy. They are quick to pull the parachute and elope back to spawn.
But there's 2 AKs that were delivered on towards B that can be scooped on up, right? 2 weapons that can be picked on up here during all of this. Crimbo's grabbed 1. Faven can look to grab the other, and both of them have Kevlar. So that's actually pretty tidy. Rerouting, regrouping, and looking for some space towards middle right now. Tizian has not moved a muscle over towards Donut. That Deagle at that range, the back of the dome, if they, well, do want to slip on through, guess what? They're just making sure mid's clear and heading back over towards B. The cutting of the noise has drawn out a rotation, and Faven's still over towards Cave right now. So, yeah, I thought Bit was going to have a look on in. Knowing they're up against pistols, that would not be the decision anyone would advise.
This has actually worked out so well for Navi, the power of cutting noise. Just looping through mid and bending back on B. The AK hasn't been retrieved, so that's information for Navi, likely Cave. Safe plant. Bomb has been planted. They'll have to rotate through, and they won't be a kit. So the very interesting start from Big, managing to actually beat out both Boomic and Perfecto, trying to brute force in. Now Tizian is slightly threatening. You can see that Bit is staring down at this potential engagement.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, he knows where he is. Oh, an electronic has gone down. Suddenly they're going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Oh dear, Tizian's got the dig, and he's got the round as well. Big will take it on the half buy.
Apparently cutting noise works perfectly for both teams. Just lurking out of Cave with the CZ75 in hand. The defuse comes on through. The 5th round is secured right here. But it felt like they had done enough.
Came out of nowhere, that. Faven just walks through. I think it was the 2 retreating down ramp gave Faven the confidence, and Electronic just was not positioned to catch that walk up.
That is wild right there. Bit had the right idea. Looked like the only one in this post plan who had the right idea, but he was drawn back into that fight because Simple, he's gone looking elsewhere. If they'd stayed tight, they'd stayed tucked together both on that ramp. They could have played off of each other, but they created gaps with their movements. And Big, that's a huge 5th round to steal away from Navi
I mean,
here.
this is going to make Ancient all the more competitive now, Chad. A 5th round already now, or tagging up to it. Oh, the nade on top. A very volatile cocktail for Navi to stomach. There's the nade to finish the job. Sirson puts Boomic down. More nades just barraging over. Taps it with a hard clear.
Great flash.
Follows it up. This is beautiful. Poetry in motion from the Big Clan defense.
Looking for the space on A right now. Sirson, perfect weapon for the job from Spawn. Looking to lock this.
Simple's barely got an arm left to throw these nades. Oh, wow, nice jiggle again. Bit is just a modern-day CS man. Not going to be getting away scot-free. Simple still making that low HP work, but a 2 versus 4 with what? 88 combined Oh, what a shot. Simple. 2 frags on this scrap of health. And he's making a round out of this. Faven wants to deny the plant. Trajectory betrays him. They know where he's coming from. Still catches Simple on the retreat. Need the last bullet. Faven will get it. And Big, they'll tie things up. Neat and tidy.
Oh, looks like he got away with that little filthy one-way again there from that donut one-way. So twice that trick for Faven has been able to find him impact. And sure, that was a round that Navi really had no business in after the early exchanges going down towards B. But Simple makes it interesting. Of course he does. It's the second one that's impressive. A little bit flicky right there through the corner of the wall. But Big leveling it up here. Showing they're not done just yet. Looks like Navi were going to run away with it. But now, as you mentioned, a competitive affair. The extinguished Electronic. He's through again. 1 and 2. That's all you need. The can opener of mid. Electronic does it again.
Oh, not done yet. Simple looking for the final nail. And he does nail. Tapson, Crimbo going to be alone on an island on B. And some hero moments required out of the CTs. See how quick when Electronic is set up for those mid fights. The rounds can come tumbling down. Searson, oh, it's a deep smoke. He should be ahead of it, but Bit will brutalize Searson. You see that slow down on your walk through the smoke. Finishes it with body shots. And poor Crimbo.
Now, Crimbo is good. He's had some moments, I think, of people watching that Imperial game on Nuke. He had that one round near CT event that I have no idea how he pulled it off. I know it was against the light buy, but if they come towards his side and he was switched on in the right direction, I was going to say he could make a kill or two, but bullet in the back of the head looking the wrong way makes my point look silly. And Navi back into the winning ways with 7. We're getting towards the tail end here of this first half. Round number 14 about to get underway, and Big don't want to give up just yet. They are going to buy in with what they have. This is twice Electronic has done this pushing out mid. The fact you can get so much out of him, right? 2 rounds basically confirmed by Electronic's double kill in mid. That's massive work.
Yeah, and that's just a little bit of a relief for the Navi T Hall. Can't expect him to do it again. Searson, deep Molotov, should deny his info. No, actually, it's not quite good enough. And that leads to Boomich being the opening death here. Big would bite your arm off for a 7th here. And with the opening kill, it's advantage to the Germans. Oh, an extended, as Simple just strafes out into the AWP of Searson. Oh, and there's more to be had. Searson plucks Bit on the advance. It's Electronic across. That could be perhaps underestimated. You can see he's got angles to play with. To the bombs in mid, there should be no way that Navi get back into this. Should being the operative word. Faven on his jiggles. Electronic's been very, very good. But Searson's better today. 4 frags from Searson in the round. A quad kill to put 7 on the board.
Yeah, staying very agile with the AWP there, right? I don't think Simple was expecting that rotation to come in as quick as it did, right? Over towards Cave, then immediately repositions towards the top mid, gets that kill, and then finds the follow-up right there. So back and forth again. Unable to separate these two teams as we do have the B-Stream update. Furia 2 rounds away from picking up the victory over Liquid and sending them down to the 0-2 column, where Furia will be finding themselves in the 1-1 category. We got FaZe there with their win over BNE. Heroic after their loss to Spirit.
Oh, 1-1 sounds pretty daunting, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's going to put some teams for the third day of play into a very awkward position. More best of ones to come tomorrow, 4 in total, over the 2 streams. And jump and incendiary forward to stall out the progressive Boomage here. Oh, Tabs, this is a big fight.
Searson. A little aggression of his own here. Oh, and a miss, but gets away. No harm, no foul, the smoke up, and this aggressive play unnoted. They don't know Tizian's here, and Searson's posted up for any inquisitive tease. May have heard the drop-off. Tabson, Molotov'd out, trying to hold mid. Oh, wow, he adjusts. He had the smoke in his hand, and he still takes the head off of Electronic. Tip, spotted, Bit with the headshot off the AK. And now they want to pivot. Is it into the clutches of Tizian? He's just got vision back. 2-man donut setup. And whirling through the smoke is Bit activating through Red House. Perfecto to deal with his ramp clear. Crosshairs bang on the money. Is he ready for Tabson? He's more than postured correctly. And that's the double Perfecto. He's been quiet so far, but in the final round, he may have done enough.
This is going to be quick, though. They could deny them getting up. Oh, just the timing there. They've slinked on past before that peek's come on through, but both of them are going to be very swiftly either coming through cave or the flank on long. Bomb planted, smoked off for now. 2 on 4. Difficult one for Big to get into here.
How are you supposed to win this one? Catch Simple off guard, but nothing to report. The Navi leave with a lead after a T-half start. Impressive, but Big competitive. Now, you were talking a little bit about it, Chad, and this is where we do get to see if Big have anything brand new. Whether or not you're whipping it out in this best of one, I think it's a safe assumption that you would. And God be already on the mic.
Yeah, and this is curious, right? How much can you really come up with in modern day Counter-Strike where you can do a strategy and within 12 hours, YouTube has it up in many different facets, broken down from every single angle, exactly how you throw it, exactly how you used it, and the whole Counter-Strike world knows. So when you have something new, you got to decide how you're going to use it, when you're going to use it. And as you mentioned, this would probably be the best opportunity to do so. If you can put yourself in the 2-0 column in the Legends stage, knowing that Spirit, knowing that Flames lie in that 2-0 boat as well, yeah, you're going to pull it on out.
So, quick smoke to the Red House. CTs respect it. And tap through. 3-man contact crawl into the cave. Perfecto's actually playing a smoke defense, not going to be taking the fight.
Jiggling for info on both the ramp and cave, and he has to delay, has done exactly that. 20 seconds bought, allowing the potential for the rotation to come on over. There'll be no info mid.
He just smoked again.
Hold on a second, so they've smoked him off.
Perfecto has no answer.
It's drawing the rotation.
Yeah, it would.
It's drawing a heavy rotation. Just going to be Simple on the site. And just Simple, I say, he's actually now greeted with Electronic, who's been having a good game.
Yeah, finger on the pulse. You've got a good idea as to what's coming this way. Simple Electronic to get through. And up and over does not render anything. Nice click. Simple 2. 1 through. Faven needs something. Tabson's already equalized. Trying to find it on the jiggles. Deletes another. Faven's gone. And only Tabson looking to come up clutch. He is dancing with them and just gets into the temple for a fresh clip. They'll double peek. He knows it and loses out to Perfecto. Well recovered from Navi, counting their lucky blessings that they had Simple capable of in that, all of that, picking apart and finding a multi-kill. So Navi will take that pistol.
It drew the rotation, didn't it? But Simple didn't move a muscle. And if the big man himself is staying on campus, you can see what he can do, just clicking away with his USP in hand.
3 lovely headshots out of Simple with the USP.
Full eco from Big here. AKs will be coming out into the next round to play. Round 18, we'll see our first gun round. So right now, it's about expending that CT utility, making sure that Navi have to recycle that and buy it into the next. And if you can get a kill or a plant, that is going to be a bonus, right? Any kills they can get, if they get the bomb down, that's going to be a massive positive here for Big. It'll help bolster the buy. It'll help force Navi to expend a little bit more cash money, as we can see silenced MP5 in the hands of Bit over towards A right now. You don't see that weapon getting purchased up too often. It tends to be the MP9s or the SMG of choice on the CT side.
Electronic's been a bit of an MP5 fanatic, perhaps. Bit's been bitten by the bug.
I like this little setup they have here, right? So Electronic is jump peeking, Simple is tucked on in towards the cutout in mid. So they, as soon as they see Electronic top mid, they would be glued and Simple gets a couple of easy kills. But it's the M4 that's in this position, so I was going to say he can't be very mobile. Now he's made himself known. Let's see how many Bit gets over towards A here. Really, you would love to see him deny the plant here if you are a Navi fan.
Oh, lovely movement, but it really isn't a problem for Bit. He's handled the first and run out of bullets. So there's the kill, that's the plant, and that's denied. Whew. Just in the nick of time. Electronic gets that, shuts it down. Crimbo's giving it a good go. And they get it. Wow, mission accomplished, Chad. They get 2 frags and a bomb plant out of the full eco.
I'm thinking where did Simple's M4 go? Because they ran in towards Donut and they didn't scoop it up. I guess because it would have been in the line of sight towards mid. But a part of me thought, hey, did they get that? Did they throw that on top of the Donut right there to deny it? But no. It's been scooped on up by Boomich here. A great round for Big, all things considered. You'd be very, very happy with a round like that. 2 kills and a bomb plant on a full eco. Yes, please. As Navi, sure, get up to the double digits, but we're about to get into the thick of things now. The rifle's about to come on out, and with that plant, look at how much better the buy is looking at. AWP would not have been possible otherwise, and tabseN's just purchased that one to give over to his star, Sirison, who's found 15 kills so far, leading the way for his team.
Is he going to forget to buy armor? It's an easy mistake. No, thank you. Okay, game on. Advantage big in the weapon department for our 18th round of play. Going through their flowchart early. Utility for containment. Didn't quite nail the flash. CTs are dumping, util though. As the cave player Boomich with the last of his smoke. Gets it down. Molotov can completely lock him into the cave position.
Really? Okay, I was going to say push on through. He needs to be very careful with those type of maneuvers when FaZe is in a position like that. You can see him giving warning shots. So Boomich, I don't think he'll try that one again as he drops on back. But donut control, at least it's been poked on in here, so it's threatening.
So, I mean, when you haven't got it occupied, you can see, look at the paranoia. Immediate rotate out of Simple. Not having donut and not having answers in mid, whilst B is getting knocked on as well. This gets your Feckles up. You can see that was the last defensive smoke they have. Just 2 flashbangs remain on the belt loops of Navi.
Yeah, it's a good amount of pressure applied right here. Unknown as Donut is, and so is Cave. So as they head on back towards B, there's currently just the one defender here.
Oh, he's going to really sell it. An A smoke towards the temple side. Perfecto and Boomich up against it all. They've still got util. Big Clan have really played this well. Navi are really going to have no way, no avenue to contest this plant. They're going to have to let it go down, play, regroup, and Flash is great. Just
9
can't
seconds.
contest the plant. Boomich down, Perfecto down as well. A quick flurry from the T side, and now the bomb is planted. It is bit and simple though. Not a pair you'd want to underestimate. But backing away, they know this one favors the Big Clan boys, and backing away, they even had a nice boost established to contend with any retakes.
Yeah, wise decision there. If they were actually to peer around that long side, I think Sirison should be good for at least one with that AWP, so could have lost it all here. At least they'll get to retain 2 M4s, but I really like that default approach there of Big. Now the question is, do Navi want to contend for a bit more map control? We know that their buy wasn't perfect. We know that they had a bit of an issue in the purchases because of what they had lost in the previous. But this is Big Clan looking fantastic on their first default round. You can see tabseN doing similar scenes as to what Boomich was doing on his T side, applying pressure towards B lane, jumping across. But I love this approach. The way that they scaled on out, using this big block as their favor, and then Flash and fighting over towards this long side as a pack. It was fantastic. I really enjoyed that from Big here, as we will see Navi go into their second tactical timeout. And if Blade has been able to understand that early and adjust going forward, right, this is good. Maybe this is why he takes the timeout immediately here to say, hey, look, we were in the dark in too many places on the map right there. If we lose Cave, we need to take some info back elsewhere.
Yeah, that really worked in Big Clan's favor, didn't it?
And I guess to discuss the buy as well, because Perfecto can purchase. He has enough if he wanted to drop an ult for Simple, but that means he wouldn't be able to buy armor or anything else. And he is yet to buy here. He could get into an M4, Simple could drop an M4, and everybody could be looking pretty tidy over here for Navi.
Just about get it sorted out before they have to leave spawn.
Spending every penny here, really.
All right, full investment. Wow, very quick from Simple. He's wanting to challenge around the edge of the smoke. And Big Clan are happy to let him have it. I say that, Sirison, oof, meets his maker. Simple, aggressive, and denies the Big Clan AWP on the T, well, first attempt on the T side.
Yeah, they made an immediate adjustment. They played 3 through middle. They did the run boost. They were hyper aggressive. They took this ledge and B lane control, applied the pressure, and now Big, how well can you work this default when you're down a man? Sure, you have the utility advantage, but the number advantage now lies with Navi. They can relinquish the mid control. They don't need to be as information driven right now. They can play the number game. Simple playing the timing on that spam.
It's a nice red room smoke as well. You can see how deep it is. It would enable players to walk on through either side. No smoke on Cave. Boomich doesn't have one, so he's just got a head-to-head duel here, and tabseN is sharp. Boomich is good for the first nearly 2. Just more of attrition on the body shots. Perfecto, though. In the cave, Crimbo Fort sleeping. It's just the one, and he has nothing to boast. 16 points of health for Faven, and the 11th looms.
Maybe save the AWP, but then a map like Ancient that is so util heavy early, how does Syrison get into the round? If it was Dust too, or something along those lines, I could make a good argument of how Syrison could use and apply that AWP early to find picks. I feel the only option, if he does get to retain the big green, which is looking very likely now, is 15 seconds on the clock, and the last 3 Navi members are too far to hunt him on down. Or maybe not. Hold up a second. If Electronic starts running now, he's going to have an extra 5 seconds. Never mind. It's all good. It's all good. I feel like he is going to have to wield this over towards A, right? Give it over towards Syrison. Allow Syrison to use it over towards A early. They can actually still buy. What am I talking about here? A couple of AKs carried on through. Tabs and Tizzy and Syrison. They can all get some investments going on over. Crimbo might be the only individual light on, but he gets a drop, so no dramas in that department right here, and it is a full buy.
Yeah, facilitated by the save, fortunately enough. So it was an important one, albeit not hunted.
That's the thing, though. I guess I was a bit more focused on how do you want to wield the T-side AWP, because you don't get as many options, especially when the mid corridor is completely barraged with utility here, right? It is hard to facilitate yourself a bit of a gap here.
Weird. I think it must have been a failed utility there. Haven't seen an incendiary there before. Oh, sprayed. Nade. Good. But they're already up mid. Big clan. Just full steam ahead into Bit. Oh, and he sends them back immediately too. Crimbo and Tizian forced to watch as round 20 plays out. Lineup was great. It is brilliant out of Boomich as well through the boards. Faven joins the others to watch as this battle against the odds goes down. A battle of wits, Batabson and Boomich. Let's see if he can do it again. He won the duel in the head-to-head last time.
And Syrison, with this AWP, hasn't found himself in a fight, has not been able to find any territory to lock on down. I don't think he's even fired a bullet. You see what I mean? Like, you have the AWP, sure, but what are you doing with it?
Oh, nice shot, but Bit's there to make sure that nothing goes too awry.
It's likely we just spend now the next 50 seconds watching the Syrison POV to hold on to the AWP, right? For him to go and look for anything with the bomb down, he's not going to be able to find it. And that conversation, I'm from the future. I was having it around too early. Because now, Big will not be able to buy into the next. Unless they wanted to force behind it, I suppose. That we'd only have 2,400 to work with here. It wouldn't make any sense, though, because you want to try and activate the AWP. You want to try and give him an option. And as I'm talking about the save, well, Navi are talking about the hunt. Electronic now notes his position with his death. They know that Syrison is over towards T-spawn. And oh, look at this. They're sending more bodies after him here. Bit, he hasn't had enough in a round like this. 3 kills already. Wanted to deny for 4. They're just going to let him hold on to this bad boy right here. 3 AK scooped on up. Navi up to 12, 4-round lead at this juncture of the game. And they're looking pretty tidy.
It's such an incredible feat, isn't it, from Bit to join a roster like Navi with such pre-established stars, hierarchy, ego. He's got to fit in effortlessly as rookie who will do what he's told, and yet without taking space, without stepping on toes, he regularly finds himself at the top of the tables. I mean, especially on the CT side where they can just kind of, you know, like those old cars used to get in the Christmas crackers, just pull him back and let him go. And he does. They come to Donut and he sends 3 home.
And the thing is, he's only going to get better. Right, this is the beginning of his career.
Yeah, I mean, what a rookie year he had.
But to be fair, Alex, we have 2 players undefeated at majors right now. Bit
and FNX
100% and FNX 100%. So we're gonna one of them is not going to be able to be at 100% come the end of this one.
Oh, what was I talking about? Yeah, I was talking about how Imperial and Navi are not comparable. Well, actually, the 2 teams with the undefeated major attendees.
Yes, FNX. Yes, major. I believe is how it goes.
That's it. Yeah, right. Well, you want to see what an AWP can do.
I need to see what the AWP can do.
Syrson's going to demonstrate, Chad. No stress. Here it comes. Syrson go kill the strategy. Job B, with bated breath, watches as Syrson tries to go head-to-head with Simple, already posted on the angle. The distraction to be caused, and there's the shot baited out with those leather gloves, and they do actually have the sight now.
They're planted.
Oh, the chances. He gets team flash. Faven had them in his sights, and Simple in Syrson's scope. If he can hold on to long, they've got a round out of this. This is where the AWP really can come into its own. Oh, he was safe from the flash, and Faven's kept him alive. Can't retrieve, can now. Bit, though, ready, beheads. And it's Faven going even, tit for tat. No hope for Tizian and no hope for Big Clan. All things considered, it's just tabseN with a P250 on Boomich. Might be assuming it's clear. There's a slight opportunity here. Fake. Electronic tagged up and just through the corner. This is third. Navi weather the storm, but threatening it from Big Clan.
Very threatening, and it just felt like they were like, yeah, we're going B, and we're going to take site control. They just waltzed on in, right? Simple was the only one really taking contact and all that. I was saying planting. Boomich there, through the cave position, able to pick them on up and deny the initial attempt. That was a great babysit from Faven there to make this one seem possible. But Electronic, who was having a great showing in the early stages of the first half, just opening up mid-round after round, is continuing to do exactly that. 16 in total for him. Boomich with 15, 18 for Bit, 14 for Simple, and Perfecto with 11 to his name.
Simple actually manufactures a gap if they did want to try through middle, and tabseN might up the ledge. Flashed off, smoked up, Simple still shuts him down. You can see they're starting to really mix it up. Keep it guessing.
Looking great for Navi here now. Opening kill onto the in-game leader. Removed him. 4 more to find. Round 14 just around the corner. And Boomich continuing to get up to his nonsense over towards Cave. He's definitely been studying how far he can get those spams on through. Seriously denied. No way up for a little bit of a look. And you can see just following each other around like lost puppies right now are big. There's 4 remaining. Plenty of time. How do you get into a round like this? You don't have any territory to work with. You don't have any utility to flush out these close angles. You have 3 to deal with over towards B.
Boomich to be cleared here. Oh, perfect. Boomich gets them both. Oh, Faven just about keeps them in it. But that is a problem. A double when it could and should have only been 1. Boomich has taken a pair. Oh, 1 HP. Perfecto just gets out of dodge. But CS, I don't know if he's announced his presence.
They're locked in, right? Look at this push from Bit. He's already pushed up towards cutout. Yeah, perfectly illustrated there. There's no way forward. I guess the only way back is to save. And this is how you can see that it is really getting a little bit light on here in terms of the playbook. I was impressed with Big early when they were able to do their full default. They were able to get ledge control, apply pressure towards Donut, and then the Blade timeout came on in. And then Simple, in the next round, when it was likely they were going to run that similar default, is playing over towards Donut with the AWP to deny ledge. tabseN was the opening death. So you can see the adjustment for Navi. It's immediate. I know it didn't happen immediately in terms of the rounds, but they've been accounting for it with different plays ever since. And when Big go back and try and return to that type of play, they can't get away with that same space that made them so threatening. So in the dumps right now is the German side. 2 rounds is all that is required for Navi here, and I don't know what Big can do. This is where a pace change is required, something outside of what we've been seeing as the norm. Right, a chop and a change, something maybe a bit more execute heavy.
Yeah, they're certainly running out of opportunities now. Big Clan do need to demonstrate that they can solve Navi. Boomich is getting very naughty. He's pulled an alligator out.
Yeah, could have definitely been dropped in M4. Electronic has enough and so does Simple.
It's deliberate. Everyone else equipped with the AK, and if he just starts pumping 7 shells, looking for the tiniest speck of info. Oh, and Faven does catch a face full of lead. He's got away. 10 HP now for Faven. Shotgun in cave. Imagine rounding that corner now.
Yeah, he's in the same position, but his weapon is just so tidy for the job here. Unless he pivots back in a bad timing.
Just as they look away. If they were to re-peak now, it's CSN's frag every day of the week. It does mean they can stretch their legs elsewhere.
I feel like Boomich might have to re-aggress here just to stay active with this shotgun in hand, and Bit might be on for a couple here.
Yeah, unenviable task of clearing Donut. You know, this is where Bit resides, and his time to kill is sublime. So quick. As the long-range shotgun does finish what it started. 2 targets on the screen. Tizian's already taken down 1 of them, but Perfecto does swivel into tabseN. Okay, just the headshots are coming through now. The individuals of Navi snub Big at the entrance, and yeah, no time or hope.
Yeah, the bomb down on the other side of the doors, and he has an AWP, and again, we probably just watched CSN hold on to this as 15 is notched on in. Just 1 round here on the T side for Big. Navi, you can see just how much of a great job they did in that first half to post so many of their own.
Yeah, that was the impressive part. I mean, not only having a good T-Hall, but a victorious T-half. Not many teams can boast that.
Big smiles on the faces here as well. You see Boomich there, a bit of a grin, and this one is going from strength to Navi now. And this is going to put them into that 2-0 column. Last timeout called here for Gob to chip on in and see if he can change the dialogue right now, because it's looking extremely bleak. They combine with Galils, maybe some Mac-10s and Tech-9s. Tizian could buy an AK, but that's about it. This saves Sirius and Orp with Kevlar. Can't have any util. They're out of options. They're out of ideas. And they're almost out of rounds. But joining the likes of Copenhagen Flames, who picked up a victory over ENCE on Ancient just before this match kicked off on your A stream. And prior to that, Spirit with a huge upset victory, their second of the day. They toppled Furia in their opening game and then managed to take down Heroic on the same map, back-to-back Nuke, showing a bit of diversity in the map pool. During the Challenger stage, it was a lot about the Dust 2 for Spirit. Now, Nuke's the conversation, and Patsy, a bit of a name.
I mean, what a party for Patsy. First major, MVP performances in the top 16, and we're off to the races. Searson trying to find impact, and Simple to deny, but this time at least one. They may assume Perfecto is elsewhere. The criminally under-checked plateau box. And they're already setting up boosts. Backs are turned. Perfecto could end Ancient here, right now, and never mind. Tizian unwilling to take it in the body shots. He wants Perfecto to put his head in the vice. Okay, still pulls the trigger as his screen goes white. Another just shy.
Should be around this, surely.
Yeah, I don't see a way in. Faven has actually beaten Bit this time.
Both of them are here. That's the positive right now for Navi.
Big can't fumble. They cannot afford to rest on their laurels. This has to be an open and shut. Hey, sprayed down. The first of a 2v5. It can't be more than this. Don't get flustered. Last of the flashes, trying to make a play off of it. Boomich has got boost clear. Electronic to be threatening as well, and Incendiary on the default side, jumps across. Okay, They're doing it! Electronic and Boomich, with their powers combined, are looking to end it here in round 24. Big Clan, our backs are turned. It was nearly the multi-spray down. All hope is lost. Big Clan hot under the collar, and Crimbo has to come up clutch. They don't give him anything. Smoke to deny Electronic. Only has to worry about CT, but the damage is done. The threat is real. And flustered, the finish comes through. 16-8. 2 versus 5 to finish. Just reminding us exactly of who they are and what they're capable of. Some unlikely candidates in it. But Navi, everything you would have expected of them. The first day of play and already 2-0. They are set. The red carpet is rolled out for Navi to secure top 8 swiftly.
Yeah, there's been a conversation about Navi and what form they're going to come in, considering the whole situation around the team at the moment. They've had a rockier start to the year here, but that's looking very good for them to kick this off. And I think the way that final round played on out right there kind of summarizes how the T-half went for Big. They couldn't get anything going. Navi just too good, and a very commanding victory here. And now they go into a pool of teams tomorrow. Well, there's still one more to find, where I think Navi are going to be favored here to pick up that top 8 placing as quick as you like.
Yeah, no, and you mentioned that we do have one more of these best of ones for our day of Counter-Strike. What a day it has been. Some certain eyebrow-raising upsets. This one perhaps doesn't fit in that category, as Big Clan were certainly had the odds stacked against them. The bookies too. Navi, hot favorites, picking it up in a convincing fashion. I think when you see those 8T rounds and then Big just completely locked out, it was really cool that you outlined how quickly the solve came through. You know, like for a moment it looked like Big actually were dictating to Navi, and then Blade has 30 seconds and it disappears.
Yeah, it's a luxury that Navi seem to have. We lose one round, we take a timeout, Blade solves the problem, and we continue to win rounds from there on out. So what an absolute shutout and beautiful stuff. Everybody from Navi doing exactly what they had to.
Yeah, and talking of beautiful stuff, I've got a beautiful analyst desk and host waiting in the wings.
I love all the compliments today. Indeed, 231 days since they had lost Ancient, and they weren't going to change that today. Unfortunately, for Big, they could not best Navi. And in terms of Navi and coming into the major, and perhaps some of the question marks that people would have, 2-0, excellent start. Not a lot to remark.
Not really, right? I think we can calm our nerves a little bit when it comes to Navi. As you said, there were a couple of question marks coming into the tournament. What kind of play were Navi going to be able to deliver? How good are Navi right now? Are they en route to become the best team in the world again, or have FaZe capitalized them? I think what I've seen so far from Navi have been very solid. This game in particular, dare I say it was a little bit boring in a sense. You know, it felt like they were just cruising through a victory. Big couldn't get anything going at all, and at no point did I feel this game was competitive.
But I also think that's a little bit of a style thing as well. I think it's really, really difficult to play a methodical kind of style against Navi. They always, you know, if they have time to think of a solution, they'll find it. And you know, they always have, even the 2v5 at the end, they shouldn't be able to find solution in that scenario, but they still been able to do it. And, you know, the individuals were just so strong.
Yeah, it sounds like it's hard to go either way, because we were talking also before, you were saying how Gabi is like this guy who really has the set plans. He really likes to drill it into people. But I feel like when you run into a Navi CT site like that, you think, okay, maybe I favor the people who go in all guns blazing, but you're probably not going to win those duels either. So it's a rough one to crack, right? So where do we land on Big's performance now? They are 1-1 for the stage. And, you know, what can we take away from this match against Navi?
I think, I mean, it's Navi, and
Sure.
I think it's a stylistic thing that they're going to struggle against Navi. So I wouldn't be too worried if I was a big fan. I still think they have some chances to pull through in this stage. So you know, keep grinding, keep doing what they're doing, and I think they're gonna have an easier time against some other teams with their style of play.
Listen, it's a reality check for Big.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to beat Navi. They're not supposed to come in here and best Navi. That doesn't mean they can't still make it for the playoff. That doesn't mean they can't still beat some of the other teams that they are supposed to compete against. So I wouldn't be too worried if I'm a Big fan. And for Navi, as said, well done.
Well done indeed. And I think when we talk about question marks, perhaps those were also around the head of Bit, just a little bit, right? In terms of what is he going to show and how is he going to help and propel Navi forward. And what a fantastic first day. And I think specifically in this game.
Yeah, he started out like fire. In the pistol round, you could see Bit come in. You actually get to see it right here with the Glock. One of the difference makers on the server for Navi. He's had a wild career, you know. He's pretty much won everything already, and he's only been a professional player for a year, so that in itself is pretty impressive. But it is a guy that is still growing, right? He still needs a little bit more experience, find consistency. He's had a bit of a rough period coming into this tournament, but by what we've seen so far, it seems like Bit is in a good playing mood right now, and if that is the case, then that's a Navi I can back to potentially win the major one more time.
And I also want to highlight Electronic, because he also opened up the map on the T side a lot of times through that middle and just one-tapping people in Donut constantly. And I think, you know, them too on the T side, they really opened it up so they could have that strong lead, but CD side was too much for Big.
Yeah, we say often that Navi are like stage beasts, and this isn't even like the biggest stage they can be on in this major, but is Bit usually someone who under the spotlights thrives?
Yeah, I'd say so. He's just a headshot machine, to be completely honest. You see it right here as well. 78% headshot, almost 79 if we round it up. It's very impressive. Another point I want to bring forward, though, we just witnessed, a Navi game winning 16-8, and there's one name we haven't mentioned at all. Simple, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't even needed. He wasn't he was in the server, sure, and he did a decent job, but at no point did we feel that it was simple game. You know, at no point did we feel like he was making the difference. He wasn't even needed, and yet the game wasn't even remotely competitive. That to me is a scary project.
Yeah, but that's kind of what Simple brings to the table. He can have these like slow games, 14-10 in scoreline, and then all of a sudden, when it comes to crunch time, he always delivers, and it never came to that point, right?
Yeah, it wasn't necessary in this one, Navi, with a perfect first day here at the Major. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is the last game of the day, and it is a banger. Cloud9 versus NIP. See you in a bit.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
The past major champions in Navi are up 2-0. Now I've got Blade with me here. Now, I know you were practicing before, you had a boot camp when it came to the big facility you guys were able to do. How did your boot camp and preparation go before the major?
The preparation was good, not the perfect one, but good enough.
Now, you always say this, right? Not the perfect one, you always want more. Even when you won the major, you told me, oh, we still had things to work on. So how would you describe Navi's form now compared to last major? Where do you feel you're at?
10% less than last major. But we are the team that is getting confidence, getting in shape, more in shape during the event with each game, so match by match. And I think this 10% is not so significant because we have a lot of experience, and all teams who were playing on this event, we already won them like before in different events. So I think we are now more experienced than last major.
Now, you took down G2, went into the overtime game, but it was a nice game either way. Big, a lot more convincing in this one. You got one more game to make the 3-0 side of things. Who do you think is maybe the biggest opponent that can challenge you right now? Would it be FaZe because they're number one, or is there other teams?
FaZe, of course, because of their firepower, but we see that sometimes they made them like bad steps. So they lost to BIG 2-0. I think you can't lose 2-0 in that fashion if you're like the best team in the world right now, right? They lost now to ENCE. It's best of one still. So they have their flaws, right? So, but still, they are really dangerous. But all other teams are also like Cloud9, for example. And for example, G2, they played good. Yeah, played good.
All right, well, let's see how them teams go. Let's see if you get that 3-0. Blade, thank you very much.
Awesome work, Banks. Awesome to hear from Blade. He's like so, how do you say it? He's like politically, like he's, I don't know, he's being a little mean or a little harsh about the team, like about FaZe, but he's saying it in such a correct way that you can't fault him for it, and he builds it up, right? But what word am I looking for?
He's never satisfied. He's never satisfied. He's just always looking for more, you know? I've never heard anything like it. You win a major for the first time ever, and you get attacked by a fly over here.
What's going on in
I
the
don't know, man.
segments?
You win a major, and the first thing Blade is saying is like, yeah, we could have played better. We shouldn't have given them that many rounds. I feel like that's a winning mentality in a way, but also kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy, but I do like that he said 10% off, and I'm like, well, you won it with some percent to spare, so that's really impressive. So excited to see what Navi is going to do next, but we are going to focus in on our last game of the day. It's getting a little silly. It's been a long day, but we're going to get right back on track right now because we have Cloud9 up versus NIP. Two of the most successful teams so far in terms of the way they won their games, I feel. Cloud9 over Outsiders, and NIP, of course, over Vitality. If Devilwalk is not being attacked by the fly anymore, I'd love to get your thoughts.
I think it's an interesting game. You know, I've played against when they were Gambit a lot before. They used to be one of my like our biggest practice partners. So I know their stylistic play. I know how methodical they are, how well drilled they usually are in the game, and they're extremely difficult to find solutions against. Something I do worry a little bit about is NIP, and they usually like to do those flanks with their riflers. And I think that Cloud9 are one of the best teams in the world to punish flanks.
I'm just so happy to see Cloud9 back. I'm so happy to see this iconic jersey, iconic logo being back at a major. They won one before, right? They wear the sleeves with 1 star on it, and this team you're about to witness right now, they may not be the favorites to win the entire major, but they're definitely a contender. It's definitely a team that has the ability to be up there. We've seen it before, and I kind of has them as a bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, right. Winning their opening game, of course, good to see Groove there behind them, now also full-time. I hear all the time how annoying it is to play them. You just lay it out, of course, you can't flank them either. What is it that constitutes them being so annoying to play against and then also so successful?
Yeah, I actually want to bring up the point, you know, we're going to come full circle right now. ENCE with the AWP and playing as an AWP player against Cloud9, it's the protocols. We heard Cadian say it many times as well from the online era. You're never going to be able to be in a position, hold an angle without being affected by a smoke, without being affected by a flash, or without someone jiggle peeking you. They're so consequent and so good in taking map control. They're so methodical in it, and they never fail, right? They never miss throw a smoke. They never miss throw a jiggle peek. They never not make it hard for the AWP player. And I feel like ENCE, as well as he played in that first game against Vitality, which we gotta give him a lot of credit for, there was a lot of those kills that came on a very easy basis. Those easy kills he's not gonna get against Cloud9, and to me that could be the difference maker right here.
Yeah, and there's also Navi. He's an incredible playmaker, an in-game leader. He usually always, you know, gets into these smoke positions, like kind of lurks his way into these timings and coordinates his team. They have a little bit of a different approach. I remember like Dust 2, they used to do these like smokes on the edge and a vanguard smoke, as I call it, on the box. And they kind of like poke out during an execute while they're trying to shift their rotation into Shiro's AWP so that they can punish people who are overzealous in their rotations.
Okay, very interesting. We're going to be looking out for that. As said, it's going to be a difficult one for NIP, but we need to give them their props in terms of what they have shown. And I like that you say, okay, hey, they did great in their first game, and it was versus Vitality, but now you have to do it a couple of times for ENCE, right? When it comes to that AWP matchup we just saw versus Shiro, how do they stylistically match up as AWPers? ENCE, who's really finding his spot in that role now?
Yeah, we don't really know that much about ENCE yet. He haven't played with the AWP for a long, long time, so he hasn't really defined his own, I guess, stylistic way of playing it, but he is a little bit more proactive. He likes to move around. We saw that on Overpass as well against Vitality. He's not afraid of going for a duel. He's not afraid of going for an open pick where he exposes himself, so he's well aware that if he missed the shot, he will be punished for it. Whereas for Shiro, the complete opposite in that regard. You described it pretty well right here. He's probably one of the more defensive AWP players out there, and he's a guy that would at all times hold an angle and just wait for you to come into his crosshair, and that's where he strikes.
Yeah, I think they're just a wonderful team to watch, honestly. They play such a mature Counter-Strike for such a young team. And I think that, you know, it's also very two different styles, NIP versus Cloud9. You know, I think they have so many star rifles on NIP, so it's going to be super interesting.
Yeah, also the battle of the IGLs. Navi did say in an interview after RMR that he feels that he's doing well, but he's still learning a lot. He says compared to like the best IGLs in the world and the most experienced ones, he's got something to learn. Up versus Hampus in this one on Inferno.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up. Hampus on Inferno, he is going to be the key to victory right here for NIP. As an in-game leader, Devil Walk, you can probably attest to this as well. He is one of the best out there in terms of how he sets himself up, in terms of how he's the center of everything that's going on within NIP. And he does it with quality, right? He's able to find the openings. He's able to create space for his teammates. It's not like an in-game leader that runs in and sacrifices. He's more like an in-game leader that runs in and creates the space and then also sometimes are involved in those clutch scenarios. He's one of the most well-rounded in-game leaders we have in Counter-Strike right now, and especially on a map like Inferno, he's always involved in the beginning of the round. So watch out for Hampus. He's a gem for this lineup.
Yeah, I remember I've played in a team for a short while with him, and I have back even when Cobble, you remember how hard it was to find timings to push a CT through middle on Cobble? He used to find it perfectly every single time. So he has nailed those timings. He's studied the game. He knows, he has that flow state feeling-based decision making, so to speak.
Yeah, you're going to need that, of course, versus a team like Cloud9. He's got a lot on his plate, I guess, also, right? With, you know, everything has been going on around NIP. I don't even want to drop the name anymore because we should only talk about the people that are actually playing now. But, you know, the Brawl and integration. Rez, who sometimes is a little bit hot and cold. S-Attack trying to find a spot. It's not an easy task for him, and he's leading them very, very well. Now it's the question, till how far, right? I think a lot of people, they overshot a lot of people's expectations with how good they were playing straight off when this roster was formed, even without the Vice there. How is our feeling now, and could they be in a position to beat players? Cloud9.
Yeah, they could. I'm curious, right? This is one of those games that sets the expectations for me. I'm curious to see if they have what it takes in order to go up against a very structured team. I'm curious to see if S-Tech can find anything with the AWP on Inferno. It's a tough map. It's a very close map. So I'm curious to see, right? There's one weak link within Cloud9. That's Navi. He's by far the lowest rated player. So maybe we're going to see NIP test him in the beginning of the game, and that could be a key to victory.
I think so too. But basically, I'm just looking forward to heading into the game and see how it actually develops. Because, yeah, I'm super excited about this one.
Yeah, we're excited. And when an analyst is excited for a game, that means we should be as well. One last time for today, over to Machine and Sponge.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I think we probably are echoing that excitement. Chad joining me, and perhaps people still, bookmakers included, not giving NIP the credit they deserve. Cloud9, understandably a favorite. I wouldn't dispute that either, but I'm seeing the odds, I'm seeing the conversation on the desk. It does seem that even though a 16-4 thrashing against Vitality wasn't enough to turn heads, people are happy just to sweep that away and say, yeah, okay, do it again.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the things, right? Obviously, NIP has been chopping and changing roster quite consistently over the last year or so. But we seem to, from event to event, sleep on NIP, and normally I'm the one sleeping on Cloud9. So it is strange that NIP aren't getting much shine, but let's see if they can change that tune. I guess it's on the CT side here as Rez jumps across, the P2K in hand. The repick off the flash comes on through, and there's four in front of them here, but they can't land the kills.
It's fine. With the flashes and an even exchange, we find ourselves in a 4v4. And Rez is going to change that even more! What was that? Enters! The flick! And it just spirals. Jeez, I don't even think I saw him turn around. It looked like he bent the bullet. That was Rez's frag all day long, but nope. Chuck Tester.
Wow. Okay, well, yeah, that kind of steals the show in the pistol round right there, doesn't it? And well, the round goes in favor of Cloud9 here as well. A bit pacier out of Cloud9. That's what I like to see. And S-Attack trying to hold on to all these goodies. Might have to use a couple just to stay alive. There's $300 gone.
1 HP. He's a dead man.
Yeah, definitely so. He has $900. Oh.
He doesn't want them to have it, at least.
Yeah, I was going to say $900 of a booty left on over right there, but not to be the case. And Groove, the coach behind, just giving the eyebrows. I think quite surprised with how that one went on down too. So snatching away a lot right there, denying NIP carrying anything through to the next round of play. I just want to bring up the point that Jacob was talking about there regarding S-Attack. Now, we know that S-Attack had a fantastic performance on debut at the Major. This is the first time S-Attack, as crazy as it sounds, has been at a Major.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I know, right? Let that one sink on in.
This is his first Major?
Yeah. And his performance over there with the AWP on Overpass was great, but this is not an AWP's paradise by any means. Right, Inferno is a lot more difficult to wield the AWP to the same success.
Yeah, it depends on the AWPer.
The thing is, as well, that I think is a positive, is that he doesn't necessarily need to use the AWP on a map like Inferno for them to have a strong CT side. Now, they have 4 Sport in, bunch of smokes left on over. They're still holding on to all 5 here with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, and Hampus wants to block long. Yeah, this is good.
Like that just going to force them to either wait it out or find a new path. And Anthony's going to punish. Oh, well tracked. Hampus not going to give up the ghost just yet. Oh. What a shot. Oh, 2 out of the 5-7 of Rez. They are making a round out of this force buy. Hampus starts it. Rez has made it very competitive. Hampus lives on, has the MAC-10 to be tested. Locked on Moto. Smoke should cover his tracks, but does go down all the same. Shiro has yet to get the bomb down. It is on his back as it stands. ENCE to provide the overwatch and support. You can see Plopski's actually going to try and nullify the threat. There will be angles over the top of that smoke if he wants to find it. And Brolin's still the unknown entity. He's actually crawling quad side.
Sure has another smoke here to drop as well, and as the time ticks on down, they will have to plant, but as soon as they punch in the digits, they remove a player, and it becomes a 1-on-2 for ENCE from pit here to bodyguard.
20 seconds, paranoia spreads. You still have that smoke, Shiro. That is pit. Adjusts immediately. There's a second leaping with a bit of a Hail Mary, hoping to catch something in the air. Cloud9 deal with it.
And speaking of a something, there's a bit of a different glimmer in the eyes of Cloud9 in these first 2 rounds.
How so?
Well, we've been seeing them enter the site here with more than a minute on the clock, right?
Sure.
No, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way.
No.
I mean that in actually quite a positive way, because the individuals on this team are highly skilled, right? Highly skilled. Axel, Shiro, Hobbit, right? One of the things with this team is they do it by the book, but individually they're sound. And if they understand that, the players in the server that they're going toe-to-toe with, they can just bat aside if they want to take these fights like this. Take a bit more action early. It adds another layer to Cloud9. It adds a whole nother layer to this team that needs to be feared. And the pace early, the fights early, the clear understanding of where they want to go with these duels and what areas of the map they want to take. They're already walking in towards B. They've lost Hobbit and potentially an AK. Right now being covered on off by ENCE's position here. And he's going to take down Plopski. I think Shiro wants to get himself the upgrade, and he will do exactly that. Brolin seeing if he can be pesky and annoy ENCE here, and that's about all he's doing. Will need the backup of his team. Rez has come on over as well, and now ENCE is going to high talent. He's just wasting more time for his teammates to get in towards B and get that bomb on down. Unlikely to see them give away this round now that the digits are punched on in.
So it's 1 AK. Was there anything else? Okay, Mac 10.
Yeah, and realistically speaking, the best you might want to do with this if you're Brolin is look for damage. Right? You don't really want to use that in the first gun round of play, but a couple of kills denying a couple of AK-47s carried on through with a $600 kill reward. That sounds a whole lot juicier.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see that they are looking to maybe close in on banana exits, and Rez was towards Arch if he wanted to kind of rule out CT. But actually, Shiro is going to throw a nade down and maybe even throw himself out of the round. Oh, wow. Crosshair, even though he was flashed, he takes them both down. Just the rifle on Esatag. Maintains that. Shiro gets out. Safe and sound. 6-0 for him. 5 already in the feed from ENCE. So individuals up and 3-0 start. Cloud9, T-side, Dreamy.
Yeah, as all the best ones have been going on today, we have both screens up in the green room, and as I'm watching the games, I've taken cliff notes on a couple of the highlights. And in the Cloud9 versus Outsiders game, a 16-12 victory for Cloud9 on Mirage. Shiro had a lot of impact on the lower buy or eco rounds. On the T side, 4 kills with the P250 on an eco. On the CT side, he went for a hero M4 and found 4 frags with that M4 to secure a round with the rest of his teammates with full eco. Right now, he wasn't even the highest fragger in the server. I think Axel and ENCE were finding more traction, but here's some pace again, flashing forward.
Perfect, and yeah, Esatag's first AWP round. He had 21 of his 23 frags in a dominant first half on the defense with his AWP. This is Inferno. This is a different kettle of fish, and he's been run down. Nice try from Hampus. Caged immediately, and so are NIP. Cloud9 looking very swift in this T side. This was, look at the time before that bomb went down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think as I saw kills come in, there was a lot of utility on the belt buckle of these NIP players, because you're expecting to try and hold on to your smokes until the last 30 to 45 seconds to slow Cloud9 down. The fact that they're conditioning you this early with this type of play means that NIP are going to have to use that utility early. And this is now where Cloud9 can go back to their bread and butter and play their standard, more slow, methodical style of Counter-Strike if they like. Because right now they're bullying NIP early here. 4-0 lead, 1 rifle saved. But that's about it.
Yeah, they haven't really got to play the game. You know, this is the first weapon round, and already they were just hitting panic buttons and getting run down. Rez with 1, Hampus another, but yeah, just frags are low for the Ninjas as it stands. Brolin yet to put his name in the feed in a positive light, and that, talking of positive light, that is impressive. I was looking, it looked like it was like a 9-1 or something. It was very dominant from G2 initially, but seems starting that second half strong, and the 10-5 now goes 10-7.
Yeah, not a bad little bit of play right there.
Not
from
a bad
Imperial
all.
keeping it close against a team like G2. So good stuff from the Brazilian side. back in with a half purchase around. Oh, just saved. AK-47. The shot of Hampus whistles by, but does not get a second chance. Shiro's AWP is out.
That was a little too much. Hampus, a double repeat on that scout. The first I'll allow, the second Shiro will be quick to punish. And Chad, we do have to take note of the speed by which this round is going down already. They've got full top banana control. You've already dinged Plopsky down to 6.
You know what's quite funny here is Shiro, he is wielding ESSA-Tag's AWP, which has a Cloud9 sticker on it from the days that ESSA-Tag was there. So we've come full circle.
Yep, appropriate.
As we come on over for a bit of a gamble B stack right here from the Swedes.
Smoke.
Ow, that's the thing as well, right? Calling out the smoke when you go for a gamble stack, you have a choice. Do we want to let them come on in and use our numbers here, or do we want to smoke and block them to deny? Well, they did both. I think either way, this round is going to fall away from them here. Hobbit's forward position up in Boiler as well. He can hear if there's any steps over towards the short side, or if there's any noise as far as rotations go. He might call the team back over late here. They're starting to posture and set on up. If they continue forward with the bomb, could be a few problems here for Cloud9. Another smoke to deny at the 30-second mark. They can still drop on back. If Hobbit wants to have a look now, there's still time.
Yeah, they are. And the round loses its potency now.
Yeah, okay. Well, hold on to these goodies. It's mainly the armor, right, that you want to hold on to if you're NIP to just get the buy into the next a little bit better around the edges with the util and all the goodies. 9, 8, 7, and the digits are getting punched on in. Bomb goes down. And now 40 seconds remain as we see Cloud9 go up to a 5-0 lead on the T side of Inferno. Now, one of the biggest critiques of Cloud9, I would say, is that there's no question mark in the way that they approach the game. It's by the book, right? It's good Counter-Strike to watch, right? If you're a coach or an in-game leader or someone who just likes fine, ABC Counter-Strike, you definitely like the way that Cloud9 approach the game. But one of the question marks is they lack players to throw haymakers, right? It would always be Hobbit that would bail them out of a situation. You know that Shiro's good in a clutch, but they're the clutches where, his team have done a lot of work and he's in a 1-on-2 and he's in a really good position to close them on out, right? But they have really strong individuals. And if they start acting like really strong individuals, and then on, let's say, they make it to the big stage and Shiro does a massive clutch or Axel does a massive move, this is where these names who, for whatever reason, haven't caught on as fan favorites will become exactly that. Because they've got some personality about them here in the server. Yeah. Nafany has it outside. The rest of them do it in the server. And this should be a team that people want to see do well because they've done the hard graft. Yeah. Right? They came in a team that wasn't a partner team and became one of the best squads in the world through hard work and determination.
Yeah, and it only, needs its climax. They haven't even reached the peak of their story yet. Joining Cloud9, representing already a major champion organization.
That's a fun story that people at home are having a bit of a joke with. FaZe would make it to the final and then end up losing to Cloud9.
Imagine the 15-11 up.
Yeah, if that does happen, those of you out there, I think you've willed this into existence with your jokes, but that would be quite the story. And now back to regular programming here. A little bit of an aggressive maneuver top banana from Shiro to apply the pressure and try and milk through this NIP utility, but the default spread now working on this top mid control. Center to hold them at bay, but they will pop and go and apply pressure.
Yes, attack, another test on the orb. Great find from Hampus, just reading Nafany's hug on the brackets. Reloads in the open, that could be a sign for Hobbit to nutmeg just upon the fade. Dunks Hampus back to the grave. Long is his. Util towards the A site. Archer's smoked. A CT smoke will stop Hobbit from getting too much early.
Helps him out here a lot.
Yeah, he can actually crawl and take space. Confirms library clear. Flash does nothing. They're closing in. Res something from the pit. Needs another. Worming through. Actually, ESSA-Tag good onto that Hobbit. Long side find. It's Inter's dinked. Can't find the shot either from Shiro. It's not really like on time. 5, 4.
Oh, no time.
That is the worst. He might go down after time. There's 2 of them chasing. And they'll let him have it. Yeah, it's 9K to be fair. Really not going to make too much of an impact. But there you go. I mean, there's the first round for NIP, and it's off of a Hampus opener.
Yeah, that right there was really good from Rez over towards Pit, just getting that kill and buying as much time as he could. And Essetag even found one in a difficult position. They were coming up short and wrapping that long side right there. So well done on the A defense from NIP. Fun to note, they've got Brolin and Plopsky over towards B, former teammates once upon a time. Looking down that B bomb site together here as we do get back underway into round number 7.
Yeah. When you look at the NIP roster now, it is just all of the young Swedes that have been on the hard graft under one roof now. And a Dane.
Oh, this is interesting. They've already got 2 into boiler control here, so this might actually be a little bit more direct. The boost up and over.
Turns it. Plucks Hobbit on the leap out. Big shutdown from the Ninjas. Nothing left but corpses. 2 posted up on short. Shiro and Axel trying to take space back away. Another miss. This time Shiro just tries to hit the quick flick.
Very difficult round to get back into here.
The bomb is step 1, and that's been done without any bloodshed.
Or it should be done. Axel, you didn't pick it up there, mate. Axel, you didn't get the bomb.
Okay, he's going to realize soon.
Or are they saving? Maybe they're saving. But Shiro's position already over towards the door. Sure. I know what you're saying. Maybe if they had the bomb, they might reconsider. But the fact that he left the bomb.
No, I know, but I'm just thinking like, it's almost them not having the bomb and seeing the bomb still in boiler almost makes it more clear that it's a save.
Yeah.
If the bomb disappears, everyone's like, okay,
where are they
heals in, I'm
going?
going to get info.
Well, it's the perfect play from NIP after the opening exchange. Just going to turtle on up. You can see the X's there on the radar, top left-hand side of your screen, next to the blinking bomb. All the corpses littered in the exact same spot. So you could see there was a bit more of a direct approach, but NIP have adjusted now. They were ready for more of a heads-up maneuver. They were locking down top mid, and they were doing it through elevation.
Yeah, the boost is powerful, and I guess that's the perfect call when it seems like, Cloud9, as you've identified, were playing not their own game, or not what you would expect out of the gates in the pace department. So they've adjusted, and that might put Cloud9 now into that more default approach. We might get a proper standard round of Counter-Strike here, round 8.
Well, 2 saves back-to-back from Shiro is definitely sending us in that direction here. Now, this is a timeout taken. Groove, an opportunity for him to get on the mic, and a couple of notes right there. They look like dot points.
I shouldn't be trying to read their notes. It's just funny. I saw CT, and there was 1 line of text, and then T, there's a whole barrage of different tips.
CT probably says M4A1S, and T is like 733 strategies to deal with the M4A1S. So,
yeah, well, I guess he's probably exhausted all of his CT strats. Go kill. They get 2 rounds. And they find them back to back. So as you've been discussing, it is going to be starting to attack the funds.
I'm curious what the change-up is here, right? Because Groove has taken the time out here to have a conversation. Brolin is yet to get a kill, so maybe they want to give the B-bomb site a little bit of love. See if they can find a weakness over there. We've seen Shiro attempt to go aggressive with a bit of a AWP aggressive maneuver up the choke point. This is a smoke thrown out early from Nafany over towards B, and he's doing that with intent. So they will deny the top of Banana with utility of their own. See Brolin playing behind that with a swift little jump just to see if anybody wants to slink on forward and is worried about this. They will set up a boost and use the smoke against them here. The nade coming on through. It's going to do a tickle of damage onto Plopsky. Brolin, he has the information, so that smoke doesn't account for a lot until the flash comes on through. So back and forth the util game goes. The info falling in favor of Cloud9 as they thrust themselves forward. They get Banana control quite concisely here. And the rotation coming on in from Hampus to at least donate some utility to this already pressured B site.
They're coming. Nafany and Axel asking questions of B. However, they can't do anything in terms of close until we do see Util arrive. Shiro is there behind them. ENCE has the alternative, as does Hobbit. So you can see for now their responsibilities were just to cage any CT aggression of apps. ENCE now has given up the ghost on that.
This is one of the biggest issues right now if you're a CT side on a map like Inferno. Absolutely no control across the map. No information Banana, no information top mid.
Oh, there's some information for you. An immediate smoke drop. But they wanted that. They're just going to go off it. A flash. A nice find from Plopsky. And in the smoke lies Brolin. Takes his first frag. Scouts Exile. And they are out.
Might be another save here. 20 seconds left. No way forward. The way back. I don't think there's enough time. And 3 consecutive rounds. 3 consecutive saves.
Yeah, at least they get to have another go. 3. The majority of your forces will be well equipped.
And this is the positive side of that game, because with 3 rounds lost, the loss bonus is built to a point where Axel and Navi can buy AKs again with utility. Shiro still has enough to get a couple of pieces himself, Inters and Hobbit as well. So it's going to be a full buy. And you can see the positives of the save. Now, in terms of the excitement, maybe lacking a little bit there, but Imperial, I cannot believe it, have tied things up 11-11 against G2 on Mirage. The old boys rolling back the years and taking it to G2. Wow.
Yeah, some viewership records going to be broken, I reckon, on the Gaules stream. 11-11, that is a dream come true. Let's see how they go with that. Well, Brolin is actually going to meet Axel immediately face to face. Look at the pep in his step. He just charges forward. Brolin can't believe his luck. He's been given it. Oh, plant pot trick shot there.
Yeah, well, NIP have definitely course corrected. There's another. Inter's dead.
Wow.
That AWP, Jacob was asking how much can Tag get done with it. Well, he's found a couple of kills with it, so not faring too poorly here. But as mentioned, the AWP on the CT side of a map like Inferno, it is so difficult. Do we just get another Cloud9 save here again?
Probably. Makes more sense than the alternative. It's a regroup.
Don't do us like this, boys. Come on now.
It's a regroup. That's what it is. Still lots of time, but it seems like...
Are they luring you into this, Alex?
Like they are progressing up Banana, Chadney, so there is no smokes on this B defense. There's nothing to hold them at bay. Hampus
he's coming.
Crawling. He doesn't want to be heard if they had their ear pressed to Speedway.
Sure is thinking, I could save this again.
Guys, I don't know if we're...
We
Okay,
really
here we
want to
go.
try this, guys.
Here they come. Counter Molly, one cross to pull. Oh, Hobbit, perfect flash from NIP, and they will have nothing. Nothing, all taken away from them by the B defenders. Brolin with 3 kills. He started that with the aggression onto Axel, and finally, I believe Cloud9 will have to swallow their pride and take an eco.
Yeah, a half buy possible here. With they've taken the lead. Imagine if they win this game.
I'm bringing it up.
It would be classic G2 fashion, wouldn't it? That would be remarkable. If Imperial win this is a massive scout for them to take. Like they won against Liquid, sure. They won against FaZe to get here, but beating G2, that would be massive. Anyway, shoe on the other foot on this stream right here. NIP have now been able to bolster a bank with the rounds they have won consecutively here. 4 on the trot, 3 of which have Cloud9 more than happy to concede and save. And now that half buy has come on through. Some Tech9, some Digs, P250 in the mix, and some light util. They're waiting out exactly that. Smoke towards the long side, deployed from up close and personal. Rez will be denied, and yeah, he knows he's up against the pistols here, so you can see that immediate backpedal, not wanting to get caught out of position. Hobbit had to extinguish there. He did not have any choice, and now he is really prodding. He was asking for that, as Hampus will find the opening pick, and now Cloud9, what started so well for them on Inferno is fallen flat with 5 consecutive rounds for NIP, more than likely, with just 4 more to find.
Yeah, and there's nothing more scary than Rez equipped with an AK-47 on the defense as well. So A is a no-go. Heading over to B again, and the boost is established. So Brolin so far has managed to find all of his frags upon this B site's defense. You can see that they're going for a 2-tiered new box hold, and there won't be many Molotovs to disrupt. In fact, 0 with this light buy. So here they come. Oh, good flash. Good flash, and a bit of a problem now. Brolin goes down. Plopsky did not find the frags he was supposed to, and it comes tumbling down for the Ninjas. Just pistols, now rifles, fall into enemy hands. Ooh, that's a good incendiary. Axel will have to go wide on that. Oh, he gets it again. Still threatening. It's only 2 of them now. Hampus trying his best, and it's all onto Hobbit versus Hampus. Knows where he is, has time. Can Hampus remedy the problem? He does save them. Oh, boys, you can see his face says it all.
Yeah, he'll bail them out. The in-game leader will come on 3 and scoop that one up. It got a little bit worrisome there, didn't it?
I mean, think of it from Cloud9's perspective. They nearly had something absolutely ridiculous to break their silence. Yeah, timeout just to break it down and to talk about the next gun round, but that is going to be the 5th.
One of the key themes of these 5 consecutive is NIP have found the opening in all 5. right? That doesn't change the tune too much to the previous 5. I think Rez found an opening in the opening 5, but the key in these 5 consecutive have been the opening kill every single time as DGL, the coach there, firing them on up. I think that one, obviously a little bit sloppy, right? But, you know, there's still plenty of cash, maybe just making sure they stay focused in all the moments here.
Not many people have heard from DJL, but I was convinced by how convinced you were. You said you spoke to him once and you were like, okay, he knows.
Yeah, I think it was with Hampus while Hampus was doing an interview, and I made some off-the-cuff remark to Hampus, and then he had to shoot off and do something. So then DJ and I are standing there, and we had a chat, and then as soon as we start talking, it's not like we'd ever introduced to one another. As soon as he starts talking Counter-Strike, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this guy, just from the words coming out of his mouth, seems very legit.
Yeah, and this looks legit as well. Pace seems to be the answer called upon after the timeout. Cloud9 want to throw bodies to Banana as Roller tested and meets his maker, Nafi. 1. Plopsky alone summons Hampus for aid, and they are going for this boost. Surely it's predicted. Surely it's predicted. Not ready. Nafi is alive. He gets away. Saved by Hobbit. Nade down the throat. Plopsky swallows it for 28. Is all he's got left, and they're backing away already. So Cloud9, that is an effective timeout. If they can have a spotless T round off the back of it, dreamy.
Yeah, well, we normally talk about forced buy wars earlier where people like to spend and spend and spend. Right now, we're in the $1 shop, the bargain basement deals right now as it's save, save, save. We got deals all over the Inferno.
And in the UK, we call it Poundland.
Great name.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, neither team offering out too much of a pounding right now. We're quite equal.
Yeah, well, it started with one way, it's gone the other, and just now righting the ship are Cloud9. So they've traded 5 apiece.
With an opening from Nafi. So it's 5 consecutive with openings from NIP, and Nafi said, I've seen enough of that. That's one of the hyper-aggressive movers this in-game leader has become known for. Cracks open the B bomb site. Able to take down Brolin there, and, well, Hampus could not land that shot. If he did, likely to find himself in a 4-on-4, but missed the chance, missed the opportunity, and now Cloud9 will strike back.
Got 3 different Ghibli movies on that anime sleeve as Nafi. I saw Princess Mononoke, Spirited Away, and the Totoro one I haven't seen.
All right, you weeb, we get it.
I just wanted to flex, okay? Those are few of the movies I've actually seen.
I never thought to stay in touch with our audience watching anime was one of the things that we would principles. Have to do.
Yep.
But apparently it is here as we get back into the gun. Still plenty of cash was left over for NIP with the save. So both teams are being very reserved in the finance department here, which means we're going to have threatening rounds through down the tail end through the straight.
Esatag, you are playing with fire. This is an Aggie line to take. Oh, scary scenes. He's got dinked down to 1 HP. Careful not to crater. Does get a soft dismount. Okay, panic over. He lives on.
Well, if anyone's got good movement, it is Esatag. So graceful like a gazelle.
You can give gazelles too much credit, you know. Sometimes they do look quite clumsy. I don't know if you can really task Esatag with holding any part of this ace site. He's just such an unpredictable outcome for him. Plopsky's jumping for info. Maybe going to bait for Brolan.
I don't think
Not going to clear. Okay, gets it. Surely he's cooked. Counter incendiary. Take a fight. Catch a bullet. 4-on-4 just about. Don't forget the Esatag status. What a shot. Plopsky from way downtown takes another scalp. It's Axile. And now they're channeled into A with 30 seconds. Rez actually choosing to aggress on this. You have the man advantage, but he's not satisfied, and it leads to his demise. They are going to catapult now into the site. Hampus will hear them through apps. A powerful angle catching them inaccurate on the balcony. He walks back in. Another contribution from Esatag despite the low HP. And Shiro with a 1v2, a very manageable 1v2.
Oh, Flubby's line on the smoke right there.
Going to have the ninja scratching their head. What does that mean? What does that do? He's going to try and play around it.
Maybe he didn't flub his lines. This could be brilliant right here.
Is it a one-way?
Smoke's a wall behind him right now. Oh,
heard it. Heard it. Esatag. Okay. Just they close. It's Plopsky responsible for it. Just pulling a 6th out of the hat. That was an intense round of Counter-Strike there and an important recovery. But that was just a blip on the radar, really. I mean, we've seen one Cloud9 round. Everything else, a slew of blue.
Good trading here.
Look at that.
Okay. Never mind. I thought that he had just like pipped him through the corner, but actually just a spam kill from Plopsky. That was brilliant right there, and he does finish off the round as well with the final frag.
I have going to check that G2 update. Oh.
Yeah, it's quite the game to keep glued on, isn't it?
14 just about. Cover your ears, I apologize. Oh my goodness, our own round has already kicked off full steam. Damage was done, burn they heard, and now Plopsky still, despite the rumble of information and the dunk from Hampus, they will leave with the lead. And the bomb's on half wall. He's trying to threaten with the molly. Be brave if he wanted to go through that smoke. He's going to spray in, and that costs him his life, likely the round as well. Inters and Shiro on the wrong side of the map without the bomb. What are you gonna? What do you get out of A? You're gonna hope to catch the A lurk. No one's home.
There was an idea that would have made sense. It just meant that Axel had to survive, because knowing that you can fortify the bomb top and on a half wall, it was always going to draw at least one rotation. So if Axel had been able to stay alive in that situation, he threw himself into the smoke there and got taken on down. Would have put him in a pretty good stead to allow his teammates to try and find something to work with here, but you've got another incendiary or two, some flashes available, a smoke now just dispatched. For Cloud9, it's a very rough one right now to get on into a round like this. A nice tidy nade will do a little bit of chip damage. They can throw the Molotov over towards the sandbag position and try and flush out. But again, another smoke deployed, and you have 25 seconds left on the clock. It has to be the save. Yeah. And we've said that quite frequently now as NIP have taken the lead in this one. They will be getting themselves up to a 7-6 scoreline. And that this time round was with the opening of Nafany, just unable to convert off the back of that. The next two consecutive kills came on over and landed in the pocket of NIP. So good stuff from the Swedes now.
Really nice kill distribution as well. We know Brolin had a slow start, but he definitely has awoken and been a contributor to some of their round wins. But everyone else, a couple of frags between them. So all of the Swedes and the Dane delivering in equal capacity, equal measure. G2 trying to right the ship over on the B stream. Shiro just going to be laying down what he can to set the scene for the last two of play here on their T side.
There will be enough money for Cloud9 to have a full buy round now, as you can see, and a full gun round into the next as well by virtue of the loss bonus. So the economy's actually been quite kind to them in the way that their saves have played on out. They've kept themselves very threatening, and not in the same way as ENCE did earlier today with 4 spies, but by management of their money. Not wanting to fight for any banana control right now, and yeah, tickled on up by the flames right there. S-Attack has to drop back. This will completely change and shift the setup that NIP were working with right there. If he didn't get tickled by the flames, they could have stayed postured forward, but they will have to choose something different now. As flash on over, incendiary forward, one on the way back, and space to be taken here by NIP as they don't do it early, they do it mid-round, which is great against a team like Cloud9, who are a bit more methodical, like to wait out the protocol utility. Well, now, by doing it when the timing was about 1:20, they bought themselves full banana control with a minute on the clock. This is good stuff.
And it's a different variation. You know, it's not with the half-wall smoke. It's actually a deep banana smoke and 2 incendiaries to essentially say, fight us in the flames or give us banana back.
And they've definitely given on over here. The smoke starts to fade, and now Nafany working on some control, but time's starting to become an issue. Rez still with a full bag of utility. Hampers with almost the same, and S-Attack a smoke too. Brolin even has one to deploy over towards B. So if it is a B execute, they have both players in the site. This is exactly what you want, but Nafany wants to do this quickly. Look at this forward posturing position.
Yeah, he's going to strike at the same time as Hobbit.
Contact, contact, contact.
Brolin's still looking the wrong way. Plopsky, just on the jiggle, does manage to fall to Brolin,
oh,
and there's a gap in the one-way. Look at that. Both of them are playing around the smoke. They can't see anything. Brolin has got it done. That is horrendous to walk around the corner into. 2 players with gaps under and over the smoke. What do you call that one?
Yeah, some next level nerd stuff right there out of this duo and the B bomb side.
One smoke, 2 angles, bro.
That is filthy, right? Even if you account for one, there's no way you're accounting for the other as part of that wide swing. Inters gets a freebie onto Hampus right here, but wants to make sure he doesn't go down after time. Even if he had died there before the time had expired, he would have been able to have a gun round. But now, by going down after time, he's going to be left on 2.8. Oh, hold up. Never mind. They dropped it. It's all good. It's all good. And speaking of all good, G2 fans, it's all good. G2 pick up the win over Imperial. They set themselves up in that 1-1 column alongside a crazy list of teams. An actual crazy list of teams. And Imperial, unfortunately, now find themselves in the 0-2 column, battling for survival tomorrow in the best of 3s.
Yeah, make sure you set your morning alarms, because I think the best of 1s are going to be worth a watch tomorrow. Very much so. Those 1-1 matchups.
NIP will have more than salvaged this half, by the way, Alex. If they walk away with 9-6, Cloud9 won the first 5 rounds of the game. What a comeback this would be from the Swedes. Really well handled, and again, the frag distribution. Look how close it is.
What I find so impressive is not only, Brolin's just tied himself right up with the rest of his squad mates, but everyone's pulling their weight. And even more so, I don't know how NIP have managed to keep Cloud9 so caged while still maintaining so much of their util.
It is wild, right?
Like, they get to hold on to... Look, I mean, look, when are we seeing their nade? They've thrown one, Chad. One smoke deployed. It was a molly, actually. No, they've still got all of those. There's the smoke on top.
And it's sub 1 minute.
And now they're going to try and get flashed, I assume. Oh, they really aren't. Just poking and prodding from every angle. Bronner's not going to be caught out immediately. Still has Arch. And swung through. Nice from Nafany. Catches Hampus. That's an opening kill for Cloud9. 7 would be a nice recovery. Roland is going to meet Hobbit as well, so very nicely played. And you can see Nafany's got the CT rotate locked down. Deals with Plopsky.
B's open. They killed Plopsky and Brolin. Should they take the bomb back to B? Or is there time? 25 seconds. They're just going to kill them all.
Yeah, they're just going to take the biff. And there you have it, an 8-7 half. A little recovery on the final round of play. You can see that run from NIP. So a very competitive game for us here on the mainstream.
Yeah, and you spoke about how stoic they were with their utility. They're late into the game, right? And that's why the conversation early from me was about Cloud9 and the pace in which they were approaching. It was, I think, to condition NIP to make sure that they had to use their nades early. But whether the Storm had some more heads-up, Biffy style of Counter-Strike on the CT side where they took the duels, and then they could go back to the game plan that works against Cloud9, which is limp out that utility slow and steady, making sure that when they do want to take territory, you're greeting them with just as much of your own. Here we go. The odds still quite heavily favoring Cloud9 here. And, wow, 8-7. Quite a good half here. Julie's out in the hands of Shiro. He's been dropped them. Kit, HE for Hobbit. 2 flashes for Inters to try and facilitate. And on the T side here from NIP, it's a 2-3 spread. 3 over towards second mid. They're flashing the fight coming on through. Nafany can't connect the dots, can't find a fight, but Axel can, and he's being gooshed. Not long for this world. Esatag will find him.
How many people actually connected a bullet onto Axel there? Okay.
This is still huge from Nafany, though. The fact that he's tucked on down quite aggressively, they are noting that there is the potential for this aggression. You can tell just by the way that Hampus is trying to sniff out the T-house. So with this, it's very likely they clear this corner. I think Nafany thinks he has all the room and they don't know, but he should go down. Yeah, exactly that. Now A's open. When you have a player that forward, if they want to get a bit more pep in their step, you would normally, with a player that far ahead of the pack, be, well, saying A's clear. And that's not the case whatsoever. All 5 members from NIP bearing down now.
Yeah, and they're not going to let anything slip away. Something that like I wasn't smart enough to contribute to, a conversation in the green room.
Okay.
Maui says nothing triggers him more than seeing CT save on a CT pistol.
Okay.
But like I've always thought we justified it like, oh, some Kev, get the free upgrade.
Yeah.
Could you understand where Maui would be coming from? Is it cash? Is it you can always afford to take something away from the T's? I mean, I wasn't smart enough. I just kind of smiled and nodded.
Yeah, look, I think, and I don't know if we're even going to get to see it here. I think Shiro might go on down. But one of the things with saving on the CT pistol, if it is the armor left over, it means that it's going to free you up with a few extra resources into the next round. And something which teams have been doing a little bit more of recently is once they do save the armor, then they'll have a FAMAS, right? You know, if somebody got a kill, they'll make sure there's a FAMAS in play. And that right there can be quite strong because, you know, FAMAS with Kevlar, I know it's not head armor, but it still can be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, and angle dependent. There's lots of spots you can get away with. Hobbit is going to save himself a kit and a nade. And that's an NIP pistol, so... Ooh,
okay, got something. Yeah, well, Shiro will be able to get at that FAMAS now if he would like, and he can actually drop those Julies across. So if they wanted to force, and it looks like they are, it can be quite a tidy force coming on through. And then there it is, the Shiro FAMAS. So I guess we can have that conversation that you were happening in front of our eyes right here. Shiro would only have been able to go for a buy like this if he did save that Kevlar. So they've been able to keep a pair of Julies. They have a FAMAS in play, 2 5.7s to CZ, and a couple of bits and bobs. 4 smokes in total, make it 5.
Plenty of utility, so NIP really can pull the defense around. Does seem rather
Direct?
Yeah, direct.
Yeah.
I was going to say clear intent. NIP just off the break without any information.
Axel needs multiple kills here. This round's over.
He's got a rather flamboyant setup on the 5-7. He's going to eat a flash. Oh, no, he's not. Still doesn't get anything done, and that FAMAS does nothing. NIP set for a 10th.
We will see another Cloud9 save here. There's no way into a round like this. If you want to linger around and see if you can get maybe a gun like that, then yeah, you can justify it. But otherwise, it's going to be more of the same. Cloud9, we're playing the percentages, holding on to the armor, holding on to the upgraded pistols here, and trying again into the next round of play. NIP already know this, right? There's no threat, there's no shots, there's no sound cues of any regard. So they know that if they wanted, they could start to have a little bit of a look around here and apply some pressure, but Brolin's passive position over towards T-Stairs means that they just might want to hold on to their goodies too. And NIP have come on in here with quite a clear game plan.
I mean, Cloud9 were everyone's favorite, and NIP, in their first game against Vitality, people very quick to dismiss as
Vitality.
Vitality. Yeah, B, Apex's career low major performance in that map alone. And that Lightning wasn't going to strike twice in the form of an ENCE tag top frag. But so far, Cloud9 have yet to be able to dig their teeth and dig their claws into the Inferno and start running away with it. 5-0 was great. 2 on the tail end of the half made it an 8-7 half. But NIP, this is going to be their next big test. Quick tech pause. It looks like we're going to have to just quickly get a couple of players out and in.
Yeah, losing a couple of them out the server right now, so maybe just need a quick restart, maybe just a quick chop or change and check of a setting. These things don't normally take too long. But yeah, we need to see a bit more bite, because you're right. It was really those first 5 rounds of play where Cloud9 looked extremely threatening. Now, they obviously haven't been able to get stuck on their CT side just yet when the rifles come out, but I guess the fact that they are on the CT side second here means it's not going to be able to just constantly go for the saves. They will have to be going for some of these retakes here if they are going to be giving up site control. But I do want to continue to sing the praises of NIP's game plan within that first half, how reserved they are with their utility usage and the type of fights they were kind of forcing Cloud9 into when they wanted to take that space. It looked well organized, and then that geeky little one-way smoke we saw over towards B from Brolin and Plopsky as well. So lots of praises there, even though it was an 8-7 half. Getting the players back on in now. I can see all of them in the server. We've just had the quick little round restore going on, and should be getting this one back underway any second now. Final best of 1 on the day. Tomorrow we'll be getting into 4 more best of 1s to start in the 1-1 matches. There'll be 2 on each stream, the A and the B, and then there'll be 2 best of 3s on each. 2 of them being elimination, 2 of them being progression for the first teams locked in for the playoffs.
Navi are up there.
Yeah, and this will be the 4th team to join the bunch with the Flames.
Spirit, Navi, and this team.
Yeah, and it sounds a bit odd when you say the first one, Spirit, and then Flames, or you're like, okay, Navi, okay, that one makes sense.
If they missed it as well, Chad, I mean, like to summarize that heroic game, it was actually just Team Spirit
playing some good Counter-Strike.
Playing good Counter-Strike. I don't think any alarm bells should be ringing for heroic fans, more so than perhaps it's going to shake the mental, but just, yeah, Team Spirit playing a very good game, and Patsy just being another one. I can't believe we, just when I thought we'd had enough young guns showing up and kicking up a fuss, we've got another one to watch out for. First major for him, and his stats are off the charts. Just a 2 rounds, or rather 2 kill spread from the individuals of NIP. It's very much a team effort here as they do take on Cloud9's lighter buy.
Yeah, yet to get Axel activated here within this map. Now, he was a force to be reckoned with during their first game against Outsiders. Shiro has been gifted the opportunity to build. Oh, FAMAS again, and the combo of the 2 strike. Esatag and Plopsky down in a 5-on-3.
That is a dream start for Cloud9 on a half buy. I mean, there are gaps, and you can see Rez is immediately trying to thrust himself through it. Axel to address it. Well, there's smoke, there's usually fire, more to come. Rez has slipped into the library, trying to find one. I think he may have caught a barrel of Shiro. And now confirms Navi. Woof, dinks him with the dualies and the dunk from Shiro. Activated on the FAMAS. 2 kills on this weapon, and there's a third on the agenda. Brolin known, tagged, and soon to be body bagged. He's got 1 out with the Mac 10. Oh, what long range! Takes down Inters. And he's not stopping there. He's still trying to get into the site. Brollan a threat now. He could be cleared. He's not ready for this.
They don't know he's out, though.
Here's them both. Site! Oh, Brollan's doing it! This is craziness. I think he knows Hobbit's there.
Oh.
Jumps through. Hobbit will pull it across the line, but not without a heroic attempt from Brollan. Catapults to the top of the table, but still Cloud9 win. A half buy investment, and those 2 frags on the break is how they find it.
Yeah, Navi willing to give Shiro back the Famous to have a second crack. It was the same 2 A defenders, but this time with a more proactive approach on their A hold. Aggressive apartments so they couldn't be popped on like the previous. And Shiro now, today, in 3 rounds of lighter buys, he has a massive impact. On Mirage, he had 1 round on the T side, 1 round on the CT side, and now here on Inferno, getting it done when Cloud9 needed him.
Oh, cancels his plans there. S-Tech has to cancel his plan. You can see he's communicating as well. There is a gap that has to be filled. Hampus already in the apartments.
Yeah, that sends Axel, Shiro back quite quickly with the AWP. Pepperdon down to 60 points of health. Cannot reside up in towards the apartments any longer. No banana control just yet for NIP, but it's not being fought for by Cloud9.
Interesting. You can see that they are concerned about the boost. And they're coming through, so they're going to take full top mid control. No AWP allowed to be patrolling for answers, so they are in the dark as it stands.
This might come quick. Look at the space they're taking. They're creeping and looking for fights here.
No bomb commitment, but they are poking and prodding.
They're very forward positions. It means that Cloud9 can't really rotate.
And now the line is drawn in the sand. Util sails over. Couple of flashes. The last of them. Just pausing so close. Up in their grill. The B players none the wiser. The A players too. They will be now. Crossfire, flash, good one. Navi. Whoa! Upon release of his crouch, he's relieved of his life, and that'll do. That'll do, Pig. That's a reference to Babe.
Which most of you who are watching right now were probably not born when that movie came out.
No,
but
still stands up, though.
It's a great film, and that was a great round. The amount of space that NIP were able to take there completely undetected was insane. It just went from 0 to 100. Because if you're Axel in the pit and you're Nafi in the side, you're just sitting there, you know that the territory is given on up, but the only thing you hear is the moto smoke, a flash, and then both of you pop your heads up and you're dead. The round is already done. You didn't even get an opportunity to be a jarring force whatsoever in slowing down the Swedes, who have just grabbed their 11th round, 5 away from putting himself in that 2-0 column.
Amazing scenes. The flashbang they used on to catch Nafi. I mean, he has 0 time to react. A perfect pop flash. And as long as you've got teammates that are willing to take that space and take that ballsy push, you've got a round very quickly. Really cool way to put a T round on the board. It's going to put us up to, a 3-1 scoreline in the second half. It was 8-7, but NIP, they are within touching distance. If they can break through a fully bought up CT squad here, Shiro is going to be on his AWP.
Shiro needs some help, though. And I mean in terms of just individuals trying to shut it down. Right, I know that ENCE is at 10 and Hobbit's on 11. They were both on the other side of the map. Nafi and Axel holding this A side haven't been contributing in buckets and spades just yet. But under control this time. So Hampus, wherever he wants to go, the aggressive in-game leader will take the space, have his teammates try and set him up, and they get to isolate a fight. Exchanging flames here as both are held at bay over towards Banana.
Tempered in their progression. Nade is good onto Brollan. Next step, flash and jiggle. Nothing.
They are being very threatening, though, early.
All the time.
Yeah, like every piece of utility as well is just setting them up to take that next step. And this is to help...
Dreamy.
Yeah, this is to help force Cloud9 into using that util. We know that that's what this is about, right? It's warfare of attrition, making sure that you can force out all of those smoke grenades, and they've done exactly that. That has left Cloud9 in a position to gamble. And they've gambled correctly right now. The AWP here, that nade, destined for success. Chip damage done to 2.
There is nothing left to slow them down but the incendiary of Hobbit. And here they come, a full commit. Shiro, perfect contribution. If he could get anything else done, his team should be set for success. Time, light on. Another contribution from Shiro, and finally Cloud9 are looking to set for a clean one. It's just 2 Swedes remaining, or rather, 1 of each. Is ENCE tag the exception? Now has to be exceptional. He's got 15 seconds, the poor Salt. Hanging out with the fish. He's heard, he's sprayed, he's planting, he's dead. That's the end of my TED Talk. 11, though, to 9. That's Cloud9 find themselves a convincing defensive round.
Okay, keeping it competitive here. And I said that, Shiro needs some help. Apparently he doesn't. He'll just do it all. Just rotates on over and pips 2 on the way on in. You could see them posturing, hoping for the re-peek. And then they waited so long, he didn't peek. And then as soon as they moved on in, he did. So Shiro being quite the force right now, as it is a 2-round game. Enough for a bye here for NIP. It's very tidy in how they took that map control. Now, I guess it can be Hampus' watch, because where he seems to go, the team seems to follow.
Yeah, very, very much one of the in-game leaders to watch in the fragging department.
Looks like they want to go B again here, but this time with less tells. More bodies. Oh!
If Hobbit's getting warmed up, you really should be scared. He gets info, gets away, and surely NIP pull the plug on this. You don't want to full commit into them. It does seem like they do exactly want to do that.
Well, I think they want to get ahead of this Shiro rotation, and because it's so early and the util hasn't been used so quickly, Cloud9 haven't gone for that gamble, and now that it's a 4-on-5, maybe they feel that they don't have to. But unless Shiro and ENCE can get a kill or 2 between them here, this will still be a hard retake.
These flashes aren't going to stop. Hampus has 4. Just going to keep throwing them out. More to come. They're in the open. ENCE has to hold on, and has. He gets 2, 3 from ENCE. Lordy! And Hampus is his next victim. He's only got 30 HP. He is done for. The rotate wasn't necessary, Chad. He's done it on his own. You said they had to show up, and they have. Oh, and you know that feels good. Cloud9, they can count on ENCE. 3 kills on the NIP commit. That's going to have to force them to change their plans. B site is not a gimme.
That was huge as well. And you could see the amount of Molotovs used in the site right there. It was just laden with flames. The 2 players, ENCE and Hobbit, were touching. They were connected by a rope right here. You can see them bumping into each other and still able to convert 3 massive kills. Huge from ENCE. That's what you need from your rock right there. And then the mop and bucket comes out for Nafi. As NIP are left with pebbles and peanuts here as they're just down to these pistols and going fast B. Hobbit's going to have a field day here. 2 for him. And ENCE is looking for another 3-piece.
Delicious. Oh, he's done it with the flames instead. So, done the cooking.
Flambéed. Come on, boys, you went fast. I mean, what are you stopping for now?
What is there to really get done? Run boost, of course. Yeah, that was what they needed.
Oh, they get another kill out of it.
Another kill.
Yeah, we'll take that.
A rifle and maybe even another kill if he's feeling really brave. And stunt nade does nothing.
Points though. Of the style variety.
NT in the chat.
All tied up. 11-11. Okay. This game's still got a couple of twists and turns left.
Yeah, NIP are going to be humbled here. It's going to be less than ideal. We're going to be seeing a couple of galols. And wow, is that really NIP's first timeout? There's another little testament to how the amount of pressure they've been feeling. This is where we start to see the mark of that changing of the tide once again. Cloud9 with funds in the bank, a fully invested defensive side. And I mean, you know it's serious when Hobbit's not smiling. Got to keep a stone face as he makes sure his troops are prepared.
I'm just taking a quick look at the spawns right now because Shiro's actually been quite active, right? And that's what you want to see from your primary AWPer, especially someone as talented as Shiro. He has a very good spawn to cross mid quickly here for a pick or to jump up swiftly in towards the apartment's position and go quite aggressive. So just curious to see if he wants to take this and try and set the tone into round number 23 here.
You're right, yeah. Well, he hasn't asked for a smoke or a run boost. He's actually just going to do it on his own. What's his plan?
Could just be a peek on the flat. Oh, jump for info. Re-peek off of this. He's likely to know there's no AWP, so this is confident stuff from Shiro here.
Yeah, just going to hold it. I have mid, he says, as one does jump across. Unless he's got eyes in the soles of his feet, will not have that info back. Where did Brolin's health just go? One down the gullet, more nades scooped up.
Again, but last time they full B-exec, it was with like 3 Molotovs. Oh dear, Nafi has so much info. Get a move on right now. ENCE can rotate on over. On an island is Hobbit. The fact that Nafi's so far forward, they should be rotating 2 players and swiftly.
They are. There's a barrage.
It might be too late.
Like already committing in. Rez feels like the site might be
gap in the smoke.
Huge gap, but Rez across. Nice find through the smoke. Brolin unable to contribute a thing, but they are in. More info on the gap. They've got so much util for this retake. The bomb now down. A man to the good are Cloud9.
And 2 Banana on the retake right here. They have NIP pinned on in.
Flashing bad. Frag is better. Axel's got away back into through Banana. They're just in pool. Oh, and another smoke frag. Hobbit doesn't need to see anyone. He's already got 2. A third seems likely. They just drop to the Hobbit. And that is another spotless round, a retake on B. And NIP so stubborn on this B site. They will not learn.
That right there, though, I was very, very worried there for the Cloud9 defense because they were out of position. They had 4 over towards A, even with Nafany's forward position in towards the boiler room. It was just Hobbit on the site, but it actually worked out in their favor that they were playing retake on B because it meant they didn't take any casualties. There was forced gaps in the smokes right there because of how flustered it was onto the way into the site, and that caused bigger problems for NIP because every time they've entered B previously, they've been dealing with the deep play from Hobbit, from ENCE into the backlines, or Shiro playing coffins with that AWP. This time, a whole different look. If you can't find the fights, they couldn't get into the site cleanly. They're going to have a hard time of holding on to this one. And consecutive timeouts now called from DJL to try and have a conversation about how they can get themselves back into this game. They don't have enough to go for a full investment as we get the highlights here of how Hobbit is apparently able to track everybody through the smokes. It is going to be a half buy coming out of NIP. Lost bonus maxed on out into the next. So all good as far as the buy department going into round number 25. But what can they make work? What execute? What pocket strat do they have up their sleeves right here? Is there any nip magic left in the tank? Or is it just the namesake in play?
There's a one-way in play here. Axel's thrown it out. That should cage any progression that Polomsky was considering.
This is very telling of once they get the territory they want, it will be some form of a set piece. Right? They've invested into this utility for a reason. They've got a whole bunch of smokes, a bunch of flashes. Now, if it's progressive, right, they could just work on mid-wall control first, or it could be more explosive. Smoke towards long, trying to draw out some util. It's doing exactly that. Flash top mid, and they will be given control here. So a lot of room garnered for NIP, still with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and if you really want to run into a 4-man stack, it's unenviable. Plopsky could molly Graveyard or Pit. He's the only one that's detached from the pack. Orb fires off a shot. Shiro known. Noted. Smokes in the sky. They are committing here, and ENCE in the power position. They've missed the molly. Well, no, they know where he is at least. Oh, damn, he's down, and only Axel, the one spray, one frag may not be enough. Insufficient, as they do open up. There was a 4-man stack on the site, and NIP leave with 3 rifles in a round.
Very unlikely round to see them bounce back in as well, and they just brute force their way in. Just brute force their way in. When ENCE popped up his head, he got noted. And it looked like a flash was getting thrown directly in his direction there, so when he popped up again, they'd already scoured into the site. Axel there with a wild spray, unable to convert anything more than 1 kill, and that's Plopsky's death. That's it. Axel being the A anchor. If I'm DJL, I'm probably changing the dialogue here to try and just condition them, press Shiro back, be very diligent with your flashes in future rounds so that AWP can't be a problem, and then try and go for these shortened Halls plays.
I mean, look, the 2 players that have been your biggest problems have both been problems at B.
Exactly.
It's Shiro, it's Hobbit. Both forced to save. I mean, why? It's definitely in your interest to have it less than favorable for them to have impact. Admittedly, you don't know what the reaction might be out of the Cloud9 setup.
But they even had 4 here, Alex.
Let me see how this went so wrong. So Nafi's fully blind, fine. Smokes completely nullifies Shiro's contributions. ENCE gets run down, and then it was really Axel who couldn't get more than the multi-kill he was required to find. But yeah, the util, I mean, you talk about executes. That was just pistols.
Oof, last timeout called from Cloud9 here as well. So last opportunity that Groove gets to take the sting out of a round loss like that. Now, they did hold on to a couple of guns. There's still residual cash left over for Cloud9 here. It will take 2 consecutive of NIP wiping them out completely. This being one of those 2.
Shiro really does only... Oh, he's got 6k. Okay, he just hasn't bought.
It might be the AWP on the ground as well here. Looks like, yeah, he's got it over towards library to scoop on up. It's just obscured
oh, there
by
it is.
this banner.
I see, yeah. I see it there. Okay, that was making me weirded out.
But this is the thing, right? So you had 4 at A and you still lose to a Tech 9 round? Like, you almost have to be certain that they'd want to go back towards A again.
No doubt about it. See what the change-up is.
Well, into starting A is a change-up.
And it's all and Hobbit that's willing to stomach a solo B.
This is the same setup they went for before when Navi pushed on in towards the window room and had a lot of info. I don't know if he wants to go for the same type of maneuver, but they don't want to give up the mid control this time. Look at how many forward positions they have on mid right here. Orp on the slither gap, Inter's anti-flash, Navi on the jiggle, and Axel babysitting Halls, who could also contribute to fight top mid. So they don't want to give up that space again, Cloud9.
Might be taken from them. Coming through Boiler. Smoke, and it just does not choose to be in front of it.
Yeah, Nafi's also dropped back as well, so it didn't take a lot to get this at least postured mid control. NIP don't know what lies on the other side, but as Hampus drops out a lurk smoke here, it does really look like they're turning the screws to continue towards A. Very standard util set you see lobbed out here to get this mid control.
Well, there's one less defender this time.
And they're up.
And they already have a lot of position with plenty more flashbangs and Molotovs. Not a single smoke in play though, so this is going to have to be the gunfight. Oof. Oh, they know that Long is threatened. Brolin not going to be giving that one up. He's continuing to apply pressure there. Just as now, Hampus starts dumping his util as well. Rez up short side. Axile in a bit of a hurt locker here. Shiro hiding in the smoke. Brolin could get caught out here. Barrel sticks out, and problems now. Nafany double, running out of time. 8 seconds, the triple kill out of Nafany. They cannot contest the plant. It will be 2v3. But so much done by Nafany, and only Brolin now. He had a close one before. Could he possibly pull the clutch? An ace clutch, no less, out of the bag. Coming in from every angle, still Pit occupied. Inter's longside his first focus, and already chipped away at. That's the end of that. Cloud9 recover, courtesy of Nafany. 3 on their commitment.
He's got 11 kills to his name here, but that is only his second multi-kill in the game so far, and a multi-kill that he had to get right there to shut that one down, because you saw the barrel get spotted on the way through that long side. Shiro just gets absolutely blanked. And Nafany steps on up, mows them down, and grabs Cloud9 their 13th. But this game is back and forth, a tug of war. The plant is great. It gets NIP back into the buys here, but here it is one more time. The in-game leader. 3 huge kills, and he knows how much that one means, getting fired on up. That's his signature right there. And an IP back into a timeout of their own. While we said it's likely that they continue towards A, they went into a less defended bomb site this time round and were unable to collapse with the rifles in the same way they did with the Tech 9s in the previous. Still plenty of cash. No T-sided AWP being opted for here, and you can understand why. They're operating as quite the unit here, NIP, and it is tidy. But do they want a playmaker now to enter the server and try and find them something early? Because they're getting the space. Do they want to find an opening kill? Do they want to be a bit more aggressive in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, for the last 2 rounds, it's been just Hobbit to B. There's not going to be a lot of util that will stand in your way. I say that as they dispatch 3 off spawn. So if you do try knocking on Banana's door now, there is going to be a lot more than you bargained for. Faking it. Pulls more utility out of the CTs as Rez will mantle up. Typical procedures, announcing an app's presence. 3 of them, in fact, are actually maneuvering. Only Rez the one to make a song and dance about it.
Yeah, this is actually quite conservative stuff from NIP. It's just a default spread in similar fashion as what Cloud9 would do, right? Avoid as much utility damage as possible, and Shiro apparently wants to have a look mid-round. AWP trained, shot taken, aggression noted. And that's going to make them a little bit more skittish as they try and take this mid-control here.
Ooh, and yeah, actually that incendiary extinguished through the boiler smoke. So a bit unfortunate there.
Knocking on the door of A again, 57 seconds on the clock. Flash forward, mid-control taken, and maybe they want to try and creep up again. We've seen it work once for NIP.
This is dreamy.
This is the same play. This worked for them before.
Yeah, but Nafany's not going to be susceptible to that same flashbang. And now Axile has, at any point can strike Rez long range onto Shiro, so he doesn't go down empty-handed. You do see the nade softening him up. 7 HP, and that is another successful A take from the Ninjas. I mean, I was going to say if it ain't broke, but it was previously. They just come straight back to it.
Yeah, we've seen that round before out of NIP, right, where they're able to snake their way up and be so threatening right there. But that shot over towards Shiro in Library, right, he takes a little bit of flak damage, and then I think that being scared on off, right, he peeks back in and gets absolutely destroyed right there. And in that kind of a passive setup, it's great if they execute. It's not great if they walk on up on you like that because they can just sit, wait, and isolate the fights. How are you meant to get out of the cold zero box and the graveyard position? You're very, very locked on those holds.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cloud9 opt for something more forward.
They have to.
I mean, boost up on quad, have someone anti, someone underneath. Just don't let NIP ever get into that stance, because that just seems like a guarantee. Once they've got that much territory and can just slowly dig their claws deeper into you. This is 13-13. We continue to trade blows back and forth for the last 4.
Brolin has really turned this game around. Now, I know it was the super, super early stages, but you remember, I think it was like 0-5 at one point. He's now topping the scoreboard right here for his squad. 17 kills for him. 13 for Esatag, 12 for Rez, 11 for Plopsky, and 10 for Hampus. So Brolin finding some impact here, the newest addition to the NIP jersey. AWP brought over towards B early here, and maybe the play would be to set Shiro up, post him up with the AWP, and allow the rifles to rotate back on over and try and bolster A. They haven't played too far forward on mid here with this setup, and as we continue to do color by number Counter-Strike, the basics, the defaults, the bread and butter of the high level play. The Boiler and Holes control. They're going to take this banana push. Maybe a fast flank. Maybe relinquish this long side. They're not really using it. They're not going long whatsoever, right? It's traditionally mainly up this short side.
It would be out of character from Cloud9, though.
Well, the fight's coming again here. Rinse and repeat from NIP.
Yeah, and but nothing to report Banana, but safe passage through CT. Falls a little quiet for a moment. 3 CTs maneuvering back to the A side, but here comes the Ninjas. Just multiple stages to their take. Axel burnt, hiding in the smoke. Nafany pre-aims perfectly to the drop-off, and he's got Brolin in his sights as well. Can't seem to finish him, and it's Hampus that saves him from the heavens, from the top rope. Axel can't find anyone. He's been hiding in plain sight this whole time, and we will find a 2v2. Now the bomb is in pit. You've got 30 seconds, and Hobbit's heading on over. The resmoke should deny any contributions from Hobbit. Intes has short side, though. Had short side. He won't have any options now, so they can leave pit. 15. Apps possible. Hampus, considering his options, will support from pit. It's been very much heard. And on the lead. Oh, he's been spotted out. Oh, a dink exchange. The AK's better. And NIP leave with the 14th.
Wow.
DJL knows how much that one means. He was so close.
What a tight round that one was, especially with the dink coming on through. A risk taken from Hobbit there to push through the smoke and try and catch a bit of a timing. The shot was good, just couldn't connect onto the second bullet necessary to get that kill.
Look at Axel's maneuver. So he actually leaves pit completely, safe and sound, strikes onto Esatag, but this second 2v2, oh, dink exchange, and Rez quick onto Inters, so
They're really negating Axel's position in pit because every time he's dropped that smoke to play around the bike, they've had the perfectly placed Molotov.
This is new.
Well, we saw them do this with the Save Famas and the P250, not with an AWP and an M4.
Could catch the bedroom progressions. Rez has got into the apartments uncontested. I'd argue and wager 7 rounds.
Oh, Nafany's just rotated over towards B here, so they're thinking NIP are going to change their direction, but A, it's a leaky ship right now.
Plopsky, surely you don't get away with that. All apps, they scream as they do start to launch. They know, wait, 2 apps. Oh, it doesn't matter. Axel's got all 3 of them on the cross back in the setup. It works like a dream. Cloud9 with 2-man A hold. Axel awoken. And then it's just Plopsky. Good luck, have fun. Nice headshot onto Shiro. Stops it from being a full whitewash. Perfect. 66. And another frag for Plopsky. Surely there's nothing more to be said. The plant will go uncontested.
Another kill would be great here. The cash isn't great over there for Cloud9. If Plopsky can take one more, he's already got the bomb down. This is a very threatening round around the flames here. Oh, the line out.
Could have been a headshot. Yeah, they dip under it. So we recover. And we continue to trade blows.
It's fortunate he didn't get another kill there. They'll scavenge the AWP back. They can drop that over. It's going to be fine regarding the buy, but if Plopsky did any more damage, it would have been some real issues for Cloud9 trying to buy back in. There's only 2 more rounds to play in this half. We either go to overtime or one of these teams is going to be winning 16-14. Now, Axel, I mentioned it previously with Nafi when he got that multi-kill on the site, it being his second multi-kill of the game. That's Axel's second multi-kill of the game, and he's the A anchor. He has a really rough go of things. So finally, in the thick of it, not just stuck at pit, not stuck in graveyard, in a more active position, he gets 3 huge kills. So great stuff for Axel, coming alive late. It doesn't matter when you get stuck into the game, as long as you get stuck in.
Shiro is trying to stay dynamic. You can see the options constantly shifting.
Do you doubt it if you're NIP though, right? Do you go back to B? You didn't have any success on that side of the map. Why would you change from going towards A? Sure, you got stunted here. But how many times is Axel going to be able to pull off a maneuver like that? You have to ask yourself.
Yeah, but you do want to make sure that Cloud9 are still scared of this. And that flash is a good way to start it. Hobbit's safe from it.
Oh, that's info
Did
on the
Shiro
AWP.
fire a shot?
Yeah, he did. So that's info on the AWP immediately here. Now, the fact that he did fire that shot,
oh, wow. Yeah.
he's rotating ahead of it here. NIP are trying to get a move on quicker when they've identified that. They're up mid.
Shiro will be there. Lurk smoke drops, so Hampus is really throwing some indicators that this is the commit.
This on the fade.
They'll already be across from Shiro's line of sight. Wow, how does Brolin get that? Just to the leg, exposed on the crouch. Nafany and Mini Pit, they're already tightening the noose. Nafany known, deleted. It's Axel in the pit. They know it's Axel. They know he's the pit player, and he only gets the one. Rez still clicking heads. NIP are set for 15, and Hobbit, he's just in this horrible state of panic. It's what do I do? Both of the options suck.
And this is the thing, the buy is going to suck into the next round. So even if he wanted to try and go for some crazy, heroic 1-on-3, he knows that he has to hold on to this M4. It's 1,400, bottom of the barrel loss bonus. That's all that they're going to have coming into the accounts next round. It's going to put Inters in range to get on M4, sure. But the other 3 of them, it's going to be a little bit rough around the edges here. Going into the final round of the map with a broken CT buy. And every single time NIP have been able to get this mid controlled, they feel threatening. Even in the rounds they haven't been able to convert, they're able to at least turn their attention, turn the screws, make Cloud9 sweat. The passive play from Cloud9 again in pit, in the mini pit, both those positions, they have not been working for Cloud9. They're not getting the level of production out of those positions that they require here. And NIP, they could be the fourth team to join the 2-0 bucket here today. During the likes of Navi, Copenhagen Flames, and Spirit tomorrow to be potentially locking themselves in to the playoffs. Look at this. Famouses, MP9s.
All right, well, if ever there was a time for a hero maneuver, OT required if Cloud9 want to keep themselves undefeated here in Antwerp. A win against outsiders, domestic rivals is nice. But made to sweat now up against the Ninjas. It's a far from idyllic buy. And A has been the answer to a lot of their problems on this T side. Can they really get away with it again? Same flight path, same default, same responsibilities. Brolan might be trying to come and get the B players a little on edge.
Yeah, even just a little bit more of a look in here, right? If he throws anything, if he's slightly suppressing, Hampus is out. Those footsteps are heard from Nafany there.
Oh, confirms there's at least 2. One heard out. Rez tagged a little further, down to 37. But they've got their presence in apps. They've got their presence up mid. And they are actually flirting with B. Oh, perfect from Nafany. With an MP9, close range, has taken down Hampus and he's looking for answers. He wants to make sure he has his defensive pieces in the right place. Shiro is heading back to B, maybe.
Oh, I can't see him. He can't see him.
Klofsky will not be considering this, though. His crosshair is bang on the money. He knows where he is. And a free frag, an AK upgrade.
But the gap long.
They are
gonna run
trying
into
to
this.
pluck through it. They're chill for now. It's 20 seconds. OT, 3 frags away, and with these recovered rifles, even more threatening. Back to turn, heads are popped, and now suddenly they're flattened, with plenty of time to plant. NIP, what a recovery. Brolin's gotten away with murder there, 1 HP. He's not playing a headshot angle, it doesn't matter his health if he gets away with that. He's just playing for the round. He's just playing for the round. Yeah, get that smoke out. ENCE even has a molly for short. Get her down. Problems now. Where's the kits? One on Hobbit. Up and over. It's powerful, it's potent, but look how restrained the ninjas are being. Time is their best friend to finish in regulation. A 3v5, 2 on 2, 1 on 1, 1 HP. And I think they might have time. Pre-fires in, and I think we're done. I think we're done. Ninjas in pajamas pull it. Just about blood, sweat, and tears across the line in regulation. Good grief. A highly competitive affair.
And Threats here with the boys as well. The analyst is here to play. Joins the celebrations. Massive stuff for NIP in the final round, showing Cloud9 how to lock down the A bomb site with a passive hold of their own. Stick to their guns. A 3-on-5 to get it done. 16-14. The Swedes find themselves one game away from the arena.
Underestimated all the way. The 16-4 thrashing and then a full 30 rounds up against Cloud9, no less. New colors and perhaps a new rivalry brewing. That is going to get under their skin. But another team in that 1-1 bracket that you don't really want to mess with.
Yeah, some very big names tomorrow still to be played out in those best of ones, but a highly entertaining game and some really good Counter-Strike being played from NIP here, doing it by the book, right? You could see their approach. Enjoyed what I watched, loved what we saw on that CT side, and a very close game, so this was entertaining. The desk, they were excited. I think we got what they were looking for.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. That checked every box for an entertaining game of Counter-Strike. Obviously, for Cloud9, that's going to take them straight back to the drawing board. Some things to analyze. What were the key takeaways from seeing Cloud9 here in Inferno?
Maybe try and get a bit more diversity around that A site because we've exploited time and time again in this one here. It did tend to be a bit of an issue there towards the tail stages of that second half.
It cannot be a recurring theme of Axel not getting online. As your pit player, you usually put your sharpest tool in the shed in that pit position, but he got rumbled by the NIP assault. It was so fun to see how NIP managed to so stubbornly hit that bomb site against such a good team like Cloud9. 2-0. NIP sailing through and will have 3 best-of-3 opportunities to get themselves to the playoffs. And we're going to have the desk to play us off after another great day of Counter-Strike.
Thank you so much. Great casting on the day as well. A lengthy one at the end there. I was kind of hoping it was going to go to overtime just because these teams were matching each other pound for pound at times. But we got to be honest, NIP clutching it out and Cloud9 a couple of times getting stuck on that site.
That was a good game. That was a very good game of Counter-Strike. High-octane CS, you know, in a slow tempo at times. It's Inferno. Classic. You know, you wait out for your opponents, you wait out for the smokes, and then all of a sudden an explosion will happen either on the A or the B bomb side. We saw that throughout the game. I think NIP deserves a lot of credit for the way they handled this game. It felt like, to me, Cloud9 were in charge, especially off with a good start, but NIP kept crawling their way back into the game, and at the end of the day, they got the victory.
Yeah, I was super impressed with how they were so explosive in their rounds. Their utility seemed on point. I actually and I think that's the reason Axel actually struggled with his impact in this game, because I was looking at it, he looked blind the entire time.
See it on the cam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was super impressed with how fast-paced those rounds were, really.
I think especially because you would equate that sometimes also with that aggressive mid-round calling also and the adapting from Cloud9. But for NIP to do this when they were underdogs in this situation, I think, and we're still kind of figuring out what their ceiling is, they've impressed me today in both of their games.
Yeah, and they win in 2 very different fashions, right?
Yeah.
The first game was ENCE. It was all about the AWP playing a fantastic game on a map like Overpass where you can maneuver around. ENCE in this game didn't do much. He had an ADR 36, so he wasn't really on the server, but then everyone else stepped up, you know, in order to get it done. So I like the way NIP is winning right now in 2 different fashions, and yeah, they surprised.
But versus Vitality and versus Cloud9, I think if you're an NIP fan, you've been on the ropes for a little while, right? But this is a lot to look forward to. But on the other side, what does it mean for Cloud9 then in this regard? It seems like a very atypical loss to me for them, because usually they can fight their way back. We were talking in the green room, you were saying maybe they fight back and that would be very typical of them, never to be counted out of this game. But how did NIP close the door?
I'm super impressed also because I actually thought coming into the game that Cloud9's style of play is just so effective at what NIP usually want to do, and even though like NIP played like this good of a game, it was that close, right? And the key players that the Cloud9 usually have, like Axile and Navi, bringing all of that impact, they weren't really hitting their strides today.
No, and I think that's a good point. Chat brought it up in the cast as well, saying that they can win in two different fashions, right? They can be this methodical, very smart team that will just outmaneuver you, outmove you on the server with the utility, or you look at the players and the qualities they have in Exile and Shiro. There should be enough firepower to run over NIP, but they couldn't, right? NIP bought into the game being played with utility. As you said, they were the one flashing Exile for the majority of the time. They were the ones putting off the great executes. They were the ones being explosive in the right moment. So I think NIP won a game where you actually played it on the terms of Cloud9, and that's what makes it so impressive.
Yeah, you know, feather on the cap of Hampus as well, right? In this one specifically. Round 24 you wanted to look at, because I think that does, I believe that was the one that signified the utility usage rather from NIP.
Yeah, so this is a round that just wait out all the utility. There was a missed molly in middle, and then look at this pace. Like, they just flash. They believe so much in that run path, and they get everything done together here. And I mean, Axel, he has a chance there. Like, there's a moment of 5, 6, 7 seconds where he's doing nothing in pit.
You just love this round, right? Because you said it, run path. This is something you can dry run on a server. This is something they've done over and over again in practice. And as you said, they trust so much in the flashes. They trust so much in the utility. Maybe they trust in the read they've done on Cloud9. So they just allow themselves to run straight in towards the bomb side. And that's what we talked about. Some of the rounds were explosive, but even the slow rounds had explosive elements to them. And that's what made it so tough for Cloud9 to figure it out. Because yes, honestly, right, it felt like NIP could play a slow round and didn't just explode, and they could play a fast round and explode. So it was impossible for Cloud9 to figure out when and where do we use our utility, and they struggled with that. We saw them juggle nades in CT spawn. We saw them getting caught off guard in rotations. It was a super well-played game by NIP.
And that's very unlike Cloud9 to struggle with their utility, because I like to use a word, they kind of herd you with their utility. Like, you go towards mid, they smoke you off, you go towards B, they smoke you off, and you don't really know what to do. And they couldn't really figure this out this game.
Mm-hmm. You seem surprised at what NIP has shown so far. Really exciting. Let's take a look at all the results we had today. As said, it didn't exactly go as planned for everyone involved. This is, of course, the second part of it. Vitality staring up at me immediately. Weren't able to win their opening game versus NIP. Also didn't win versus Outsiders. Now in the 0-2 pool, we have a FaZe who's in the 1-1 pool. It's going to get spicy, I think, when we see the matchups.
I look at these results and I think to myself, who could have predicted this, right? Heroic not being able to beat Spirit.
Everyone's picking.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Everyone's picking is hurting right now. Copenhagen Flames besting ENCE, not even a close game, not even competitive. The only one who lived up to the favorite role today, I would say, was Navi. They got the job done against Big Clan. NIP in a close game against Cloud9, fair enough. But the rest, it feels like all the favorites have been struggling, right? They haven't really found their footing. And that also speaks into the volume that everyone coming into the stage, they're so close. It's the smallest margins. It's who is the better on the day. And as you said, Devilwalk, it's exciting.
Yes, definitely. And Imperial actually made a really good run against G2. We were watching that game in the green room while we were watching the game here, but basically, you know, they were actually just a few rounds away. Like, it was super close.
I'm honestly clutch. I'm honestly 1v3 on the B bomb side.
Hey, let's be honest. He had to save him.
Yes.
And they should have paid more. You know, 600k was not enough. Give him $1 million.
Was it not? We're going to get to matchups in just a second, because I think that NIP win actually changed things up a bit for the better for both BNE and Imperial, and perhaps for... I don't know, actually. I'm not going to tell any lies. We'll take a look in just a second. Overall, though, I think we can reiterate once again what we have said since the beginning of this major. Feels like an open major. Feels like there are opportunities for everyone. And, of course, the Flames come top of mind as well in that regard, right? A couple of teams like Team Spirit as well that just have taken the opportunity where some of the top teams have dropped the ball.
Yes, and I love that, right? It's the group stage. We're still in a studio environment as well, and that's where the viewers have to calm their nerves and calm their horses just a little bit, because some teams, they are feeling more comfortable when they're in a studio. If they were to qualify for the playoff inside the arena, probably and hopefully going to be a packed arena with emotions, with a vibe in there, you know, that's going to vibrate for all these players, then we go into a different stage of the tournament. So just because we see Copenhagen Flames, just because we see NIP play some solid Counter-Strike right now, doesn't mean that when we get into the arena that a team like G2 wouldn't be the favorites again if they were to FaZe, which is what I love about this stage of the major. We see the surprises, we see who come in well prepared, and they get rewarded for it as well.
Not just in the stadium, but we've also seen like Team Liquid making the run, even though they lost their 2 opening games in the best of 3s. It is a different beast in the best of 3s. All of a sudden, you need that deeper map pool, and you need to show your proficiency and your tactical book. Oh my God, I almost said a really bad word. On a bigger scale, it was a long day. Please don't clip that.
Please do.
On a bigger scale. And, you know, that's where you really see the depth of the teams. Yeah, for the rest, one thing about Vitality, maybe you're still laughing at me. I almost never do this on air.
You should have said it.
Oh,
you should have owned
God.
it.
I should have just gone for it.
Yeah.
You know?
You had a chance.
Talk to me about Vitality, because that was problematic as well. Devil, and especially because I feel like for Vitality, we've been following the story of like, how are they going to make this puzzle work? And then it looked like it was clicking, right? We had some great performances from them in the Challenger stage. Zaiwu was finding his form. Mizuta was working in the team. Apex had his clutches. You know, how hard is it going to be for them to find that again in time for tomorrow and then run that gauntlet of winning those best of 3s?
I think it is really difficult.